Man, where is Jonah at?
Bro, I'm getting tired of this. What the
Oh, wait, he's over there.
Thanks, Lax. I saw your telestration yesterday. I wanted to do one of my own. What you're looking at here is the strength of M80. Not hot and cold, but Maru, his cat in the back. And what you're about to see is licking technique unlike I've ever seen. Watch this path. Maru takes from the back all the way over to the front, step by step, and now you got a clean cat. Welcome to day 3 of the playoffs here in the NAL Kickoff. It is a big day today. We are sending 2 teams to the Salt Lake City Major. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Jonas Willinger, alongside Foxe and Laxing, as always, guys. It is a little cliche, I think it's fair to say, expect the unexpected. But we are 2 days in, and we have seen expectation-defying results.
I mean, the whole stage so far has been expecting the unexpected. We had so many rookie teams. They've all been performing well. We have the opportunity and a guarantee that one of them will be able to make it to Salt Lake City. A brand new face there. M80 got eliminated yesterday. I mean, there's so many things that we could have not anticipated that have happened just because this stage has been so competitive, so close. And I'm excited to see the rest of the matches play out.
Heartbreaking, though.
I mean, it definitely is. You know, you work all this way to this point. Obviously, we see M80 exit. We see Cloud9 exit. I mean, today we aren't sending anyone home, but we are going to be sending some teams to SLC and then other teams to the lower bracket to see who they will follow in suit and see if they make SLC or the run goes a little so short.
Well, it was a big day yesterday, as we said. Heartbreaking, yes, we had to send 2 teams home, starting with Cloud9 and SSG.
Yeah, Cloud9 and SSG was a expected matchup. We wanted to see a lot more from Cloud9. Come show us something that we haven't seen throughout the regular stage, some improvement, and I think it was just a little too late. There was some glimmers of hope, but that being said, SSG, I mean, bouncing back from that first day 1 loss, they looked amazing. Incredible entry from Raid and Aiden, the way that they were just playing systematic siege. It really was a performance from SSG.
Yeah, and then getting to the second match, I mean, this is the one that I think, you know, all expectations aside, people weren't knowing what we were going to see, especially out of the side from SR. We already saw what M80 was able to muster in their match. It was a close game, but they did have to fight tooth and nail. Both these teams, actually, in all 3 of these maps had to fight for it, but it was the Rebellion at the very end going into map 2. We saw that resurgence. We saw them start to come alive. Once they got it done, once we got in that 3rd map, they started defense on Clubhouse, and they had a stellar defense where they only need to do so little on their attack, and now it puts them 1 step closer to SLC.
But with Cloud9 and M80 out of the picture, SSG and Shopify Rebellion, they move on, waiting to see who they play next. 5 Fears, 1 of 30, Dark Zero, and Wildcard. 2 of those 4 teams will make the major today. But they all have 2 chances here, so it doesn't mean it's over yet. And that is what today is all about, Fox. We are going to see which of these teams make it in their very first opportunity. We haven't seen 1 of 30 or Dark Zero in best of 3s yet. They had the bye coming in. I mean, what an opportunity for these 2 teams to just lay down the law right off the bat.
I mean, I'm glad that you mentioned that we haven't seen 5 Fears and Dark Zero have a chance to play, just because, yes, getting 1 game away from being able to make the Salt Lake City Major is amazing. But that being said, you sat and you watched, and it's about what teams will do at that time. And sometimes that pressure, not practicing in the past few days, getting matches in, can ice you and can bring a situation where you're going up against teams that already have a win under their belt. And for the 2 teams that we're hoping to see keep the same level of consistency, Dark Zero and 5 Fears, I think even though this stage has been very rapid, if they can maintain consistency, it gives us good hopes with them potentially going to Salt Lake City.
Well, it's a big opportunity for these teams to be competing on home soil, essentially, in Salt Lake City, a U.S. major for the North American League. Everyone else, you can also join us at the Salt Lake City Major. Tickets are available now. As I said, an opportunity to catch your favorite North American League teams right in your very own backyard. We kick things off May 15th through 17th. That's when the playoffs, that's when the finals will be. So you can join us on stage at the Salt Palace Convention Center. We'll be giving away 2 tickets later on today. So stay tuned for that. Lags, I
Yes,
heard you know a little bit about Salt Lake.
I know a lot. Mountains, my family. The Major's gonna be there. I mean, it's
You got family
it's
in
a
Salt
plethora
Lake?
of, I believe it or not, I do. I do have a couple cousins out there.
Do they got any pepper out there in Salt Lake?
They might
It's
have.
so funny.
They might have
It's
some
the first
pepper
time
out
I've heard that. I had no idea you had family out there.
Ah,
That'd be really fun. That'd be really fun. But we dive into our very first matchup of the day, 5 Fears and 1 of 30. And this is a big deal here because we're looking at young teams that nobody expected to get to this point, 5 Fears especially, coming in as the team that almost got relegated at the end of last year, now have defined themselves with this identity of aggressive attacks, shield-based attacks, and it's been working for them so far.
It has. A lot of teams throughout the league pretty much have described 5 Fears as one of those teams that relies a lot on shields, that they're a shield crutch team. But if you take it one step further, I mean, not everyone's playing shields on the roster, but if you take it one step further, if you look at it statistically, out of the 4 matches they played in the regular stage, shields were only banned 3 times. There's so many bans that you could go for, and it was only banned 3 times. Now, why is that? It's because they have 2 amazing shield players with JJ Blast and Force, and they can play each individual shield in a completely different way. So unless you're using all the bans to ban all the shields, you're really not hurting 5 Fears at all. But that being said, teams are more focused on the Glaz, on the Ying, stuff that we haven't seen from 5 Fears really that much yet. And there's a reason for it, because they get to practice them. They see things that we're not going to see on game day. And I think it just goes to show that 5 Fears is not a shield crutch team. They have so much to offer and so much that's still hidden that they haven't been able to perform just because the bans are keeping the Glaz, keeping the Ying out of that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks into those bans that you're talking about. I mean, if you want to get rid of the shields, sure, on one front, you're getting rid of that force. But if you're using all of your bans to take away from the shields, yeah, then you're going to be met with Grims. You're going to be met with Yings. You're going to be met with Cappy Taus that are going to force you out of position where then maybe those shields don't even get to be utilized in that play. We even saw in their match versus SR. SR didn't get rid of any of the shields on Clubhouse where you typically would kind of see them, and it was Cappy Taus. It was everything that was able to be used for executes that were available. So it really is a bit of a double-edged sword how you want to approach this team in specific, whether you want to go for shields or you want to go for something a little more traditional.
And we've seen teams in the past like Dark Zero with Spirits. They were very dominating when they had that shield, and then they got figured out, and it wasn't really working for them anymore. But that's something that we haven't seen figured out for 5 Fears, because you simply can't just use all your bans because there's so much else in their bag that they can work with. And it's funny enough because when you look statistically, their 3 best players on the leaderboard are not even the shield players. And one of the best players specifically, I mean, Snake, he's the best entry right now when it comes to the side of 5 Fears. I think we have to talk about his resurgence because up until Envy stage last year, we didn't really see Snake. He was never in the conversation of T1. It's been like 3-4 years since he had that stint on TSM, and last stage wasn't that great. I mean, yeah, Envy had some good gleaming, shining moments, but that being said, Snake has found his own when it's come to this stage, because it really is that simple. You put a drone, you put information in front of him, and more often than not, he's getting those kills. So with all the shield players on this roster, if you have Snake behind him, he is successfully finding those kills. And I think it's good to commend him as a player because he hasn't been in the spotlight for a long time. So to now come through, be not only in a position to be 1 game away from winning Salt Lake City, but to find consistent openings on such a young team, it's a very difficult task, and he's doing it exceptionally well.
We didn't expect to see them here, but 1 of 30, I think even less likely that they made it to a major qualifying match. They made it through Challenger Series just a couple of weeks ago. They're one of the newest additions to the NA League, and here they are, a chance to make the major, a situation that Packer, Bino have found themselves in before.
Yeah, I mean, all of these guys have really gone through the trenches and trial by fire by all means, especially having to qualify for this alone and to do it the way that they did. I mean, they already got to commend them, but even in the group stage, we didn't see a whole lot. We saw some glimmer of hope of this can be a good roster, but we don't know what that's going to look like. They just squeak in by getting that win over 100 Thieves, and then everything changed. Once we got into that best of 3, once we saw them yesterday in that match versus SSG, that's when it really opened my eyes to this team, that they really did take everything everything that they learned from group stage, that they took the time off in that week to get up to this play and kickoff, and then implemented everything. And then specifically on that map 3 on Chalet versus SSG. And when you go through the trial by fire, doing map 1, doing map 2 after a win to a loss, and then you have to get to this last map, you should have a perfect understanding and approach of how you want to take on your opponent. You know their strengths, you know their weaknesses, and specifically on this map, they knew all of SSG's weaknesses, that they know SSG's likes to get aggressive, they like to play outside, they like to play those cuts, and so they bring the castle to block off line of sights. They bring the mirrors and the Solus to gain information, whether that's vertical or just straight on from the mirror. And then they also bring the trap operators. They brought a lot of the they brought Ella for the shields if they were going to come in, if they were entered the building. They made long vertical angles for, you know, holes across the map to be able to just have crossfires that SSG was always going to come into. And that's something that really shows me that this team is systematically coming to a fruition, having more structure, having more strategy implemented. And that's where they faltered in the group stage. They didn't have a lot of recourse. They didn't have a lot of what ifs or how can we get to these points. It was just kind of taking it head on. But now they look like a far more developed team, just showcasing this best.
Yeah, and you can see they're getting way more comfortable because Packer's calling has also been amazing with him being able to understand how SSG was going to approach it, the adaptations and roster. And you can see it all of the rookies as well. They're performing very well individually too, now that they understand fully what the XYZ variables are going to be, where team's going to come from, trusting in your teammates. So the more information that they have, the more time together, we're seeing even the rookies come alive.
We've seen this entire team come alive in a way that really feels like they are a completely different team than they were a couple of weeks ago in the group stage. Volsper as well. Feels like he has been a completely different player.
I mean, I'm glad you're saying Volsper because, I mean, he's practically LeBron at this point. You're throwing him alley-oops, and he was absolutely dunking on SSG in that series. I mean, we were highlighting already throughout that. He already doubled almost half of his kills, or doubled his kills in general from the group stage in one series of playoffs. And you can obviously see in the radar stat of all of the statistics, everything in the blue, it was in his groups, everything in the orange was in playoffs, everything has drastically improved. And if we can keep this sort of level of play and consistency going into this match for Dark Zero, he's going to be a real thorn in their side, because there's a couple clips that I even wanted to highlight, because for a new player to be in these situations, to be in these moments, to be able to just understand the positioning, how he can help a teammate, how we can just get his foot in the door in these rounds and assist his team, I mean, it really showcases the talent that Volsper has. And if he continues to grow, I mean, the sky's the limit for this kid, honestly.
Well, we've also seen how these little changes can really impact a team as a whole. And to shift back to Five Fears for a moment, what I understand is they are playing in person this week to get all together in a team house. You guys have been there in a situation. I know you've lived together for many, many years in a team house grinding it out. What is the difference?
Oh my gosh.
What is the difference, right, to play remotely, to be apart versus being in a team house like that?
I mean, that's the difference, is you have moments like that you can share. And obviously, you know, everyone, when you win a round, you win a series, everyone's hyping you up. You can fist bump each other. I mean, it really does make a difference. I can't say that I had the best experience in the team house. Fox can definitely speak more on that. But in terms of just the sheer being able to compete next to your friends, your teammates, it really does make for the experience to be 10 times better.
When you're in a team environment, there's just a level of brotherhood that makes and elevates your guys' gameplay, just because it's way easier to talk to each other, to fix issues, to communicate when you are next to each other, because you're putting a face to the name. You're able to humanize the other person. It's not just over a screen. You know your words have impact, and it's a way better, it's a great way to be able to connect to your teammates and understand each other a lot better. So not only is the communication better and being close together also amplifies each other. I mean, that's just one thing. When you're next to each other, it's a great experience.
And when we're just seeing this dynamic play out, like we talk so much about the leadership of JJ, the leadership that Forrest has brought to this team. In that team huddle right then, you saw both JJ and Forrest weighing in on what this series could be like and getting the team into a fighting position.
I was going to say, I was less focused on the huddle, and I was more focused back in the beginning shot of Fens and JJ and their hug. I mean, that was replaying in my mind right there.
I was focused on the fact that they all had their shoes off. Like, it probably smells crazy in there. It's like a glass off.
Moving on to where this one is actually going to take place. Again, best of three, our first opportunity to see Five Fears in this best of three setting, because it is now the playoffs. Lax, how do you feel about the maps we have ahead here?
Well, first I'd have to see the maps, and then I could definitely tell you how I feel about them. I mean, Clubhouse right out the gate, safe pick for both these teams. Now, however, I can't say I'm too envious on the side of 5 Fears to pick this because, you know, when you saw how 1 of 30 already played, yes, you do have VODs. Yes, there is that sort of comfort on a map like this. They look significantly better than this team. I would rather have them challenge them early on onto a map where it makes them work a little harder than just already getting the fundamentals going where then you fall into that border. And I mean, even then, I think both these maps play fairly well against one another. It's just more so of a matter of 5 Fears. I think they're taking a little bit of a risk by giving 1 of 30 a little more leverage.
I think it's fair maps just because you're eliminating a big aspect of the shield variable. And if there's going to be a team that tries to target ban the shields, I'd hope it'd be 1 of 30 just because they don't want to deal with it. The experience of knowing what to go about dealing with a shield is very difficult. So taking that out of the board on a map like Border, on a map like Clubhouse, Monty's really the main threat. You get Monty off the board, you can deal with a Blackbeard, you can deal with a Blitz. On a map like Border, again, Monty's still good, you can deal with the other shields. It's not as an oppressive shield map. It's not something that you're going to imagine you're going to see 2 shields because then you're losing that gunfight aspect. So I think the map bans honestly favor 1 of 30 because they understand what they're going to be able to do. They can maintain still the Ying and Glass ban to be able to target ban the rest of the players on 5 Fears. I think though, honestly, it's great map picks for 1 of 30. That being said, it's hard not to believe in 5 Fears.
Well, our players are nearly ready to go, so we're going to take a listen in on what our casters have to think. Guys, join us now, Lynx X. I mean, we saw this matchup, obviously, in the group stage. 5 Fears took it pretty handily, but we have seen a very different 1 of 30 just in that opening round of the bracket. No matter who wins this matchup, but it could go either way, it feels like this is going to be as storybook as ever, no matter who wins.
And to your point, I feel like that's the only thing that's really worth talking about, right? Is that in a world where M80 is already eliminated, like they are literally not going to the major, one of these teams is guaranteed to go. And you know, you can talk about analysis, you can talk about strats, you can even talk about, you know, the games we'll see later today. But I think this has got to be the game of the day for that reason alone, is that you really can't make this up.
I think for me, it's about 5 Fears now proving to us that it wasn't necessarily a fluke. They didn't necessarily have an easy group. And I'm not saying that they did. I think they played fantastic Siege inside of the group stage. But to come out as top in the group when you've got M80 in the group, when you've got Shopify Rebellion in the group, it sets a bit of a statement. It sets a little bit of a precedent. And I think there's probably a lot of people that are sat at home now going, okay, great. Now do it again and qualify. Do it again and get all the way.
Well, they had the bye round, right? Can 5 Fears prove to us that they deserved it, that 4-0 was, well, meant to be? Let's see if they can make it happen. Guys, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And I am very eager to figure out if that proves to be the case, because I think the 5 Fears 4-0 on its own would have been a pretty incredible result, Ali. I mean, that 4-0 is not something you see very often, but against the teams like you said, I mean, already I was thinking maybe they wouldn't prove themselves in playoffs, and this is the first match we'll get to see how well that holds.
I think it's incredibly impressive, and I really, really want to stress that, and I don't want to take anything away from 5 Fears at the moment, because whatever happens, they've done very well for a team that, again, has put themselves together at the start of Kickoff, like many of these teams have, and they've put themselves in a great spot. My couple of worries and thoughts on it are as follows. I love Fox's point about being cold, and often playing more games is better, regardless of the position that you might be in whilst you're playing them. You might be down and out in the lower bracket, but playing games for some teams can be a really good thing. Sitting cold, it can be a little bit annoying, and it can be a bad thing for some teams. Something else that I'll always think to and always look at is I'll look at big teams across the world. I'll look at the likes of FaZe, I'll look at the likes of G2, and whenever they're in performance and whenever they're doing well, whenever they win that event, you can look at the run up to it and you can often see that there's some trials and tribulations. It's one thing, it's well and good going 4-0 in a group stage, but you've got to put the performance in when it matters. And for 5 Fears, we're starting to get to that stage, right? They've still got another chance, depending on how today goes, but this is the next step. This is the qualifying for the major. And then again, it hits a reset. And you've got groups, you've got playoff, you've got all the sessions of the major that go through as well. So it's a very long journey. And I just hope that they've left a little bit in their tank, so to speak. I hope that they've been not resting on their laurels, just watching these games going. I know they're all in a team facility now. I don't necessarily know if it's a house, but it's definitely a team facility, and they are all in the same place. So seeing this team with that much charisma, that much energy in the same place, I mean, it's got to be a good thing, right?
I think it is a good thing, and I think it's not super surprising given I think a lot of us, of course, familiar with Forrest around a long time, you know, tends to be a very personality-based player, not necessarily in terms of his gameplay, but like, I mean, when Forrest was on SSG, we all knew what he was going to play, we all knew how he was going to act, but especially with JJ as well, I mean, the confidence, but also I think just the grind that he has been very impressive, and we'll see how that pans out here, because 1 of 30 newcomers in their own right, though maybe a bit newer to the field for a lot of these players, might have a very rude awakening or very quick beginning to round 1. Double shield play around Secret as no commitment down blue. Instead, Monty creeping up the red stairs. Ooh, missed opportunity by Volsper. Very narrowly sees the head, but can only do, to be fair, quite a lot of damage to JJ rather than completely lethal damage to the Monty. We'll back off. There's somebody outside the con window ready with the cut. Excellent play by Snake. The SMG-12 to get the first opening kill for 5 Fears, looking to another. As one player dancing around the main stairs will facilitate, or at least effectuate, a retreat. 1 of 30 only lose 1 body in the opening round.
1 of 30 have kind of gone for that halfway house here in terms of the bans. And 5 Fears are taking full advantage already. Both shields in play here in round 1. Both primary shields as well, you could argue. Blackbeard, of course, has the shield, but it's not all that they are about. Blackbeard and an ace ban, it's sort of that halfway house. Often we see teams target the hard breach, we'll see teams target the shields. 1 of 30 have kind of split the difference. And by doing so, you leave a lot still open on both sides of that equation, whether that's the hard breach department or indeed on those shields. Things have started to slow for a time, though. I'm going to see the Dokubi call come out. A couple of players in on the site. Everyone dug into very predictable positions. The biggest problem at the moment with losing that opening pick so early is that you are going to be lacking an angle. You're going to be lacking a trade when it matters most. Blue, main stairs, moto, dirt tunnel, kitchen. There's more ways in than there are guns to watch. That's going to be the concern. Bit of an impact trick out onto that kitchen hatch. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for Fens. Oh, in fact, it didn't actually go off. The hatch is open. The line is clear. Now it's about leveraging, figuring out where this push is going to go.
Got 1 hive ready.
Given the presence of the Grim and some of the utility usage there, you know that something's going to come through blue. Near window set up for this exact possibility. Loss of Volsper will mean the AK's position is much less fortified than it otherwise would be, so you don't have the Kibas who can turn towards blue or turn towards the hatch, as you mentioned. So a lot is riding on this mirror window. And a lot is riding on even potentially this C4 from Packer. JJ's already quite low. So if it lands close enough, even with full shield, it might just be enough to deal with JJ. And that could be enough to stop the attack. We're already moving quite slow. 17 seconds remaining, but 5 Fears have widened their advantage, though JJ softened up early, will fall as he turns the other way. Suddenly 1 of 30 with a couple sporadic kills, in fact 3 in total, completely swiped the advantage away. Less than 10 seconds into the execute, it seems 5 Fears more scattered than anything, as 1 of 30 just hold fast and clutch the 3v5.
I don't want to say that it was a free round, but it was pretty close. 1 of 30. All they had to do was trade. They had the man advantage. Now, okay, they've got 2 shields, so are you going to really be able to trade off 2 shields effectively? I mean, you should be able to. JJ literally turns his back to the guy playing mannequins. They had no answer for the Goyos. They wasted so much time. It was a full site. They got the opening pick, and it was, boom, you've got the entire map. You have the entire map. Bang. Right from the get-go. And then with 15 seconds left to go, we're scrambling, trying to make something happen. Oh dear, oh dear. Bit of an alarm bell there. I mean, that's the kind of round that you look at and you go, they're cold, right? They're not warmed up. It's a good job it's a best of 3, put it that way, because they need to get warmed up, and they need to get warmed up quickly because there was no synergy there whatsoever. And that was one of 5 Fears' greatest selling points during the group stage. They were fantastic.
5 seconds to go.
Especially at navigating.
81%, sorry, at 81.2%, sorry, nearly 82% attacking win rate. That isn't a team that's got an 80-odd% attacking win rate in that last round. I'm sorry.
Well, but to your point, you don't expect a team like 5 Fears, when we saw at the beginning, to really get kind of stuck on that mirror window, especially with how well they dealt with the early round. I mean, they played around pitching that Azami extremely well. They had a lot of the right utility for the job. I think definitely a lot of it might just come down to being cold. I mean, getting stumped in that mirror window, not being able to gain as much from the Grim utility, or not having maybe certain specific tools that aren't necessary but could have been helpful to clearing out the AK's position. But still some good stuff in that round, especially in the early games. We'll see how they try to apply some of those same successes here, as they're actually meeting in the first 45 seconds the exact same problem of sorts that they met at the beginning. And Azami offsite denying them control, but this time, rather than a loose roam, Wolfsburg is instead holding around Garage with the Kivas, providing him a little bit of respite from the oncoming attack. As the nades go up, ooh, almost survives, but just too much utility being dumped at his feet. The nades force him right into Snake's crosshairs. And it's another 5v Furious 4v5 onto Wolfsburg playing that Azami. Maybe a bit more impactful on the basement site than here, but a 4v5 is still nothing they'll complain about.
FD extension inside of Cash and CCTV as well. JJ looking to move through and gather that information. They've gained control so far inside of CC. It's all going to be about breaching through further. Fortunately, hard breach isn't too much of a problem, although Forest has managed to use all of them. I'm not sure where all 3 exothermics have gone. Maybe the bottom of garage, flat wall. Could be construction, I would guess. I don't know that jacuzzi's open just yet, so maybe relying quite a bit on the old Hibana pellets. JJ can start to move through now. Option for Con to be open later. Ooh, needs to be careful placing that there. Could find some bad timing here, but does get away with it. A couple of smoke canisters burnt as well. 50 seconds, that's pretty good timing. Oh, great pick there from the old Captain Jack before he gets traded out. This round is far much more as to what we were expecting.
That just kind of ends pretty rapidly once they make their way into construction. I thought there might be a bit more of a fight there, as you can see. I mean, JJ hard breaching, I think there was a soft wall into Logi. Seemed like that could go right for the Monty very quickly, but Forrest able to get a couple big kills in construction and likely over on the Logi side to the point where when the bathroom player's the only one left. I mean, they've got the Hibana running in from construction, people flooding or Hibana running in from gym, people running in from construction. Not a whole lot you can do at that point. We didn't quite see what happened with everything in construction, but hey, building off the same successes they had in round 1, able to recreate that opening pick onto an extended player, as you can see right here, though much differently. Before was a lot more positioning and then pressure from the shields. This one involved a lot more utility coordination with the nades, with the Bs, and as you can see, yeah, Forrest winning a big fight around construction and another one, 2 in fact, from that exact same position. So huge play by Forrest in round 2. All things considered, I mean, 5 years just failed to convert a 5v3. Maybe Forrest doesn't get those kills. Maybe things are a bit more difficult.
1 of 30 going to give a repeat attempt up on that top floor, although a different site. This time, I'm very glad that we see the addition of the Wamai. The Azami's open, and let's be honest, the Azami is likely to get banned next. You've got to give it a little bit of support. Because if those nades don't land at Azami's feet in the previous round, then all of a sudden Azami has no real reason to move. If you've got magnets that are catching that sort of utility as it's being thrown in, it's going to make things a lot easier for you to hold it. So it's nice to see that Wolfsburg's being given a little bit more utility there to try and hold on. But likely, knowing that, 5 Fears are going to change their approach ever so slightly. Still going to be rocking the 2 shields. This time looking to play a Glaz and a Deimos in conjunction with that. Maybe try for going for something a little bit more across, potentially something through construction side.
We'll have to deal with these 3 extended players and Mike W all the way in gym. Vulcan popped right at the exact moment. Ooh, JJ even down by it in the process. Hell of a lot of damage done by that Vulcan pack. In a situation in which another shield player, this again being JJ like round 1, takes a lot of damage early, and with the blitz, you're going to be a lot more exposed than that Monty otherwise would be. Forrest taking that position though, catches Mike W pushing deep into gym, clearly a bit of a gap in the information. Big trade by 1 of 30 as another 1v1 around the gym and bathroom area. Neither side gets the lead, and downing rival in the process. The Goyle need to try to retreat, another kill that might come their way, but no, it is so close in this engagement over by Bedroom. Wolfsburg with the clutch Kiba to try and get out in time. A hell of a pre-fire as Forrest ADS's. And that might be the finisher, as it's a 1v2. And, well, Fence has some ability to gather information, but with no friends to rely on, he's got to do it all himself.
Serious overheating here in round number 3. Good reaction, really, from 1 of 30. Say, hey, you know what? We're just going to try and fight this a little bit heavier. Packer needs a bit of help, and we're going to be able to run round and to support that. Nice nade. Is he able to find the timing? Yes! Locks in the 1 versus 1. There's so much time for this, Lynx.
There's so much time, and even if he doesn't have the Deimos, oh, he knows exactly where he is and still misses the shots. Unfortunate. Fens playing that probably about as well as you could, and just unfortunately loses the fight. 1 of 30 retake their lead, but that was a close one if I ever seen one.
I love the nade usage there. I know the 1v1 was lost in the end, but I love the nade usage. The Wamai Magnet burns the first nade. He sees the second Wamai get thrown and still throws the nade, because obviously you've got the activation time. And it was just perfect because it did such a good job of forcing that player out of position. And there must have been plenty of information about that. Because both of those two play well, I mean, it's fairly obvious where the Deimos is, but to know exactly where Vulsper is, some good information being gathered. This was the kill for me. Boom. Vulsper onto Forest. Oh, there were shots landed as well there. Real close stuff. Had two fairly decisive couple of rounds to start things off, but a 1 versus 1 there. Both teams definitely waking up a little bit. Looks like we're in a bit of a tech at the moment, unfortunately. Don't quite have every player locked into the lobby. A little bit of a brief pause in the proceedings.
You really got to commend Fens for that nade play. Really did play that about, I think, as well as anybody could have in that situation, even pre-aiming the right angle. Just unfortunate the way the luck pans out, but extremely close round overall, as you said. I mean, betting it all on kind of that gym bedroom side push, and you know, I also wonder like how much things would be different if JJ, obviously, that Vulcan pack timing was perfect by the defender who spotted it. But if you had that blitz alive, you might be able to get a better pinch inside of Logi, work a more favorable man advantage. I think that's really where the trade started, was that blitz getting stopped and burned so aggressively. Quite nice from the defense overall to keep that close, but also still a lot of good moments from 5 years. Overall, the pace of the half at this point, 2-1, favoring 1 of 30. Definitely think the first round was probably, you know, the one missed opportunity on the board, but Ollie now had, I would say, 2 good rounds by both teams, and especially close one in the third. Obviously, I wouldn't say 5 years, still operating at kind of the peak that we saw during the regular season, during the actual group stage, but hopefully starting to put some of the pieces back together.
I think it's probably just going to take him a little bit of time, isn't it? You know, winning is such a mindset and such a habit that as soon as you get out of playing regular games, as soon as you get out of that machine of just churning rounds out one after the other, it can be a little bit, not daunting necessarily to go in, but I mean, all these guys are on a brand new setup, right? They'll have played scrims in this facility. They'll have been there for a few days, I'm sure. However, it isn't your own home, is it? And it is always going to be just a little bit different. So there's that to consider as well. And I think, you know, once there's that slight adjustment period gone in, I mean, heck, I imagine it's a bit of a job playing in a room with JJ. Like, at least you can, you know, take your headphones off when he's screaming at the end of a round. If you're in the room with him, what are you doing? You know? I think I've seen a desk slam already.
3 rounds in, there's a desk slam? Jesus. Hey, some people just want it more, and I say that like complimentary. I gotta respect that. Plus, I mean, especially if you're in person, kind of like you were talking about. I mean, I feel like it's just so much easier to keep the vibes up in person, which is also something the desk talked about. But being able to relate to people actually face to face, be able to like lean over and fist bump people, be able to, I don't know, just kind of, I think, create a more energetic atmosphere than like, you know, what you can over Discord or TeamSpeak or what have you. So very happy for 5 years that they get that opportunity. Of course, either of these teams could get that opportunity, as even if somebody loses, they still have one more chance at qualification. We're currently in the upper bracket of the playoff stage. Loser of this will go down and get one more chance against, I believe, Shopify Rebellion, if I recall. I'm always bad with bracket flips, though. But neither of these teams will be eliminated if they end up losing this series, and both might have a shot to qualify to Salt Lake City alongside nobody as of right now, because nobody's qualified, but alongside teams potentially like Dark Zero or Wildcard, which we have later today.
Of course, the caveat is no one has qualified from North America yet.
Exactly.
We are, unfortunately, a little bit behind. A little bit similar to the time zone as well.
True.
Time's behind, and there are a fair few teams that have already made their way over to Salt Lake. We've concluded, of course, in both South America and in Europe. SAL was a little bit of a mixed bag to be. I mean, we can speak on it because we covered a little bit of SAL and stuff. Furia, NIP, FaZe, and Lost all confirmed. The big one missing there is, of course, Team Liquid, who, despite topping their group, did drop out in the lower bracket semis. So it doesn't always mean, good things topping the group. I don't know if that's foreshadowing or not for 5 Fears, but we'll not sort of speak that into existence. But back into the game now. Round number 4, we've joined where we left. A Grim ban and a Bandit ban. I really thought we were going to see the Azami ban, especially given that it had been played every single time. I know that the impact of it has been kind of negligible at the moment, but it is something that can really define a round. But 5 Fears opting to just make opening these walls even easier. And then from the 1 of 30 side of things, it's like, I was convinced they were going to either continue to target the hard breach and take away the thermite, or take away that Monty. But they've left it open.
I do think targeting the Grim, at least it's something that 1 of 30 have made a fair bit of use of, and I think is a good job at giving effect to all of those shields. Ooh, great spot by the drone, though. Kiva will go out and actually ends up creating a bit of a one-way. Benz would not be able to see the Azami had she swung that angle, I think, is a possibility. Ooh, Mike W. I think killing the player on the chain repel, really impressive swing right there, and takes down the Ram as well. I mean, there's some redundancy with the Buck, but the set and forget at Harbridge really is not going to work. Seems like we're having a lot of ratting from 1 of 30 throughout this round. I mean, obviously you've got the player lurking around main stairs, have the player lurking inside a secret. Just trying to, I think, get a little bit ahead of the information gathered by 5 Fears and ends up really hurting them as, again, they've got some redundancy with this vertical destruction, but I mean, they're still droning, they're still taking time, and by lacking that Grim, sure, you can bring the Candelas to follow up, but it's really the only bit of decisive execute utility you have, and when you look at the shields, those have been very inconsistent for 5 Years so far this map.
And, maybe that leads into why they've not been totally removed. It's something that 1 of 30 knew they were going up against. It's something they're happy to deal with. I don't think they know that the player inside a bar. They will now, though, as Packers picks the kill onto Fens. Ripped the C4 already, shot the fire. Surely his moments are numbered here. Forrest is only a short distance away on that blitz. He's going to hit him with the full flash. Is he going to finish it before he runs out of bullets? Just about. Packer scrapping for his life there. But you'd consider that job done, especially when defending downstairs. There's still a utility exchange going on to open this kitchen hatch. And 5 Fears are a man down.
I mean, in terms of the utility, this has been a very scuffed round. I mean, the Candela getting caught, I think, on Forest there and only detonating on the top half of the stairs. Dedicating one to Packer, who was ratting around bar. You lose another player in the process, who, by the way, is your other source of vertical destruction. So even the redundancy's been completely eliminated before you could gain any effect from it. It's not a chalked round for 5 Fears. I mean, we've seen 3v5s be recovered in this matchup specifically, but it's looking very difficult for 5 Fears to make it back. All the Candelas used, and JJ, even though he gets one, immediately traded by 1 of 30. Still a slim advantage for the defense, but an advantage nonetheless, and one that now Forrest finds himself the only player remaining. Does have time, and, well, at the time, no longer have the opportunity to pick up that Hibana. Gets a nice shot onto Silo. That's all well and good, but you can see the defenders react accordingly. Back up, try to hold a longer crossfire, and and the Kiva in the face too. Just insult to injury, as 1 of 30 will widen their lead over 5 Fears, and frankly, this attacking team still taking a long time to warm up.
They really are, aren't they? 80% in the group stage. So far, they've been good for 1 round on the attack on Clubhouse of all maps as well. With these bans in this economy, I'm only guessing, and I will check, but I'm pretty convinced that side stats for Clubhouse, I mean, it's in the 48%. Like, that's neat. It's as close to even, really, especially with the sample size that we've got, which isn't going to be absolutely massive. So there's always potential for a big one-sided game in there. Like, I don't know. 5 Fears obviously feeling the heat, taking their tactical timeout and taking it fairly early. Obviously, we have the mandatory half-time timeout at the moment as well, or now in the game. So teams, it's really switched up the way that teams like to take their bans. They often will use a timeout after 3 or maybe even 4 rounds on a particular side, usually the first half or the side that they're expecting is going to be the most difficult, or just the side that they're finding the most problems with, because they know that they're going to get a bit of a freebie to sort of mentally reset. Obviously, it's not, you're not going to really be able to talk about strategy and things that you've seen because, well, you've not seen them yet at the halfway point, but you can at least hit that mental reset and go in with a refresh of what the plan is going to be for that second half. Five Fears, feeling the pressure, they know that a 1-3 scoreline isn't good enough at the moment. And they're going to scramble to try and level this up to a 3-3 half. But I'll be honest, Lynx, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, neither am I, especially if this is how 5 Fears are coming in on their map pick as well. Something I think we have to mention at this point. I mean, obviously, you're coming in cold. 1of30's played a whole best of 3, a particularly close and contentious best of 3 as well. Going to all 3 maps, requiring quite a bit of effort to pull through. I mean, the kind of thing that will, I think, make anybody excited and kind of get anybody's blood pumping. But, this is Clubhouse, a map that sure 1of30 will likely know how to play more than, say, Lair or Fortress, some of the more complicated or newer maps. But this is still Clubhouse, a map that requires, a decent bit of thought put into it that 530 has shown they have. And at least right now, it's just not sticking. And 1of30 as well, gotta say, playing a very good game so far. Don't have any massive standout performances. It's just a generally solid team game and team defense, holding their power positions, not getting too aggressive, but then last round doing so in a calculated way to take advantage of a clear gap in 5 Fears information game, which you can see likely why Fen switching to that snake and operator that I don't think we've seen so far this half. And given, the woes of last round, glad to see that Soliton scanner red. If you're a 5 Fears fan, you're going to hope it finds some of these defenders, 2 of which are on the top floor at the moment, seeming to try and gather some of that same success, but of course, really not that far from the side in the grand scheme of things.
Seeing a little bit of snake play. Fen's going to be rocking that Soliton scanner. Information. Doesn't feel like info has been a difficulty at the moment for 5 Fears. Maybe it's more of a comfort thing and knowing exactly where somebody is. We've already seen how devastating an operator snake can be. I love Packer's position here. He's got a magnet to save that shield from a couple of stray nades. C4's already ripped and ready. That's a guaranteed kill. Ooh, just gets a little bit too far away from it. Packer overplays his hand, gives away that position. I mean, does he overplay it though? I'm already sort of contradicting myself because I look up at the time and there was a minute 20 on the clock when he died there. It's not bad timing, really. Especially for this sort of an extension.
And especially when you look at the players that are actually staffed around the site, you've got mirror windows, you've got Kiva barriers, you've got magnets and a deployable shield. Even if a C4 for being able to rotate down and throw up at the floor. Sure, it's a 4v5 and that's risky, but you have a lot of tools that can stall out the attack. Tools, by the way, that have done so successfully. The mirror window in blue was the exact kind of thing that stalled out 5 Fears all the way back in round 1, and that was a 3v5. Worse odds than what 1of30 are facing right now. The defense has set themselves up very well. The attack also has some good tools to counter. The Deathmark Tracker, of course, the Soliton scanner, and a plethora of secondary utility. Ben's even working his way in. Found a bit of a gap in the defense. Is set up good for one, not the second, as a big trade from Mike W. Holding on to that position, but with the gym control immediately secured, JJ on low HP look to put this diffuser down. They've got all the core angles covered. Azami can't quite creep up. Sticks her face where it does not belong, and 5 Fears keep a lid on things quite nicely.
That's the 5 Fears that we wanted to see. They found their mojo. The first time we've actually seen them attempt to plant the diffuser. That hasn't been in the game plan up until this point. And I'm looking at this team and I'm thinking, like, guys, we know that you like to get the plant down. You got the plant down 5 times previously. Okay, it's not the be-all and end-all of your strategy, but when you're given that space and you're given that time, instead of searching out for those last couple of kills, instead of rolling the dice there, put the pressure back on. Especially against a team like 1of30. One of the 2 rounds required to level it up to a 3-3 half. 5 Fears can breathe a slight sigh of relief, but again, for 1of30, I don't think that they're in too bad of a spot. This, of course, being a round that they were successful in last time they attempted it. Lynx, we saw a very across clear from 5 Fears. They got jacuzzi wall open, worked through sort of bedroom area. There was a big old scrap in bedroom. Again, Packer playing a little bit out on an island, just trying to be that time sink and performing that job every single time we've seen him try to do it. He's done a great job of it. And then, of course, coming down to the infamous 1 versus 1. Don't think it's going to be the same sort of strat this time, though. Just purely through the difference in Heartbreath that's being brought. We've only got the Hibana this time.
It seems like, especially with the early emphasis on Rafters as well, likely going to be a bit more of a garage-sided clear. Focus on the normal avenues through the plat wall, up through the Rafters. Especially with all of these DMRs. I mean, we've got 2 main ones to deal with these Kibas. Silo also DMR of his own, helping down below, playing Oil Pit with an ADS as well, so a bit more of a fortified position. A lot of gates as well. Maybe not a deployable shield or castle barricades to really bolster it, but an ability at least to aid the player playing on Rafters that otherwise they would not be able to. Likely allowed them to get away with only bringing those ADSs and not the full ADS magnet combo. Ooh, big spot by Snake though. Just so many drones flying at Silo's feet. He ends up walking in front of the doorway, and the patience by 5 years pays off. So 5v4, they can start turning their full attention towards Rafters.
Big opening pick there. Bino in the best position, playing there at the top of Cash. Just needs to back up a little bit potentially. Forest now trying to push Vulspur out. The ADSs, of course, making it a lot more difficult this time to nade out this player. You would like to have some secondary EMPs potentially. Vulspur getting caught out on the death mark there as well. Big kill from Mike, taking JJ down. Removes the heart breach. Anything that isn't open now is going to remain closed. And they're really struggling for an answer on this catwalk player.
And 1 of 30 have been so good at disrupting it. Initially, Kairos were placed on that interior reinforcement, but they got shot by Mike W, who later killed JJ outright. Snake also can't quite get a good angle on those nades, because if he does, he might end up walking in front of Vulspur's crosshairs. Finally, though, forced ADSs almost picks them both up. But in a big switch, Packer lands that kill in conjunction with another. This stalemate around Garage finally breaks the defense's way. The utility is good. It lands at 2v2. Look at the control that 1 of 30 have in terms of the time. They've kept 5 years at bay. Mike W can still play around the CCTV position, but now he has to retreat. He's tagged up heavy by the DMR. As the rest is now isolated into CCTV, it's a big pre-fire by Fens, but cannot land the shots required. Uncontested lead by 1 of 30, starting and ending this half with a win.
1 of 30 doing such a good job of holding space right now. And nobody is trying to work too hard. Nobody is trying to do too much. Let's hear what our desk has to say at the halfway point.
Thanks, X. 4-2 so far right now. 1 of 30. The vibes are clearly high. They're clearly feeling pretty good. Here's what they sound like while they're doing that.
Shit.
You gave it away. This shit just set me tears.
I gave it a someone special.
That right there is the prep phase.
To be completely honest, when I was listening to that, I didn't realize what they were singing.
Yeah, we're gonna get in trouble for that?
I mean, it's hard to make out really what it was. But I mean, it really just goes to show the confidence that they have. They're feeling good. I mean, the 4-2 half, Fox, you were right. You can't just ban out the shields against this team. They got rid of one of the shields, they get rid of the ace, but they had the go-yo canisters ready to thwart off any of the shields coming from JJ or Forrest. Then they were also using the smokes very early on, where typically you'd see the smokes be used in the later half of the round when executes are going. But they know that those shields are going to cause that execute. If they can eliminate those shields, they can push back those shields, they can get clamps on those shields very early on. They don't need to rely on that utility in the end, because that is where Five Fears excels, is when they have those shields in front of them that they can then play off that, take the site, take the control. But again, I mean, this was a great thought out strat from 1 of 30 and how they were countering what Five Fears wants to get done.
It's the early game that's Five Fears' strength. Running the double shield, running one shield, whatever the case may be, them getting that first pick is the strength. So 1 of 30 being smart, using their utility correctly, stalling out Five Fears as best as they can, and then falling back into sight. A lot of those basements rounds too, we'd see it come down to the last 30 seconds, and then the shield players are just getting too aggressive. JJ Blast or Forrest, the better nature in them, they just over push, over aggress, and then the shield gets taken down. And that's what I love to see at 1-30. Really in the late round, they're playing a lot of these rat positions. Now the side swap, and it's going to be the same type of utility usage to be able to find those opening kills. I believe that the game plan is one for 1-30 in the early game. If they can get somebody off of the board very early on using utility, I think they'll be able to clean it out when it comes down to the latter half of these rounds.
And attacking has been one of 5FEAR's strengths throughout the entire group stage. That's how they've separated themselves from the pack. To be able to shut them down on Clubhouse, limit them to 2 rounds, I mean, that is a very good place for them to be. Guys?
Yeah, thank you very much. I do think, unfortunately, we might have a pause after these bans, but at least gives us something to talk about. And to, I believe it was Fox's point as well, early rounds were definitely 5FEAR's strength on the attacking side. That was where the coordination was at its best, especially utilizing those shields. But after that, things would get a little shaky, and I think 1-30 had an exceptionally good game plan to last through that and withstand it. I mean, now that we see the side swap, we'll see how things pan out, as we do have a tech pause.
Unfortunately, we are going to be paused before we move into the half, but I'm sure we're just getting everything ready. Looks like all 5 players from 5FEARS are at least on the or in the game. It may just be a 1-30 straggler that we are waiting for to join in and get set up. I know Fox mentioned it, but it is jarring me a little bit, all the shoes on the floor.
Yeah, I was, I didn't really think of anything when he pointed it out, but it is kind of crazy, right? Like, not a single person in their shoes. Like, you don't know what's on those floors. you don't know where that's been. You don't know who's cleaned it. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure the facility's up to date, but like, you don't know. Unless they cleaned it themselves, which, given Forrest's experience with the call-out system, maybe that was a team building thing. A team deep clean of the room to make sure that the space is, copacetic, the feng shui is all...
A little deep clean?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, it teaches you to be detail-oriented, it teaches you to be thorough, it teaches you to really take care of the space and what you're putting out into the world. A lot of translatable skills, a lot of translatable values from that and to Rainbow Six.
When was the last time you deep cleaned your PC?
My PC? You know the answer to that question.
You said that in a way like I was attacking you.
Well, because I was like, I thought you were gonna ask when was the last time you deep cleaned your room, because we were talking about rooms. They're like, when was the last time you deep cleaned your PC? And I'm like, oh, probably never, to be honest with you. But I also like, I'm not doing 8 to 12 hour gaming sessions on a recurring basis like I was when I was younger. So like, I don't know how much dust is actually accumulated. Well, actually, I guess if I'm using it less, more dust will accumulate. Yeah. Well, actually, that's true. I've always said that.
I'm not actually too sure what it is that's causing us to delay, and for you guys at home having to listen to us about cleaning our PCs.
Crashed.
I mean, I'll hold my hands up and say I've never cleaned my PC.
I was kind of scared to do it, but since you've said that, I will also hold my hands up. I have not. No. I've never cleaned my PC. And that's actually, technically speaking, not. I've not cleaned this PC. I have cleaned when I had the PC before this.
Someone else's?
I cleaned it a couple times. Yes, yeah, I did. I cleaned someone else's. What I would do was I'd break into people's houses at night and I would clean their PCs. It was kind of like a Robin Hood type situation. Actually, not really Robin Hood, because I wasn't stealing or converting any property whatsoever. I was actually
leaving the dust from the poor and giving it to the rich.
Exactly, yeah. I would blow out all the dust into a bag, and then I would go to the Hamptons. I don't live in the Hamptons, but I would go there. And I would throw all the dust into rich people's houses.
How are we losing our minds already? It's halfway through map 1.
Well, it's a tech pause, that's why. You always are sanctioned to lose your mind on a tech pause.
Here's a good one, and this is like a genuine. Frequency of mouse mat cleaning, or are you like a buy a new one kind of guy?
So I will say I abide a bit by our mutual friend Jackers. I abide by his philosophy of just generally trying to avoid situations in which you have to clean your mouse pad at all. Like sometimes, you know, like if I have to work on something, I'll eat food at the desk. But like I generally try to avoid that. So the main issue I have is like my mouse pad or parts of it will get like, because all of my monitors and stuff are all on the mouse pad as well because I have a super long and big one. But like, you know, it'll get like dusty and I'll clean that. But generally speaking, there aren't a lot of situations in which I desperately need to clean the mouse mat. Like there's a bit of a stain on like the bottom right side. But aside from that, it's generally pretty fine. It probably needs dusting, but aside from that, it's pretty. What about you?
Well, I've only ever cleaned one once. It took quite a long time to dry, and I had to change my scents afterwards because it was so fast. I don't know if I did the wrong thing, but like I feel like I smoothed it, you know, and like buffed it out, so it was just too slippy.
Well, that makes sense because like if there's a bunch of particulates on, this is gonna get super nerdy. If there's a bunch of particulates on your mouse pad, it probably is like inhibiting or it's probably like increasing the friction with which like your mouse pad is facing when it like slides across, or that your mouse is facing when it slides across the mouse pad. So like if you get rid of all of those, more of your mouse is making contact with the actual surface of the mouse pad rather than just the particulates and also the mouse pad, which should allow you to glide. Now, the fact that you had to change your sends because of how smooth it was is more of a statement at how rancid and dirty that mouse pad must have been.
No, that's how in tune I am. It's like
with
one
what?
thing was wrong with the setup, like with my sense. I'm at one with my sensitivity. So there was a slight thing wrong, and I had to course correct.
Being at one with your sensitivity, is that something you worked on in therapy?
Every week.
Every week, shout out. And you know, shout out to nobody in particular because we're still in this tech pause, so nothing.
This is probably the worst thing, by the way, for 5 Fears. Because they feel like they've underperformed in the first half. They've had the halftime talk to sort of stabilize and say, look, guys, it's okay. It's a best of 3. You know, we've got plenty of chances here. This is, you know, it's a map that we've picked, granted, but it's Clubhouse. Everyone can play a club. It's a very risky move picking a Clubhouse in a best of 3 series, but teams will continue to do it. I just genuinely think that this is the worst position that they could now be in, having to go through this waiting period of just hanging about. Again, you know, still, this is what they've been doing for the last couple of weeks. They've been waiting for the games to go ahead and to get to their turn to take part. But looking at their attacks overall, Lynx, I think they got the opening pick in all but one round in that first half. On the attack, nonetheless. Unable to convert. Like, are we talking, what level of worried are we at? Are we talking alarm bell level of like, this is a big problem, or just something that needs to be gotten on top of quite quickly? Because if they're struggling to attack on club, border's going to be, again, very difficult for them here tonight.
Yeah, I'd be reluctant to say alarm bells only because it's like the first 6 rounds. But if I think we start seeing problems in the next 3, I think if you're a 5 Fears fan, alarm bells might be warranted. But also, I think if you're a 1 of 30 fan, I mean, obviously so far in the first 6 rounds, you got to be happy. I mean, your team is performing about as well as you could hope, given you know, the predictions that were had towards the group stage, given the, you know, the new like status of a lot of these players, given the fact that 5 Fears were coming in flawless. You've got to be jazzed by these first 4 rounds. And, you know, on the one side, while I think alarm bells might start ringing for me and a lot of 5 Fears fans if the next, say, 2, maybe 3 defenses start looking a bit rough as well, I think on the flip side for 1 of 30 and 1 of 30 fans, like, one, that's great for you. But also, if you see a lot of that same togetherness that we saw on the defense, as in like, one, like generally all playing within arm's reach of each other, but also all buying into a plan and sticking with that idea, even if it doesn't, even if it involves Packer playing a bit on an island. But you see a lot of investment in like the support or the strategy or whatever they're doing. For 1 of 30, I mean, you got to be feeling pretty good if that happens in the next couple rounds. I thought we were getting back into it, but it appears that we actually aren't right now. So
yeah, unfortunately so. I don't believe that we have an ETA for this at the moment. I believe a player has dropped connection and isn't actually able to get back in at the moment. Not sure if it's an internet thing or not, but we are going to cut to a very short break. And as soon as that player is back in, we will be back with you. Don't go anywhere.
So we are thankfully back, everybody, and I have an update. Well, we have an update, me and Ollie, and also just collectively the NAL. Basically, what happened was Bino, affectionately referred to by Packer as Carrot, given the color of his hair, unfortunately lost internet connection. But fear not, because our expert NAL tech team and NASA got on the problem, and he will be apparently playing on a hotspot, which is not an ideal solution for Bino, but very funny for all of us. And I hope it does work out, because I would like to continue this matchup, and I would like to see who is the better team between 1 of 30 and 5 fears.
On a hotspot.
On a hotspot.
That's dedication to the cause.
Yeah. I thought you were gonna say who's the better team on a hotspot. And I'm like, well, only one of them are playing on a hotspot, so we can't come to a definitive conclusion about that.
I wonder if they have it set up already, or if we have to wait for them to go through like the painful process. But no, I don't know. I feel like this is like a bit of a public service announcement, because I've experienced this quite a bit. My ISP is not great, and I've now got my set up so that my phone is just there ready as a backup for like a little hotspot here and there as needed. And I'll sometimes even do a broadcast on a hotspot, because it is genuinely quite good nowadays. But the first time that you do it, sometimes there's things that you need to install onto the computer, and there's just a lot of irony in the fact that you need to install something on a computer that doesn't have access to the internet. So I hope for everyone's sake, especially Bino, that he has the sufficient drivers or whatever it is that they need to have installed so that we can get proceedings underway nice and quickly. But as everybody knows, and I'm sure everyone can appreciate, watching and listening, internet issues do suck, and they are very much out of your control. But this break, it's going to do one of two things for both of these teams, right? 1 of 30 have had a great start. This now being a big bump in the road, is that going to be something that knocks them? And then for the side of 5 fears, I mean, they must just feel like they're in limbo, like they're all there, ready to go, logged in, like connect, like they're just itching to start, you know, righting the wrongs that they made in the first half, as it were, and to play better. And yet here we sit, waiting for Bino to sort things out.
JJ's literally dissociating at his PC right now. That man is somewhere else. Everyone else is, look at this. Everyone else is fidgeting. Fence is literally spinning a weapon skin around multiple times. JJ is now he's moved. Okay, I got worried for a second there, but he's back.
You thought he'd frozen IRL?
Not that I thought he was frozen. I don't like that he just looked at me just then.
We've got dogs on the table. We've got people putting their feet up on the mouse mat. I don't know what this is.
On the mouse mat? That's crazy. Who put their feet on the mouse mat?
I think it was Snake.
Oh, that guy was sliding. Good for that guy. Shout out, getting traction. Do you think, like... Oh, actually, also, Jonah informed me, and I want to say this. Apparently, Millie from Outlast Gaming made Pro League on a hotspot, so that's nice.
That's some tech.
Good slide.
Instant replay on the slide. I rate that.
Honestly, it was good. I didn't have my notebook out to take notes on that, and I did now, so that's very nice. I know I'm like a little bit younger than you. Were there like Heelys in school when you were a kid?
Get out. Hold on, just get out.
What? What?
Of course, I am not too old that I don't know what a Heely is.
I'm just trying to be polite. I don't want to assume. Getting literally getting yelled at for being courteous is actually crazy.
Being polite by starting it with, I know that I'm younger than you, but...
I said, I know I'm a little bit... dude, I clearly not working on your sensitivity in therapy, because Jesus Christ, you got some issues to figure out.
I never owned a pair of Heelys. And I don't really know why, because I think that they would have been quite fun. But I distinctly have memory of my sister bombing around on them.
Older or younger sister?
Younger.
Gotcha.
Those things were deadly, though.
Well, I was going to say two things. One, I was curious because if she was closer in my age, it'd make me feel less bad about asking or about mentioning that I was younger. But also, yes, those things were I mean, I've heard stories they were deadly. I didn't know any kid at my school or my schools who had like issues with them, but I did hear a story. You know what there were a lot of issues with? This is actually nothing to do with Heelys, but everything to do with my school. There was a roller skating unit in gym class that I had to do for a whole week.
Really?
And yeah, it was, and don't get me wrong, this is weird. I've only met one other person in my entire life who also had to do this. And they were not from my state. I had to do it. There was a whole week we had to do roller skating. And like 2 days in, some kid behind me kicked my arm and broke it, which was like super cool. And as the gym teacher was walking me to the nurse, she was like, man, this normally doesn't happen this early. And I just thought that was a crazy statement. And so anyway, a couple days later, some kid broke his leg, and I broke his leg. I mean, like literally snapped it clean in half. It was a really bad break. And they stopped having people roller skate after that.
The craziest thing we did was play table tennis in gym. Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Well, he's like pulling the Michael Jackson almost.
That he's actually not pulling the Michael Jackson. Moonwalk's a very different thing. Do you know apparently the new Michael Jackson movie's a part 1 of 2?
Oh, really? Is it like a hologram AI sort of thing?
No, they have an actor playing him.
Oh, I no, it was a genuine question. Like, I don't know, because I know they can do a lot with like the AI stuff, can't they? I sound so old. They can do a lot with the AI stuff. Like, what am I even saying?
But no, there is a real actor. Not to spoil potentially any big Jackson movie fans. I've not seen it, but yeah, apparently there's gonna be a part 2. You think they're just gonna call it Jackson?
I mean, I don't know. Jackson 1, Jackson 2.
Because the first one's called Michael.
Oh, okay.
So then like the second one could be like Jackson. That's a free one. I don't know who makes that movie, but they can take that.
Guess who is the biggest Michael Jackson fan in the talent team?
Ooh, that's actually a good question. I really like Michael Jackson. It's not me, but I do really like Michael Jackson. I feel like
And by
Tim's the
biggest,
safe
I
bet.
mean, at their engagement party, I have distinct memory of them dancing and singing to Michael Jackson songs, like as like almost a bit of a performance.
It's gotta be Tim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So, either way, we will be back after this break, as unfortunately it's still going. So we'll see you back with more Michael Jackson conversation right after this. All right, well.
No, I think that's meant to happen. That is honestly meant to happen. No, it's not going to happen. I was coping. So we've had two very different well, I don't know. My understanding was that we were going to come back to the game. They were going to replay the round with Bino absent, and then they were going to sub in a coach for the next round. I thought that was the call, but it seems as though it has been different.
Well, I do want to correct the record real quick. Actually, two other people in my life had to roller skate in gym. Two of my friends.
Okay.
I was inaccurate earlier. Oh. So now, okay. So I guess your understanding was correct. We will actually be playing out this round.
I mean, the thing is, we've just got to get the game underway. We unfortunately, as bad as it is with internet issues, we just can't sit around all night. There's 3 games to play tonight, and we got to get running through them. And it isn't fair to anyone involved. Least of all, 1 of 30, but 5 fears as well. So 3 versus 5. Surely we will see 5 fears try and narrow that lead again by a round here in round number 7. Reminder for everybody. First 6 rounds, 1 of 30 came out 4-2 on top. 5 fears, despite their impressive attacking win percentage inside of the regular stage of Kickoff, have struggled so far tonight. But this is their chance to redeem themselves on that defensive side, and with a pretty hefty advantage. This should just be a formality.
Ooh, perhaps not though. That could have been crazy. Now it seems like it might just be a formality, as this one will be a bit tricky to get the line around Forest. Imagine a lot of defenders can now swamp him. But this could also be a moment where this is a serious do not troll comm right now. Don't want to risk throwing something like this away. Trying to pre-fire on the class shield. Ooh, good shot by Silo, but C4 will land. And Fen's taken down. So, remember, the call was that they were going to replay this round even if Bino DC'd. Unfortunately, I think somebody still left, even though they technically weren't supposed to. And that meant they had to play out the round 3v5. Even though they're supposed to play it out 4v5. Now, I don't know.
Now we sub the coach in. We get Packer back in the lobby. We sub a coach in because Bino has been given, I'm guessing, I'm not an admin, so don't hold me to it, but I'm guessing the call is that Bino has been given fair enough opportunity to be able to rejoin, isn't able to maintain stable connection, and therefore it's one of 2 options, isn't it? You either substitute a player, or you I don't know, maybe 1 of 3. You substitute a player, you play 4 versus 5, or you just forfeit. Because I know there is a rule about having to field a full 5-man team. So the option here is, fortunately, 1 of 30 have got a coach, and we should be able to get that coach in. Now, I don't know about you, Lynx, and I've not given coaching any great length of thought, but this particular point in being a coach isn't really somewhere that I'd want to be. Where you're sat there now and you're thinking, I've got to go in and play with the boys and hold my own. Because as a coach, you know a lot of things, but there's a reason people are coaches and not players, right?
No, definitely agree with that. Not something that I would think that one would think that when you're hiring a coach or picking a coach, you're like, what if, hear me out, what if one of our players' internet literally implodes and we need somebody to sub in? I understand that, you are, Fabian, you are the greatest mind to ever play the game, but could you really fight against JJ? Now, Fabian obviously being an ironic example because he is a 2-time world champion. So that's why, 3-time world champion. Forgot about that. Can't make a mistake like that. But Fabian being a funny example because he actually did it. But I believe 1 of 30's head coach, I believe his name is Royce. Obviously, this is all online, but I believe they're all in at least the same hemisphere. So hopefully the ping isn't too bad.
But we're all
good.
Roy's in Mexico, or we have Piker in the United Kingdom. So I'm guessing through ping reasons, it's probably going to be Roy's. Roy's is listed as the head coach anyway. So it would make a lot of sense for them to step in and fill those shoes. But yeah, I mean, could you imagine being a player like Ashen and all of a sudden, instead of, you know, Hot and Cold and other people inside of the team sort of calling the shots, you've got Fabian in the lobby, and you're like, you're being put on a lead sort of thing. I just think it would be a little bit of an undertaking. But again, you know, for one of 30, it's to be stressed. You know, up and coming team right here, made it through Challenger Series, made it in first place as well. And now to face these sort of trials and tribulations, it really does feel like they've caught an unfortunate streak of bad luck here as we enter what is the most critical portion of Kickoff.
Well, and then we'll say to that point that, like, obviously, you know, the perfect scenario is that something like this just never happens, right? That we don't have to talk about this, and that if, you know, assuming that this Roy's will play out the whole series with 1 of 30, that, you know, this series won't have such a blemish on it. But at the same time, I think it's worth pointing out that this is not 1 of 30's only chance to qualify for the major. They are in the upper bracket semifinal. They, technically speaking, have one more shot. Now, it will be playing Shopify Rebellion in the lower bracket. So it is, don't get me wrong, it's not like they have an easy road if they end up losing here, but it is not the end for them, even if they go down, whether because or because not of this situation that we have in front of us. So we will have the head coach for 1 of 30 subbing in, and we will just continue to hang out and vibe as Fenz is trying to meditate, performing yoga, just generally
Warrior 1,
trying.
Warrior 2.
I don't know, was that either of the Warriors?
I don't think it was.
I don't think it was either. I think I know Warrior 2. Is that the one where you, like, lean forward? Oh, that was a bad descriptor. Is that the one where you, like, your, like, arms are out, like, one?
Yeah, you put your arms out, don't you?
Yeah. So, I don't know. If we want, I bet the desk probably knows what Warrior 2 is, so could we just, like, could we throw them in here? Because I don't really have any concrete yoga thoughts, but
I am some yoga.
I reckon, nah, Fox looks...
You
Fox
think
looks, Fox
I
looks
do
like he's done some
yoga? Absolutely not. I am not doing any.
You're like the active
stretch.
one of the group, right?
Wait, what?
You're the active one of the group.
Yeah, but doesn't mean I'm doing yoga.
Active
I
one
gotta
of the
think-
group?
I
What
gotta
does
think
that
of-
even
listen,
mean, though?
I respect all yoga, all Pilates and stuff like that, but the last thing that I'm going to do to spend my hour is either going into a hot, sweaty yoga
Dude,
session.
hot yoga is awesome.
No, it's not.
It is so fun.
No, it's
Okay, I didn't do
absolutely
it before
not.
this year. My girlfriend started teaching hot
I'm
yoga,
in
so
hot yoga
naturally
in
I have
Denmark
to
in my
go.
hotel room because there's no AC.
Okay,
I'm not even having fun.
Forced hot yoga is not fun, but you go in and you're just dripping,
You should
and
try
it's very
hot Pilates.
satisfying.
You should try Pilates.
Well,
Pilates is
just to be
impossible.
yeah.
Just to be clear, if I am running on a campaign for President 2028 of mandatory hot yoga, that is a cornerstone of my campaign platform. So there will be compulsory, mandatory
And
hot
you're going to
yoga.
get
So-
no votes, and it's not going to work
I
out
know
well.
Nona's going
that's
to be
not
right
true,
there
because
at the front of the line. Just
Again,
know who
I
I'm
didn't
voting
say
for.
mandatory bad. You got to know what you're walking into. If you're ready, if you're prepared, it's fine.
You don't do yoga?
Fox, I don't even know why you look at me like you don't do yoga. You just complain to us that your back hurts.
Yeah, my back does hurt.
You
Yoga
should be
might
doing some-
help.
I see
Let's
you-
see
Yoga
yoga might
downward facing
help.
dog
Yeah,
right
downward
now.
facing dog on broadcast.
Downward facing, that's not even, it's downward
How
dog.
about
It's
Warrior
both.
2? How about
It's the
Warrior
same.
1 into Warrior 2?
Well, I don't know what the Warriors are. I've seen Lax
they're a
touch
team.
his toes more times than I can count.
You have?
Yeah,
Wow.
he stretches real nice.
Well, obviously, as you can tell, we're just we're biding some time here because we are waiting to see what the situation is for these guys as they get into the
Let's
lobby.
talk about what it's like being in this situation where you're being iced out, especially
Yeah.
on the side of 5 years being down 4-2. I mean, you never want to find yourself in this situation on either side. I mean, everyone wants, you know, a fairly competitive match. No one wants to even play that recent one where it was a 5v3. And it is unfortunate that, you know, these things do happen. It's technical errors. It's ISPs. I've been in situations like that where all of a sudden it's, oh, internet's gone. Can't do anything about it. But the most important
So
thing
is Jonah.
is, yeah, I mean,
It has happened.
li-
I'm
literally-
very
You
familiar.
checked out on your lease and got a new place so you could do
yeah.
the stream. But
It's very difficult.
It's definitely important for them to get up, move around, stay composed, and you just got to accept what kind of fate throws at you at that point.
It's a mental aspect for sure, because you have to sit there and you can only you know, beat the horse, beat the bush, beat the horse. Don't beat a dead horse. That's the term. You don't want to
Just
beat the
moving
dead
on.
horse that many times because you can only talk about what you're going to do next, what just happened, so many times before you're overanalyzing it, before it gets boring. Everyone knows at a certain point what you're going to be doing. So at that point, it's just staying mentally active. Just making sure that everyone's there, maybe cracking some jokes, making sure that you're not getting ice, you got the blood flowing. That's the biggest takeaway that you need to do. You know, we've been there many times, and the best way is just, you know, everyone just laughing, saying jokes, inside jokes as best as you can to keep people mentally there.
Do you remember on Oxygen when, I mean, this isn't in the exact same scenario, but we were in Charlotte, and I had the Snapchat filter where it was making everyone's face sad, and I think we couldn't scrim because the internet was down in the rooms, but I kept going around everyone's face.
Yeah, everyone's face and making them put the crying.
Just doing anything to keep the spirits
I mean,
up,
yeah,
right?
you got to keep the spirits up. I mean, the more you sit here and dwell and just be like, oh, this is a drag, we can't play. Oh, we were up in rounds. Now, if they come back, you know, this is the only reason. No, you got to stay focused on what you can and what's within the realm of possibilities. And if it's doing whatever you're doing, or doing some yoga, or doing what, you know,
roller
Lynx is
blading,
doing,
roller
or
skating.
is doing, maybe, you know, you gotta find something.
Yeah, everyone hit the scuba. They do it. I saw that.
I was just hanging out.
I'm out
I was
of
having a
the
good time.
Yeah.
Scuba.
As you can see, we are just biding time here. Really, at the very last. Go ahead.
As someone who's significantly less online than Fox, I have no idea what the scuba is. Could you please explain to me?
It's just a dance move, and then people started doing like the AI. They take those little cats and they'd make the cat do like an AI thing, the AI dance move. And now like there's all kinds of. Oh, it started with what's that one? Zootopia? No, with the fox and the bunny.
Yeah, that's Zootopia.
Right.
That's
So
Zootopia.
people took the fox, and he was the first AI of him just doing that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know
whole new
why.
world.
I think I was team with this for 5 years. 5 years.
It's crazy.
Can
I
you,
dealt with this.
Lax, can you imagine teaming with Fox with AI swap
I
is
can
something that you
imagine.
might have to scroll through?
I mean, Fox has definitely taught me a lot too. I mean, don't let me discredit, his TikTok dances and staying on top of things. I mean, Fox has definitely taught me some things throughout our time.
You got to find a way to stay relevant, and you keep a guy like him around. You'll know.
I mean, it definitely keeps you
You'll
up
know.
to date with all the trends that are going on. I mean, whether it's ashwagandha, whether it's
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. It's good stuff.
I think this is a perfect time to step aside before things get too crazy here on the desk. We're gonna give it a few
vitamin. We're
minutes.
talking about yoga, and that's where we draw the line.
I don't know if we should talk about substances too much.
It's not a substance, it's a vitamin.
Okay.
Jonah, hit a scuba to send us off.
Don't think I
B12.
can.
Yeah, do it.
Vitamin B12, that'd be good.
Do it. Do a little.
What is it? Like that?
Yeah, look in the camera and do it.
Like that's where we draw the
Like,
line
okay,
at vitamins.
I don't know.
You're over here talking about the breakdown of a cat cleaning itself.
That was insightful.
We don't draw the line there.
That was insightful. I mean, if you could lick
Are you
yourself,
stressed?
would you not?
What'd you just say?
I'm sorry, what the hell did you just
clean
say?
yourself like a cat, would you not take advantage? And we're
No.
going to step aside for a moment. When we come back, we hope to get into this game. Thanks for your patience. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully, we'll be able to get back in the game shortly. It's still me and Ollie, slowly pushing that boulder up the hill. If you've been absent for, I don't know, like the past little bit or so, it's currently 4-2 between 1 of 30 and 5 years. 1 of 30, we're getting a lead. But of course, Ollie, we could not, well, we being Fate, the gods, whoever, couldn't tolerate that. Unfortunately, struck down Bino's internet connection. And now 1 of 30 will have to play with a coach against 5 Fears. And for 5 Fears, couldn't think of anything more beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to say that 5 Fears kind of needed it, right? We've only seen half of a game so far, half of a map. So it'd be pretty bold of us to go out there and say, you know, one of these two teams is struggling or not. I think the overarching thing in this now is obviously Bino's internet connection and the fact that they aren't able to maintain a stable enough connection to the server, and that's causing the biggest problem at the moment. As you say, 4-3 now. 5 Fears on that come up. They have 3 rounds. 1 of 30, of course, have 4. 1 of 30 did really well on that first defensive half, and 5 Fears, some that we expected them to do well was that attack, but we didn't really see it transpire. Obviously, now it's going to be a very different playing field. I believe we're still trying to get the coach in. The coach is going to be Roy's. I don't really know all that much about them. Obviously, from a player perspective, it's, you know, we can all play the game a little bit, but it's you know, you'd be silly to think it's anything other than a severe handicap going into this now, especially with the position that 1 of 30 have got themselves in with that brilliant win that they got yesterday. So it just sort of you know, makes you feel a bit bad for them, right?
Yeah, and just to again highlight kind of the stakes that are going on, this is not an elimination match, so while this did happen in 1 of 30 and that sucks, this is not like Internet DC on their only chance at making the major. They do have an extra shot even if they were to go down to 5 Fears, which it's only map 1. There's a total of 3. There's also 5 Fears pick, so there's a lot of room to go. And also with Border coming up next, as long as Royce can shoot back, there's a decent chance that Border might not go all that much worse than it otherwise would have, given how chaotic Border can be. But unfortunately, we do not have the players back just yet, so we will have to take another break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Clubhouse right after this. And we've got the game for you, thankfully. Now, obviously, of course, must address. Unfortunately, while we are back, Ollie, 1 of 30 will actually have to play out with a 4v5 for the rest of at least the map, potentially the series as well. It's, of course, nothing that I think anybody's particularly happy with, including and most of all 1 of 30, especially since they currently see themselves up 4-2.
4-2, eh? I'm guessing that the 7th round didn't stand.
10 seconds left.
I suppose not.
Okay, well, I mean, it is what it is. It's a similar landscape, right? I believe that we will have had to repick the same bomb site at least, which we have done. That's a tick in a box. I'm going to be real. I can't remember the exact operators, but I do remember there being a clash. So I'm going to say that everyone's picked the right op, and let's just get underway and not allow any further delays in this one. Obviously, unfortunate for 1 of 30, and I guess, you know, we will cover the game through the lens that we see it, and that is that they are going to be a man down. So it's going to be big praise on to 1 of 30 for things that they still managed to do well in this circumstance. And, you know, big criticism on the side of 5 Fizz for any mistakes they make, because these should all be winnable rounds. However, something that I would draw attention to is the fact that throughout the first 6 rounds of play, 5 Fizz got the opening pick in every single round bar 1, so 5 out of those 6. And yet they still only managed to win 2 rounds. So even with the advantage links, they're not all that. You know, it's not like they were tearing away when they had that advantage. I think more of the mental aspect of going up 4 versus 5 is something to consider in this. So we will see how the game develops. At least for now, we've got a good push over through that top side. There's maybe a thought from 1 of 30 that they want to try and move quite speedily through the map here.
You get that vibe, especially as they start creeping into construction. See Mike W going for a bit of a lurk there, trying to test what presence there is over by the logistics side. Close B on the Logi wall to allow Mike W to drone, but C4 will fly out of the gym window, and 1 of 30's few remaining players, 25% of them will go down to it. Not even from the player inside of gym. That's currently JJ on the Azami, holding down on the weight rack. Losing some B is the key utility when you need every advantage you can get. There's no room for error for 1 of 30 at the moment, so Mike W push deeper, spots 1 prone on the floor. Just 1 more kill to level this up half and half, but unfortunately, Snake swinging down will find Packer. And so next up, as the shield, is that like 3 people all around the bathroom or the top of main stairs? 5 Fears all basically stacking on top of each other in one part of the site and slowly begin their comeback.
It's, well, slowly is one way of describing how tonight has gone, and 5 Fears are going to want to try and speed things up. Of course, reminder, this is a best of 3. There are 3 maps if we so need them. We will at least see 2. Clubhouse, of course, the map that we are in, and Border is the next map in the series. Now, again, I'm not sure if there's going to be any sort of delay in between this map and Border. If we are going to try and get somebody extra in for 1 of 30, time will tell. Back upstairs. 5 Fears so far have avoided going down to the basement, and instead they are going to be giving us a bit of a tour of this top floor. Double electrification banned, so everything should be fairly straightforward to get open here for 1 of 30. But again, it comes down to that age old, and we're going to sound like broken records here, Lynx. You know, have they got sufficient manpower to really, you know, open everything up? I understand that they've won rounds 4v5, but it's missing that utility. That's the key factor, isn't it? Because someone can die on an open pick, and their utility is still placed, it's still used, it still has impact. They don't have that.
Out to defuse a bomb.
Well, especially when you look at, you know, some lineups that attacking teams will bring, where there's no core like powerful or cheesy operator being brought by the attack, but they make up for it in the aggregate, right? Like, you know, the operator lineups I'm talking are about when it's like, you know, 1 or 2 hard breachers, a Cappy Tau, some kind of vertical destruction. You know, what I would say is kind of like a baseline standard Rainbow Six style operator lineup. But you can't really get away with that when it's only 4 players, because there's just something powerful you're missing that is going to make a bad situation worse. Like, you can get away with, you know, maybe weaker utility when you've got 5 players who can all work towards the same vision, but, you know, when you're in a situation like this, you've got to bring at least a Grim and a Deimos just to give yourself some kind of advantage, and beyond that, it just gets really difficult. Ooh, but spotting 1 player. Packer, not even his fault. Boris just pushed a little far up, and I don't think Packer can physically look down further than that. Another unfortunate start is 1-30 keeps trying to get a leg up on 5 Fears and is just, again, continuously thwarted by this defense.
Bit of a shame for Packer because I think the intention and the idea was there, wasn't it? They had good info. They knew exactly where Forest was. Weren't able to convert on it. One of those horrible, awkward angles. Ooh, bit of a lack of info here. Snake tucked into Jim. We'll find one onto Mike. Bees or not, it isn't going to matter. As this is again likely going to be a lockout round. Minute and a half remaining for Wolfsburg and Silo to try and make something happen. I know that somebody is inside of construction, but with Snake picking up his second, JJ collecting the final kill. 5 Fears have leveled themselves up here.
Tied the whole game. Second time that has happened, as the first one, both teams traded around back and forth on Basement and Gym respectively, and now as 5 Fears net 2 in a row, this will be the second time neither team has a clear lead. Basement will be the next bomb site on the rotation for 5 Fears, as obviously, I was going to say obviously, they have fixed their opening kill pick, but they're still continuing to get them. It's just the conversions that are obviously a bit easier now that they're starting inherently with a 5v4. Defense setups are also, I will say, not doing 1-30 any favors. I mean, 5 Fears these past couple rounds have thrown Azami and Mira and some combination of Clash or Castle at the attack, and that requires a lot of utility. So going back to my point about the inherent downsides of having one less player, aside from the fact you only have one less player, you kind of have to bring a lot more of those super powerful operators to give yourself an advantage, like Snake and Grim, Deimos and Grim, that sort of thing. And that might mean you have less of an ability to open up a mirror window, to break down the castle barricades, or deal with those Kiva barriers. Because if you take a look at this lineup right now, only one player has a DMR. Well, 2 players now have a DMR. The trade out is you lose a Grim. And wouldn't that be nice utility to have to even things up? Oh, and he's got a shotgun, so
Ooh.
it's doubly wrong for me.
Yeah, I think for me as well. Especially with the position that the F2's in at the moment. Like, it's quite literally the best gun in the game. Sometimes we see teams that run both a Twitch and a Snake just in order to get as many of them in the lineup as possible. Mike W's found himself in a bit of a curious spot. Dropped oil pick quite early, but I think that 5 Fears know exactly where he is, hence the Kiva barricades over toward his direction. It's nice the way that 5 Fears are playing this, by the way. They're not looking to roam, they're not looking to contest, they're just instantly consolidating. That could be a bit of a problem when you give so much map control over, though, and especially when your opponent gets the opening pick. Mike W takes Fens out, levels things up 3-3. Now with the amount of map control that has just been given over, there's a very real possibility for 1-30 to try and work something here. This vertical, we all know how powerful it can be.
Yeah, it's an exciting situation in which 1-30 might have a much better shot just because of that early lurk by Mike W. Of course, with the vertical destruction you have, it's going to be a bit slower just because of the nature of the sledge. Love this safe form of Selma breaching that we're seeing from Wolfsburg. Don't give up. It's not an advantage, but it's at least some kind of hope, something. Quick play in with the shotgun by Silo. Flashbangs in to facilitate the entry. It's a big trade by 5 Fears. You can see 1-30 are not letting anything slip, but JJ creeping around the corner. Wolfsburg with a double spray. And now Snake in a 1v2. 5 Fears might not get any lead whatsoever as 1-30 have played this, I mean, just about perfectly, starting in the 4v5. Great idea with the flashbang and the shotgun, but just as Wolfsburg lined the 2 up. Snake has a good idea of where these attackers might come from. Spotted on the drone. We'll take it down. Still wandering around the site. C4 briefly ripped as the flashbang goes through. Ready for the drop-down moto, but it won't find much of anything. Glasses around the corner, but only one flashbang left to speak of. And there we have it! Mike W threads the needle, and 4v5 be damned. 1-30 maintain their lead.
This is shaping up to be a fairly interesting match for a lot of different reasons right now. 1-30 holding the line at the moment. The first 6 rounds of this game might come to be more important than we first realized. If the basement is a site that is unable to be locked in by 5 Fears, they have a little bit of a problem on their hands. Potential for an overtime. That's not anywhere that any of these players want to be at the moment. 1 of 30 included within that. If they're going to win, they want to win in regulation. Back up to the top floor we go then. This was fairly no nonsense. It was fairly straightforward hold from 5 Fears, but a lot of it did hinge around the clash, which has now been removed by 1 of 30. So JJ and the clash inside of Cash, inside of CC, isn't going to be a factor this time. He's switched over onto the mute instead. You have a Thorn in play, so a little bit of trap potential. And quite a bit of sort of anti-walk-up, anti-walk-in gear getting sent down as well. Of course, got the laser gates, got those Malusi Banshees, and the Thorn to a degree, all of which just great tools in stopping players from just walking in and taking space. And I imagine the space that is going to be contested is again going to be over toward this CC and Cash side. Straight in from Mike W.
I mean, why try and switch up a good thing, right? Was able to find the initiative last time by dropping down Oil Pit. And we could do something here. Highest rated player on 1 of 30. And certainly a player that I personally was very excited to watch inside of the NAL. Has been making a lot of good waves in T2 and Challenger Series. A moment like this, you need a player like that. You need to squeeze their potential for all it's worth. Only 2 rounds away from a regulation. Even if it's 2 flukes, that is enough just to get your opponent's pick, by the way. And Border coming up. I mean, it's a 4v5. It's not great, but maybe too early to start hoping, but something might happen. Volsper creeping up. Another 4v4 to start as Silo. Massive frag on a Forest, and Volsper finds another! Just Dome's rival holding the angle, hard scoping for 8 years, it felt like. And 1 of 30 haven't just narrowed. They've advantaged. They have a 4v2!
JJ and Fens now in a real tough spot. Fens caught out on the death mark tracker. JJ going to move up, try and play this A-bomb chassis. Probably feels like he needs to extend here and get a pick because he knows that the pressure is just going to be too much. There's a double man advantage. It's a 4 versus 2. Being droned inside of bedroom. C4 could be massive here, especially onto those windows.
Ooh. Oh, but Fens lines everybody up inside of Logi, pack her down in the process, and a 4v2 shifts hands just like that. No nades to rely on. It's just Mike W's got to make it work. A little bit of a line on the player top main, but Diffuser not only inside of Logi, but trapped, spotted on a BP. Seems like they might have an opportunity, but slowly trudging his way through the Banshee. Give information to 5 Fears. It's a close shotgun around the corner. Such limited ammunition. Gotta face a shotgun of his own on the opposite side. Put to 2 HP and then nothing. 5 Fears. A recovery. Shocking as it is to say. Down 2v4. 1 of 30 didn't drop a single body before that point.
I mean, even then with that round, 5 Fears, it's mixed feelings, isn't it? Because yes, you can be happy that you won the 2 versus 4 and Fens and JJ played really well to be able to facilitate that. But you've got to question, how did it get that bad in the first place? How did they lose 3 bodies with nothing in response? If 1 of 30 had had a slightly better push there and not just all tried to barrel in through logistics, it would have been a very different story. It was time to take your foot off the gas, hit that reset, send somebody up main stairs, get somebody on the windows, send someone through Condor, pinch them from all 4 sides. You can't be, you know, as 2 players, you can't look everywhere. You can't be holding multiple angles. When you all sort of funnel into one area, same way that 1 of 30 did, the result is usually the same.
10 seconds remaining.
Big round for 5 Fears to keep things level here. Neither team really giving the other an inch at the moment. It's great to see how hard 1 of 30 are fighting despite the odds.
I mean, it is highly impressive, and I mean the sheer possibility that this could be 6-4 and the round looked like that up until the 4v2. It not only speaks immeasurably for 1 of 30, but just speaks to that this match is far from over. I mean, it's 5-5. This could still go all the way to OT. Clear. The lineup we have from 1 of 30 right here. Again, bringing operators to try and even the odds. The Ying to do their best. There's no Warden on the opposite side. So you won't have to worry about any of those glasses peering through the candelas or any of the smoke grenades that she might throw. So 130 keeps just trying to find these little ways through. Mute Jammer might trip things up a little bit. You can see, especially as we saw with the Twitch flashbang play on basement, this is a good idea to try and just run and quick with the shotgun before anybody can react.
IW again, straight in. He doesn't waste any time taking early ground. And I guess why not? Five Fears is certainly giving a lot of this map control up and looking to consolidate to just play trades, which I guess, you know, it's the right way to approach things. Ulsper, thinking about something inside of Con. Potentially waiting for his team to get into a bit of a position. Packer, likely going to drop this logistic hatch now. He has some good information on this. Second Candela going to get sent out as well. Packer's drop here needs to be impactful. Might be walking up main stairs as well. I like this much more.
Adding some different angles. Unfortunately, Packer goes down early. Puts a tough burden on the side of 1 of 30, especially as this initial con push has not worked out. Rival continuing the domination of the main stairs side. Silo hopping in, but it's actually the most dominant round for 5 years so far since the 4v5 for 1 of 30. Not a single player, I think, dropped on the 5-year side. Now the match point has finally shifted hands, though only by 1. 5 years up 6-5.
Well, Five Fears are going to breathe a small sigh of relief now, I think. It's going to be the first time in this game where they've actually held any lead whatsoever. But it's when it matters the most. They are on map point. Never really matters how you get there. People tend to only remember the result and not necessarily the journey. And for Five Fears, are primed and ready to take their own map choice here in Clubhouse. 1 of 30's map choice of Border, of course, will be coming up next. We head down to the basement for what could be the final round of Club. Although it is worth reiterating, this was a bit of a tough round for Five Fears last time we played it. It's the only map, or the only site, excuse me, that 1 of 30 have actually won on their attack so far, despite a couple of them coming quite close. I think in part due to some good early pressure in down toward Oil Pit, and Five Fears kind of giving away quite a lot of the map control.
5 seconds remaining.
I imagine that they're going to do similar again, just because 1 of 30 can't really bring it enough tools to really leverage that, although we do have Snake. Just looking for a little cheeky peek there outside of stock. He isn't going to find it, though.
And especially how we've seen 1 of 30 have an ability to get those frags when presented with them. I think I'd be careful even in the 4v5. Even if the 5 years aren't being sloppy with their gunfights, it's just 1 of 30 have showed a particular kind of individual tenacity in this second half that not only is commendable, but you actually have to worry about the defense. C4 prepped on the secret stairs. So I believe that's either Florence or Snake sitting behind a Kiva barrier. Play a little bit aggressive, have a little bit of an advantage. This 1 of 30, in all likelihood, will probably just be doing a lot of the breaching relatively uncontested for the first part of the round. I mean, 5 years, they have the utility. They have so much of a structure, as you can see. Yeah, it's just a 5-man hold on the side. And I think that's the proper read. I mean, 1 of 30 are going to have to solve these problems, but doing it down a man, especially down the utility in the process, is always going to be difficult. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
No, I agree. Absolutely. Basement on Clubhouse is one of the sites that is the most crucial, that you have as many bodies as possible up and alive. As soon as you lose one, it's like a house of cards. It can very quickly topple in front of your very eyes. And 1 of 30 are going to know this, right? They've got on good control. Should be able to get this church wall open now as well. Razor Bloom nicely baited out. C4 as the reaction. 1 of 2 that have been brought this round by Five Fears. A church wall now open. Centering a lot more around Church and Moto, but it will need a blue stairs or an oil pit element to this push. Big pick.
They keep finding them. Mike W as well, again, on basement, finding an opening 1v1. What they lack this time is the twitch with the flashbangs, no quick way in. But again, these 5-year players are constantly swinging 1 of 30. Even with a shotgun, it is just giving them opportunities that wouldn't exist otherwise. And the damage exchange between Forrest and Mike W is relatively even. Forrest might still be advantaged, but there are so many more opportunities being given to 1 of 30. 4v3 now. 40 seconds remaining. out of Bs, out of a lot of secondary utility. Rival trying to pre-fire, but these fights keep being given. And 1 of 30 are not losing them. Close around the corner with the Bailiff. Rival could easily falter to this. With 3 different attackers trapped around the corner, JJ's gotta come in and support, but no utility remaining for him either. A scattered pre-fire around the corner, but it still results in an advantage. No way this goes to OT. Down 4v5, control the other site. There is no way 5 Fears have let it slip to this point. I mean, there's a chance the game could be over if 5 Fears hadn't clutched that 2v4. Now Rival just trying to stave off overtime. How the hell have 1 of 30 done this?
The thing is, at this point, you've just got to give it to them, haven't you? Because against all the odds, they are 4 versus 5. JJ's fuming. And I'm not surprised. No tactical timeout as well, don't forget. 5 Fears used it very early on in the first half of this game because things weren't going well there either. The miracle run that 5 Fears had through the playoffs, it's starting to turn into a little bit of a nightmare here on Clubhouse.
Dude. If 5 Fears don't clutch a 2v4, 1 of 30 just won Clubhouse 7-5. I mean, if you're going into OT as 5 Fears, that is an insane thing to think about. I cannot imagine. I mean, I personally, and I'm not saying they are as well or they should as well. If I were in that situation, knowing like my own problems I have, I'd be freaking out. I'd be freaking out. I don't even put on Twitter. I don't put on Twitter. You think?
I've got a feeling this game's already all over Twitter.
Oh, I have a feeling this game is all over Twitter. Don't you worry. 5 Fears now in the difficult situation where, I mean, obviously the defense gets to kind of set the tone with what they do, but 5 Fears has to run into this defense. And, I mean, these double shields, even when they had the advantage, Ollie, even when they had a 5v4, that wasn't always sufficient. I mean, how the hell am I more...
5v4 in every round.
How the hell am I more confident in 1 of 30 now that they're down a player?
I agree. It is genuinely crazy.
Surely
Why are we peeking it? Why are we
Surely
peeking it?
not.
We know
Surely not. Oh no, dearie.
It's like a dog chasing a bone. You know, like I get that there's a player there and stuff, but you just ignore them. Like let the shield pass, cross behind the shield, and get on with the round. A couple of points of damage in onto Rival in the opening few seconds. It might not seem like a big deal, but 5 Fears are on a knife's edge at the minute. You imagine the mental head loss if they lose a 5 versus 4. Like not just a round, a map.
I genuinely could not imagine. And Mike W, I mean, pushing for more after he felt that early taste of blood against the Hibana. It's a little bit of an impact against JJ, but I think makes the wise decision for the moment to fall back. For the defense right now, because you're in a 4v5, if you try to make a consolidated push towards one position, you're gonna lose. The attack can just outnumber you. They have the 5v4. But if you can manage these hit-and-run guerrilla tactics, you can get ahead of them in the information game and make it feel about even. And I think 1 of 30 understand that really well. Even going back to that Twitch play with the flashbang in basement, I actually think 1 of 30 are playing this 4v5 extremely well right now.
They couldn't be playing it any better. That's the big takeaway. And the side swap again is just huge. It's poetic. 5 Fears onto the side that they struggled the most with, and this time we're seeing a real lack of pace. Mike W primed and ready at the midpoint of these main stairs. JJ trying to get that plant down, and Rival coming in with the first kill.
Ooh. Especially through the smoke while Silo gets one. JJ just maintains the cover, now can full shield in the process. Blitz coming in for the next one, but this is still such a close game. Packer on 1 HP though is going to put so much of a disproportionate burden on Silo, and now that he's the only one left, should be match point for 5 Fears. Moving upstairs indeed, just pre-fired by Snake. A clean execute from 5 Fears, get their second chance at match point.
And that's how the rounds should be going. Somebody needs to stand up and take the bull by the horns and really get a handle of 5 Fears at the moment. There's going to be a heck of a lot of uncertainty floating around that room. You imagine if this is a difficult situation online to be having a tough time of it. Let's be honest, we can't beat around the bush here. Five Fears are having a tough time at this game. 1 of 30. They can do nothing more than just live in the moment and make the play. You got to make the play or the play's going to make you. And so far, they've done a great job making the play. That player on your screen, Mike W, he's been a really big, impactful player throughout the whole course of the series. But I feel since 1 of 30 have got themselves onto the attack, he's consistently finding great space. 1 of 30 are going to be going back onto the attack now. What is going to be a very crucial round. Oh, no.
No.
No, no, no.
No. None of that. None of that. There's no need for that. Is Silo playing in heaven? Where is this guy?
I mean, that's bright.
Like, where is he?
He's playing in heaven.
He's in the white room from Invincible. Like, you turn off the lights and all of a sudden an entire government agency's hidden in those walls.
It's like something off Men in Black.
Literally.
That must be what it's like when you get flashed with the pen. You know, the memory pen?
Yeah, I do. Also, shout out all of Volsper's Berserk volumes. I've never read Berserk, but I want to.
Is that the red book?
Yeah, it's like the red and black books on like the middle left shelf. Not a big anime person, or not a big like manga person. That one does interest me. 5 Fears just standing up.
I mean, I will be as well. These boys have been sat down for a while now. Like, what time did we start this best of... well, it's not even... we can't even say what time did we start this best of 3. What time did we start this map?
Ollie?
Because I've got a feeling it's about 2 hours ago.
Ollie, this best of 3's been going on for 20 years. What do you mean? Yeah, it's about 2 hours ago. About 2 hours ago. About, if I were to be specific, about an hour and 55 minutes ago.
Wow. I mean, surely we should be good at this, right? Like, everyone should be getting locked in. I don't feel like 5 Fears are locked in at the moment. I'm seeing 3 empty seats.
I'm seeing shoes off. This is work.
I want bums on seats, and I want people accepting invites, getting into this lobby right now.
I want bums on seats. I want feet in shoes and hands on keyboard. That's what I want to see right now.
Yeah. Lock in. Serious lock in, com.
Serious. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. And you know, I will accept it. I will accept the severe lack of lock-in that we see if Rival slides back around the corner. And when I say slides back around the corner, I mean slides from the right all the way to the left side. I want to see like a full
I want to see them all slide in.
like Jerry no, that's a no. Like Risky Business Tom Cruise slide across the screen.
I feel like that could be a walk-on they could do. They could all slide. Literally one after another.
Do you think they would have been in the mood to do that bit had they lost 7 to 5 to 5 to 1 of 30 in a 4v5 if 1 of 30 hadn't choked a 4v2?
Can you imagine like the social team, like, we've got a really good idea for a bit, like we liked the way that we saw, you sliding around on the floor, like we'd want to, we want to try and do something with that, and they're just all looking like dead behind the eyes, like we've been going against a 4 versus 5 team and they've taken us to overtime. We just want out of here.
Well, literally what Fence was saying right now. Well, they're at least up 1 round. 1 of 30. We need to win 2 in a row, 1 on each side in order to close out Clubhouse. Which, by the way, I just want to emphasize this again. This is 5 Fears pick. Like, 1 of 30's map pick is coming up, and it's Border. All things considered, like, Border can be kind of hell. But if you can win a 4v5 on Clubhouse, I feel like you might be able to on Border. I don't know if you disagree with me, Ollie. Like, I don't have a whole lot of, like, very well-reasoned analysis supporting that, but just kind of a gut feeling. I feel like a 4v5 on Border might be better.
This game has something in it for me, Lynx, and, like, I think that at the end of the day, that 4 versus 5 element, whilst that's like one of the biggest, or maybe the biggest storyline of the whole night, when you boil it down, because no one's going to remember the pauses, they're just going to remember the fact that it was played 4 versus 5. I think that's like, it could be the juice that 1 of 30 need in some ways, because they're playing for a little bit more now. They're playing for the teammate that can't get back in. Like they're frustrated. They've got all this pressure. They've got all these things going against them at the moment. And all they can do is just perform the best they can in the moment. And also there's a little bit less expectation on them, because now there isn't the same level of expectation for them to do well. And they go from feeling pressure to maybe feeling a little bit less. And they might be able to play a little bit looser. They might be able to, you know, find a little bit more of a flow without forcing it. And then on the side of Five Fears, a game that already had quite a lot of pressure on it because they performed really well inside of the group stage. They wanted to obviously continue that performance and show everyone that it wasn't a fluke. They've now got the pressure of playing up against 4 versus 5, and they're going to feel that as well, because there is very much an expectation for them to win that.
Well, oh, I just scratch everything I said. Scratch everything. Hot off the press. Well, actually, hold on. I was going to say something.
No,
but
leave it a secret. Leave it a secret.
I want to leave it a secret. I don't want to jinx it, because the last thing I want to do is say it, and then we're in another tech pause.
Okay. Yeah, we'll keep it a secret, and
this is a time
if it happens, we'll tell you.
This is a time when superstitions come back. Do I believe in jinxing? No. Am I taking a chance on this match? No, I'm not. I am not risking it. Tactical timeout though. Into an actual real pause with stakes, with things to talk about, Ollie. And going back to your point about pressure, something I imagine that Five Fears will be addressing in that tactical timeout. The onus is on them. Just one round to close out their pick, and what a fight it has been.
Right, we've got a countdown on the screen, and it's a tactical timeout countout, so it means it's real. We know we're coming back after this. 12, 11, I won't do it all, don't worry. So, 1 of 30 can use a little bit of time now to have a discussion. I believe that it's going to be Royce that is going to be firing a lot of those shots, given that none of the players seem to be talking too much. Hopefully that is the secret sauce they need. Lynx, what's happened?
Everyone.
Final...
Everyone. He's back. He's back.
Attackers need to locate.
Fino's back in the lobby. I won't say he won't lag out because the action phase has not started. Also, he could lag out at any point. But he is back. And for the moment, we can all be happy about that. I mean, and again, I need to say it again. 1 of 30 could have ended this match had they not choked the 4v2. They would have won 7-5. That in of itself is crazy. But Five Fears have been brought to this point, have fought this hard against 80% of a team just to be up 1 round in overtime. And now Bino is back. He's going to be cold. He's going to be stressed. But the rest of his team is pumped up. You know Packer's been keeping the vibes high. You know 1 of 30 do not feel they have any pressure on them. And now, hopefully, these next couple rounds, or at least this one, this will be a real match of Rainbow Six.
I'm not gonna lie, I saw the friendly fire notification in the top right and was instantly like, oh no, he's disconnected. But no, Bino is in the lob. Let's hope, for everyone's sake, they're able to stay in for the duration of the round. 1 of 30 with a big chance here at taking this to maximum OT. And they've got a great lineup for it. Introduction of the Sens this time. I'm to try and cut off some of these lines of sight from outside and give a bit more safety to playing out on the balcony. Speaking of being cold, Rival throwing those Zoto canisters around. He's freezing it up. That means that Plat Wall is just going to take a little bit longer to get opened. There is the potential to try and do something with that from below or even from sight window. But I think it's just a bit of a util exchange that 1 of 30 are happy to take at the moment.
Snake taking a gander over at the Logi hatch. So while there is some utility inside a garage, it's not nearly as heavy as a presence as we've seen in the past. I see one player moving around the rafters at the moment, but the actual broader part of it is clear. So you can see a lot of the prep for utility they'll dump in. Only 1 set of nades, but a lot of these they can put down. Air jabs as well will go up in the corner, that I was about to say. Should pretty effectively shot by Fens, distracting a lot of his crosshairs. The air jabs will buy time to get those Bs up, and the flashbangs into position as well as they push deeper. But a defender tucked inside of Oil Pit has gone unnoticed by the attack, yet found by Volspur and Mike W as well. In fact, in that whole process, the Azami, it's only the second one to go down, I believe. It's both the Thorn and the Azami in that position, both felled by the attack.
Silo, big chance of him recoverable as well. Should be picked up. Mike W just holding onto that plat wall breach. Knows that JJ's playing at the top of these cache stairs right now. There it is, the revive coming in onto Silo. It did somewhat slow things down, but there's still 40 seconds. There's still plenty of time. 2 C4s are going to be the ace up the sleeve of 5 Fears right now. And they're going to need to try and use those to deny plants. Rival locked on to site window. The diffuser in Bino's hand. Someone has to try and make a play with this. That has to be a big drop in through Logi.
You can see Packer going for the backside. Wins a huge fight. Volspur up as well. Almost a flawless as Rival only gets one when they're down 1v5. And Bino with a double to end it. Still one more round to go, but 1 of 30 are officially back.
Just give it them all. Honestly, give it them all. 1 of 30. Back in business. Back in the lead. Or at least leveled up, should I say. Still, it feels like they're leading. With the mountain that they've climbed here tonight to get to this very point. 2 hours on Clubhouse. Crazy, crazy scenes indeed. And Bino managed to stay in attendance for a whole round as well. So we can only hope that whatever isolated ISP issue it was very simple to fix. Or even if it was complex to fix, who cares? I just want him to be stable. I want him in the lob, I want him in the game.
This is crazy. I mean, winning the fight through the flash. I mean, 5v1. With a bailiff up red stairs. Look at that. Oh, I just realized Bino's double kill was killing Packer.
We'll take it. That's just it's collateral damage at this point.
That's so funny.
I'm really nervous for 5 Fears at the moment.
I mean, what do you even do at this point?
Is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
They didn't win downstairs at all.
No.
They won it in, sorry, they won it in overtime. They didn't win it in regulation.
And by the way, didn't win it in regulation. Even when, what? I think, yeah, one of the 2 times they attacked, they had a 5v4 within the first 45 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, they were crazy on the opening pick on their own attacks, but they weren't doing anything with it, and that's why it's been so interesting to watch 1 of 30 play with 4 players, and 5 Fears still in some rounds struggle to convert it, because it's not like they're really good with working that advantage. Yeah, they can get it, and they've got some brilliant ability to get in and get that kill, but it doesn't always transpire to the round win. That's why it's so good that 1 of 30 have stayed in this fight for so long. Looks as though they've given quite a lot of map control away, which again isn't too unusual. 5 Fears have been pretty slow tonight on the attack, all things considered. They are going to be looking to move through that top floor. They've got the skeleton key, so can open up some really long angles. I like the lineup. I maybe feel like it's missing the Ying or something a bit more explosive that they can try and get in and make something happen. We've seen them attempt the plant a couple of times on this site already. It was a Monty back plant last time, and that worked out quite well for them. They haven't chosen to bring it. Instead, it's been much more of a typical full map clear, rip the floor open, and start to try and work this vert.
Still got plenty of time to convert after that too. Early firebolt usage. Just blocking off the Moto doorway as JJ looking for an angle into a site that is, generally speaking, quite open. A lot of feet holes, a lot of head holes throughout all of these walls. Of course, still a bit of time to go. The shield with this blitz, got to find a way in. Seems Forrest might actually end up going down through the hatch, maybe. Which could very well be tricky, creeping through the smoke. Bino finds a gap for a brief second, but ends up falling back into construction. Until then, JJ still looking for a way through. Moving up the main hallway as no defender looking. Catches two with their back turn. Lines them both up. Rival good with it as well. A third for JJ. It's reverse flawless, and one of 30's fortunes have shifted. And while Bino finds one, they're all gonna move straight to his position. Flashbangs out. 5 Fears close it. It's been a hell of a journey, all to win on their own map.
Winning on your own map choice should not be that difficult. You can see that 5 Fears are breathing a sigh of relief there. Forest just taking a moment. Even they can't believe how this game has transpired. All of that hardship, and eventually JJ's able to pull it out of the bag. We're gonna hit a break and we'll be back with the desk.
That might have been the worst game of Pro League I've experienced, dude.
I don't even know. That was the worst thing I've ever
Obviously, this was not the situation that anyone wanted to find themselves in today. And it's an 8-7 win, and 5 Fears can move on, but nobody on either team, nobody watching it, wanted to see a 4v5 for a couple of rounds, this many tech pauses. It absolutely has a concrete impact on the way that this game was played. Thankfully, these players can now look in the rearview mirror and say, it's over with, it's done with, and hopefully move on. But no matter what, it changes the dynamic at play.
I was going to say, it's really not that simple to put a game like that behind, especially on one end for the side of 1 of 30. I mean, you went 4-2 on the half. You had some of these rounds in a 4v5 that realistically could have went in their favor. It was just small little mistakes where probably if you have that 5th player, you're always going to look back at that. If we had our 5, what does that turn out to be? We end that map. We go to map 2 on a win, and then to go so close, they get Bino back into the server, and then to lose outright. I mean, I do want to say, kudos to them and their testament and their own mental fortitude to be able to fight tooth and nail throughout this. But it definitely stings when you get that close and have to wait that long, and then it just inevitably comes to a loss, and now you're going into your map. I mean, I don't know how I'd feel being in their situation right now. It's a tough spot to be in.
I'd be upset. I'd be mad. That being said, I do think it's more of a win for 1 of 30 than it was for 5 Fears, because the fact that they brought it to overtime in a 4v5, right, it goes to show, yes, they're going to think about it. Oh, if we had all 5, this game would have been over. We would have won it. But now you have all 5. You brought it to overtime. You really strung it out as long as possible to make 5 Fears sweat. The mental game, in my opinion, is more on 5 Fears' shoulders. They're going to be thinking, how do we even let it go to overtime? It's a 4v5. So everything that needs to be done for 1 of 30, they could have easily won it. Now they have their 5th back, and hopefully that is stable going into map 2. And I think they're in the better position for this series as a whole.
Right, and 5 Fears, as you said, did have to lock in. We overheard JJ telling the team, right, guys, we have to really focus and lock in here.
I say stop trying to 5-man bunker the basement and just fucking fight and play normal, bro. Yeah. Play normal.
We're good.
You guys don't listen to me, man. Play normal. Attack. Do you hear me? Yep. Play normal. Okay?
Sorry.
It sounds easy, but it is absolutely not. I mean, you guys have been there, right? I mean, a player down, it's so hard to play normal.
I mean, it's not necessarily playing normal. It's just you want to get the round over as fast as possible. You want to take full advantage of being in the man advantage, because if you get 1 kill, then you're in a 5v3, and that deficit keeps dropping. You're always going to play. And it's similar, a lot of players, you see it in ranked matches. Once a player disconnects, everyone just goes crazy. They want to get it over with as fast as possible, take advantage. But that's also where it was biting them in the ass, because they aren't playing strategic. They aren't playing off one another. They're just trying to go for this kill to keep the man advantage going into their favor, which ultimately, again, it got really close because they pivoted off of the style of play that they were naturally born to. So it is good on JJ to be able to reel it in and be serious and try to have everyone lock in, and thankfully they got this win. But I mean, that really could have been a disaster, and I do agree with what you were saying. The mental definitely should be on the side of 1 of 30, the showing that they have the gumption, they have everything to get it done now that they have 5. But it also begs the question, if things start to go wrong on border, do they then pivot back to what happened on Clubhouse and all of the what ifs and how that can manifest into something negative?
Yeah, it's the right message from JJ, because if you're sitting in sight again in a 4v5, you're giving the other team so many opportunities for them to get a pick as they close around the site. But on the same vein, you can't go balls to the wall, swinging everything and going for these aggressive kills to get even more of an advantage, because then you're not playing normally. So finding that sweet spot is very difficult, but the wrong messenger in my opinion, because yeah, the mental game aspect, you're getting stressed out in a 4v5. People are not locked in a 4v5, not taking it serious. Yeah, you get into a rough couple of rounds going into map 2, and then everything amounts on top of that pressure, on top of that stress. So 1 of 30, again, in my opinion, I think they're in a very good spot going into map 2.
We can hope that this kind of transition into map 2 is a reset button for Bino's internet, for the mental of both of these teams, and we can hopefully get smooth sailing for the rest of the day. Hopefully, we're going to get this match underway in just a moment. Stick around. We'll be right back.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber.
Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! Got another one for Solotov. Information from the Bees. It goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He only has a few seconds. Stick it, Ness! Stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC, Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does, as they win the Mexico Major.
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find us more conflicted about a team coming out of a map they just won. Ali, 5 Fears, 8-7 on their own pick. But most of those rounds they won were in a 4v5, them being in the 5. And there's a very real chance that 1 of 30 might have won it outright had they not choked a 4v2. And going into map 2, I mean, for 5 Fears, that's still got to be weighing on their mind.
Absolutely. You know, 2 rounds there that were won 4 versus 5 right from the outset. It seems like the social voters has got a little bit further behind 1 of 30 as well. I think we're around 60% going into map number 1, but you guys watching at home have obviously seen what these players are capable of, even in the most dire of circumstance. 8-7. I mean, there's a few games really that really stand out in my mind, but I know that that is a map of Siege that I will remember for a long time, Links, for all the right reasons and a lot of the wrong ones. 5 Fears. Is it a confidence booster winning the first map? It was definitely a weird one. I think that's maybe putting it mildly. And coming into this, they've really got to reset that mental and acknowledge, right, GG, 0-0, we go again, win map 2, or even win map 3. Who knows? Like, there's a decider thrown in there for a reason. 1 of 30. They know it's a best of 3. They know that they have chances here tonight, and they know how close they were able to come on their opponent's map choice. Down 4 versus 5. I don't think they're going to be feeling it too out of the race just yet.
No, I don't think they are at all. In fact, I know somebody who wants to get right back into that race is Bino. Obviously, DC for most of last map. Made it just at the end. Though only won one of the 2 rounds he was actually present for on the backside. Is at least going to be much more of a presence here. Knock on wood, asterisk. Let's hope he actually is. Going forward, as we have on Border, it can be a bit more chaotic, a little bit more crazy than we might otherwise see on Clubhouse, but at least with the bans, I don't think they'll be all too surprising. I mean, we commented, Ollie, that a bit surprised that 1 of 30 left up as many shields against 5 fears than we thought, and well, right here we've got both Blackbeard and Blitz taken down right out the gate.
And the intention is a lot clearer this time, isn't it? It's to allow the Monty, if the Monty wants to be brought, but we are just instead going to heavily target the shields, and you can afford to do that on Border. The hard breach is it's kind of more given, it's a lot less impactful, and you can really pick your lane a little bit more. And the shields are a big part of 5 Fear's game plan. Not to say that they're a crucial part, I think that they can do well without shields as well, but it is a tool that they really like to try and use. With that being said, it has also made way for a lot of other fun toys to be brought out, specifically the Grim, Deimos. You've got a Ying option if you want it. Plenty to be going along with. The Flores drone there is sent in. Already we've got Rival at the top of these east stairs. Forest on the roof with the diffuser. He's playing Thatcher. This target is going to be those electrical devices and looking to try and use that EMP from the roof. Disable some of these mute jammers, allow some clear lines of droning to be done through that top floor as his team start to work through. Fens, big player from the previous map, and this time on the hunt. I think he knows that somebody's inside. Gets the info on the drone, knows it's the Goyo. It's going to be target number 1.
Not the first player to go down, though. There's Snake on the opposite side, but a quick pre-fire around the corner levels things. Just an easy little 1v1 for Fens right there. Not a whole lot to worry about either. Silo put to low HP. Retreat facilitated by Mike W, who got that first pick just about 20 seconds ago. And that's CCTV cleared. Some more players to find. Volsper, good for it. JJ maybe venturing a bit too deep into CCTV. You're a bit further than he thought. And he ended up getting away with. So now with a minute to go. 5 Fears have some options. Ooh, Forest. Big trade catching Volsper behind Fountain. That'll facilitate the entry into the east side, but no clear advantage for anyone just yet.
Rival still playing around these east stairs. He hasn't made much progress in clearing out Office and Fountain. It looks like they may be light on a little bit of information as well. We need Fens to get in there and start scanning with the death mark. He's got everybody available. Next target is looking like the Cade, but the Cade is going to be stood in a mute jammer, so you're not going to be able to place that death mark to a player stood inside of a mute jammer. Really, for 1 of 30, this is just about holding on. You know roughly where these players are going to be coming from, and there's options for nice 1v1s. Mike W picks up 2, makes for 3 on the round. Rival a little bit late to the party here.
I mean, very late to the party. What? Able to find 1. No diffuser, though. Fight to the next, though, and around the corner. Very real 1v3 right here, though. Shotgun Bino pressing that advantage. Wisely so, but at long range, he's good for it. Back with a vengeance. Gets the first round for 1 of 30. A clean 1v1 to start.
The game stays close here. 1 of 30. And Mike W specifically. Brilliant opening round. Silo, scrolling TikTok. We all good? Like, we've just got a major qualification game on our hands and we're sat scrolling phones. Like, come on, lock in!
Hopefully we do. Hopefully we get them locked back in. No need to get... Listen, we already had enough stuff earlier taking away the momentum, knocking us out of it. There's no need to start trying to scroll through some short form content. Love this 1v1, by the way. Just like, and when I say I love it, I mean, it was just satisfying to look at. Just like all the shots hit, nice little spray. This next one's crazy, though. Oh, we actually didn't get to see it. But that Mike W 2-piece was kind of insane. I have no idea how he kills Forrest, then swings out to get the guy on Armory Balcony. Really impressive. And while good attempted 1vx from a Rival right there, yeah, I mean, shotgun around the corner is just going to be a difficult thing to win. Don't really blame him for that one. Situation that's never going to favor him. Next side up, the Ventilation Workshop for 1 of 30. will have a bit of an extension on the top floors. You typically have to defend most of the map, no matter the site on border. There will be quite a bit more utility to cut through, I think, for 5 Fears.
Yeah, 5 Fears are going to be forced into this full map clear, like you say. It's border, it's expected. CCTV, Armory, Office, East Stairs, all big areas you kind of need to take control of at some point as an attacker. Packer again on this very solo play style. Downstairs on the Solace.
Step back!
Now the Solace, of course, performs multiple tasks here. Not only can you search out for some electronics that are being actively used, but you're also going to be able to see when that plant is going down. And he's just keeping a good eye on things in and around that front door at the moment, with a chance at trying to affect onto what's happening upstairs as well. He does have an impact, so maybe try and assist a little bit, but main job for the time being is going to be locking down at that front. JJ tanks a razor bloom there, I can only think, because we hear one go off at the same time he loses a decent chunk of his health. There is a player inside of CC that is kind of struggling to be dealt with at the moment. 5 Fears. It's not like they've got a straight, clear plan of how they want to deal with these players, and they're sort of giving them quite a bit of space right now.
Mike W giving 5 Fears the business at the moment. Snake taken out early once again. JJ also on low HP. This defense holding out quite strong. 5 Fears facing a lot of difficulties in the first half. This is where 5 Fears had the easier time on Clubhouse. It was the conversions that were always an issue, but they could, of course, get the 5v4. We've mentioned that quite a bit of times. But even in a very well-coordinated way, setting up crossfires, cutoff angles, pinches. Really good stuff on Clubhouse. So far on border, 1 of 30 have had the better of them both rounds now in ways that weren't particularly close, aside from that 1v1 between Fens and the player inside of Customs. It's been the defense with the better positioning, the better angles, and the better play through and through. Right up to the door of the site for 5 Fears. And all of the defense has reacted accordingly, trying to play retake and hold these vertical angles. Silo with a huge pick. JJ still thinks he has an advantage to creep in as Castle and the Mute go for the retake. Bino will lose his life in the process, and JJ gets the diffuser down successfully. Vertical angles not effective in netting that one, but a huge triple by Packer and a massive comeback by 5 Fears. Forced in a 1v4 needs to win all of this on that long angle, and you know the defenders are about to be swinging him left and right. There's the first. Able to find it, but a long arm around the corner. I mean, the round is quite literally done. There is nothing Forrest can do.
My W, MVP at the moment for 1 of 30. Brilliant from 1 of 30. Just baiting it in. Look, if you want to drop and try and get the plant down, that's fine. We can just play retake. They still had full control of office upstairs. They still had full control of bathroom. Easily able to transition down, drop bathroom hatch, and make a play from there. Yeah, sure, the plant goes down. There was 2 people inside of the site, 2 people inside a workshop, and neither of them really able to get out or do anything. There's maybe a call for Forest to get on the window a little bit sooner so that they're able to cut off and to stop those players from affecting from bathroom into workshop. But when the wall's soft like that, there's so many different options. 5 Fears continue to struggle on the attack here. This has been their favored side by far throughout regular kickoff. 81.9% win rate. And now you start to think, was it an easy group? Were teams playing inside of group stage a little bit differently to the playing now when it's actually playoffs on the line and it's actually a spot at the Salt Lake City Major? Have 5 Fears potentially been lulled into a bit of a false sense of security because we are not seeing the same success that they had earlier transpire into this series? And I know that it's been a weird series, but again, that's part of being a professional. That's part of competing at this level, is you've got to be able to separate all of that.
Bomb located by attackers.
You have to find a way to separate all that. I mean, especially at this point, this deep. Well, I mean, I say this deep into the series. It really only 17 rounds into the series in the grand scheme of things. But all the way on to map 2. Got to start making it at this point, especially now as we potentially get into well, we will have a bit of a site rotation right after this. 1 of 30 will attempt their last go before they can have the option to retry some things. Customs will be the final one they could attempt, at least in this first 3. We got a Pulse on the board. An M10 brought by Packer. Try and get some nice verticality. Maybe contest the CCTV or the armory positions. And finally, we have the Monty actually enter the fray. First time, I think, so far this map, we've seen the shield, despite being unbanned for 5 Fears. 5 years understanding that their normal way or their attempted way of breaking through these, like, you know, these defensive setups, Ollie, it just hasn't worked. It's just not worked at all.
No, they're pulling back an old faithful, aren't they, JJ, on the Monty? Aka did try and hide the pulse inside of the prep phase as well. Mike W primed and ready just in the bottom of customs there. C4 going to go out from Bino. It's quite a hefty C4 lineup this time. Mike W sent his flying as well, so Aka really the only one with a C4 now to try and work off the back of that information. But even if he's just able to determine which side the push is primarily coming from, give his team a good piece of information. Silo tucked in at the moment to office. There is going to be presence inside of East stairs, so just need to be cautious because a Monty bearing down on you whilst you're an Oryx is not the nicest thing. So we'll get himself out of there and out of there quite quickly. No could be called, but that isn't going to interrupt pulse on the scanner. Packer has found his first target.
The Monty, no less. Be special prey to find, especially if he could land this C4. Who, on the opposite side of the wall, will go off, but only does negligible damage to JJ. Silo with a big kill, helping out the Pulse in a tricky situation, barreling him down. Ooh, that's just great coordination by 1 of 30. Excellent use of the Rima dash as well. Not an interaction we see all too often anymore, but JJ will get a painful reminder of its lethality. 5-3 and 1 of 30, looking in a good position to win 3 in a row as basically all of the attack is isolated on the east side of the map.
The teamwork there from 1 of 30 is just fantastic. Rival will find Silo eventually, but it's a very late trade and it doesn't do anything to even out the advantage. Packer and Silo working as a little 1-2 punch there, information and covering fire has worked fantastically.
Ooh!
Snake is able to move through. I thought that Packer would be a little bit more cognizant that someone could just swing around the corner there. He was trying to watch the diffuser. He has been caught out. He was trying to watch it on his own and didn't have necessarily the support from his team. That's opened the door. It's 3 versus 3, but there's only 17 seconds.
Only 17 seconds, and a player like Volsper in this position could be perfect. Late getting the cams, forced, only 10 seconds remaining. Not sure how useful that'll be, but it might give something. Not around the corner, though. As one player gets clotheslined by Volsper, running up through beepers. It's a quick 3-piece to finish for the rest of 1 of 30. 3 rounds in a row, a flawless site rotation, and 5 Fears at risk of being shut out of border.
The priority just looks a little bit strange from 5 Fears, doesn't it? I come back to something that JJ was saying in one of the recorded pieces, you know, one of the pieces that where we get a bit of a listening from the team, and he was saying play normal. I just don't feel like they're playing their normal Siege at the moment. It's like they're trying too hard. The clock's against you. We don't really need to be hacking the cameras at that point. We need to be either pushing for the kills or getting the diffuser down. And you're in a 3v3. You don't really know where everybody is, so do you really want to start, you know, spreading far and wide to try and get the kills? You probably need to try and force the plant and make your way into sight. I mean, this bit of teamwork, just beautiful. Big kill from Snake to try and make something happen there. They just never dealt with detention. They'd never dealt with anyone inside a small supply downstairs. It was, again, just a strange round. It feels as though 5 Fears aren't playing their normal brand of Siege right now.
Certainly feels that way, and we'll see how it goes after we have a new set of bans. 5 Fears taking down the castle, which maybe that'll help. Volsper has played it 3 times in a row, but I think to your point, Ollie, I think the problems that Teams 5 Fears are encountering are a bit greater than one operator right now. It's not just the castle barricades seem to be an issue. It might complicate things, but it's even how they're coordinating in these important moments, you know, with 15, 10 seconds remaining, how they're working around these clears. I mean, sure, the Oryx is a bit of a surprise, but still getting caught out like that and getting caught out repeatedly 3 rounds in a row by 1 of 30. I mean, opening picks, uncontested, no trades from 5 Fears. Mike W also 7-1 at the moment. Just everything. I can't say enough about this defense right now. Can't say enough good things about 1 of 30. And you know, it's moments like this where if 5 Fears start losing more rounds, you're starting to think about how close Clubhouse was, starting to think about how not close border is. And things can get real shaky at that. This is a must-win round for 5 Fears. If not this, then the next turn.
It really is. And I mean, it's early days, isn't it? You know, we've seen half of a side, should I say. Cafe starts to feel like quite a likely scenario. Flamed out on the catwalk. Volsper going to be caught in the line scan as well. Just want to move. really lost too much HP to that, but they are sending the kitchen sink at him right now. Fortunately, he can drop. There is a player inside a passport, but Packer's also here for the assist. Again, a good example of the teamwork that's being shown right now. JJ has to rappel all the way down on the Spider-Man angle just to get one back as trade, and Packer's still laid prone inside a passport. Rival's good for the clear up though. JJ on the double down. Finally, we might start to see things going 5 Fears way.
Definitely a huge commitment by Packer that gets punished by 5 Fears. And JJ also good with the swing, turning around. Mike W, I mean, at that point, you feel like you have to start working back a pick. Mike W feels that pressure. Unfortunately, not able to meet the moment. So Silo, 1v4, spotted on the drone. That means the attack knows both sides are clear. Ooh, good swing. Good anticipation of that position. Could even rotate all the way back into Armory now and get by before anybody can get all that information. Spots another. Surely not. Surely not. One player all the way over on the east side. The other moving through break. He's got a hell of a long angle for this one. With a minute to go. Players are separate. They're going to start giving engagements. Silo finds another. Does he want another bite at the apple? Yes, he does, but he wins it. Silo, unfortunately, not good enough for the 1v4, but certainly good enough to give us a show in the latter half of that round.
There was a little chance, wasn't there? It's high time we saw 5 Fears put one up, though. They've spent a good portion of border on that back foot, but eventually able to throw one over. Opening kill, by the way, so far for 1 of 30 has been a really good stat. Something they struggled quite a lot with over on Clubhouse, but they've definitely got a better handle of it here on border. The opening pick in every single round so far, only failing to convert that last round. Big kill from Rival as well. When you look at it, again there, it was quite a nice little shot being placed through. Obviously, we get to see it on the reverse. Down to ventilation and workshop for round 5. Are 5 Fears able to chain a few together now and start to make this a little bit more of a contest? This attacking side so far today has been a little bit of a problem. 1 of 30. I don't think they're going to be feeling too much pressure right now. Again, going to be rocking plenty of information. Packer going to be playing the Mozzie this time. And Vulsper over on the Solace. I believe Solace was played by Packer previously when we saw this side, but it has been switched around a little bit. I love the role that Packer facilitates on this 1 of 30 team, because he really just plays in, quite an isolated way, but the team is ready to sort of drop everything to assist and support him at a moment's notice. And we've seen that demonstrated already with plays like him and Silo downstairs in the bathroom. Just seems to be a really useful tool that 1 of 30 have got in their kit belt at the moment, because the rest of the team can kind of hold their own as well. And Packer's usually guaranteed some sort of impact, whether that's time wasting, getting a kill, soaking up a ton of utility. They'll usually hit one of those metrics in the round.
See if he hits one here, as unfortunately his C4 goes wide out on the courtyard balcony. There's 2 more for 1 of 30 in their back pockets. So hopefully all good. Big run out by Vulsper. Ooh, but a bit too far away, unfortunately. Tucked around the corner. Bit hard to tell, based on that Specchio scanner, so no harm, no foul.
Swamping back.
Doesn't deal any damage, doesn't lose any health in turn, so not a whole lot to worry about for the defense at the moment. 2 players spotted by the E1D, though. So it seems like 5 Fears not really in a position to capitalize off of any of that information. They know very clearly, as we can all see, 3 different defenders are around this top floor. And the Monty is just outside, ready to push in, ready to put some pressure down on these defenders, but nobody's supporting him. Nobody actually has angles into this building. In fact, the only player who has an angle is Mike W looking through the smoke at JJ. 5 Fears actually really don't have much of anything at the moment.
They've got a little bit of map control, haven't they? The border's a small map, so time is a little bit more less important. JJ can start to move through now. There's going to be a player tucked inside Archives. Snake. He has the reinforced wall ahead of him, so can't really shoot that open to get an idea of what's going on in Armory. And I don't think anyone's really pressured Armory wall either. There is always going to be a concern that you're going to be a little bit vulnerable from that side, but with the way that it's being played, less so. Kills flying in though. Packer has to try and move through. JJ on super low HP. He was trying to get the kit down, and he's still going to be tucked inside of the site here. His teammates trying to support him vertically, but it's just not good enough. Bino with a C4, Silo grabs a kill, and Fens left upstairs, high and dry. Finds one with the pistol of all things, and is given chance to reload. With that diffuser cold in the sight, all the 2 remaining defenders have to do is keep a close and eagle eye on it.
Especially with 2 shotguns, super short in a primary. It's going to be a difficult one for Fens to work through. Double crossfire, though. Info on the left side of it. Still peeks right. Ooh, a bit unfortunate by Fens right there. Looking the opposite way. Maybe heard a sound cue or something, but ends up walking directly into that 1v1 unaware. 4v1 right now for 1 of 30, and seems like 5 Years ended up springing a trap as they moved into that site. JJ moves in to put the diffuser down, and then immediately has... This guy is always on his phone. JJ immediately... like, I'm sorry. He's always on his phone. It's just so funny to me. JJ does react very quickly. Gets off the diffuser. But then at that point, well, unfortunately, as you can see, we've got a guy with the C4 up top. We've got the vertical angles we've had the whole time, and the rest of the defense immediately floods in and starts taking fights from the players who are scattered, but still trying to get in the position to defend the Monty. Very good secondary plan, or even potentially primary win condition by 1 of 30 there to play the retake, to get those kills and to completely ensnare 5 Years as they move into the site, and JJ, I think, being the ultimate victim in that situation. 3-round lead over 5 Years at the moment, and 1 of 30's pick is going about as well as you could otherwise hope.
Again, a really weird focus to get in the plant down there. They'd not cleared top floor sufficiently, and they'd not really cleared the side sufficiently either, because we still had a site player tucked into workshop. So, kind of just like a bit of a halfway house between doing everything and maybe just trying to force it. The attacks so far tonight on Border and on Clubhouse have been pretty strange from 5 Fears. That much is clear. We will move to the final round of regulation for 1 of 30 on their defenses, though. A side which they have seen great success on. Downstairs to tellers and bathroom.
Let's move.
Similar amount of information being played. This time, instead of where we've seen a Pulse previously, it's going to be a Valkyrie. Pack is actually going to bring in the Cade as well, so those hatches are just going to be a little bit more painful to get open. It's going to force a Thatcher pick, and if you look what Forrest was on, he was on the Dokkaebi, so you could argue that that's quite a worthwhile forcing of bringing a Thatcher. If you're swapping the Thatcher for a Dokkaebi, you're losing quite a bit there. There was plenty of global potential on the 5 Fears lineup, and now a little bit less so. Still with the Lion, but not with the frustration that Dokkaebi provides as well.
IED active. If it
Still
runs
direct
on
usage for
batteries,
this
I
defensive
see it.
lineup, especially those electric balls and jammers on the field. Gotta be careful with that Oryx, though, so we've already seen. JJ will have to be careful. Ooh, nice double find by Fens. I think that's 2 Valkyrie cameras found in the first 30 seconds. It's quite impressive. A lot of damage to that intel game brought by 1 of 30. Really good stuff by Fens early on. But as I said, JJ, who's been trying to make this Monty work, and it's gotten him in the side. It's certainly helped out, but with the man of the hour right here, the Oryx, things can become problematic. They've spotted it, though. Rival will be aware of it. Seen it directly. In fact, I don't even think Silo just spotted that drone on the desk. And an excellent pinch by 5 Fears. If this half is going to end 4-2, that is what we need to see. Information reacted on quickly and decisively.
Silo down as well, and we've already seen the impact the Oryx can have against the Monty, especially in the way that Silo is willing to play it quite aggressively, just ramadashing the Monty down. JJ can maybe breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief there. He's going to be looking to try and move a little bit closer toward the site, those Telos windows more specifically. This top floor has pretty much been called as clear now, and 5 Fears can start to work with the space that they've been given. IQ, huge pickup, especially in the presence of a Valkyrie. Bit of a stack up again, though. This is what I worry about for 5 Fears and the way that they've been stacking up on these bomb sites when they're trying to get the plant down, because they commit too many people into that site. I mean, that's exactly where the defenses are going to look.
Especially when it's coming from courtyard. I mean, this is not exactly a surprising angle for the attack to approach from. JJ will move in, though. It appears everything's been isolated for the moment. C4 goes out over top, should land. No, doesn't do any damage to JJ. maybe take some, but either way, not enough to stop this defuse plant from going down. 1 of 30 in the disadvantage, though. A lot of damage taken by members of 5 Fears. Rival down in the process, but still a lead maintained, both in terms of the time and the manpower. Quick retake of Courtyard seems to work for the moment. A tenuous grasp, perhaps, but the Monty once again surrounded. Sitting on that diffuser, keeping them back. Bino, fodder for that 417. Though 5 Fears, only one, or now 2 players with a gun alive. It's all on Packer with a revolver as well. Still a half won by 1 of 30, but 5 Fears narrow it just a little bit.
Big round to end the half on there for 5 Fears. Again, forcing that plant down, bullying the way through that space with the Monty. Let's hear what the desk has to say about the first 6 rounds.
Thanks, X. These first 6 rounds have been, I guess, according to you guys, expected given the momentum that 1 of 30 had coming into this. You said that last map, despite the adversity, set them up for success, and Lax, coming out of the gate, they started swinging.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even from the get-go, round 1, I really liked the positioning that the players were having, specifically out of Mike W. He gets an important triple kill, or double kill rather, here on West Main that puts them in the man advantage. Now, it does get a little dicey here, but even for Bino to be able to clutch this round, you even heard in the comments saying, Bino, we love to see your face. We love to have you back. That just reiterates how strong their mental is. And then, again, for him to be able to get that clutch, perfect. No one's getting down. Everyone's getting excited. But then even going into the 3rd round, I mean, I really like the Oryx play. You don't typically see Oryx too often anymore, but let alone it being used very well here against the Montang. But also something key note to take away is that we've highlighted for 5 Fears. When they use these shields, they like to be able to play off of those shields. They always know someone's going to be behind it. So they were ready for it. They had a response to it. And just even in the bans, I mean, Fox, you talked about this. Are you going to get rid of both shield operators? I like the fact that they got rid of both the shield operators. You got rid of the most oppressive operators of the 3, getting rid of the Blackbeard, getting rid of the Blitz, because that takes a lot of the control. It forces players out of position with the flashes or the grenades, and they were just able to pocket themselves, play their positions, and then just play these crossfires. And I will say, that last round specifically for 5 Fears, that was a great adaptation, great understanding of how to get that Monty in there, and then a beautiful post plan.
And it still got close. I mean, 1 of 30 still had responses on how to be able to retake. I mean, but at that point, 5 Fears won it. But yeah, I agree. This is the first time a team so far in the NAL has banned 2 shields against 5 Fears. There was a big fear around maybe allowing them to have Glaz, Yang, other operators, but seems like those variables haven't come into question. They've been forcing the Monty all the way through, so much so that they brought the Oryx. They always understood they can get a pick behind the shield. 1 of 30 is in the best situation that they could be. I mean, getting 4 rounds on your defense, swapping over to attack. They don't need the shields. They don't need to rely on it. They just need to keep playing it slow and focusing on getting those opening kills, because that's what it seems like 5 Fears is giving it to them. I can't stress it enough that it really does feel like map 1 set 5 Fears up for failure because of all the mental battle of them allowing it to get to overtime, getting so close. 5 Fears is just in a dangerous spot at the moment.
And considering they typically have been a very good attacking team, 1 of 30 has now successfully shut down their attacks for the most part on both map 1 and map 2. Border leans attacker sided, so that also could play a role here. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, you 3. Always happy to hear their insight. And, I mean, Ollie, what do you say at this point? I mean, cheer up 4-2, not that crazy of a scoreline, but 1 of 30 have felt very much like the favorites coming out the half, decidedly victors. Now in the side spot, I think the momentum will continue.
There's a very good chance that it will. You know, it's a map that 1 of 30 have chosen for a reason. And I think that, well, I mean, likewise, you could say it's a map that 5 Fears have let through for a reason, right? But it's a best of 3. You only have a limited amount of bans. For me, 1 of 30 are just living in the moment right now. And I think the mental strain of map 1 is going to be far less felt on them now that they've got Bino back and it's just business as usual than it will be on 5 Fears, even though 5 Fears has won the map. I think it's a very difficult thing to articulate, but it does feel like 5 Fears are dragging some of that energy into this next map, which we're in right now, and that's demonstrated by their attacks, right? Yes, they had a couple of good attacking rounds, but we expect more from this team. We expect more than just a couple of good attacking rounds on a full side of Border. And the pressure now on 5 Fears, again, it just feels like they've been under that pressure all night long so far. We'll have to see how they perform under it for the most part. At least now we're seeing a very alternate shield. We've actually got the Osa. Now, if there's a site on a map that you're going to see in Osa, it can be brought here. There's always the good old plant behind an Osa shield if you can get in through that Archives door. And hey, maybe that's the intention. Bino has the kit, so he's the one to keep a close eye on right now, but a lot getting sent through in toward Archives.
A lot being sent through into Archives, but somehow Mike W dies immediately. I don't even know how that happened. Forrester somehow gets an angle over, but oh, it's a fake out! Bino instead repels into Sandwich to put the diffuser down. That is a genius rotation by 1 of 30. Even misdirected me in the process, and clearly 5 fears as well. Advantage quickly shifts hands. Now the attack decidedly in the lead. Rival with no angles to speak of. Not only a side, but an upside down rappel to boot. Immediately hit by 2 claymores, and it's a gun that finishes him off. This is about as well thought out and execute as you could have, and 1 of 30 taking this lead and running with it.
You're not going to get away with that twice in the same game. You might not even get away with it twice in the same season. But a big utility dump into Archives door, and then a big old fake out. Hopping into Sandwich window, taking advantage of the sound cues, taking advantage of all of the noise that's going on at that time. I think there was a player in half wall as well when that went down, by the way. So that's not happening like too far away. Must have been some pretty serious disruption there for that not to be heard pre-fight. I mean, there's a big cloud of smoke. We've spoken about this at length. If there's a cloud of smoke, it's always good to just put a few bullets into it because you never know what you might find. 1 of 30 screaming out of the gate there, extending this lead so far. Yeah. Oh, okay, so we've got JJ and Rival. So they weren't quite at half wall. They were more tucked and maybe feeling the pressure and not being allowed to cross because of the Osa shield. It makes a little bit more sense now as to why there wasn't a bit more of a reaction from it and how they kind of got themselves in a position where they weren't really able to do too much. And we had Packer below as well inside of ventilation there, just trying to work some vert on Deimos. So a very well thought out and well executed plan from 1 of 30. Listen, if they've got another couple of those up their sleeve for different sites all around border, I'm here for it. I love a little pocket play.
I'm a big fan of it. Just, you know, the first round out the gate, running circles around your opponent. Nothing better to keep the momentum going, keep the vibes going, make everybody happy. Viewers, us, them, won't complain whatsoever. Teller's defense coming out from 5 fears. Can't really do the whole, you know, I think equivalent to the Sandwich window fake out that you could do for this site. And it's pretty evident that 1 of 30 won't be doing any rush whatsoever. A bit more of a full clear, so we have some vertical destruction present with the Ram. Also have Stylo bringing the Soliton scanner in the hands of Snake. Maybe go for a lurk over on the ventilation side at some point in the round. In fact, we can see him getting a pre-placed drone set up in this exact position. So I imagine that's where we'll find him. A really present by Packer in Customs. Really good to see an important bit of map control taken this early. Just checking off the boxes and not wasting any time.
You got the doubt in the mind now as well for 5 fears because like, are they going to go quick again? Is 1 smoke and 1 flashbang like the cue to call? Snake at least going to find the opening pick this time. Takes Mike W down and with it the Ram. No boogie drones have been thrown upstairs either. That is a pretty hefty loss. Ooh, that's a little play there through the hatch. Silo just catching some real unfortunate timing there. Packer in the sight. Surely finds one. There it is. Gets the kill onto JJ. Bino with the kit though. With that top floor not in the control of the attackers, even if you've got sight, it's going to be very difficult to do anything with it.
Especially with the presence of a Solus on the top floor. We'll know when you start putting that diffuser down immediately. Rival also has a Gurjma to deny the plant, but he'll stick that one down, so plant denial relegated to merely the Solus and the C4. Barbed wire in Packer's way, so going for a little walkabout up Armory stairs is not completely feasible. You know, also facing similar obstacles over on break door. They do have 2 flashbangs and a drone. Tracer Bloom triggered. Take a lot of damage. He will make it through. Spotted on the default though. Packer also hitting a Gurjma walking through. The defenders have a lot of secondary utility and even primary utility meant to give them information to stop these exact kind of plays. It's paying dividends in the late round as nobody on the defense is moving basically an inch, it seems. Bino is still wailing in pain on the opposite side of the map and finally put out of his misery by Fens. And Snake takes us out of the round. Still a lead maintained by 1 of 30, but 5 Fears trying their best to dig themselves out.
The only thing that they can do at the moment. Don't forget they've won map 1, so it isn't the end of the world. But it isn't ideal either to be trailing on map number 2, especially with the weird energy and nature that's surrounding this whole game. 1 of 30, purely living in that moment. And still with a lead on border. They didn't try anything sort of pockety or cheesy in that last round. It was much more sort of part of the course, try and take a little bit of upstairs control. And I mean, I guess when you lose your soft destruction as your first entry, it's always going to be a tough job. You're always going to have to pivot onto a different plan because there's nothing really that can replace, or at least there wasn't in that lineup, that could replace that kit that Ram had lost. Might be back onto one of his favorites, back onto the Sledge this time. Single-handedly keeping Sledge in fashion, it seems, as it's been a firm favorite so far, but a bit of a 6-pick and maybe a change of pace. Weirdly enough, 1 of 30 are actually going to be playing them onto this time. It's something that we see them bring, but it's far less of a relied upon resource as it is on the other side of things.
To be a nice addition into this lineup alongside the Dokkaebi. Should give 1 of 30 some good ability to apply pressure to the extremities of this site, especially the vertical extension on the top floor, though neither exactly speak to the direct counter or direct counterplay to the castle. That's it. I'm actually kind of shocked to get hit by that mute jammer. He was like 8,000 miles away from the door. Unlucky, I guess. At least for here, given how much trouble 1 of 30 had being hit by those roamers, especially moving around the top floor, finding a way around that, especially Snake on that Solos would be something that is a necessity this go around. So the Monty and the Dokkaebi, as I said, should be good for that part of the defense. But as they scan some of these outer bits, look deeper into the site itself. See, the 5 Fears, I think, have honestly just taken a page out of not only what the desk has said, but also kind of examined Clubhouse. Nobody getting in the face on Courtyard, Break Room, anywhere in the first minute 10. They are trying to play this slower and play, I think, to use the words of JJ, play more normal.
I think there's a time and a place for that, right? 1 of 30 should be taking a little bit more space right now. Oh, that Flores drone didn't actually open up the castle barricade.
That's a bummer.
That is a shame. That was the last Flores drone as well, and there are no nades on side. So someone's going to be hitting the punchy punch. Looks like Mike W has drawn the short straw there. Bino start to move through. The logic bomb will give him a little bit of surety that nobody's at least inside a fountain. I'm sure that he can hear the player in archives. Long angle now being held as well. Time's going to start to be a factor here if 1 of 30 aren't careful. I know they've got a minute, but we haven't really seen impact yet from the kit that they're bringing. Oh, 3 players fall just like that. The whole 5. We saw exactly none of the kills that 5 Fears got. Obviously, aside from the last one. They just let him walk in and just lined him up and knocked him down.
Well, and to your point, I think it's clear that there's a evolving 5 Fears methodology we've seen on this defense. We weren't able to see it the first round because of how quick things went and the misdirection employed by 1 of 30. But it's markedly different than I think what we saw from 5 Fears on the defensive side of Clubhouse. Not that they were going for these crazy loose roams, but it was a lot of over-peaking, a lot of willingness to take 1 of 30 in engagements that, strictly speaking, they didn't need to. And that's not been the case whatsoever on these last couple rounds of Border. Bathroom and Tellers and Ventilation and Workshop have been very passive. And you even think back to that Bathroom Tellers round where Snake got one of the, I think the opening pick on Mike W, it was down through a hatch. It was clearly a situation in which Snake wasn't necessarily taking the fight to the attack, more so he had an angle that the attack walked in front of and he was able to take advantage of that position. Still an excellent kill, but not a situation in which maybe Snake is taking an unnecessary risk, but something in which one of 30's setup, or excuse me, 5 Fears setup is creating opportunities for them to exploit later on, and 1 of 30 are just biting every single hook that goes in the pond.
They're nibbling at the moment, aren't they? Sometimes that's the best strategy, though. Really back yourself up. Try and play a little bit more of a passive game. The 5 Fears definitely worked in the previous round. One of 30 kind of lulled into a false sense of security with the amount of map control that they could take and the amount of space that looked like it was available and just free for the picking. And yeah, aside from the rush round, haven't really seen too much from them so far. I doubt that we're going to see the same attempted here and now, Lynx. I mean, it would be the ultimate double bluff, right? To just try and go for it again. But there's no shot that 5 Fears allow that to go down. We're almost certainly going to see something a little bit more standard, a bit more of a utility exchange, a bit more map control being gained. 1 of 30 have been quite light in the way that they've been taking map control. 5 Fears have been allowed to rotate back, allowed to cut off, and haven't really been those clinical angles being held through the site, or massive lines of sight, or long lines of sight, should I say, being opened up. Instead, it's been much more just retreat back, and there's nothing really stopping them making that retreat. I'd like to see 5 Fears a bit more active on that cutoff.
It'd be nice to see, especially if they are able to push players like Fens back closer to the site. It'd be a huge benefit to the attacking team and something that I know they would quite like. Thorn being the ban taken out will also, I think, help, not necessarily to set up those cutoff angles, but if they have to lurk later on and try to get into a position without information, maybe to cut off an attack or cut off a defender or somebody else. There's one less tool for the defense to use to gain that information, though. Now we have the F-Knots and the Courage-Mots and 6 pieces of barbed wire, so how much are really taking away the grand scheme of things? Packer, another vertical angle that 1 of 30 have fallen to, and the Selma popped as well. These top-down angles from 5 Fears have done quite good work throughout these defenses so far. Basically, every defense that wasn't that rush back in round 7. And 1 of 30 still struggling to adapt to it. Struggling quite a bit.
Forest. A little bit of an eye on the top of those east stairs right now. Packer already fallen, so the hard breach gone with it. That isn't going to make this endeavor any easier, and really does give 5 Fears a firm chance of coming back here. Oh, Wolfsburg not receiving the same favor that he gave to Mike W of destroying the F-Nat above his door, and the Grismot caught him out, gave the sound cue, and allowed another kill to come in. Office and the players within it are running rampant right now. Snake with one onto Mike W, eventually finishing him off. Could it be a flawless? Snake's on for 3. Could he make it 4? Just looks the wrong way, but gets turned and burned by Bino. Still with 4 more to find. 55 seconds to do it. It's a tall order. And I'll wager there is at least a Grismot or an F-Nat with his name on it somewhere if he goes walking long enough. Takes 1. Maybe good for the second. Starting to chain them together, and it's getting a little bit dangerous. It's time to consolidate for 5 Fears and not give any more free picks away.
I mean, low HP, even giving a free pick should result in a kill for 5 Fears, but to your point, you don't want to risk that. Not in this position. 5 Fears have really started laying these traps thick on border, and even with the loss of the Thorn, that F-Not will reveal Bino's position. I mean, Wolfsburg's right, it is a good fall on the 1v3. You don't want to risk it. Ooh, but a nice little lurk. Oh, no! Did not get rival, but will finally land the shot. Cost him important seconds, though. Only one player actually on this top floor. JJ will shut that down. 5 Fears now get their 3rd in a row and completely make up for their only loss this half, all the way back on round 7.
Smiles on the faces now. It's not something that we've seen yet, and Forest is yet to crack one. I'm sure if they win the game, there will be smiles all round. Still feeling that pressure. And although they are slowly narrowing this gap and slowly climbing this hill, it feels like it is built on a very fragile foundation. And Snake was just running rampant, wasn't he? That's a big kill onto Stylo as well. Stylo just pretty static, pre-firing the angle, thinking that he had a bit of a winning position. Windy.
A little breezy on Armory.
It's a bit gusty outside Armory, doesn't it, sometimes?
I mean, he's outside the building, so it makes sense. It's an open air part of order. Would be a shame here. 1 of 30, who obviously put up an excellent fight on Clubhouse. We talked that to death, but those defenses looked excellent. That first attack out the gate looked great, but 5 Fears have just had the better of them these past 3 rounds. Objectively had the better. Making good use of these vertical angles. Snake also in particular just putting in the work, but another situation in which, I mean, 5 Fears have been dominant these opening engagements throughout the whole series, and it's only now really on the defense that they're consistently getting the best and the most value out of these opening picks. Last round, though, I say that was Fens, ironic to my praise of Snake just now. Bino will break glass in case of Monty, though. The second time that he's brought Monty this half, though, was on Ventilation Workshop previously. They will try to do so again. Now, big concern. He was the first to go down as the Monty that round, and it was over almost 2 minutes into the round. So definitely some improvements to be made from 1 of 30's play and their plan for this specific site. Oh, actually, I just realized it's not Ventilation at all. It is Customs. A little bit of a new site from 5 Years to try to keep things, keep things shifting against 1 of 30.
Keep it fresh. Keep it loose. Speaking of loose, JJ. And a little bit fast with it outside of Passport. Oh my goodness.
How's he landed that?
I mean, I don't know. He's found the ang. He's found the impossible angle, hasn't he? Pulsper falls with it. Flores and those Rotero drones. Bit of a loss, especially when it's the castle that is able to get that pick. JJ making sure his own castle barricades are going to stay intact. I fancy Forest for one here as well, honestly. Mike W just outside. Forest tucked in right now into office. Either needs to take an engagement or disengage because he's just going to get flooded if he chooses to stick around. But there it is. Mike W eventually falling, and Forest, just like a thief in the night, drops the hatch and he's out of there.
I mean, no point to stay. You can see 5 Years' game plan is to try and fall back when possible. Rival is felled. So some progress by 1 of 30. But it's another really slow one where 1 of 30 come out of, I mean, not even the early round. We're 2 minutes and 10 seconds in. But still come out of their initial clear, you know, down a man with limited control, without a whole lot going for them. And where was a fight on Clubhouse, 5 Years in this on the back half of Border are making it clear that they have come to play and they have a good, clear game plan for how they can close this and what they could bring to Salt Lake City. Forrest with the next. JJ ready for the swing in through the double door. Ooh, not able to find it, but takes enough HP off Packer to make it a layup for Fens. 5 Years now just 1 round away from Salt Lake City.
We're starting to see the teamwork. It's starting to happen here for 5 Fears. I'm seeing the smiles. I'm seeing people enjoying themselves now. JJ played pretty much the whole round inside a Passport, gets a kill, is traded out at the end. We've got players on the top floor. Forrest has played a blinder. He snagged 2 kills, then was able to drop off. They're starting to get in that zone. This was the danger that we were worried about for 5 Fears coming into tonight. We were worried that because of the break, because they've been just sat waiting for games to happen, waiting for their turn to take part, that they were going to come in a little bit cold. And it feels like it's taken until this later half of Border for them to really find it. I've seen that kill again, by the way, and I still no idea how he gets it.
Me neither. Just feels like we're starting to reach critical mass for 5 Years. Though I say that, it's only 1 round. The reason it feels that way is because 1 of 30's only win was off, admittedly, a very good call and a very good strategy. And I want to give them credit for that round 7 win, because I think that was genuinely very smart and genuinely very impressive. But since then, when they've not been able to pull out a pocket play like that, it has been infinitely more difficult. I mean, most of these rounds ending with, you know, at least 2, maybe 3 people remaining, if not more. A late switch up by 1 of 30, going away from Bino on the Monty for a couple rounds, and as we go back to Ventilation, they will instead put Packer on that blitz. A role he's been on in many teams past, often the shield player. This is a site that they have attacked 5 Fears on before. See how it works out, though, is in the early game, they'll still take some time to clear out these positions, because at least one thing we've known so far, Ollie, is that 1 of 30 will, it'll be a bit before we get to the action.
Yeah, they've been fairly slow, haven't they? I don't think that's necessarily been a bad thing for them all the time. But the only round that we've seen them win is a round where they moved quite quickly. This is a great drone. JJ is locked into the angle.
That's crazy.
I think it must be the sight. The sight must be covering the drone. Yeah,
Yes,
it is. We can just see the outline there. Bino, surely a free. He lost it to the UMP! Oh my life!
Oh, it's over!
He stopped to type. You could tell the movement went, 2 hands went to the keyboard and boom. Might W, the only player left alive now, and Fen seals the deal on a flawless round. You can see just exactly what that means to Five Fears. What a night of it they have had here today.
And I just know that Forrest is elated from that victory with how stressed he was after game 1, how stressed JJ was after map 1. Five Fears able to close this one out in regulation on their opponent's pick with 5 rounds in a row. Excellent stuff from the boys, and we have the desk right after this.
from almost being relegated last year to making the major in their very first opportunity here in 2026. 5 Fears. They are the real thing. They came out dealing with the adversity of that first map, dealing with what we thought was potentially a losing situation in map 2 and Lax. They came out and they laid down the law and they're headed to Salt Lake.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't looking pretty in that first half of Border, but then once we transitioned, they were able to play on their defense. I think they finally realized their true potential, where the team that they actually were, the team that got them up until this point, and that's where we really saw them be more aggressive. They were doing a very good job at isolating players, forcing all of 1 of 30's hands, not giving them a lot of leeway in the rounds, and that's the one, I mean, that's not the 1 of 30, that's the 5 Fears that we all have been loved and getting behind, and it was good to actually see that resurgence from the map 1 slowly edging into this map 2, and then they closed it out on that defensive half.
Yeah, to do it on defense too goes a long way, because they were one of the best attacking teams. We talked about it in the half that we were worried that because they didn't have as hot of a start on their attacks, were they going to struggle on defense? But no, they always had one foot in front of the other. They understood exactly where they needed to win against 1 of 30. And again, I believe the biggest triumph was the mental game aspect.
Yeah.
Obviously, playing that long, strenuous map 1, going into map 2, already being down and pushing it through. I think it says a lot that JJ last stage said if we just put a little bit more time, we could be one of the best teams in North America, and here they are.
Well, speak of the devil, JJ is standing by, waiting for us, ready to join us here on stage. Dude, congratulations. You are Salt Lake City bound. I know you have to have a lot to say about this. What are your initial reactions? Tell me how you're feeling.
I mean, I want to get into how like piss poor of a series that was from us, but I can't ignore the fact that at the end of the day, a win is a win, and you deal with what you're thrown in life. You find ways to deal with it, and to think back with like, I mean, 3 of us were our rookie years last year, man. Less than a year ago, myself, Rival, and Nikki qualified for Pro League. Mason made his Pro League debut, and within a year, we have qualified for a major LAN event. And in 3 hours, we're going to be playing for an NAL championship. And I couldn't be more proud of the team for the tenacity and the fight that they showed today. I can't lie, like truthfully, I think we were shit in bricks. We haven't played in a match with this much pressure. And like during the group stage, we didn't feel any pressure. We were playing our normal game, and I definitely think that showed in the first half of the series. But I think that switch kind of flipped going on that defense split on Border. That looked way more like us.
Yeah.
And that's the whole goal, is to show that 5 Fears team next game versus whoever wins.
Did you do anything to celebrate after the fact? I mean, seemed like you guys were excited. I heard that you guys were very excited.
We were very excited. We got some motivation on the line. I'm sure everyone knows. Yeah, we took the tarp. Everyone took the tarps off. Shout out Brox, but I'm sure, as everyone knows right now, we're at the NV facility boot camping and playing the tournament out of here. And so much shout out to our org for sending us here, and also like shout out 5 Fears, and also shout out to Hastro and the guys at Envy, man. They were our home last year. We're always going to be like in our hearts. They care for us, and they're still helping us even when we don't play for them, man. They're truly one of the best orgs to ever be in esports. And a little added motivation is Hastro Mike told us that if we take on this chip, he's giving us a $700 bottle of champagne. What's it called? Dom Perignon. We got a Dom Perignon, and we win.
I mean, you guys for sure deserve to celebrate after that long and strenuous map 1. That being said, you said something about it clicking once it came to defense on Border. What exactly was clicking? What did you understand on how to be 1 of 30 on your defense?
We had a game plan versus them. The game plan was just like, when we played them in the group stage, we lost a bunch of defenses because like myself and a couple others, we just died to them doing nothing outside the building. They don't really have any like fight to their push. It's just like they just kind of hope they win the round off like you like exposing yourself. So the main goal on defense versus those guys was just to like fight inside the building and make them make them work for it. You know what I mean? Make them earn the rounds. And that game plan, like everyone started playing into that. We started getting comfortable in the match, and that we executed that perfectly at the end.
Well, JJ, congratulations, man. Now I'm going to have to be getting one of your jerseys so I can be wearing one of your jerseys. Again, congratulations. But I also want to talk about just even for your own personal experience, your own growth. I mean, what does this moment really mean for you when you look back at where you started, all the triumph you went through even in the last stage with Envy, and to where you are at now, 1 game away to decide whether you're going to be the Kickoff champion, essentially?
Yep. It's surreal, man. I'll get emotional here, man. I've been grinding for a while, man. This has been this is my dream, man, is to get on every day and do something I love and compete at the highest level with some people that are some of the best people I've ever met in my life. And the whole goal has always been to make it to a major tournament and stuff. And if you would have told me 4 years ago that I would be boot camping at one of the best facilities in the world and going to a major now and everything, it's just surreal. I always say I never played to be the best player in the world. I never had the best mechanics. I might not be the best IGL in the world, but I always knew that hard work pays off, man, and you can earn stuff in life. This didn't always come natural to me. I worked my ass off. I grinded to get here, and all of these guys have believed in me throughout all the ups and downs. I went -40 my first year in Pro League, and they stuck with me. And here I am making plays now on the main stage for this stuff. So my message to anyone out there, man, is everyone can shit talk you. Everyone can say you can't make it. Everyone can say all these things. But at the end of the day, you got to believe in yourself and you got to make it happen. And you just got to keep fighting.
Yeah. And you are one game away from being the best IGL in NA. So that's something to hold on to. I also wanted to ask a little bit about Snake. I mean, we haven't really heard his name too much since the TSM days.
Jack.
And now he's going to an event. How much has he grown? How excited is he? I want to hear some words of wisdom from him now that he's
Nicky J,
around
get on
you
the
guys.
mic. Nicky J, get on the mic. Get on the mic. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Here's headphones. Mic.
I hope you heard the question.
You're going to have to repeat the whole thing.
Yeah, what's up?
Snake, I guess you didn't hear the question, but essentially, we haven't heard too much about you since the TSM days. You're always a very slept-on player coming in, especially when you joined Envy, and now you guys are one game away from being the best team in NA. What does that mean to you from the grind since then to here? Does it feel deserved? Do you feel happy? Talk to us.
It feels very deserved. I've definitely matured as a person and a player. Once I got dropped from TSM, they left, my ego was at an all-time high. It took 3 years for me to finally grow up and realize I was just not putting the work in. And I was expecting shit to just come to me naturally just because I made it there once. I was expecting to just be able to get there again with no effort. And it took me years to realize that, but once I realized that, this past year I've been putting in the work every day, almost no days off. Skipping holidays, skipping birthdays, I play the game all day, every day. This is my life now, So it feels very deserved.
Thank you so much, and appreciate you hopping on the mic there. Impromptu, very last minute. Congratulations. We'll see you in the championship game here for Kickoff in a couple hours, and we will also see you in Salt Lake. Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys.
Well, what a finish. 5 Fears, the very first team that we are sending to the major. They will have a chance to compete for the #1 spot in Kickoff, but what these teams are really focused on, and we all know it, is getting to that top 4. That's what it's all about, and that is what they have done. They'll be joined in that potential matchup by either Dark Zero or Wildcard, and that sends 1 of 30 down to play Shopify Rebellion. It's not over for them yet. They still have a chance, Fox. I mean, they absolutely could be another one of the teams making the major, but their road just got a whole lot harder.
The way SR looked yesterday, the way they locked in map 2 and map 3, it's a scary situation. Hopefully for 1 of 30, no 4v5s. That's already a plus if they get in that matchup and no 4v5s. Figure out the internet issues. You figure them out.
Yeah.
1 of 30 is next up.
It's possible. It can be dealt with. Well, moving on to our next matchup, a big one. It's Dark Zero, and it is Wildcard. 2 organizations that actually have quite a bit of history against one another. Dark Zero was very clear about mentioning this on X as quick as they could. The moment they learned about this matchup, they were putting out, you know what? We own this roster. We have swept this team. Don't need a paternity test to know we're their fathers. Choice words there from the DZ social team there, Lax.
No, I mean, not by any means. And it is, that has been the case. But also, these are 2 different rosters now, so that very likely could change. But from what we saw from Dark Zero, I mean, this really has been the best version of this team since the iteration, since the swap, since the addition of Kino and NJR. I mean, this team is definitely a force to be reckoned with, and you cannot take lightly.
Well, Dark Zero has been the best team here, bar none. In every single category across the board, this team has dominated everyone else through group stage, but this will also be our first opportunity to see them here in a best-of-3 setting.
I mean, we want to talk about consistency when it comes to Dark Zero. We know that the previous SSG roster players, they had an issue with consistency, but Dark Zero as a whole right now, yeah, they not only are the daddies of Wildcard, but the daddies of the NAL currently, because they are so consistent in so many categories. I mean, best defensive win rate team, best team KD, best opening KD, best round conversion. There's no area of them that has been lacking. So we have seen the one element that needs to be proven to us is consistency. But the reason why they're so good so far is because they just have so much flexibility on the team, and they could not have gotten better players to be able to fit those roles. And now we're finally seeing some of these players that were on previous rosters, you know, a team like M80 that had Kino, now they're not going to the event. Maybe that has something to do with it. But these players, they're having their moments to shine because everybody fits their role so perfectly. There's not one person that needs that spotlight, and it's amazing to watch them play.
Wildcard had their moment in the spotlight earlier. We had to see them take on in that opening round, show us that they could in fact play better than they did in the group stage, and you saw some very concrete examples of some pretty big improvements.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was the wild card, and you know, is it safe to say that wild card is back? Is this the land wild card that we're used to hyping up and talking about? I don't know. I hope so, especially given into this match with everything that's on the line. But I mean, round 9 in particular in that Chalet series, I mean, you could see from M80, this was an M80 round, but Bay managed to steal it away, getting this pick onto bathroom window. And this was the moment right here where you, if you had the top down when you were rewatching this, you could see everyone was trying to push towards Bay. Bay gets the pick, the teammates come over, assist him, alleviate that pressure off Solar window. They weren't expecting that C4 due to the smoke me there. He's able to rotate back up, and then it just falls into this 2v1 where, again, I say Bay constantly plays positions very well. And right here, you might believe it's you're going against a clash, they're going to play it safe. No, Bay is going to get aggressive and end it on a quad kill. But all the players across the board stepped it up, and that's where we needed to see this wild card come to fruition, especially once we got into these best of threes, because if this is the team that we know and love can play like this at a consistent basis, just as you're talking about the side on Dark Zero, this is going to be one hell of a game.
And the bounce back from this entire team has been very apparent, but I know you wanted to focus on Baby Shark as well, someone who knew there had to be some changes, and so far seems to be making those changes.
Yeah, and I highlighted Bay and Baby Shark going into that match, saying we needed to see something from these two players, being their entry players, being their backbones of this roster, and we weren't seeing it, but in that series we did see it, and I did speak to Baby Shark briefly after their match, just kind of asking, you know, what's been going on? You guys are looking significantly better in these best of threes, and he messaged me and he let me know he's been going through his own adversity as a player, and doesn't matter what player you are, doesn't matter if you're starting at the top or the bottom, at some point in your career you are going to hit a brick wall, and it matters most of how you handle that, not only in game and outside of game. And Baby Shark made it very clear that he was going through a lot, and it adds on as well when your team isn't having success, so it puts even more pressure on you to perform. But after that bounce back in that performance yesterday, Baby Shark is back, Bay is back, Wildcard is back.
When these two teams faced off in groups, Wildcard did struggle at that time. They'll be looking to bounce back from that. They played Bank in the group stage. What do you think we're headed to now?
I mean, Dark Zero, we haven't seen a weak map from them yet. When it comes to the side of Wildcard, we've always talked about how their map pool has always been very limited. You know, Chalet, we've seen Bank, we've seen Labs, and we've seen Clubhouse. And it looks like Dark Zero has no fear picking 3 of Wildcard's best 4 maps. And they're going to start off on Chalet, which, you know, we saw Wildcard play it the other day, and they looked pretty good on it. It was one of those things where they needed to be able to have the entries to find success on it. That's a big Bay map, big Baby Shark map. That was a big, huge clutch with Adrian on defense. Yeah, very back and forth. It's a situation where there were a lot of small details that could cause them to lose the map, lose a couple rounds to Dark Zero. That being said, they have that experience, they have that momentum on it. Can they be able to adapt? That's what we know from Wildcard, is they're a very adaptive heavy team. When they go to events, we're always seeing them change things up. I'm hoping that their reach to getting back into the normal Wildcard that we know also amplifies their ability to adapt, because you're going to need it against Dark Zero.
Well, the wildcard that we know, they may not have had good luck against the Dark Zero organization. They're actually 5-2 against the same core of a roster. So an interesting dynamic. We'll see how it plays out here. We dive into the very first map, Chalet, between Dark Zero and Wildcard. Lynx, XR Troika, over to you.
Well, we look a little different, but we are, I guess we're kind of Lynx and XR Troika. I get to be, I'll take Lynx.
I'm happy to be Ollie. Should I do a British accent for this whole cast? Oh, I might. No, that's Australian.
I was going to say, I've never heard you do a British accent, and I don't know if now's the time for you to whip it out. But one of these teams will join 5 Fears at the Salt Lake City Major. North America's a little bit slow, Jesse. We're just now starting to get the teams qualified. Tomorrow, the final 2 will qualify. 5 Fears, who toppled 1 of 30 just moments ago, will be in action later today. They're going to be playing the winner of this bout. And you, the people, think Dark Zero has the leg up over Wildcard. I can't say that the people are necessarily wrong, Jesse. The underlying stats certainly do benefit Dark Zero, but upsets happen all the time in Wildcard. And their matchup yesterday showed steady improvement, so I don't think this will be a cakewalk for either of these teams.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Parker. There's a real difference in how much we know about these two teams just because it's been so long since we've really seen Dark Zero play. It's been a couple of weeks at this point since the group stage, and they're coming onto a map, their selection here, or wildcard selection, I should say, which was not played by DZ all season, but the SSG core that this team kind of built around was very good at Chalet last season, finishing things on a 3-win streak on Chalet. So we know the history's there for Dark Zero. Wildcard played this map yesterday. It was against M80. It was a victory, but that took all 15 rounds. There's so much footage on this Wildcard team. For them to come back in and select it against Dark Zero speaks a lot of confidence to me.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you have very good reason to be confident here. I was trying to read what was on the board behind NJR there. I don't know if you saw it.
I did not.
That's okay. Some of these players must have joined the lobby out of order because the player cams for Wildcard in particular are not synced up, and Baby Shark is actually completely frozen. Let me tell you this right now. Wildcard needs him to be mobile, Jesse. They're going to need him to be fluid. They're going to need him moving around. If Baby Shark is just standing still, that does not bode well for their team here.
Yeah, and I really loved what he said to Gabe. We saw it on the desk there about his confidence and how that wasn't really with him towards the start of the season. I think we could all see that right through the group stage, and even at the very start of that last game versus M80, Baby Shark was really struggling. He wasn't the usual Baby Shark that we're used to seeing dominate all through the North America League last year, and of course the international events in Munich and in Paris. We finally got to see that high level of gameplay that we're used to seeing out of this guy. So I'm really excited to see what Shark can do in this match. I'm hoping he can keep up his gameplay from the end of the M80 match, and I kind of think he will. You know, once you get that confidence back, I feel like that's something that does stick with you, and hopefully we can see that continue to grow, and Baby Shark can be even better here today in this critical game up against Dark Zero. We start on Kitchen for Chalet, Parker, and it looks like DZ want to go up through the hatch with Newers on the Amaru, but he's biding his time for now. Doesn't have the defuse kit. That'll be Kino on the Monty, so might be more of a late play to come out from Newers and might just be kind of a distraction while the rest of the team is going for a full map clear here.
I mean, Baby Shark has been consistently the lowest rated player on this wildcard team. He still is, but his numbers did take a big step forward after the matchup yesterday. You'll see what he's able to do here as Spiker is the first one out-dueled by NJR. DZ striking first. Newers, by the way, has found himself inside the bomb site. Hello? Adrian takes him down, so back to even footing, but defuse kit is being planted right now. Is anybody watching Kino in this position? I don't think so. Diffuser goes down quite effectively. Fultz taking a beating in the process. A 4v4 at this point in time. And Kino has control of that diffuser. He can now move over, allow the rest of his team to join up. And a Monty fully extended is really tough to deal with. Add to it the ever-diminishing amount of time. Not great. NJR grabs another. It's cans into fall. Swung on by Adrian. Both kills for Adrian so far. Downed as Wildcard now will attempt the counter defuse. But J90 says, not today, Buster. A strong start and a very quick one for Dark Zero as they pick up round number 1.
Yeah, Parker, I love that push from Dark Zero because it is so incredibly dynamic. Less than 5 seconds before Newers is jumping up that dining hatch, taking the fight with the players inside the site, Kino is inside of Library, pressuring across the map. And because Kino is so early to get into the building to pressure over towards Library, they showed so much pressure over there, it kind of lulled Wildcard into a false sense of security. They're thinking, okay, it's a full map clear, they're pressuring Library, this is what we have to worry about. And then boom, Newers is up the hatch. Boom, NJR's in trophy window. Boom, Kino has rotated all the way outside of Library through the map, jumping in West Main window to get that plant down. It was crazy how quick Dark Zero switched up, and I do think that that was the plan from the very beginning. Show some pressure off the site, make Wildcard think that's what you're going for and then completely flip it on a dime. It was a really well-coordinated play to come up from DZ, and it feels like they're picking up right where the group stage left off. I mean, they had some really creative and fun attacks back during the 4 best-of-1s they played to start kickoff, and those are continuing here in the playoffs.
Attackers are moving to
The player who had a huge impact on that round on the side of Dark Zero, NJR, his numbers very, very similar in like underlying numbers to Baby Shark. Now, obviously, what's going to skew this is that this wildcard team has played an entire best of 3, whereas DZ has not. Heading into this matchup, speaking of, these two players literally on a collision course with each other, and Baby Shark wins it, so I feel a little bit vindicated here. 39 rounds played by Dark Zero through kickoff. That's in the 4 best-of-1s they played wildcard. Literally double, 78 rounds in total. And their EPS, NJR's EPS, 83. Baby Shark's EPS, 84. These players so evenly matched, but they are on different roles. They play different operators. It makes sense that NJR is on the bottom of a team that is playing as well as they are. Baby Shark usually is not the bottom on this team. He needs to find that improvement. As you pointed out, he did so against M80. He's already had a pretty decent start here gunning down NJR, so more to come from him would be excellent. Wildcard did lose Spiker not too long after that first bit of action, so 1 minute off the clock. Both teams in a 4v4.
It's been a tough day for Spiker. Back-to-back early kills coming through here, and it doesn't get better for Wildcard. Newers outduels Bay and puts his team into a man advantage, and once again, this util is all coming in clutch. Parker collapsing into these top floor players with Bees, with Capital bolts, and Monty jumping in the library as well. Attracts the attention of Baby Shark. He needs some help, but he just loses the fight. Kino with the pistol is better and gets that 4v2 lead, now forcing Kansan and Adrian back to site.
DZ is in full control here. My goodness, there's almost nothing slowing them down. A single kill from Adrian is really all they can find at this point in time. He does some serious damage to J90, but you've got 3 incredible weapons on the side of DZ still alive, and they've got full top floor control. Newers will drop. Final kill comes in for Dark Zero. That's a 2-0 start for the team in purple, though it has been a good attempt from Wildcard despite the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to defend when Dark Zero looks this good on the attack, Parker. Newers a 4K in that round, by the way. He is actually the 4th highest rated player in the NAL coming into today's matches. And that doesn't sound too crazy, but when you say he's the 4th highest player in the NAL, he is the 3rd highest player just on Dark Zero. So it kind of speaks to how good this team, how dominant this team has been throughout the group stage so far. They come into this playoff series red hot, and they've shown it through 2 rounds. Wildcard feeling the heat. They're going to call that tack timeout very early on, just down 2-0 on the leaderboard. And I think it makes sense. I mean, this Dark Zero team is looking very coordinated, very good. They've got a lot of util on these clears, whether it's going to be the snake or the information being brought out by Newers, or whether that's maybe some more utility like the Grim, like the Capital, like the Dokkaebi, who we saw from NJR back in round number 1. It feels like there's a really solid game plan behind these pushes from DZ, and the onus is on a Wildcard now to read into those pushes and come up to some kind of counters on the fly.
Yeah, very early timeout obviously does not bode well, but hey, it's a best of 3. There is a lot more Rainbow Six Siege to be played on this map. There is more Siege to be played moving on as well. Nighthaven Labs is a guarantee. Clubhouse, of course, the decider. These are maps that don't necessarily have the most in common with one another. I do say that Nighthaven Labs and Clubhouse tend to have some parallels here, but this is a run of 3 maps that find a lot of play in North America. Both of these teams should be relatively aware of how to go about them. Wildcard, I mean, the better result over the last little while. The Chalet has not shown up for Dark Zero, so Wildcard playing it against M80 just a day ago means DZ has some information on it, and it was a tough one for Wildcard, right? They did ultimately beat M80, but it was an 8-7 victory. That, of course, was integral in pushing M80 down into that lower bracket, and then they were defeated yesterday in an incredible contest up against Shopify Rebellion. I do think the Wildcard M80 matchup that we saw yesterday was one of the best of 3s that we've seen in quite some time, and I mean, this one shaping up could potentially rival it, but it will require Wildcard to be a little bit more active here as DZ does hold that 2-0 lead.
Critical rounds, not only because you just called your tack timeout, Parker, but also for Wildcard, you don't want to be going down 3-0. You have really a 3-0 scoreline starts getting very, very icky in terms of the round count here on Chalet. That's a full site rotation. Obviously, they're playing Kitchen again, so it's not 3 separate sites, but it is kind of a confidence-shaking loss. If you lose this one up against Dark Zero, you won't be able to repeat any sites you win after this round, so it's important to be able to get your feet underneath you. Dark Zero, last time they were here, they faked a push over to the library side. This time it looks like they are committing to it for real. No more Amaru shenanigans happening here. So the util work is starting to happen in through office, in through library. And you can see it's not really an extension towards that side of the map, but instead a full focus on locking down office. These players top floor, most notably Adrian, will have to be really sharp to not let Dark Zero take this space.
I mean, Adrian has been really sharp, but he's gone. Jesse, I fear we cursed him.
I mean, he was going to be the first one in the fight no matter what.
Immediately dies.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that doesn't bode well for them, Parker. They still have Kansan and Bay top floor, but now without your real main office player, it's going to get really awkward, and the angles are going to start to close in on these other top floor roamers.
Yeah, Bay now posted up in this position. Kansan drops as well. This entry from Dark Zero, Jesse, has just been suffocating. Bay thought he had a golden opportunity on Fultz, but great play from Kino. Kino still being the main focus on that shield. Nobody really able to deal with it. Baby Shark sweeping through. He will take Kino down. Pivoting, Fultz gets the trade right back. It's all up to Spiker, the young captain, in a 1v3. He's down below the bomb site. He has very limited control. This is a horrible spot for him to be in, and I think he's aware of it. Bomb site within reach, though. So he doesn't have top floor control. He doesn't really have much. But he is within arm's distance of where that diffuse kit is going to go. And obviously with Kino dying earlier, Fultz will be the one to walk it in. Somebody else had to pick that one up. Fultz is so used to being the bomb buddy, I guess you could call him. I like Spiker's positioning here. This is a lot more winnable than it looks. He gets one. Oh, he gets two. 3 kills in total for Spiker. Now it's him and Fultz in a 1v1 showdown. Time running out. Spiker still in this advantageous position, and he gets them all. My goodness. Lead by example, and lead is something he does often. Good grace. Spiker takes the round, and because of it, Wildcard is on the board.
We often talk about him as the fragging IGL, and he steps up big time round 3 fragging there, Parker. What a clutch from Spiker. I thought there was no universe they were going to close that one out. It looked to be 3-0 for Dark Zero, guaranteed. I love the word that you used up on that top clear. Suffocating, it really was. Those roamers had no chance because of how good Dark Zero were looking on that push. But when it came down to converting, when it came down to just working together to find that last player, they could not set up a trade to be able to take down Spiker. His position was constantly moving. He always seemed to know where those last couple of players were, and it really just, I mean, he makes it look so easy. It's not. Don't get me wrong. These are tough shots to hit, but because he was so hard to pin down, because they didn't know his exact position, there were little mistakes made by Dark Zero, sprinting in a trophy, thinking it's clear when it's not. That last 1v1 as well, thinking maybe I want to go for the kill, maybe I want to go and try to force a plant. Fultz not really sure how he wants to execute on that. Spiker really does play that absolutely perfect. He has to, and it's a round win finally on the board for Wildcard.
Oh, I said it. I'll say it again, and I'm sure it'll come out a few times as we go deeper in. This is a long series. So you've got at minimum 2 maps. Settle in, focus, get your head on straight. You've got your 2 best fraggers on the side of Wildcard in Bay and Kansan currently held off of the score sheet. Now, admittedly, it's a little crowded at the top for these Wildcard numbers, and the best statistical player on the team has actually been Adrian this time around, which isn't usually what you see on his role, but he's got the best KD, he's got the best entry stats, he's actually got the most entry stats on this team as well. And Bay will jump out, break that goose egg, down goes NJR. Heavy presence from Dark Zero on Library. Bay could get all of this done without much support. So him and Kansan getting on the board, very important, even if they are competing presently with Adrian at the top. And don't count on Spiker. He's had a pretty good and pretty impactful set of rounds too. So Wildcard going for the jump out, taking down NJR. Still, there's Heartbreach inside Dark Zero, so not all hope is lost, but surely a devastating blow in the first minute of action.
Yeah, it does suck to lose your thermite on this bottom floor bomb site in particular. There's a lot of walls you'd like to walk through, but they can't worry about that now because Baby Shark is lurking around that mid floor, gets a pick. The trade's good for Kino, knows another one's pinned down at the bottom of blue stairs, has the ping on it. Can he escape? Surely not, right? Calls a teammate over. We've now got Faults here holding the angle as well, but there's backup for Wildcard too. Baby Shark and Bay sitting down here. It is a Texas standoff. Parker, and it looks like they're gonna make it out. Baby Shark barely alive after that engagement. The fact that he gets that pick on the roam and gets out is absolutely ridiculous.
Insane work for them to be able to survive that onslaught. DZ star this kickoff. J90 is gone, so both of the hard breachers are no longer available. Still got secondary hard breach in the pocket, so Kino is a bit of a saving grace at this point in time. But I like these numbers and I like this positioning for Wildcard. They've smothered the offense that Dark Zero has employed, knocking them off first. Now Kino will look to follow up to try to kickstart something. A kill or two could completely turn this round on its head. Adrian is lined up ready. There'll be a shotgun just inches away from his face. He's got a shotgun of his own, but the TCSG doesn't seem to hit the same way as this Ying shotgun does. Kino doesn't want that engagement, and now we'll use that last bit on the main breach, which remains sealed and electrified. This is going to be tricky. They'll try to get it off with the Thatcher of Faults above. Potential good coordination here might be able to open it up. It sounds like it'll go. 30 seconds remain. DZ have managed to dig their way out of this position just based on utility, but the kills are not coming. Adrian slaughtering Kino. He's got one that drops. Adrian doubling up on kills. Bay, another one. A terrific round from Wildcard to draw even.
Yeah, and it really does come down to those hard breachers, Parker. I mean, when NJR goes down to the thermite, we're thinking, okay, that's not great because the thermite is what you really want to be able to breach that main snow breach, right? To get yourself into a plant position. But you're thinking, okay, there's still cans on Kino, there's still Habana and J90. They can still make this work. But then Baby Shark also gets aggressive, being able to take down the other primary hard breacher. Maybe no two worst players that they could have lost in that moment on the side of Dark Zero. It ended up being really critical picks that gave Wildcard that advantage. And then beyond that as well, I mean, just the fact that they were able to dominate on the numbers on that top floor, the fact that those roamers get out is so important. We didn't touch on it, but I wanted to mention that snake ban that Wildcard used after round 3. Newers is one of the best snake players in the world, certainly one of the best in North America. He is so good on that operator. The fact that they took it away from him, I do think had an impact on that roam clear. Made it a lot more difficult for Dark Zero to find those players out, to try to force them out of the position, and it kind of resulted in these early deaths, like this one from NJR, the next one onto J90 right here. These are kills that maybe they go another way if you've got that information from the snake, or if you've got a little bit better of a roam clear going on for Dark Zero. So they call their TAC timeout. They try to address some of the response that we've seen from Wildcard in the last 2 rounds, and 4 rounds deep, we are past every single TAC timeout. That's kind of crazy.
We technically have another timeout coming in 2 rounds at the halftime point, Jesse. So
true.
Literally, the coaches will not be able to speak. In about 6 minutes time, they will no longer be able to talk to their teams. A breakneck pace to call these timeouts, and obviously something that you have to worry about, right? DZ won those first 2 rounds. They looked really good. They weren't as lopsided as a 2-0 could potentially have been, but Dark Zero was still, I would argue, in full control of both of those rounds. They probably should have won that 3rd round too, but they gave a bunch of isolated engagements to Spiker with very limited intel, and as an SAS operator does, you pull out the SMG-11, you pull out the shotgun, you kill a couple people, bingo, bango, bongo, you move on with your life. That's exactly what Spiker did. How many times do we see a mute clutch? How many times do we see a smoke clutch? That's just what they do because the operators and the way that they're played. So obviously a debilitating round, and really the start of a comeback here for Wildcard. Wildcard used their timeout, now DZ have used their timeout, and we are arriving at this present position, which frankly is uncharted territory. Having both teams call their timeout this early is kind of bizarre. And frankly, if things go really bad for one of these teams, there is nothing to save you at this point.
No, that's exactly right, Parker. The Nitro will miss up there on the top floor, but that's okay. Still a 5v5. The uncharted territory also remains on the bomb site, top floor for the first time ever, and Dark Zero are interested in taking his control down below the site. There is nobody immediately down here and dining, although there's one roamer, Baby Shark, over towards Games, and you can see this punch hole from Newers gets made to try to counter Baby Shark's position. What a shot! Flicks over to Faults, is able to get the man count favoring Wildcard. I think there is no question about his confidence today, Parker. Baby Shark is on.
Yeah, he's been absolutely firing on all cylinders. Kansan held off of the score sheet so far, the only player in the lobby yet, which is very odd for Kansan and his pedigree. I expect him to start racking up kills. Kansan doesn't really have off days, Jesse, so it's only a matter of time until the sleeping giant wakes up. Logic bombs will go off. NJR's on the board. Kansan will have to wait another round because he's the first casualty for Wildcard, the first target found by Dark Zero with half of this round to go. Kino will now attempt to get the diffuser down. All quiet. NJR picks off Adrian. Newer Slaughter's Bay. Diffuse kit goes down. This is methodical by Dark Zero. Baby Shark, the only player on the board this round, will have to do it all. All of his teammates dying by their lonesome. And Baby Shark's got quite the daunting task here. He's got to head up towards these Solarium stairs, get towards the bomb site. The smoke is obscuring him for the time being, but they've got their sets of eyes trained in this position, and a fully extended Montaigne will greet him. They're going to give him nothing. They know how hard it is, so why bother swinging, right? Some damage is done to Baby Shark in this position as he now goes down below, but ain't going to happen. Nope. Sorry, this round is going to go in favor of Dark Zero, languishing on the stairs. Eventually somebody will get it. It's NJR. Another huge round from Nick, and DZ will stop Wildcard's streak at 2 as DZ regains the lead.
Yeah, another really strong push coming out from Dark Zero, Parker. I mean, they've got that solar control. It's a really powerful push with the Monty. If you can get that bottom floor control, walk up the solar stairs, you can easily force a plant just inside the breach, try to get that master diffuser down. It's really tough to stop that as a defender, because if there's players on the big window, players in the bathroom window, you really just don't have good positions. The one player who maybe could have stopped it, that was Kansan, but he gets fried by NJR, pushing up behind his Monty up through solar, and it ends up being a really nice plant to come through from Kino. Ideally, as the defenders, you want to do something to disrupt that, but the fights on the backside of the bomb site weren't going their way. Baby Shark was good down below the site, but unfortunately just not impactful enough. The team on DZ kind of just ignored him as they pushed him towards the site. We're happy to get a plant down. They said, sure, there's going to be an Ella below us, but as long as we don't let her get below the plant, it's not going to be a problem. Nicely done by Dark Zero now, up 3-2.
It's Wildcard's map. So Wildcard keeping it close in this first half is best case scenario for them. I don't think Wildcard approached this first half on their own map expecting to dominate. Again, the usual scoreline is 4-2. You see it across just about every single game. You chose your side. Even if it's not your map, you should probably be taking at minimum 3 rounds. That's basically where you want to be unless you're in blowout territory. We're not in blowout territory by any stretch of the imagination. So if Wildcard can salvage this first half with a 3-3 scoreline, they should be, in theory, Jesse, very well situated for the second half. But again, Wildcard's been a bit of an enigma so far in this kickoff. They've looked downright terrible in some of their matches and have needed to very quickly adjust. But here they are, and they are a single best of 3 away from qualifying. So I think a lot of that doubt should be quieted by now. This is a new look than what we saw in map number 1 against M80. Wildcard have definitely improved.
Yeah, I agree 100%. This is a very different team than what we saw during the group stage or even in the very start of playoffs. They have grown a lot in a very short period of time, but their toughest challenge still remains in front of them. Dark Zero in a best of 3. No 5v4s in this one. You're going to have to take down every single player on this DZ roster, and it's going to be tough, just given how good they were in the groups. Undefeated, a flawless group stage for Dark Zero. Now on this last attack, they're pushing in through Case's hallway. They've got their Capital bolts, forcing players back. The smoke stalled them for a moment, but the information is still good, and Kino, how good has he been on this Monty? Another pistol kill for him.
Look at the sweep through. Spiker's got to make some noise. Oh, he's good as gone. Punishing, smothering, suffocating, whatever words you want to use. DZ of all 5 players still upright. Kansan can't buy a kill and will go without one this entire first half. It's all up to the newest import for Wildcard of Adrian. And guess what? He's got a target-rich environment. 5 players to find. Surely he'll get at least one, right? Wrong. Kino with the final kill. A flawless end to the first half. DZ up 4-2.
Could have been even worse for Wildcard, Parker. 5-1 on the table if they can close out the 3v1. But in the end, 4-2 is where we're at. Let's bring in the desk quickly to see what they thought about that first half.
Thanks, Jesse. We definitely have some thoughts over here because I agree. I think we all do. Wildcard do look improved. They look like a new team, but Dark Zero lacks. They do still have the control of this game right now.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, they've looked better on paper just in terms of their strategic standpoint, but again, you have to look at every single round individually, and we have a couple clips that kind of display how well that they've looked.
Yeah, I think it started out on round 2, where Dark Zero, I mean, the way that they're piecing apart Wildcard, they're finding their fights, finding these openings. I mean, New just playing on this balcony area, getting kills from the distance, nice play from Kino. But you see one common denominator, is Wildcard is all playing spread out. They're all losing one after the other. There's no trade potential, and that's the biggest issue. And honestly, up until we saw that huge Spiker clutch, I wouldn't have said Wildcard had a leg in this game, but I think that swayed momentum immensely because they needed to see, like, hey, if we just play together, we can beat these guys, but we needed that clutch to catalyst it.
Yeah, and it's funny that you talk about that clutch, because when we look at that round in particular, round 3, I mean, Dark Zero, again, was doing everything very well. They were clearing the top floor. They were pushing Wildcard back. They were being very oppressive with those shields. I mean, we talk about the Monty play from Kino just being able to be a thorn with the shield. I mean, you just immediately see the follow-up and the response. But this was also a great heads-up from Spiker, and this is what even allowed them to be able to get that fight back, to push that into round 4, where we saw them take early control of the map. They understood, okay, we do need to play a little aggressive, fall back onto our lays. They get that round. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Round 5, it was a beautiful execute from them, and then even pushing it forward. Round 6, it was just another clean execute. You can clearly tell Dark Zero on attack extremely comfortable with their setups.
Although I agree with the sentiment that Wildcard is playing better, they're looking a lot more adaptive. They're clearly, everyone is playing at peak performance, specifically Spiker. Dark Zero just looks like a different animal. Their strategy just seems so perfect. The positions that they're taking, the gunfights that they're executing, their calls. I wish we could have replayed round 5 because it was such a beautiful strat call from them.
And just to add on what Jesse was talking about, and Newers being like one of the best solid Snake players, I mean, I couldn't agree more. When you think of Newers, if you put a drone in front of him, he makes magic happen. But now you're giving him an operator that gives him his own little bit of information. And again, Newers is disgusting on that entry. And again, he has that utilization of solid Snake, and he's clearly making it work time and time again.
Yeah, I think it's clear the sentiment over here is Wildcard look better, but Dark Zero, I mean, how can you stop them at this point? Parker?
Great question, Jonah. And the answer is...
Parker, I think you might have cut out there. Wait, Parker, I think you cut out.
Did you not hear it? I went in depth.
Could you do it again, please?
Yeah, I think that the best way to beat Dark Zero, if your wild card is...
I think there might be an issue on my end. We'll get production to take a look at that.
No, I said everything. Hello? Can you hear? I thought I was coming in clear.
Parker, there's no doubt.
I was very careful with my words, Jesse.
Well, hopefully Wildcard can learn from those words. Hopefully they can come up with something just as good, if not better, to battle back against this 4-2 deficit, Parker, because Dark Zero continue to be the most impressive team in North America, and in my mind, by a country mile this stage. It really does feel like their roster moves were exactly what they needed for an organization that had been struggling in recent years, just with the roster moves they had made, not making it deep into events like they're used to. It's good to see this DZ team finally posting up a roster and looking, frankly, kind of unbeatable in the North American League.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, DZ fans have gone through half a decade at this point of heart palpitations every single time their team plays. I will say this, though. NJR was on that DZ roster when they won a major, so at least you got to see your team win a major. Not a lot of fans can say that, especially North American fans. That said, this new look, I don't know if I want to say they're the best looking DZ, but at this current point in time, it is really remarkable how good this team looks on such short notice. Now, this could just be, you know, a bit of a honeymoon period here, Jesse. They could fall apart, but things are working out really effectively for them, and they just get away with stuff like that. Like, how do you do that? A on the board, 2 kills from DZ, answered back fiendishly by this wildcard squad. Now it's NJR on the run over by Chimney. There was one a big window that could have gunned him down. Kansan finally breaking that 0 kill streak he was on the first half. No. The second half? Yeah.
Wow, they put a break onto the rush, Parker, but Spiker's still in a 1v1 down below. Uses the smoke to get away, but he's not fully gone just yet. The Lion holds faults in place, but it doesn't stop him hitting the head. Beautifully done. Now another one answered back from Bay. They do eventually trade faults. It is just NJR left in a 1v2, and there is almost half the round still to go.
An incredible pace, and I mean, you got a feel for Dark Zero here, but Wildcard answered the bell, and they brought it. right? They were able to take these gunfights on their own, and something that they weren't able to grasp, I think it was round 2 or round 3, was just winning fights. Again, strategy be damned. If you lose your gunfight, that's it. It's gone. Wildcard, using those DMRs, using their drone work, they were able to pinpoint these offside players from Dark Zero and punish them. Now it's all up to NJR. Put a nitro cell. Out it goes. Pulled a little bit too early. Manages to take down Bay. No way, right? Oh! He just misses out on Kansan. Shotgun out now and forcing the engagement with Kansan. He will fall away. You know that 417 hits like a truck. They trade! They trade! Are you joking me? Jesse, there have been so many trades. I am genuinely dumbfounded how often this happens. He and Kansan literally kill each other at the exact same moment.
Well, a 1-for-1 trade goes to the defenders, Parker. So the mayor makes it happen. NJR in the 1v2 will win the round out for DZ. What an incredible play coming out from NJR. And I really thought Wildcard were in the driver's seat there, Parker. Despite that rush over on the office side not going perfectly to plan, their adaptations were excellent. They go down to the bottom floor, they hunt down falls, they get themselves in that man count, but NJR in the 1v2, you just can't teach that. You brought up his stats earlier in this game, and you're absolutely right. He was the lowest rated player left in the upper bracket coming into this game. But to quote a great artist, men lie, women lie, and numbers lie too. And I think NJR having poor stats is a perfect example of lying numbers, because the impact that this guy has late in the clutch when he's forced to frag, but also earlier, droning things out, using his utility, calling for the team, getting traded when he dies. These are all things that NJR does for Dark Zero that don't always get picked up on the stat sheet, might result in him having kind of a low EPS, but I feel like he's played really, really well this stage overall. That prep clutch, maybe his best moment since the season began, but not one to forget. It gives DZ a big lead here on the first map.
Humongous. And Dark Zero still has their own map up next. You know, DZ has had the success on Night Haven Labs baked in from the very start, admittedly with a different roster and a different group of players, but it is a map that is near and dear to the hearts of this team in purple on the left side of your screen. Now, obviously, they've got to get through Chalet first, but that round in particular was an incredible display from both of the teams. One where you kind of think, I don't want anybody to win and I don't want anybody to lose. Well, they literally traded. That's about as close as you can get to that happening. So, can you give the round to both teams? No, you can't, but you can see stuff like that. And there has been a really big uptick in trades lately. I'm sure you've probably noticed. A bit of frustration, I'm sure, on the side of Wildcard because the defenders get the round. It means that they kept the bombs safe. This one starts off unexpectedly. J90 obviously very mad about that one. I would be too. Kansan hucking a nade in over towards Chimney, gets the all clear, and now they can begin to take the top floor. For Wildcard, as it's a little bit easier to claw their way on Library side.
A nade kill. What year is it? Good util from the team. They force J90 back into that nade. So credit to Wildcard for working that pick. It's creative. It's fun. It gets the job done. And now they've got a man advantage heading into the last half of this round. Everybody from DZ remaining towards the top floor. As I say that, Newer's actually just dropped the dining hatch. And you do see that outline on the blue stairs as well. So there are players getting kind of aggressive here on this defense, hoping to get one of these players picked off. With this Sens, you could be setting up for a really strong execute on the side of Wildcard. DZ can't let that happen.
We'll go that Lion charge. Wildcard will see Adrian lose a lot of HP. Kansan, the Lion himself, takes some serious damage too. That's Fultz in this position. The guns from DZ are just so nasty, Jesse. Spiker and Bay, the last two standing. Reminder, there are no timeouts at this point in time, so you might want to play this and talk about it, especially now that Spiker's the last one standing. They've assessed his position on the roof, so Fultz has him in his line of sights. Spiker's just going to go fishing at this point in time, and well, he goes home empty-handed. I'm sure he'll tell his wife and kids how big the one that got away was. DZ unstoppable at this point in time, 6-2. It took 2 hours for the first map between 1 of 30 and 5 Fears to conclude. We were supposed to start this best of 3 at 5 o'clock. We were a little bit behind schedule. DZ said, all right, we got you, don't worry. 1 round away from Chalet going into DZ's win column here, Jesse.
And it just looks so confident. False, no doubt the MVP, a massive 4K in round 8 to get Dark Zero up to map point, and False has just been an incredible player. He is on the verge of breaking history, by the way, in this game. A victory in this best of 3 would make False the first North American player ever to qualify to 10 different majors. He would be the 4th player globally after Cyber, Bride, and Alamau all achieved that feat either last year qualifying to Munich or in the past couple of weeks qualifying into Salt Lake City as well. It's been ridiculous, the consistency False has shown over his career. The old man still got it with the 4K in round 8, and I mean, for Dark Zero, when you've got so many players with so much talent on your roster, it must just feel so good knowing that any single player can pop off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a really nice bounce back for Fultz. And to your point, you know, he's so accustomed to seeing him on the bottom of Space Station and the bottom of a lot of these teams because of the role he played. Now, to his credit, he is the 2nd lowest rated player on the team at the start of today's match, and is again largely decided by the role that you play. If your top 3 played defenders are Echo, Bandit, Mute, you're probably not going to be fragging as well as some of your teammates, but he's missed that memo because he just got a kill while I was talking. 9 kills for Fultz on Mute, and now Dark Zero only has 4 more bodies to bury to move on to their own map up 1-0.
You can tell he wants to make it to that major, Parker. It's so important. It's 5 kills straight over the last 2 rounds for False. Took a lot of damage, but you took the Sens off the board. That was going to be a critical piece of this wild card executes, and now they're going to have to do it without him. Nobody even in the building at this point trying to play the vert, trying to get some of these kills out from outside on the windows, but you've got to do something to force these players out of position. Dark Zero, knowing they have the man advantage, won't get aggressive. They won't be looking to swing these angles. You've got to do something to force that play, and without the Sens, it's going to be really awkward to do that.
That's going to be mighty challenging. Baby Shark had a terrific beginning of this map, but has come back down to earth, and the rest of the team has just not been able to pick up that slack. Every single player on Wildcard underwater with their numbers. They've only won 2 rounds. Remember when it was 2-2 and I said, the numbers haven't really been that bad. It has been catastrophic for Wildcard since then. And again, if the safe assumption is that they are now on the preferred side of their own map, they are not doing any better here, Jesse. That is the bigger concern. There's just so much for Wildcard that is not going right. At least Spiker on the window is able to see the derriere of Kino and shut him down. NJR is not far removed, so a potential swing. He can do some serious damage here, but they'll buy time. He gets clobbered by Bay, asserting himself over by Solarium. Newers is gone now as well, so a great start by Dark Zero, but it's all fallen to pieces. Wildcard managing to recover quite gracefully. They've got 2 more players on the side of Dark Zero to find. One of them flashed out. Fultz in that position over by the top of Library Stairs. He's now gone at the hands of Adrian, and it's J90 with top floor control staring down, hoping to see some shadows or some bodies, maybe some movement inside the bomb site. The fuse kit getting planted. J90 opens things up. He stops it, but he gets out-dueled by a bevy of wildcard players. It's their map. They show some promise now here in that round, and they stay alive for the time being. Wildcard will pick up their 3rd round. DZ still sits on map point.
Well, they stopped the streak. Wildcard do remain alive, Parker. Despite that opening death, they really never left their post. They stayed out on those windows, whether it's bathroom, whether it's solar. They were holding their positions, and they were biding their time until they finally got their opportunity with a pick onto Kino, just as he had used one of those toxic babes. It was a crazy angle from Spiker that kind of opens that door, and that was kind of what you had to do from Wildcard in that position. You know, they weren't really able to force players out of the position, so they just kept holding, kept waiting, and eventually that opportunity came for them. As soon as one fell, the rest quickly followed, with Bay jumping in solar, with that space being taken by Wildcard, and they did a great job of pressuring it onto those top floor players. Still 3 more rounds that they must survive just in order to force overtime on their own map pick. It is not a solid situation, but they had a big clutch that gave the momentum back in that first half. If they could get another big moment, if they could get the vibes back up, if they could start playing more as a team and get that confidence up, as we've seen so often talked about by Baby Shark and the rest of these players, that could make the difference to start streaking the other direction.
Vibes are integral for a lot of these teams, especially with how short this kickoff is. If you have a bad day and you let that mental get to you and you let it affect your game and potentially your teammates' game, that's it. Your chances go kaput.
Yep.
There was quite that lengthy tech delay that we saw in the 5 Fears 1 of 30 matchup. And you saw the 5 Fears guys were constantly hyping each other up, trying to keep each other motivated, trying to keep each other with those vibes high. And Packer was doing the same on the side of 1 of 30. It's very easy for you to sit there and stew when things aren't going right. Yeah, Bino's internet crashed. It sucks. It's basically an act of God at this point in time. I'd be pretty pissed off too if I had to play a 4v5 with a Major on the line. But you cannot let it get to you. You cannot, if you're wild card, look at the scoreline on your own map and admit defeat. You cannot start waving that white flag. You need to take every single round as if it's the first round of this matchup, and more like what we just saw, and wildcard might be able to close this gap.
Snake coming out for the first time from wildcard, and I wonder if they deliberately waited until after that last ban to bring this operator out, ensuring that it would be available for them in overtime if they do require it. Certainly they'll be hoping that overtime is up on the docket. Baby Shark jumps on it now and will start to gather information in towards this mid floor. Very aggressive lineup from Dark Zero as well. Quite a couple of roamers running around on this top floor, but the flashes come in and False will once again strike first.
Why, it's always Fultz, isn't it, Jesse? Down goes Kino at the hands of Kansan. Kansan was 0-6. He's got 6 kills and 1 death since. Spiker on the board as well. Fultz dies to Bay. Everybody on wildcard getting involved in this action. Poor Baby Shark, unable to do so as he died earlier. J90 gunning down Bay. Nade goes off. It was some martyrdom. Dropped in front of his very eyes, and now Newers in a post plant will need to clutch out. Spiker and Adrian, the last 2 for wildcard. Newers is just going to hop right on it. Falling off. There's nobody a mile away. I wonder if he actually could have stuck that, Jesse. There seemed to have been enough time. Maybe he found a small opening. He decides to go for the engagement. Adrian greets him, and it's 2 in a row for wildcard. They are starting to mount their comeback.
Nice try from Newers in the 1v3. I think Spiker was out the window, if maybe a little far away. I think he probably would have got there in time to stop the disable, but I mean, you never know. It might have been the best, might have been the highest percentage play to come through from Newers. Sometimes you can slip things by, but in any case, it's really a simple push from wildcard that works the best for them, and I think that's kind of the meta we're in. They got tons of information from the Snake. They popped the Lion charge, they popped the Dokkaebi charge, they pushed together, and it's really that simple. I mean, they took in straight through the site window, players up above. It's the oldest push in the book when it comes to bar games on Chalet, but because the coordination was so perfect from wildcard and because the information was strong alongside of it, they were able to pull that one off, run over those site anchors, most notably NJR and later on Fultz as well, and really set themselves up into a good spot. That's 2 in a row. Are we starting to worry if we're DZ or not yet?
I mean, I wouldn't be worried just yet, but don't worry, you've still got your timeout, right? Oh. Yeah, that's the rough one, isn't it?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Throwing a dread mine.
No timeout for either of these teams. Wildcard used it after the 2nd round concluded. Dark Zero used it after the 4th round concluded. And it's been great watching these teams play. They did get the dual timeout at halftime, which we've talked about before. It is a relatively new addition, but what? Oh.
Of all players that you could get to, it's the guy who has been having confidence problems. That's brutal.
Baby Shark, Baby Shark, Baby Shark just keeps on dying early again. His numbers are rough. There was so much praise that was heaped his way at SI, playing in his home country, in his home region, admittedly for a North American team. So maybe a bit of an interloper here, but is a big part of why wildcard was able to achieve the results that they have over the last couple events. The last calendar year, in fact, has largely been because Baby Shark's prominence on this team, and he has been, unfortunately, quite invisible outside of a round or 2 here on Chalet.
I'm very curious to see what this Zero is going to do for Bay. We're seeing good information clear come through now. Again, Snake is available, so he has to have chosen this op for a reason. Didn't bring this last time they played Chalet up against M80. Was primarily on either the Ace or the Deimos when attacking on towards this kitchen site, so it's definitely a new look, something that maybe won't be expected from Dark Zero. With the Twitch drones, the information is good too, even if it doesn't last so long just outside of office here. Now Kansan will see there's not really any util on this office door, but the player still remains. They've got to find a way to force J90 out of office if they want to try to go for a plant dining side. Without Baby Shark, it definitely feels like this push has stalled a little bit, Parker.
Baby Shark has been the opening death 5 of the last 6 rounds, by the way.
Jesus. That's tough.
And he's been playing high-value utility ops every time. It's a good thing that they've got some insurance on their team. Spiker in particular is having a very good day. He's now gone positive on the team. Adrian is tied at 7-7. So numbers starting to get a little bit better for Wildcard, but they don't have a lot of road left. Now they've lost what little they had in terms of even footing. Back, Dark Zero will go to the advantage with a minute left. Newer still has control above as well. So it's been a very linear execute for Wildcard. Nitro Cell will go out. It's tossed a little bit too early. Does not go off. Adrian's still an upside down repel. Spiker gets it off. Adrian cuts down J9. Oh, immediately twists and down goes Kino as well. This upside down repel from Adrian might have just saved the round for him and his team. Fultz will die at the hands of Cans, and Newer's the only one still standing. He's got an idea of Adrian on the window, and now has the daunting task of heading towards the bomb site. He's completely lost control. Wildcard will hope to box him out. Newers just needs to find his targets. He finds Kansan first. 2 more to go. Marching towards this defuse kit, running out of time, within reach, and he'll attempt yet again. He didn't stick it last time. He doesn't do it this time either. Adrian, a terrific round, and Wildcard is within 1 of tying things up and sending us to OT.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, we had full top floor control on the side of Dark Zero, but they just couldn't use it to stop that plant, Parker. They were a little bit too distracted by the players on those windows. Fault on the Clash, I think maybe a little slow to try to fall back towards the site, and really good identification from Wildcard, noticing that, hey, if we can just go into the site, kill NJR, kill the one player actually on the bomb site, we might just be able to force a plant right under their nose. They didn't have numbers. They lost Bay and Baby Shark, their 2 primary entries, early in that round, but it didn't seem to matter. They were still sticking to the plan. They still got that plant done, and it has been very nice to see Wildcard answering back. Even without attack timeout, the momentum has firmly shifted in their favor.
Oh, absolutely. Now 3 rounds in a row. It's been a very streaky game on Chalet. I feel like I said this exact same thing when we saw Chalet against M80. It was what? It was M80 1-1, and then it was like 2 wildcard, then 3 M80, then like 2 wildcard. I can't remember the exact numbers by round. But first 2 rounds went DZ, next 2 rounds went Wildcard. 4 in a row for DZ, and if they pull off the comeback, Wildcard will have won 4 in a row to send us to overtime. So evenly matching Dark Zero, but never leading them. That is a bit of a problem. They did start on the weaker side. It is their map. They got more comfortable the longer it went on. I will give them some credit here, Jesse. Wildcard were not able to recover on their own map of Fortress against M80, and it put them in a giant hole they had to climb out of. They are already rising to the occasion against DZ, significantly better than they did yesterday. So already immediate improvement, even if Wildcard still might ultimately lose this map.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt this team's got grit. Even when they look like they're out, they proved the other day that they can still battle back and be a fearsome force as they go through this match. The flash is coming through Solar as well as the nades. They're jumping in, Parker. They're sending it straight to the bomb site, but NJR's got an answer.
Once again, NJR, he's so good. He finds a second Baby Shark on the board. So, hey, look at that. Baby Shark has not died early. He's got Kansan bleeding out. That will put Dark Zero in a 4v2. If Kansan is not retrievable, make that a 4v1. Uh-oh, Jesse. We spent all this time talking them up, but it looks like we might be reaching the end conclusion of this map. Spiker, who has saved the round for his team many times before, will now need to do it again, or else Dark Zero, well, they'll win Wildcard's map. Uh-oh. It takes a lot of damage, Jesse. I don't feel good about this. Kansan finally dies. Spiker hits the Gishmat mine, so J90 will now know he's in the library portion. Spiker at the main door. Surveying all the openings. They're not giving him anything. Really good patience here by Dark Zero, Jesse.
Spiker's a brilliant player, but this is going to be tough. He's got time to play with. He's got the diffuser. He knows a lot of their positions, but they know where he's at too.
Nitro Cell will go off, so more damage is done to Spiker. They just continue to chip away at it as he makes his presence known. Bullet from NJR whizzing over his head. NJR hoping for a dozen. If Newers gets this kill, DZ will finish with 4 players in double digits. That is really quite incredible, and it will come to pass. Newers with the very final kill, and DZ survives a potential comeback from Wildcard. DZ takes it 7-5, nullifying the advantage Wildcard had and setting themselves up quite well, 1-0, as DZ now looks to finish it out on their own map.
Wildcard looked good, Parker, but Dark Zero looked better. Fantastic performance to steal their opponent's pick and continue to go undefeated on maps here in the NAL.
We've got another map to go. We'll be back after this.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Wildcard have that comeback gene in them. We know that because they did that against M80 and they nearly did it here against Dark Zero, but DZ are able to hold them off and they take the win on map 1. We saw 4 players hit double-digit kills there for DZ at the very end. NJR was leading the way. I mean, we saw this team clicking like they have been all group stage. Nothing changed at all.
No, they were clean, precise. They were strategically sound. I mean, throughout all those attacking halves, I mean, they look so good. And again, we have to highlight NJR because we honestly haven't been able to talk about them too much throughout the group stage, even into now kickoff. But NJR, he isn't brought on this team to be a fragger. He isn't the one that's going to open up a round. He's the one that's allowing the rest of the players to open up the round. He's helping facilitate newers getting into the building, getting these picks. It's just, you know, the cherry on top. If he is at the top leaderboard, which surprisingly enough, he's 11-8. And it just goes to show, it's not always about stats. It's not always about, is this player getting tons of kills or not? Granted, NJR is, but it's what he's doing in each and every single round. And even some of the rounds where he did have highlights, he had that big 3K, he had that big 1v2 where they traded. I mean, if he's not there in those situations and not being able to play the game that DZ brought him on for, it probably doesn't look the exact same.
It's because of the role that he's in. I mean, he's not the one that's headhunting.
No,
that's
he's not.
new, that's Jaina, I know. He's usually droning, he's setting up position, and then if the strat allows it to get to him, he's not losing those rounds. He's not losing those clutch situations. So you don't want a player like NJR going nilly-willy, going crazy, trying to get picks because he's the failsafe. So far, he has been perfect at being that failsafe. And something that, unfortunately for Lax, because he was highlighting, you know, his conversation with Baby Shark and how good he's been doing. Baby Shark as a failsafe or a starter for Wildcard has not really been showing up the way that we expected after their first matchup. He's been having a rough performance of trying to find those entries. He hasn't really been finding any gaps. And it's just, it's very difficult on a map like Chalet. You need Baby Shark. You need Baby Shark and Bay to be able to get those opening kills. They are the main factors at being sneaky, being able to find openings, be able to take position, just like Newers is, and unfortunately Baby Shark's not getting there.
And that's the unfortunate bit. I mean, he carried a lot of utility. He had those ROU projectors, and especially on the attacking half, when you're the entry player, you're the one that needs to open up the round. You are 5 out of those opening deaths on the attacking half. It's not setting you up very well on that side.
Nope.
They're going to have to remedy that, especially because, I mean, this is a major qualifying game. They will have a second chance if they don't make it, but this is that opportunity to punch their ticket to SLC. Well, something we've done now for the last 2 days and we're going to continue to do today, we've got to give away some tickets for the Salt Lake City Major. Your opportunity to see these teams play on U.S. soil. So here's what you have to do. All you need to do is type Major in chat. No exclamation point, no giveaway, no nothing. All you have to do is write Major, and you'll automatically be entered to win 2 tickets to the Salt Lake City Major in just a few weeks. We're going to announce our winners at the end of the show, and you will get reached out to by a Twitch mod to get your ticket.
I hope I win.
And make that happen. Well, you got to get on Twitch chat right now. And then
we did get picked. If we did put a major, they would just ignore us and go to the next person.
Oh,
I
for sure.
hope so. I mean,
you guys. Like I want, you know, invite some family.
Oh, yeah, you have family
you got
in Salt
family
Lake?
in Salt Lake City. That's true.
We will get into the second map here of our next major promotion game in just a bit. Dark Zero, Wildcard continue after this.
One team has already made it to the Salt Lake City Major from North America. Will we see a second join them here on Chalet, or here after Chalet, now heading to Nighthaven Labs? This is Dark Zero's map, and they're up 1-0. Jesse, what can Wildcard do to stay in this series and keep their hopes of Salt Lake City alive?
It's going to be tough, Parker. As DZ reminded us all before this game began, DZ hold an 11-0 record up against Wildcard. Anytime the two organizations have met, this would be their 12th straight win over Wildcard. Of course, that is many different rosters across both teams, but still, you gotta think it's bad luck for Wildcard to have matched up into this behemoth here in the North America League, but that's how the cookie crumbles. Loser of this game will not be out of it. They'll play tomorrow for one last chance to make it to the Salt Lake City Major, but you'd like to get it done here, of course. You would really want to be able to stop things now. As we get the bans through, you can see a certain person's getting kind of targeted. Kino noting that both of his primary operators, Blitz and Glass, taken off the board.
Yeah, it's really rough stuff. The loser of this series matches up against Space Station Gaming. That match will be going live tomorrow. We've also got 1 of 30 in Shopify Rebellion, where 1 of 30 honestly gave it a really good shot. I do wonder how that series goes if there wasn't constant tech issues that Bino was battling through. I honestly think map 1 would have gone 1 of 30's favor.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't want to say might, I want to say would. They almost won a 4v5 for crying out loud. So
yeah,
I mean, you could have seen how far they went, and it was a very impressive showing. A 2-0 scoreline once again doesn't really show you how close it was, right? Map 1 8-7 for 5 fears, then a 7-5 victory. Like, they got pushed to the brink. That second map, to be fair, was a 5v5. So I mean, that's normal stuff. But honestly, some of these newer teams are definitely on an upward swing. We've got 2 teams that you know quite well now on your screen, and as was stated, Dark Zero took Wildcard's map 7-5. Wildcard did improve the longer that map went on, so there's a chance they could start off hot here on Nighthaven Labs. They will be on the better side. They need to be watching for Newers, and they will. Baby Shark, the Frenchman, catches the Nook in the first 25 seconds of action. It's an opening pick for the defenders of Wildcard.
Don't think we could have started this map any weirder, Parker. It's a walk-in from Newers. We're also playing the worst bomb site on the map, at least in terms of most people's opinion. This is by far the least played bomb site, Kitchen Cafeteria, coming out now for a Wildcard. They start us with an opening pick. They clearly feel confident with it. Utility clear's been good from Dark Zero. You saw some of those Twitch drones doing work down and towards the site. J90 not done with that even still. There is really not a lot top floor. Bay is playing above the bomb site. That brings him all the way over towards kind of lobby. Otherwise, everybody else is remaining spread out across that top floor, or that mid floor, I should say. See a little bit of an orange outline, but there's not a whole lot for Dark Zero to find as they clear through up above. They're taking a lot of map control for this push, recognizing that they're down a player early with Newers going down. They don't want to shortcut this anymore. They're trying to take things slow and steady as they clear through the map.
Why bother go any faster than they need to? Well, maybe because you're down a player. Maybe you need to be a little bit quicker. J90 hoping for something. Baby Shark takes some damage. I'm not sure who the exact culprit was, but outside of the building, DZ was still able to do some damage to Wildcard. Baby Shark involved in a lot of this early action. I pointed out on Chalet, he died 5 times on entry in what, 6 rounds, 7 rounds? Yeah. Really not good stuff, but he was able to turn it around and did a lot better through the tail end of Chalet, and now already has the leadoff pick. He's got his hands full with the shield walking on in. He dies at the hands of Fultz, who picks up a second. Bay with only 1 before dying. Kansan on the board as well. It took Kansan quite some time to find his first kill on map 1. He's broken it very early. Wildcard with a 3v2 with 45 seconds still left in the round.
Fultz makes it messy, and now Kino and NJR have a good opportunity. Kino was so good at getting kills in the Monty back on Chalet, but he gets headshot by Spiker. So now it's NJR, 35 seconds in a 1v3.
Oh, NJR, the mayor. He won a round for his team on a bit of a odd trade, but a win is a win. He's got his work cut out for him here. I don't like his odds very much. The craziest part is you mentioned how bad this bomb site is, and yet Wildcard is getting the job done. NJR still just plodding along now. 10 seconds left. Sees the Izami of Spiker. He expects there to be 2 there. He's right, by the way. He just can't hit any of them. And then Adrian backstabs him to send the round away. A good start for Wildcard. They take up round number 1.
Yeah, I think just an aggressive defense coming out from Wildcard. You know, the site's not so important if you're taking gunfights and battling all across the map. You can kind of get a little bit more active. Obviously, a bit of a gift there to start things off, but I thought Baby Shark started really, really nice in this game. Not just with his opening pick, of course, onto Newers, but then just the time he wasted inside of storage. He doesn't get any extra kills out of it, but he wastes so much time off the clock. He allows Bay, I should say, to step up and get another kill mid-round onto J90, so that kind of deepens the man count. And again, while Faults made it close, Faults made it messy, it wasn't quite good enough. NJR and Kino in the 2v3 not able to play together to try to work themselves an advantage. So it's Wildcard to strike early here on DZ's map pick.
Yeah, again, the sides that you look at will tell you a bit of the story. Wildcard on their opponent's map, they're probably going to start on the side that they prefer on, unless they're one of those teams that makes it more difficult for the first 6 rounds. And don't kid yourself, there are teams that have done that before. We talked to them and we said, hey, this map has a snowball's chance in hell of the attackers winning, and you opted to go on to attack here. What was your thinking? And they said, well, we felt pretty confident in ourselves, and, you know, we can come in and make some noise and hopefully catch them off guard. Now, granted, this was a Brazilian team and this was many moons ago, but teams will still do that from time to time. I don't think at this point, though, you want to take any chances. So go with the side that's better. Go with the side that's safest. Wildcard thinks that's to defend. And so far through 1 round, it looks okay, but still 5 more to go. Discovery phase. In the midst of all of this, they will discover a black mirror on that typical IT wall. And Wildcard are entrenched for the time being, while DZ might be able to open it up. They'll open up the back panel first and get the way into connector.
Not a problem here. This is back to kind of normality, Parker, as you say. We're on to the strongest bomb site, as most people would call it, here on the top floor of Nighthaven Labs. I like the setup inside of IT. It's aggressive from Bay, but he's got this mirror window to play with, and it makes it kind of awkward to breach this wall. Kino should be able to do it, just going upside down rappel and popping the thermite charge just from above, but it's still kind of risky, especially with Bay holding on to 2 impact grenades. For that reason, they want to get someone in down below, try to force some players out of position. They deal a lot of damage to Baby Shark, but Jin, I know, is not able to do enough damage to get that kill. And here we see the wall, just a mess. They get it mostly opened, but closed back up by Bay. This is going to be a problem for Dark Zero.
But he's still alive. Newers hyped up as that Solid Snake player you talked about earlier. He was able to get into the building, which is an accomplishment for Solid Snake. And Newers was able to get into the building to his credit back in round number 1 as the Nook. He just got picked off by Baby Shark very quickly. Still time to drone now for Dark Zero. An immense amount of droning so far through this round. Only worth noting because, well, some teams drone quickly and that's about it. Then they play off of each other and intel from gadgets, but Dark Zero are fully committed to this, and they brought other drones as well. The Rotero drones by Flores don't last a whole long time, but at least they give you information before they meet their exciting and explosive conclusion. A lot of people have taken some damage here, Jesse, but with 1 minute to go, nobody dead yet.
Love this angle from Kino. He had an opportunity, but couldn't quite react fast enough to get the pick there. J90 still below. A lot of the mirror windows have been popped now. The util's been cleared out. They know that Spiker exists down to the bottom floor, but they can't worry about that. They've got to focus on towards the site. Less than 40 seconds to go here in the second round, and they need to start working and execute, or at least a pick.
Kino will find an opportunity to get yet another one open. Down goes Baby Shark, the buck in the office, down below, shooting through the floor, making it as uncomfortable for Wildcard as possible. Both teams coming to blows. DZ marching their way into the bomb site. Bolt's almost trying the defuse kit, but NJR dies means they don't have the control that they want, so Dark Zero will attempt again. They've managed to reduce Wildcard to just Spiker! He takes down 1, but Newers gets him before he can get out alive. DZ equalizes after a scrappy round.
Brilliant push coming out from Dark Zero, and I want to highlight an operator that we don't really talk about a lot as casters, Parker, because it is so simple, but that's just the thermite being brought out by Kino. He opens the IT wall to such an extent that Bay is not really able to exist there inside of IT any longer. He ends up having to fall off relatively early in that round. Then he gets himself a nice angle over on the outer connector window, then the next connector wall. Then he opens things up and is able to just breach in the far left side, and it's just really good thermite play coming out from Kino that gets all of those walls nice and opened up. At the same time, another classic operator down below, the Buck of J9O, displaces a lot of those operators. He pops the mirror windows. He gets one of those picks before getting traded out by Spiker down on the bottom floor. It's a bit the basics from Dark Zero, but they're used so well, they're used so perfectly, and again, the coordination is top-notch coming out of this DZ team. So I love that push being brought together for the top floor. Once DZ know what they're up against, they really have a good time clearing things out.
All told, this DZ roster has been really without much of a weakness all across the board. Their numbers are great. Their operator pool is quite healthy. They've allowed Kino to shine in his position by giving him enough backup where we don't really have opportunity to make fun of Kino on those shields, despite the fact that there have maybe been some times that we could have. It really is a very, very complete roster. So much so that our good friend Jack Fresh Allen has gone on a limb and said that DZ is going to win the major. Well, Jack, I don't know if you know this, but they haven't qualified yet. There is an entire possibility that Wildcard can still win this best of 3, because if you go back to yesterday's match, M80 absolutely dominated Wildcard through map 1 and looked really good on map 2. What were they, up 5-2 on map 2?
Yeah.
And Wildcard won the series. So let's hold your horses here, my British friend. Baby Shark will blow full sub, and DZ will not have the great start they wanted. Still over 2 minutes to go in the round, but that's your primary heart breacher gone. All you have left are those pocket breaches that Kino has only one of.
We're leaking group chat DMs now. Hey, Parker, I'd be careful about that. You don't want the audience to know about all the minion memes you've been sending recently, but it's
so
okay.
Jack also tweeted, Jesse. I don't know if you got into a fight with Yardy about how good DZ is, for the record. Baby Shark will continue to hold this position. Oh my goodness, NJR gets the nitro cell. He made that look so second nature and manages to get out of there. It's a bad spot for DZ right now, as it will continue to get worse. J9O, last man standing, half the round left, 5 alive for Wildcard.
Imagine if he wins it, though. F2 in hand.
It'd be kind of low-key, like fire for real. But guess what? It's not going to happen.
Pretty close to impossible at this point for Jack. Unfortunately, they know where he's at. All eyes are trained on these outer windows. Oh, boy. I like going up above here. Probably the right call. He's got to recover the defuse kit. And we'll get a little bit more space, but the Thorn Trap reveals his position as he walks down these aqua stairs. All eyes should again be trained his direction. Very disciplined from Wildcard. And there's the final from Bay.
Yeah, nobody moving a muscle there. Bay gets the very final kill. But a lot of that was honestly the main entry point, right? Yep. Getting the kill early, not pinning down Baby Shark in this position. I highlighted how much drone work was being done from Dark Zero a round or two ago, and they just continued to go in spades. That most recent round, they didn't drone an awful lot. It was a much more linear take. It was much quicker. And no surprise that the one time that they don't spend 90 seconds outside of the building droning, they give up 2 picks to operators and players they didn't seem to have a good idea of where they were. So Wildcard at this point in time, fundamentally very, very strong, and they're prompting DZ to take another early timeout. Both teams called their timeouts on map 1 before round number 5 had been played. I don't know if Wildcard is going to call theirs quite so early, but it is a bit worrying that DZ has now slapped the timeout button yet again.
Well, I mean, you can kind of dive into those 2 rounds that Dark Zero lost, right? You go back to Kitchen Cafeteria. It's a very early death from Newers where they don't really have a good chance to battle back. It's kind of a freebie for Baby Shark. And then, well, I think the comeback was actually quite good from Dark Zero. It's not quite enough to break through that one-man disadvantage. And then in the previous round, again, it's Baby Shark with a very early pick that kind of gives the round almost a free early engagement over towards Wildcard, because there's not a whole lot you can do about the Nitro Cell just on the IT breach. I mean, Baby Shark plays it well. There's no way to fight back against that. And then the fact that Baby Shark got another frag on the vert that time around, taking down the Monty as he tries to clear through the site. It's kind of been a lot of these early deaths that are not unavoidable, but not really positions where you can fight back. You know, you're taking a couple of risks there on the side of Dark Zero, and Baby Shark's been doing a really good job of countering that out. I have to imagine that's part of the conversation to come through from Callout, head coach of DZ. His tack timeout on Chalet resulted in 4 straight rounds from Dark Zero, so we'll see what we can do here on Nighthaven Labs.
Timeouts immediately paying off for both of these teams. Good coaches on both sides of the field. It is a little odd not seeing call out behind the team. Do you know if he's living with them? I have to imagine he is. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who wouldn't be with the team, but I haven't seen much content with him with the squad.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. You would expect to see him back there. Maybe he's just on a PC somewhere in the other room or something.
I mean, Easy as an organization doesn't typically hurt for money.
They don't skip on stuff
NRG?
like that.
Didn't they just buy NRG as well?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
they can afford it, I'm certain. And it looks like a pretty big house that they are playing in. But Callout and Lagonis are two incredible minds. Lagonis has been able to help steer this wild card ship with the IGL prowess that Spiker shows. And I am glad to see the chatter on social media. On Twitter, I've been seeing it in some YouTube content. I've also been seeing it on Reddit that Spiker is finally getting the recognition for IGLing this team that he deserves. IGLing very effectively, but also fragging in the process. Kino drops to Bay, and Bay is now going to fight his way out and get Fultz too. They didn't drone this. They just went for a hot drop, and Bay is quite the surprise underneath.
That's a messy one, Parker, and the unfortunate opening deaths just continue for DZ. It's another one where it's like you can't fight back against that. They at least know Bay's position now. This is Baby Shark playing with the impacts, but Kansan elsewhere on the map strikes with a nitro cell, and Newers has to pull off. He doesn't like the angle. This has just gone from bad to worse. Attack timeout does nothing to solve their problems. It's a nice shot from NJR, but only good for one. Kansan the final two, and Wildcard clean things up after the attack timeout. Their most dominant round yet.
Continuing to improve. Again, they're on the better side of this map in their opinion, so maybe the fortunes change, but building up quite the nest egg here before things flip is a great situation. And this wildcard team really does have a ton of weapons at their disposal. They've got great fraggers. Kansan and Bay had a bit of a slow start to map number one. It seems like everybody has fixed that. Baby Shark is doing his job effectively. He's not lighting it up. He's not taking over these rounds, but he's a great addition to a roster that's showing tons of depth. There was a period of time on Chalet, I think it was round 7 or round 8, where every single member on wildcard was negative. We'll have to wait for the scores to come back up, but from quick glance, it looked like wildcard had every single player positive. And yes, there it is. Every player is technically positive. Baby Shark is dead even at 3-3. I don't count assists for this stuff. Baby Shark is 3-3. Everybody else is positive. Nobody is negative on this team. A complete reversal of fortunes. And it just goes to show you how spread out this is. Wildcard is a team with a ton of depth. Even when they had Dash on the old roster, he would usually be the odd man out from a killing perspective. But there were lots of games where he would be pretty good and was able to match the aggression from Wildcard. So kudos to everybody for pulling their weight. They seemingly have been able to slow this Dark Zero advance down way better than they were when DZ was attacking on Chalet.
Yeah, 100%. And even Baby Shark as the one even player maybe has been the best player. Certainly, I think the most consistent. Very important in round 1 and 3 to get those opening picks to set his team up into strong positions to be able to win the game after the impact that he had. It's going to be kind of awkward now for Dark Zero to battle this one back. They would go back to Kitchen Cafeteria. So not just a bomb site that they wanted to bring out round 1 to try to catch DZ off guard, but one that they're confident enough to run right back. And Parker, anytime you see a Finka, it is not a surprise what's coming. Here's the rush.
And the rush will come in. Spiker trying his best. Fultz finally dies. Adrian gets both of them. Adrian looking for a third. Bites off maybe a bit more than he can chew. He walks back. More damage now being done from DZ. These teams trading blows left and right. Kansan finished off by Kino, who's put the shield away long enough to pull out the pistol. Everybody on DZ combined, the 3 who remain, I don't even think they're at a full 100 HP. So that's a daunting task for them to be in. But hold on, if they just keep firing like that, Jesse, it doesn't matter what their HP is. Bay takes down Kino, NJR getting Diffuse Kid down. Nobody is there to stop him. It's all up to J90 to watch as Kino bleeds out. He'll be recovered, so what opportunity for Wildcard was present is now completely gone. They'll have to work against the time and the 3 remaining players of Dark Zero. Baby Shark repositioning with the Clash maybe to buy some time for Bay, but Bay now scampers off of his position. A bomb site completely swarmed by Dark Zero, and they're going to bring the heat to these defenders. Kino rushing on in. Baby Shark pushed back. He sees J90. Kino's not able to cover him. Now it's all up to NJR and Kino as J90 is finished off, but time is running out. They and Baby Shark can kill them all, but they need to get to the defuse kit, and they're not going to get the job done. A valiant effort, but DZ will let the clock give them the win, and add insult to injury, get the final 2 players a wild card when it was already past the point of no return. DZ put up their second round.
Great answer. Just going for the rush right into the A bomb site, and that's a brutal one for Wildcard because they were expecting it. They were ready for it. Spiker was literally hard holding the cafeteria window, the kitchen window. When that rush comes in, he had 2 Goyo canisters on the window as well, but it just didn't matter. The overwhelming firepower from DZ with all of these players jumping in. Look at this. It's like a clown car standing in through the window with the Monty in first, 2 players immediately in after him. They just used that chaos to take the space with it. I think Kino's so important in that round, not only to be that entry on the Monty, to be able to take that space and overwhelm Spiker to stars, but in the mid round, in the 3v3, peeking around for his teammates, feeding information to both NJR and J90, managing to have a lot of that good intel, and even after he gets downed, gets picked back up, impactful in the late round. Really good rush from Dark Zero and Kino, the spearhead of it.
5 seconds.
Very, very well played. And again, these teams so far seemingly evenly matched. I know that DZ sprang out to quite the lead back on map number 1, but it did end up being a 7-5. So Dark Zero won it by the slimmest of margins possible in regulation. You cannot get closer than a 7-5 without going into overtime. So Wildcard were able to muster quite the comeback. They've got a lead here on DZ's map, and they have an opportunity to go up 4-2, which is, again, pretty standard stuff. I anticipate that no matter what happens in this next round, we do not have a runaway winner in the second half. I am expecting it to still be just as scrappy as it has been across maps 1.5 at this point. I don't know if you agree or not, but that seems to be what it's shaping up for.
I think it really depends on how Wildcard look on these attacks. We haven't seen them play Nighthaven Labs all season long. We haven't seen DZ here either, but just the fact that it's their map pick, it gives me some confidence their defenses will be strong. I really have no clue what Wildcard will look like on the offense. If they show up just like they did on Chalet, then you're absolutely right, but time will tell on that one, Parker. As for now, they have to focus on their defense. One more opportunity to try to win the half. They will go back down towards that mid-floor, trying to defend here on storage. Last time, it was a very similar off lineup. A couple of changes, though, of course. The Pulse being brought in, the Smoke and the Mute as well, new coming in from Wildcard. Very curious to see how Spiker can use this Pulse scanner, try to find these players, and maybe guide some C4s for himself and the team.
There goes the Nitro Cell that you talked about. Fultz is down for the count. Kino trades it right back onto Baby Shark, and DZ will now have the upper hand as Bay dies too. So Dark Zero showing their teeth, sinking their fangs into this wildcard defense, and only 3 kills away from tying up this first half. You got to imagine that's quite the boon for DZ if they can keep wildcard from mounting a lead. But hold on a second, both Adrian and Spiker are in on it. Kino gets dropped too. The Valkyrie very active. Kansan's 7th kill. And it's all up to NJR yet again. Familiar territory for the long-standing member of Dark Zero. He doesn't see the shotgun on the ground in a 4-2 first half. The most common scoreline that we'll see goes to pass. Wildcard takes the first half.
Confident coming out from them. They should be feeling very comfortable after taking Dark Zero's own map pick. Now, first half up 4-2. But let's hear what our desk has to say 6 rounds deep.
Well, 6 rounds deep, and Wildcard are showing us that maybe they don't need to make a crazy comeback this time, Fox, that they can jump out to an early lead. The question is, can they keep that early lead?
I mean, you'd like to hope so. That's going to be on their defensive half. You're going to expect, especially Wildcard, this is arguably one of their best maps, if not their best map. That's a reason why it's one of the main bans against them, because they are very dynamic. They add a lot of layers. It seemed early on that Dark Zero was dealing it with correctly. They're always making sure of the C4 below or anybody below that can stop the plant. I like DZ's approach at going for execute heavy attacks. And on a map like this, you only really need 1. 2 attacks are great. I think once the sides swap, the bigger question is just going to be, how has Wildcard improved from map 1? I mean, it seemed like they were really getting dominated on their own defenses, so they didn't have much sample size when it came to their attacks. But when you focus on their attacks, if they can just limit the amount of opening kills that they're giving, the lack of connection and trading, I think that's the biggest factor that Wildcard need to focus for their attacks on labs.
Yeah, and I also just want to highlight, you know, from Dark Zero's side, I mean, round 2 in particular, I love the execute here. They can put the vertical pressure, they get the player off of metal, and then they go for the site execute. But it's not just highlighting how well that they attack this round, it's also highlighting and showing you guys just their comms. And when we've talked about comms from other teams, they're just so precise with their calling. They aren't overreacting. Even if things are getting chaotic, everything is clean. It's 1 or 2 people calling out something. It's urgent. It's clearly a necessity for them to make sure that comms are clean. And unfortunately for them, it was only a 2-4 half, but they are going to be on a very strong half here on the side of defense. And it is going to be important for me to see if they match that aggression that, you know, Wildcard was trying to show even early on in that chalet, to not let them get comfortable in building, take away some of these engagements, put them into their favor, and fall back into those layers.
And we actually got an inside look where you know what that sounds like, that precision on the side of Dark Zero.
Let me throw the smoke. Yeah. On the pillar, bro.
I killed the metal guy.
A flasher pillar, we go. 3, 2, 1, bang.
Below. He's flying up water. Flying up water.
Who's right there?
Yo, still below. Games.
1 HP in command.
Long. Like,
injured.
It was long. He's good.
I'm pushing through.
Yeah,
Hold my water.
He has to be water.
Water,
fast, close.
40 HP.
Nice! Fucking shit, guys.
Wait,
Let's go, bro. Good call on the crank, Volk. Really good, bro.
I thought he was fucking C4.
All right, well, that's the first half in the books. Thanks to the desk again for breaking that one down. Wildcard up by 2, but Jesse, fair to say that's pretty much bare minimum here on this map, given Wildcard's chosen side.
I don't know about that. I think if they'd gone 3-3, they still would have been okay. I don't want to read too deep into the attack versus defense split. I do think if Wildcard can be coming into this and have some strong attacks, like we said, then they're absolutely in the driver's seat for this game. My biggest problem is we just don't know, right? If Wildcard are not a comfortable team attacking on Nighthaven Labs, then it'll be awkward for them. Fox is correct. I mean, this map has been banned against them a lot, and it was a good map for them last season, just at the 6th Invitational. They were 2-0 on this map, beating both Daystar and Elevate. But that, again, with a roster change, you don't know how that's going to affect things. It's been a couple of months. The meta's changed. You can't really always say that just because the team was good at this map a few months ago, it is going to transition into success once again. So that's what we're here to find out. Can Wildcard keep that pressure up? Can they continue to have success here on the attack? And as we load into round 1, it'll be interesting to see what that looks like. Very surprised to see Bay on Yana here in round 7. Unless you're named Shaiko, there's basically nobody in the world still playing this operator right now.
Yeah, that's certainly something, isn't it? Very eager to see what they do here. I just don't know how. I mean, maybe I'm a silly man, but I don't see how Yana fits.
Maybe just wants the gun. Spikers are already on the Ash. You got to do something to get the G36C.
Why do you want the G36C? I think that's the better question here.
I don't know.
I think it's the better question here. Like,
good info.
Solid Snake is available. Deimos is available. There's got to be something that we're not seeing about this.
He was shooting the head of the Yana clone and he ended up killing Adrian. That was crazy to come out from Newers. Oh, brother, that's tough for Yana's probably debut in the season. I'll have to fact check that.
Frankly, I'm trying to remember the last time we saw Yana with any regularity. It's been years at this point. I'm hopeful that some buffs do come to this operator because she can have a very good place in the meta. And I mean, Intel ops are very strong right now. The fact that Yana is just outclassed goes to show you that she needs a little bit of love. And the devs are very much in a let's buff things state of mind. So all you Yana lovers, I'm here with you. Let's buff Yana. Let's make her a little bit more flexible and give maybe Sophia a buff while you're at it as well. 1 minute left in this round. Neither team with an advantage at this point in time. Wildcard still hanging on to their lead. They take down one, immediately traded out. Bay is good enough for an NJR kill, not good enough for a Fultz kill. And back to even numbers we go.
Yeah, I like the control they have right now from Wildcard. 45 seconds. IT's under their control. Rafters as well. But that's about where the control stops, Parker. They need to get somebody either inside of Connector or inside of Aqua. It doesn't seem like Aqua's going to be doable for them, so maybe Connector's the play. That's where Kansan's at, and he's the one holding the fuse kit. So if he dies, this would be a critical error for Wildcard.
The Vaulted now through electrical. Fultz firing a bit too early. Still takes the head off of Spiker. My goodness. Looking for more. He'll get it. Completely blind. Down goes Kansan. Baby Shark now just nestled in between these bomb sites, hoping for somebody to overextend. Nobody will, and Diffuse Kid is very firmly in the clutches of DZ, who take the round and shrink the lead to just 1.
Alec Fultz looking hot with it today. Beautiful play just over towards E-Box. Shuts down that push as it comes on in. Again, hunting to be the first North American player ever to attend 10 straight majors. Not in a row, I guess straight's not there, but 10 majors total. Canadian could join him tomorrow as he plays his last qualifying game down in the lower bracket. So lots on the line, but a great round to come through from Fultz. And a fun fact for you as well, Parker, coming into today's playday in the North American League, we had seen every attacker except for Zero, Osa, and Yana. With this best of 3 plus the last best of 3, we've now seen all 3 operators getting played, which means every attacker has been seen at least once in the North American Kickoff.
Cause for celebration. We love seeing a diversity in the operators being used. And I mean, I do think that for most operators in the game, whether on attack or defense, there is a place for them. For an operator like Yana, the place is on the bench, not being played. But still, there is a place that exists. Obviously, we didn't really see the Yana do too much in that previous round. So again, very hard for us to understand what the idea was. We have a feeling that she was brought for information, because why else would you bring her? Maybe the G36 was the real reason. Now you've got an R4C being brought. Maybe they do just want to spread Ash's guns around here, but I don't know. Yana, obviously, the experiment did not work out. I'd love to hear what the thought process was behind it. But either way, we can't get too bogged down in this. A new round and a new day in front of our very eyes. And Wildcard holding on to that 1-round lead, but it can disappear in a hurry, especially if DZ can put up a round just like the one we just saw.
That's exactly right, Parker. 4-2 half feels good for Wildcard, but it's amazing how fast it can evaporate as it threatens to do so now. Dark Zero on the defense will choose the mid-floor site, storage and control. There was some chatter on Twitter recently about how kind of bad the bottom floor bomb site has been statistically for teams here on Night Haven Labs, and both of these teams may be reading into that a little bit, not wanting to go down towards the bottom floor, despite how it's been so popular historically. Spiker takes a bit of a duel just inside of Garage, but has to back off. He doesn't like the angles with that DMR, deciding it's best to just try to play back around with his teammates. Top floor clear underway now. There's 2 defenders, 3 defenders even up here. Kino, Janino, and Fultz trying to lock things down from above.
Only damage so far done to Wildcard. Kansan will die after Spiker took a bit of a beating. These attacks have fallen apart a little bit, but Bayes found an exploit. Walking right in, taking care of Fultz. Missed his golden opportunity to get J90 blown up from below by a Nitro Cell. NJR will save his teammate. Dark Zero walks away from that engagement with a 1-person lead.
Still hunting though, Parker. Kino ends up biting the dust as Adrian never left the top floor. They thought maybe it would clear it off. They were going towards the site, but one player sticks around, and that's good enough to equalize the numbers. Now with 65 seconds left on the clock, these last 3 players on DZ have been kind of scattered. NJR going for a flank up the lobby stairs, hoping to retake up above. If there's no drone watching for this, that could be brutal, but we did see one just tossed out there, and the angle's ready too. Misses both crosses, but NJR has been found out, and he'll have to go straight back to the bomb site.
The stalemate that we have right now, damage spread across all of these teams. Newer's guns down Baby Shark. That means they have to stop the plant. Spiker cannot find the coverage that he wanted. That might require Adrian to get into a new position, and he does, but J90 still has control. Now it's Spiker on an island. He's being hunted inside a storage. J90 from above will seal the deal and tie things up. Both teams sitting at 4 rounds.
Nicely done by Dark Zero. What I admire so much about that defense in the 3v3, Parker, is how you didn't have anybody sitting still. Newer's kind of the site player inside of control, but he's even stepping up, challenging the window to take down Baby Shark. Nobody's just sat in their spot trying to hold on to things, getting scared of where Wildcard might push them. NJR's flanking up lobby stairs. Janino's flanking up the aqua stairs. No matter where you go, there's somebody on Dark Zero trying to retake space, trying to aggress back towards that top floor. Thought Adrian was excellent, both in helping to clear out up above and then using that vert pressure, but there's only so much one man can do. Very nice stuff coming out from DZ. I believe it was J90's final flank that kind of got them into that 2v1 pressure, and it will prompt the TAC timeout to come through from Wildcard. Again, TACs have been good so far in this series, but DZ with the momentum here.
Timeout being called by Wildcard as they talk through these problems. A little bit of a later timeout than what we saw in map number 1. You've got one timeout given by default, and that's at the halfway point. That's after 6 rounds. For some teams, that's not the halfway point. Sometimes it's a little more, sometimes it's a little less. So Lagonis is going to try to work through this. Now, I will say, Wildcard seems to be entering largely by themselves. This is something that admittedly is only from our vantage point, but it does not seem like there's a cohesive idea behind Wildcard, and because of that, they can't play as a cohesive unit. If everybody is entering all on their own with very limited backup, and I don't see the same amount of extensive drone work we saw from DZ, and that's obviously bad. Plenty of teams can succeed when playing like a bunch of individuals. It really just comes down to the overall strategy of it. But through 2 rounds, it has not worked for Wildcard. We've only seen 2 Wildcard attacks. So if they're trying to entry alone, without a lot of support, and they're not using a ton of intel ops, they're not using a ton of those nuisance enabler ops, then you're going to end up getting beaten by the defenders who absolutely are running intel ops and are running some of their own nuisance ops. So Wildcard will have to change things up, and they have. They're going to bring the Blackbeard. They've got plenty of fragging power, and they are absent a dedicated hard destructor. They will run solely with Kansan, having those secondary hard breaches. Best hope he doesn't die early.
New mag.
Adrian's got some too.
Hard breaching.
Sometimes the striker it'll catch off guard Parker, but they do have a little extra cans here, so they are fine. Nobody dies early anyways. Adrian in some danger there, but he's okay. Basement will reveal itself. I talked about how neither of these teams wanted to go here, but Dark Zero apparently do want to choose this bomb site. It'll be 3rd in their rotation. I don't think you're wrong when you say Wildcard don't look the most coordinated on some of these clears. They don't look bad on the coordination, but they just don't look quite as together as DZ did. And I know that's a high bar, but that's what they're playing against at the moment. Lots of damage down onto J9O. Recognizing there's a heavy pressure over towards lobby at the moment, but can't do much to stall it out.
And early blows yet again. This time it's J9O who suffers through it. Adrian taking a little bit of damage too. So action will break out on this map at just about any point in time. I'm still very curious to know what the pros think about that DMR, by the way. Seeing the para in the hands of Kansan when the DMR is available is something that it just kind of makes my eyebrows get raised a little bit. It's a thought for another day. As Adrian marches in, slaughters Kino. J9O taking a lot of damage earlier on is also about a bullet away from the afterlife, so this is a much better position than Wildcard's been in over the last 5 minutes.
Good early pick, but there's still threats around the map. Don't forget about Newer's up here on the top floor. He is relatively alone. Now that Kino has fallen, he's going to make a bit of a play here with the impact grenade. Inside of Warehouse, there are a lot of Wildcard players. Bay, Spiker, I mean, there's players that are maybe worried about this. Here comes the run out now, but not finding the angles he was looking for and just dies to the main breach.
Wildcard now, after a great start, will continue to improve, looking to regain the lead. They allowed DZ to hang on to those rounds for quite some time, but it looks like Wildcard will be able to triumph. NJR now all alone in a 1v4. Wildcard have control. They've got the defuse kit, and they'll find NJR too. Wildcard will stem the bleeding. 2 rounds for DZ, but Wildcard say, we'll take the lead back. Thanks. 5-4 for the team on your screen.
Yeah, well, you talk about sometimes Wildcard being a little bit individual on the clears. Dark Zero quite individual there on the roam game, not able to trade each other out just because of the positions they were playing. That is kind of how you'd see teams playing on the bottom floor. It's tough. It often does come down to a lot of those 1v1s. Kino in the storage position was such a critical player to that defense because storage obviously denies the main breach on the bottom floor, denies the most default plant spot in the bottom floor, has access to the Animus hatch as well. It's such a powerful position. So the second Kino goes down in storage, you see everybody on DZ try to fight to retake it. Fulton's up in there about halfway through the rounds, but it's just not quite enough. The movements coming out from DZ on the reaction are a little bit too readable for Wildcard. So nice little comeback there. They regain the lead here in this matchup, up 5-4, and can continue with their site rotation. These teams really loving Kitchen Cafeteria. We will go for it once again for Dark Zero, now playing all 4 bomb sites on their first 4 defenses.
Activating jammer. Yeehaw to Nighthaven Labs. A reminder that Clubhouse is up next, should it be required. The winner of this contest will be the second team in North America to clinch a spot at the Salt Lake City Major. For those that didn't watch our earlier match, 5 Fears toppled 1 of 30 in a very bizarre game that had some unexpected twists and developments. Go back and watch at least map number 1 if you're curious about what I mean. There were some tech issues on the side of 1 of 30 that we frankly really don't see at this level. DZ is hoping to go up 2-0 and escape this matchup, then go up against 5 Fears in our very next and final match of the day that you and I will be casting. But Wildcard right now is really testing them, and it's in fact Wildcard in the driver's seat here on Dark Zero's map. Wouldn't be that abnormal to see 2 teams win their opponent's map picks. It doesn't happen all that often, but when you get to this level and you find teams this evenly balanced, it's bound to happen. That would mean Clubhouse as our tiebreaker.
The hopes and dreams for Wildcard at the moment. The Major still hangs in the balance. Dark Zero 3 rounds away, but still not in a comfortable position. I like this setup here on the cafeteria site. They've got Fault on the Clash just up above. This is similar to what Baby Shark was trying to do when Wildcard defended this site, but the positioning of the Clash was quite a bit different back then. Fault's just being able to play at the top of these lobby stairs makes it really awkward to walk in and take this control. Without control of meeting, then it becomes very difficult to try to apply that vert pressure. That's a big reason why this site is considered to be the weakest on the map, because if you allow the attackers to get in above the bomb site inside a meeting, they can have so much extra control. But for now, that position has been denied. Bay outside the window's done a bit of work, but really Wildcard unable to take that space.
Good to see the Yana experiment didn't continue onwards, by the way. Glad that they're using some of the more common information ops now. Dokkaebi and Deimos are mighty, mighty strong. Solid Snake is available, but is not being used by this wildcard team to great effect. In fact, not even being used at all. Nurs and J90 will start off this round in a positive direction for Dark Zero. Adrian, though, showing signs of life for wildcard. Out will go that ROU projector. Trying to tear strips through Fultz as he exposes just the back of him. The shield will not be able to protect him. His own ROU fields are keeping this defender safe, and Kino actually wins because Adrian mistimes the gadget. That is bad luck for Wildcard. An opportunity for WC to get back in this one, but Dark Zero denies it and now doubles up on them in a 4v2.
Yeah, low time as well, Parker. This is going to be really tricky for Wildcard. Kansan all alone as this one teammate is above the bomb site, still just fishing for picks. 25 seconds. You can't fish for long. You've got to go down and help Kansan.
Speaking of, he's got 9 kills. Bay with 8. These two have leveled up at this point in time, both of them chasing Adrian. He's got the crown right now on this team. You might have to wait to pad those stats till the next round because down goes Bay and there goes Kansan as well. Dark Zero is not letting Wildcard get away with this one. Certainly not easily. Wildcard could still win, but we got ourselves a tie game and we will go all the way in regulation no matter who wins.
Genuinely an absurd reposition by Kino in the 4v2. He's not jumping out to get a kill. He's not jumping out to toss a nitro. He actually just decides this is my best position, playing outside the map with the shotgun close on the window. Correctly identifies that Wildcard need to push through this hallway if they want to get control of Lounge, if they want to push towards the bomb site. So says, why don't I just be annoying? Don't care if you've got free pings on me. I'm just going to play here. And ends up being a big distraction. Doesn't get any kills from that spot, but enables those frags to come through from his teammates. Kind of a fun play there in the 4v2. Earlier on as well, we saw those nitro cells really doing work. I didn't catch if it was NJR on the pulse that was guiding J90's nitro for the opening pick, but regardless, C4s were really strong from Dark Zero in that round. They can test very tightly up towards meeting, and with that, they will tie us once again 5-5. It just feels like these two teams could not be any more evenly matched.
And this means that Clubhouse, if it emerges, will be an incredibly tight series to seal the deal. 5 Fears is in the wings, waiting on the victor of this match. And all the other international teams that have qualified for the major are surely watching North America now with great interest to see which representatives will make it through. There are still plenty of teams in the fight. The only ones that have been knocked out so far, other than Outlast and 100 Thieves, who failed to make it to the playoffs, are Cloud9 and M80. Everybody else is still very much in the hunt. Now, The lower bracket's starting to get a little busy, Jesse, because we've got 1 of 30 and Shopify Rebellion playing tomorrow, and then we'll have Space Station playing the loser of this matchup. Space Station looked pretty damn good against Cloud9, so maybe they've made some improvements here, but Cloud9 as a team overall maybe has still some growth to do, so might not be entirely Space Station's growth that we saw on display. That said, Space Station and Dream in particular, who might even be streaming this, as he is known to co-stream, watching intently to see if he'll have to square off against Dark Zero or Wildcard. Those matches will go tomorrow, and it'll be our very final day of the NAL kickoff.
Plenty to play for. It's been a very fast playoffs here over the last couple of days, Parker, but that's really what brings the action to you, what keeps things rolling. Kino inside the building this time finds Spiker for the opening pick. Pick with the SMG-11. I'm not sure exactly where Spiker was at when he goes down. Is he outside the window when he dies there? Maybe outside the breach? He's up above through the floorboards. It's a nice shot with the SMG-11 to give the early man count over towards Dark Zero, and it puts some panic into Wildcard now, who have to clear this top floor down a man.
Rough spot for Wildcard. Dark Zero could absolutely grab the bull by the horns here and take a huge lead, setting themselves up very effectively on series point. They've got 4 more targets to find. I will say to Wildcard's credit though, Jesse, they do surrender a lot of early picks and then still manage to salvage the round. Might be challenging now as Spiker and Adrian are gone. Adrian joining the IGL in the afterlife. Not a lot of damage has been done to DZ just yet. Bay finds a single kill but traded right back. The more DZ trades, the better they get because they hold a 2-for-1 advantage. Kansan and Baby Shark will have to make this work or else it'll be Dark Zero's map to lose. They've managed to figure out where Fultz is, but the Clash just continues to walk away, feeding kills to the remainder of DZ. Newers and NJR with 1 apiece, and DZ are 1 round away from making the major.
And another critical round to come through from Kino, Parker. He's the sight player, he's the hard anchor, but he doesn't care. Couple of big swings to get them to the 2-man advantage, and then even when Kino dies in that round, he's baiting somebody to walk in from bottom garage, which gets Newers a kill to get them into that 4v2 advantage. Even when Kino is dying, he's providing value for his team. He's helping everybody get that man count even higher. So it's crazy to watch that play, and it just comes down to the little things sometimes, you know, going for swings, finding the right timings, hitting your shots. This one with the shotgun, it's beautiful time because Adrian is swapping weapons. I believe he's putting away that Grim Hive launcher, so it ends up being a massively timed play, recognizing what the Grim is likely doing after tossing in those Bs. So the game sense is just incredible from Dark Zero in that last round. They won 7-5 on map 1. They could do it again here on map 2 and make Dark Zero be that oh so powerful force headed to the major for North America.
DZ is played like a team possessed, Jesse, so it's wouldn't be too much of a surprise if they end up being the team that qualifies. The only thing that really would surprise me after those kickoff results through the group stages were locked in is the fact that DZ wasn't the first team to make it for North America. Obviously, that really just comes down to where the brackets are. 5 Fears and 1 of 30 was the first match, so naturally one of them will be the first team to qualify. But DZ doing it without dropping a map would be quite incredible to see. Let's also not discredit this 5 Fears team, right? DZ finished the group stages a +17 in round differential. 5 Fears finished a +14. I think it's also fair to say that the group ultimately was easier for Dark Zeros than it was for 5 Fears, just at least with the way it was played, maybe not on paper and in potential. So 5 Fears have looked quite dominant. Obviously, there will be a bit of an asterisk here on their matchup against 1 of 30 because of the tech issues, but still a win's a win and they will take it 2-0. DZ hoping to join them. Might need to wait a little bit longer, Jesse, because Kino gets picked off very early here in the final round of regulation.
Yeah, it looks very similar to the last time Dark Zero went down to the bottom floor, and I gotta say, Parker, I'm a bit baffled by this site selection from DZ. Top floor is available, but not being brought out. They won it in round 7, haven't played it since. They've been changing bomb sites up quite a bit, but this is the one site where Wildcard looked confident, where Wildcard were able to isolate gunfights and come away with the edge. They've done so again, taking down both SAS operators, Kino and G9O, hitting the deck early in this round. Now Newers has been spotted out. He's trying to make aggressive plays solo, but just like last time in this position when he was on the Vigil, he's not really able to catch anyone off guard. They're playing quite passive on the side of Wildcard, and they're not letting him get away with anything.
Now it's Newers getting softened up here. Lots of stall potential from these last 3 DZ players, but they have to find work, and they will now need to work a little bit harder. Adrian died, but then Newers will follow. Fultz and NJR, all DZ has left, unless we go to overtime. This is DZ's map, so Wildcard has been able to push them very effectively. Fultz on a flank takes down one, cannot outduel Baby Shark. Now it's all up to NJR, the mayor, the longest standing member of this DZ team. He's gonna head upstairs. That'll put him right up against Kansan unless he gets droned out. That flank drone will do wonders. It scoots on by, and now out comes the LMG. The jig is up. They know exactly where he is. This is such valuable information. I think NJR realizes that at this point in time, he's probably doomed if he stays in that position. So he gets out of there. He'll reposition now. In between the A and B bomb sites, gets droned out yet again, waiting for the head. That LMG does a deceptive amount of damage. He just needs to make sure he can actually land the shots and survive the onslaught, which he won't. Baby Shark takes a bite out of him, and we're going to overtime between these teams.
Yeah, again, Parker, I'm just really questioning the site choice in round number 12 for Dark Zero. Maybe with that Mira ban, thinking that they have no wall denial, they don't want to try that top floor once again. I'm not sure what the process is there, but this is a game where every single round, 12 straight, the team that's gotten the opening pick has converted it into a round win. And then you go back to the one bomb site where you're really forced to spread your teammates out around the map, where it's so hard to trade if you do get that opening death, where Wildcard looked very proficient on their attacks back in round number 9. And again, you see this individual 1v1 gunfights. This is not what Dark Zero is known for. This is not what Dark Zero's defense usually look like, but it's kind of necessitated by the strat that they're playing. And it was different from their last time they went onto this bottom floor. They changed a lot of operators. The Echo was new, the Tachanka was new. Don't get me wrong, there were some new looks, but fundamentally it was still a roam, and you still got roam cleared really cleanly by Wildcard. They will go top floor. They will not make that same mistake twice, but you got to imagine, had they just picked this bomb site in round 12, if they win it right now, they could have been looking at a 7-5.
Here's a number for you, Jesse. 12 opening kills have directly led to that team getting the opening kill, winning the round. 100% conversion rate on the opening duels. Now, granted, there have been a bunch of trades. 2, in fact, and they benefited DZ both times. Wildcard did trade it back. Again, Wildcard able to be a little bit stickier in the way that they play these trades, but the team of individuals thing really does come back here. So if you get the first kill, you go on to win the round. That is how every single round up to this point has played out. And again, it really does come down to style, whether you're entering alone, whether you're entering solo. DZ was playing a little bit more together on their attacks. They get to defend yet again. This is a familiar spot. They just finished defending. So we'll see if those attacks can be quite as formidable as, you know, DZ is hoping for. But this has been a very defender-sided map. So I do think the attackers struggle quite a bit here in OT. Only 4 rounds at this point, won by the attackers. If you can strike first as an attacker, you are in such good shape on all maps, but it is especially poignant here. We are a minute into action, first round of OT. IT wall opened up, great pace by Wildcard, but no action beyond that.
Looks like they're committing a lot towards this garage clear. You can already see Spikers setting up with the Capital bolts, the Grim Bees being tossed here as well. That will immediately force J9O to back off. Less than halfway through this round, and you've already had to give up garage. That's pretty early map control to come through from Wildcard. You combine that with the fact they have this IT breach, and the map control starts to look better and better for this Wildcard team. They don't have full control. Of course, Aqua and Connector are still the 2 kind of question marks, but we're looking at Adrian and Bay's positioning. They definitely have players pressuring in Connector side. Adrian taking some of these fights now. He's been so good for Wildcard today. Double digits just on this map, but it's Bay who strikes first.
And I was going to say, I think this might be a little bit too standard for Dark Zero. They're not holding map control as well as they would want. It was taken quickly by Wildcard, and now they find themselves kind of trapped in this bomb site. Newers was basically playing to live. He dies in this position. Finally, we are starting to see some signs of life from this Dark Zero defense. They approach the breaches, opened up by Wildcard, exchanged some words with the attackers, but don't find anything just yet. Still over, about a minute to go. Still plenty of time to figure out where these defenders are. Intel ops on the side of Wildcard, and they are using that information oh so effectively. They struck first, they struck second. Fultz will strike back, but Spiker trades it, and Wildcard are in great position. 35 seconds to go. Spiker is the all clear to get Diffuser down. J9O smoked out of his position. He finds Kansan. Pre-fires on another. Now loops through. He manages to get everybody but Spiker, and Spiker will need to clutch out with Diffuse Kit going down again. Spiker got off of it. J90 trying to stop him in the process. Spiker will finally abort, but get the kill. Ice in his veins. Spiker pushes his team to map point.
What a round from the captain of Wildcard. From start to finish, it looked good, Parker. They used their utility perfectly on Rafters. They got space over towards connectors. They did everything they needed to in that push. It gets a little messy at the ends there. They take a couple of ill-advised swings. They lose their player just on the main site breach, trying to get in from connector, but in the end, it doesn't matter. Spiker pulls off that plant to get the final kill. This was maybe the one mistake that gets made with Adrian dying to faults up close. They're not aware of his position, but even that gets immediately traded out. It's nearly a great clutch from J90. He finds these last couple of players, able to isolate them one at a time as the plant's going down pillar side, but it doesn't matter when Spiker's shooting like that. Beautifully done coming out from the most versatile attacking player in the league. Really beautifully done from him, and he will get his team up onto map point.
And that's just the 5th successful attacking round, by the way. It has been such a defender-sided map, and of course, Wildcard charges in attacking, and they prevail. DZ, they've got their hands full. About to lose their map unless they can change their fortunes here. Wildcard improving the longer these best of 3s go on. They were completely lifeless against M80 yesterday, dropping their own map 1-7. I think you said the best Fortress team in the world about 30 times, and they got smoked. No, you're right. And then they got absolutely crushed. And then what happened? They pulled off the reverse sweep, and now they are here fighting for a spot for the major, where M80 will be competing for 5th, 6th place, I think is technically the result. Maybe 7th, 8th. I can't remember exactly what position it will be, because frankly, it doesn't really matter. They're not going to make it. Wildcard are in a position now to pull off a reverse sweep yet again, so long as they win this map. Then it sets them up for a tidy best of 1 on Clubhouse. Both of these teams have looked mighty, mighty good, but DZ objectively better. Wildcard improving at a fast rate and now starting to challenge whether DZ and remain as dominant as they are.
This is a no-quit team. There's no doubt about that. Wildcard down to the bottom floor. Info is so good for DZ, though, and there comes Newers. Once again, such an amazing Snake player, and he's able to spot that player out. I believe it's a drone from his teammate that gets him that intel. Finds Spiker, the mastermind of the last round, the hero that got Wildcard to this position. Lots of control, and you can see a very different defense from Wildcard than what we saw at Dark Zero. It's very anchor focused. They didn't want to get too aggressive up on that top floor, lose individual gunfights, go down in numbers. It's happened anyways, but they've got to just deal with that reality now. Lots of walls being opened up by Dark Zero. They have entrances both into Assembly and Animus. And another vert pick from an intel op. It's Fultz this time, who catches Bay that was up towards the flank around Cafeteria.
Well, this happens in OT all the time, doesn't it, Jesse? The team that gets basically no chance whatsoever, or the side rather that has no chance whatsoever, suddenly shows up huge and in spades, and that's 4 attacking rounds won during the first 12 rounds. Now it looks almost certainly like it will be 2 for 2 for attackers, and this one might be done flawlessly. Nope, Baby Shark says not today. Down goes Fultz. Diffuse Kit in the hands of NJR. He's at the halfway point. 3 players from DZ will cover. Baby Shark tracked in this position in Exosuit, and he's shut down by J90. We're going all the way, all 15 rounds between these teams. If DZ prevails, they become the 2nd team from North America to qualify for the major. If Wildcard prevails, we get another map.
What a crazy game this has been. I have no ability to predict how this last one's going to go, Parker. I mean, those last couple of attacks looked so good from their respective teams. Dark Zero just annihilating the aggressive play coming out from Wildcard once again through those vert hatches. One was into the basement, one was down to the ground floor. Even the Mozzie halfway through that round, right? Getting droned out and then eventually followed up on with the kill. I mean, it really does look clinical coming through from Dark Zero. Now they have a big question. Where do you go to defend on round 15? Again, the info was really clean. It was the clutch drone from Kino that started things off with the information, but combine the drones plus the snake plus the lion plus the Deimos, it is info abundant for DZ. The answer to my question, it will be storage and control. This is where Kino was so incredible inside the site last time they played it. Hopping off the mute over to the Melusi, a bit of a new setup coming out from Dark Zero, hoping to catch Wildcard off guard for their final round on Nighthaven.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Oh my. The Legion on the board. I like these changes from DZ. That T5 is such an easy gun to wield, and Legion is a lot of things. He's a trap operator. He's also an information operator. Don't discredit the ability of those goo mines to find out where your attackers are coming from. Ella also functions similarly, and even Thorn too. If you hear a Razor Bloom go off, you probably know where they're coming from. It's a very active defense so far by DZ. Jesse Newers is in the danger zone. His cross is being held for the time being. He's waiting maybe for a sound of a reload to try and swing. I don't know if he'll catch Kansan off guard, especially with Kansan on that upside down rappel. This might be a fool's errand for Newers, but at least he survives rather than risking his life in a 50-50 fight.
My eyes are on some of these entries, Parker. Who's going to be the one to strike first from Wildcard? Usually we'd look to Bay here on the IQ, just on the top of Aqua. You've got Baby Shark as well here on the Snake, hoping to gather information outside of Electrical. There are some players roaming top floor. It's False, Kino, and J9O, but Spiker, the first one to take some damage, not from the roamers, but from the site player. Now he's moving towards Aqua and making the space for his team.
They looking for the follow-up. Dislodging those defenders. Down goes Kino. Wildcard now 4 kills away from a third map. It seemed unlikely for so long. This DZ team has been very dominant, but Wildcard are punishing them. Dark Zero disappearing in front of our very eyes. Newers and Fultz, last 2 left. Newers will hit on 1. Top floor control for Wildcard. That's great for them, but they have to get to the bomb site, and this is where things might get a little tight, especially if they don't have information. Just based on the drones that are available, Wildcard will likely fly blind. Fultz has no real support. They might have him on the cross here. That's the Brava of Adrian holding this position. Wow. He gets downed. Can he secure in time? Yes, he can. Worried about fish stairs. The shield of Spiker still running around. He's also low. It's allowed Newers to reposition Jesse. Over a minute to go. This is winnable for Dark Zero, but it'll be tough, and it just got tougher. Fultz gunned down by Bay. Map 3, unless Newers can clutch out. Hiding inside a warehouse, the shield above him. He hears them. He wants them. You know, Newers, he never shies away from a fight. But this Wildcard team is leveled up. And they've got 3 terrific players all hunting for that final kill. Spiker with the fuse kit in hand. He'll have 2 escorts walking towards the bomb site. One of them now over top of Newers. I don't think they know where he is, Jesse. They finally drone him out. Newers will need to scamper off of his position. He hears the drop from the shield, but he has his mind turned somewhere else. He's expecting the push. He'll read it correctly. He can't do much about Spiker, so now he has to go back to where he was before. Look in warehouse. See what's up there. Nice shot by Newers. Almost gets the shield. It's going to come down to him versus Bay, and Bay gets the job done. Wildcard wins a wild one, and we will go to map 3.
Such an impressive attack. They start fast, they clear that top floor, they get the man advantage, and then pump the brakes. They don't panic, they don't rush into sight, they use their drones, Parker, always hunting for that information, making sure they had advantageous fights from start to finish. An impressive match from Wildcard, stealing their opponent's pick. We got one more to decide this series. We'll toss to the desk and a break before we get there.
I mean, come on, we're all thinking it. Let's go. We're going to map 3. It's exactly what you want in a major qualifying scenario. Wildcard. They came out at the half. They were winning. They kept the momentum up. And DZ nearly made the comeback happen, but just let it slip through their fingers in the end.
Yeah, we said once we switched halves, I mean, it was on DZ's shoulders at that point. They can play into their layers, and they did a very good job in the beginning. I mean, they got 2 successful defensive rounds, just playing off their utility, playing off those layers. They would lose round 9, and then they would pivot to 10 and 11. And the big proponent for their success in both those rounds were Clash. Clash delayed so much time, stopped so much of Wildcard's push, where then it would ultimately run down the clock, and they were panicking to get into the site, to go for a defuse, to go out fight these players, and then it just trickles down every single defense after that. For some reason, DZ doesn't go back to top floor. DZ doesn't bring the Clash, and now we're here. We're going to a third map where those minor tweaks, bringing that operator, could have changed everything.
Yeah, slowing Wildcard down definitely was their success, being able to add those layers, the shield. Having Fultz on it too, I'd say this was one of his more exceptional games. I feel like he was always making the right decision.
Absolutely.
Up until that last round with the retake.
A little questionable.
If he was alive, Newers could have clutched up if he just had a teammate alive. But I will say the one commending thing that got Wildcard to push over the hurdle is sometimes it would get hectic. Sometimes it would be a back and forth clutch situation. Yeah. But the fact that they would always take a moment regardless of the time and make sure that they're droning out the last few players from Dark Zero, that shows respect. They understand who they're playing against. They know that any one of these players can win a round individually, so they take their time, and they're playing very disciplined and very consistent. And yes, they let some rounds slip, but at the end of the day, consistency and discipline will get you past the finish line, and that's what we saw.
And we saw those hero play moments from, it feels like so many different people in the lobby. We saw it in the end there, almost a clutch there from Newers and Fultz. We saw Spiker hold off a very aggressive DZ early on in overtime. We also saw the entries on both of these teams really find their stride, Fox. I mean, they were continuing to put up the numbers that we know they can put up. Bay was playing well. Newers were playing well. I mean, both teams had their players playing nearly at their best.
I mean, we know what Newers is going to bring to the table. He's an amazing entry. He's been so good for Dark Zero, and he has the spot all to himself now, as opposed to his previous teams that he was on where he had to share it. But Newers has been doing his absolute best. And the last shot he hit in that last final round through the floor, that was gross. This one right here.
Oh my God.
I thought he was going to clutch it up. But thankfully for Wildcard, he didn't. And on the side of Wildcard, Bay, I mean, we were talking about how we need a Baby Shark to step up, but more specifically, the entries. I mean, it seemed like on Chalet, both the entries were getting the short end of the stick. They couldn't find anything to make it happen. But Bay himself, he really was coming alive. He was the spearhead. And on a map like Labs, I mean, he has a lot of freedom to find those openings, find where he wants to go. And I think Wildcard, with him alive, if they could get Baby Shark as well to be able to wake up, sky's the limit on map 3.
And it's definitely the difference between the two ideologies in terms of how they approach the entry, where entry is definitely more standard on Newers and where he's getting in your face. He's taking those initial gunfights. On the side of Bay, I mean, he flexes between a lot of supportive operators, but once he can set up, once he can help the team, then he's kind of let off on a leash and he can go off on his roam, he can find these opening kills, open up these rounds. But now we're going into a map like Clubhouse. I mean, entries, don't get me wrong, it's going to be hard getting into this build. It's going to be hard fighting for this territory. But again, if you're DZ and you're understanding you can slow down Wildcard, use the Clash to your advantage. They had no answer for it 2 rounds in a row, and it just really blows my mind that every single defense after that, even going into overtime, you wouldn't pivot back to it. I mean, it was right in front of you.
And if you're Dark Zero, you know right now the entry game from Wildcard is the biggest weakness. Clubhouse is very difficult to entry on. There's not a lot of rat positions where you can get a pick away. So I'm hoping, for that sake, that Dark Zero is going to lean into that factor. Bring the Clash, bring a lot more info-based trap operators to be able to stall out the entries, because if Wildcard is unable to get that advantage in the late round, or you stall out so much time that they need to take that second to drone out the last few players, and the time is on their back, that's where we see Wildcard kind of scurry away, crumble away, and start letting the round slip. So that's Dark Zero's main focus going into Clubhouse.
Well, we walk into a situation now that is kind of as storybook as we could ever want. Map 3 in what has been a very tightly contested series on Clubhouse on all maps. It's like it's a Siege's nerd's dream right now.
It's essentially the Coliseum. There's nothing that you're going to be pulling out of your hat that's going to surprise the team. It's really just the fundamentals and the sheer willpower and endurance to go all the way the distance, and you're going to go on the most standard map of them all. And an interesting fact, I mean, you know, we've talked about Spiker picking up Dash's roles, that he's going to be playing those shield ops. Even in these past 2 games he's played, he's only played the shield operator twice now. So he's pivoted off of it. And a map like Clubhouse, we know how strong these shields can be and how oppressive that they can be. So personally, given the fact that that entire half, for the most part, was really defender-sided, I would like to see Spiker take a little more role on those blitz, on those Blackbeards, take a little more frontal pressure, and then, you know, facilitate and go for these executes, because so far it hasn't really been there.
But when he does that, we see Wildcard struggle.
I do agree. I do agree there.
I don't want to contribute Wildcard's immediate success in playoffs to Spiker not focusing on the shield so much so, but I will say when he's got a gun in his hands, I mean, map 1, the reason why some of those rounds were won was because of Spiker. So, you know, it could be a double-edged sword.
When you do look at this team and what they can do on Clubhouse, I mean, we haven't asked for predictions for most of the stage here, but in a major qualifying moment, I think we got to do it. Looking at these two teams, Laxing, I mean, I know you're excited for this. Wildcard, the way they've been playing, they look like a new team. We've talked so much about it. And then DZ, they're the powerhouse. They're the behemoth that we've been talking so much about. Who's going to take this third
map? Give me Cloud9.
Okay, that's not going to work.
Honestly, it's a tough one, but I'm going to have to say Wildcard, honestly, especially after how they played it versus SSG, and they honestly got demolished. I think there's a lot that's going to be played from there. That's the last VOD that DZ would have on them. So maybe they're going to try to go for that same cutoffs. They're going to try to coerce them into gunfights that they just aren't able to get into. And then for the Wildcard, like I said, you're going to take from that game, learn from it, and implement it, especially going into this match now after going through the gauntlet of map 1 and map 2.
That's a fair bet. I'd say Dark Zero, just because the way that you're watching each individual play. I mean, the way Kino's been on the shield, it's such a good shield map.
He's been important.
He's been exceptional. He was so good on Chalet. A map that you don't see shields that much. NJR, yeah, there are a lot of positions where you have to be holding blue, holding these hard positions. NJR is the best hard angle holder in NA, in the world, I'd say. Newer's on the entry. Fultz has been playing great. I mean, I think it goes without saying that I'm going to put my faith into Dark Zero.
But this is such a close contest. We came into this talking about the history of these two organizations, right? It was Dark Zero. Every time they play Wildcard, Org versus Org, it's Dark Zero coming out on top. Roster versus roster, it's Wildcard who's had the edge so far in this series. I mean, you see it here.
When you look at the stats, there's not really that big of a difference, though. That's why it's
close.
It's so hard to predict and say who's going to win it. Now, if you were going off of group stage, there was a clear decider who was going to win this matchup. But so far from what Wildcard has shown is improvement every step of the way. And I would say on the side of Dark Zero, it's been far more consistency than maybe what we've typically seen from other iterations.
So you just see those smiles on their faces, Fox, and you
I don't think
know
a single smile.
Well, there was Bay smiling for a moment there. I mean, not anymore. Not anymore. He's locked in. Never mind. Ignore what I said. You can see the focus on their faces right now. The point is, you know how much it means to these teams in a moment like this.
Real quick, because he's still.
I mean. Just mugging it. Obviously, these teams still have two chances. This is upper bracket. If they go to the lower bracket, they still could potentially make the major.
Absolutely.
Both of these teams could be there. When you put yourself in their seat, though, and you think about the atmosphere, you think about how Dark Zero, they haven't dropped. I guess that was the first map they dropped all stage. Could that change their mentality here? Even though they have that much experience, do you think that could rattle them at all? Dropping the first map of the kickoff.
I mean, that's a great question, Jonah, because we haven't seen something like this happen to Dark Zero yet, so we don't know how they're going to approach it, how it'll affect them in game. You'd like to hope that with a team this experienced and that has been playing this good, they're going to let one map go. You know, it is what it is. Can't win them. You can't win them all, and it's better to lose that one, lose Labs, Wildcard, the best map, get it out of the way, understand what was working, which was Clash and slowing Wildcard down, and try to incorporate that into going into map 3. I mean, you can't imagine it's going to hold all of them back just because they lost one map. And that's why, again, I picked Dark Zero to be able to win it, because so far we haven't seen any shakeups in their consistency, and that was such a big issue that would plague that previous SSG roster. And now the new Dark Zero roster, we haven't seen it yet. I'm hoping we don't see it at all, at least until we get to Salt Lake City. But the pressure element is something you got to bring into question, because yes, everyone wants to win this game to qualify to Salt Lake City. The first and second seed at that point, you're playing without the pressure of making it to the event. No one wants to go down to the lower bracket and play a team that has a one round behind them, that has their, you know, the gas in their tank ready to take on Dark Zero. They want to be able to end it here, you know?
Well, it's exactly what any Siege fan wants, a battle for a major spot on a map we all know and love. We go to Clubhouse to decide our second Salt Lake City spot. We go down to Jesse and Parker with the call.
Greatly appreciated. All right, long faces for both of these teams. I don't know why they're not more enthused here. I think it's the pressure more than anything. Two big organizations, 10 players who know what it takes to qualify for an event, and it is a single map showdown. And the winner doesn't even get time off, Jesse. They go right into the upper bracket finals up against 5 Fears when this map is done. Wildcard have put on an impressive performance and have steadily improved, but overall, DZ has looked like the better team through and through. Do you expect that to change on Clubhouse?
I think it absolutely could, Parker. I mean, Wildcard, again, we said this in their first series. We said this when they were starting out to come back on Chalet. Wildcard have grit. This is not a team that gives up. If this game goes deep, if it goes into overtime, and I certainly think it will, given how maps 1 and 2 went, I think Wildcard have the grit to pull through. Dark Zero have looked better fundamentally. I'll agree with that. I think particularly on some of their attacks. You go back to Chalet, you go to some of those later attacks on Nighthaven Labs. They look so well coordinated when they push in and when they go for that map clear. Wildcard will need to find some kind of an answer to that now as we load into Clubhouse, because it's really difficult to fight back from a disadvantage. We both said it on that last map. Every single round, the opening pick got converted into a round win. So if you're going down early, if there's somebody on Dark Zero who's finding that early frag, whether it's Kino bursting in on the shield and making space for his teammates, whether it's somebody else on a Dokkaebi or a Grim or a Ram, maybe it's going to be Newers running around on a Snake. If you're losing those opening duels, it's going to be really tough to get yourself back into the matchup. So I'm hoping to see Wildcard battle back in that fashion in some way, shape, or form. I believe, I'm not sure exactly what side they're starting on actually, Parker. I won't speak onto that. My understanding is that because Dark Zero had the better round diff on their win, they would get choice, but we'll wait to see that confirmed before we say for sure. Clubhouse on deck. You guys think about 64% over to DZ. That might be the most wildcard favored we've seen it all day, Parker.
I was going to say, it's been holding pretty steady, and I think DZ remains the favored team here. A lot of times this is also just a popularity contest. It's not necessarily who do you think will win, it's who do you hope will win. I know.
Really?
Wildcard will start an attack. You were wondering where their sides would be. Well, there you have it. Mentioned it at the conclusion of regulation on map 2. But after 15 rounds of Nighthaven Labs, the team that got the first kill won every single round. Now, this is in stark contrast to Chalet, where only 5 of the 12 rounds were won by the team that got first blood. Now, obviously, these maps are very different, but again, I think Nighthaven Labs plays a lot more similar to a map like Clubhouse than it does like Chalet. So while they're all completely different, and the big one obviously is going to be that garage portion that is held with rafters leading into the top floor bomb sites, because rafters is usually held on one of those sites, maybe sometimes 2, depending on if the team wants to extend all the way out to cash and all that, but we'll see about that in action. I do think that with Wildcard, these first 2 rounds are going to be integral. Will they need to call an early timeout? Will they be able to match up against DZ on a map that allows maybe a bit more free-flowing of a defense than Nighthaven Labs, where teams, especially DZ, could be a bit too static? Clubhouse is a very played-out map. Takes about 1.5 minutes to drone. You usually know where people are going to be, and chances are, if you get an idea of what the site setup is, you can figure out if there's 1 or 2 players that are going to be roaming or where people will be on site. If Wildcard can very quickly get that information and assess and then pressure DZ off of it, there's a high likelihood that Wildcard could snipe the first 2 rounds here on the map. DZ will start on defense down on the bottom floor. They'll start the pretty typical site setup, and nothing is super weird about these defender operators.
Yeah, no, we should have a pretty standard Clubhouse on deck, Parker. Wildcard playing Clubhouse for the 3rd time this season after playing it twice during the group stage, taking down Outlast and then losing to SSG. It's a small sample size still, only 2 games. I don't want to read into it too heavily, but in those matches, they actually were a much better attacking team than they were on the defense. 75% round win on the offense, 45% on the defense. So despite Dark Zero getting side selection and choosing to start on defense, Wildcard might not be too upset that they have to start on the attacking side here. They have been a very good club attacking team so far this season and are hoping to show that once again today. Starting on the bottom floor, going to come through from DZ. It is not... it's actually a pretty heavy roam game as I say that. Newers and Kino here on the top floor. A couple players holding the routes back down towards Site 2 with Faults and J90. So it's going to really be on to these roam clearers of Wildcard, Bay and Baby Shark, to try to force these players out of position and work that early pick.
Izami holding down the fort on that rafters position. Down goes NJR, the Goyo, early to Spiker, who was maybe looking for something through Dirt Tunnel. A funny moment with Bino on that particular part of the map, Jesse, if you recall, where he shot over, he tried to shield charge in and then died to the Goyo flames. That will not happen this time. There will be no surprise for Wildcard, who find a kill without losing a single point of HP. Newer started this round on the rafters, watching over towards Cash. He has completely ceded that ground, and now Bay might be in for a bit of a surprise. Nope, Newers has decided, let's get closer to the bomb site. There's half the round to go. We've already lost a player. I like this call from DZ. It'll keep Newers alive for the time being, even though he does immediately begin to engage Bay from blue. Down
another one.
Yeah.
Jesus. Both of those happen in their tunnel.
Unstoppable, Jesse.
Apparently he is. 2-0 now to start here on Clubhouse, killing 2 really good anchor operators, NJR and Faults. The second he killed NJR, it could have prompted a fast rotate from Wildcard down towards the site, and that kind of brings everybody back. Spiker brought back down to earth as well, as his reign of terror will end. J90 with the Nitro Cell, able to take down that Capital, but not until he gets that hatch open. So there will still be more angles played around with Wildcard. They'll have a couple different avenues down towards the site, and they still have numbers. The DMR singing from Kino, but it's not quite enough to take down Adrian at the bottom of main.
Down goes J90, Wildcard looking unstoppable. And now it's all up to Kino, who's inside a church. Maybe grab your rosary and say some prayers here, because you've got the walls closing in on you and you're going to need a miracle to survive. He gets dropped, and Wildcard shed a single member en route to victory. I don't know if Kino got one before it ended. All doesn't really matter. All things considered, terrific start for Wildcard.
You go back to the desk segment that we just had after that Nighthaven Lab 15-round barn burner from Fox and Laxing, and one thing they were kind of hammering on was how DZ's, a lot of their successes on the defense came to slowing down the attack of Wildcard, from playing together, from enabling trades, from not being picked off so much in the early game. And I'm kind of surprised after that analysis, what I thought was spot on, to see DZ go right down to the basement and go right into a roam strategy. Nighthaven Clubhouse, again, you said it, different maps, but they play quite similar, and given that the bottom floor was the only site you had significant struggles on for Dark Zero as a defense, it's surprising to me to see them go back to a bottom floor bomb site and go back to a roam strategy, where maybe it's not a roamer, but it's still an individual player who dies early. It's NJR and Dirt Tunnel who ends up going down first. It's another early pick then come from Kansan as Faults tries to retake that dirt position. It just gets a little bit messy, and there's no option for a trade out from DZ in that round. It feels like a far cry from Chalet, where it seemed like every single kill was getting traded. It felt like there was always somebody behind the other player to go for that kill back and to try to keep those numbers tight on the side of Dark Zero. Wildcard up 1-0, and they'll need to be better in the purple if they don't want this game to get away from them.
And Spiker's been sensational today. Wildcard, again, showing really good depth through this entire series. It's been an exciting one. We still have one more best of 3 to go. Remember, there's no rest for the weary here, and one of these teams will be pretty tired for the next matchup against 5 Ears. Adrian topping the charts so far for Wildcard through these 3 maps. Baby Shark, as has been sadly the tradition through this kickoff, at the very bottom. Numbers well below everybody else on this roster. Fultz takes down Adrian, so DZ will find some life here at the start of round number 2. The poor standout performer on Dark Zero has actually been Kino, which is way below what we usually expect of him his deployment has been relatively the same, but he's been struggling to find kills. Fultz has stepped up big time, but again, a lot of these numbers really even. Best KD in the lobby is J90 at a +5. Like, it's just showing that every single player is getting in on the action, and this has been a very, very tight series, as we come to expect when a playoff spot ultimately and a major spot is on the line.
Yeah, I mean, when your shield player is bottom fragging, I don't think it's a concern. Everybody's been pulling their weight in this series. No bad performances just yet. Good Raptors clear coming through now from Wildcard. They're pushing J90 back. He's gotten caught on a lion charge too, so they'll know that he's crawled to the far side of Raptors, but he's got help as well. This Chonka fire from NJR will catch a player on the staircase. Bay going down. Now a 5v3 lead, and they still haven't cleared out the Azami. Kansan's sleeping for a moment, and J90 just pops his head up for the pick and goes right back down to the rafters.
Team lead a wild card, and Baby Shark is the last two to go. J90 finished off by Spiker. They are at very different parts of this map. One surveys what has happened to this Frankenstein breach. The other inside of Garage, as 4 players from DZ now remain. Baby Shark wants a kill over in Cash, but it's being held by somebody on red. Never mind, poor coverage. Newer's there on the swing after the Tachanka of NJR almost died. Now it's Spiker in a position where he has no hard breach to open up that wall. He's got a read on somebody towards blue and a ping to assist him as well, but he gets finished off by the flames from Fultz. Some laughter on the side of DZ, a perplexing end, and we have a tie game.
Those gas pipes, they explode. Watch your feet because they can do quite a bit of damage. Nice little finish off there from Dark Zero. It started actually with a vert pick. Adrian on the gridlock was trying to take below the bomb site, and Dark Zero didn't have anybody playing downstairs in Lounge, but they did have Faults holding the vert angles from Cash. That's how they worked themselves into that one-man lead, and then I think it's that duo play from J90 and NJR, which grows the man advantage over towards Garage, stalls out even more time coming through from Dark Zero. You also saw that, as you said, Frankenstein preach over on the CC wall. That's just going to happen anytime Mira is left up on the board. Really nice play coming out from DZ, and it kind of goes back to what the theme has been through this whole match, right, Parker? It's like, when the round gets decided by individual fights on the roam clear, Wildcard are finding a lot of success. When it comes down to the site push where DZ can play together and they can play behind their utility, it's a really tough nut to crack.
Entrenched with utility on their side, defending on a defender-sided map, you don't say. You don't say.
5 seconds left.
I do.
You do. You did say it. I heard it, actually, myself. I heard it. And sometimes, when you're not sending me minion gifts, I listen to you.
Well, I mean, you're such a big Minion fan, so.
I'm not.
I try to learn your culture.
I do not understand. Out of nowhere, you just started. First, it was that squid emoji. He just started sending me squid emojis. He'd send me a message, and then there'd just be a squid emoji after it. I say, "What's the squid for?" And he goes, "Oh, you know." I don't know. I take the bait. I take the rage bait every single time. Now he's been sending me minions. Spare me.
Grandpa likes his gifts. We're sorry, Chad. He gets a bit confused, but once he focuses back on the game, it'll be more comprehensible.
This is the worst cast of my life. And we didn't even need to cast a 2-hour-long clubhouse. Well,
yeah, wait till this one gets to a 4.
This one could get there.
Yeah. Careful what you wish for.
Cross your fingers that nobody's internet dies here. This is the mirror windows that were causing the issues last time around. This time they're going to go for the exact same look of the breach. They'll MP it off as the Kiva barrier is used to plug that hole, just jostling that utility now on this Jacuzzi breach as they'll go back to droning. Half of the round or thereabouts expired. Wildcard not yet in the building, still trying to put some pressure on these defenders by opening up walls.
So Adrian kind of alone there on the Garage side, hoping to late pressure, I think, these CC players that might be existing over here. Newer is one of them, not in CC, but a step down below. Faults at the top of red. I think he just got misdroned. Is this drone seeing him? It's struggling to even get past the breach. That could be a poor call. In any case, Newer's position was not known, so Adrian will fall, and that's a lot of that back pressure alleviated as the rest of Wildcard are really just focused on this Jacuzzi side.
Bay doesn't want to languish too hard in this position. Wildcard already in a hole after losing their Capitao. Adrian, the star player on this Wildcard team, imported to replace Dash. Saw some jostling of roles and some operators being passed around. Dash playing those shields most frequently. Kansan on shields this time. Adrian playing one of the main entries on this team, but still playing heavy utility ops. And he's the best performing player on Wildcard, so devastating loss for him. Now just 40 seconds left on the clock. Baby Shark guns down J90. Was hoping for a second, but Kino, partially blinded, still comes out ahead. DZ, my goodness, toppling all their forces. Almost everybody involved in that. Might it have been a team ace? We'll have to find out after the round, but another for DZ on the board.
Yeah, nice hold coming through once again from Dark Zero. I believe Newers did get 2 in the midst of that, just roaming a little bit on the Scopo, so not quite a team ace, but pretty damn close. Everybody from DZ stepping up and contributing in that hold. And again, I think it just comes back to that back pressure being alleviated so quickly. The fact that Adrian is alone, pressuring that cash side of the map, and the fact that he dies so early to Newers really does make things awkward for Wildcard. At that point, the push really just looks like Jacuzzi and Logi Hatch. I mean, you can't play the windows as long as you haven't cleared out CC. That position was so dangerous for them. Dark Zero were able to predict where those pushes were going to come from. They were holding with strong guns. You saw the shotgun coming out from Kino. Ended up being just a really simple defense where they keep the walls shut and they win those duels as Wildcard try to funnel themselves in. Unable to attack these top floors, Wildcard will go to call a attack timeout. A lot of it's been problems with really just the direct to site stuff, Parker. It's been clearing out rafters, it's been clearing out the CC extension, and it's been opening these walls that Wildcard have been doing, but it's either taking them a lot of time or they're losing a lot of bodies to get these jobs done.
Another early timeout and more time to fix things. The good news is that the fortunes for Wildcard always improve after these timeouts, and it's not quite as grim for them as I think you'd expect. Certainly not compared to previous maps. You just got to stay competitive, right? And it might not have been the most competitive round for Wildcard, but the team is still very much locked in. And round number 1 was a triumph. Everything since has been a bit of a struggle. Wildcard still with plenty of time, so their operator lineup not locked in, but they are moving things around, bringing Solid Snake. They're waiting to get a good read before they choose what's next. Can't use 2 hard breachers, so some hard breach on this map is necessary. I don't think we're going to see a Maverick show up at all, but you've got options with that secondary hard breach. There goes the Capitao for the Blitz, Jesse.
Yeah, makes a decent bit of sense here coming out from Wildcard. They're seeing a bit of a roam being shown by Dark Zero. Again, I was a little bit questioning, are we going to see that come through once again from DZ? It was a heavy roam back in round 1, and it ended up biting them a little bit. They do seem to be committing to it. Now, I'll be very interested to see if they try to commit to this or if it ends up being a relatively fast fallback. They do have a lot of site util in terms of the Kibas, the Goyos, the Smokes. They could try to play towards more of an anchor strategy, but definitely some presence being shown up above. Janino and Faults, our main roamers, up on towards the top floor, and Newers and Kino covering their escapes back towards the site, and NJR back towards the bomb site. So lots of different angles for these players to attack, and there we go. Faults strikes first with a nitro through the hatch to take down Baby Shark and give DZ the lead.
Exactly what you need. After the last map, we'll be keeping a much closer eye on those opening duels. So far here on Clubhouse, 3 for 3 when it comes to opening duels deciding the fate of the round. It will continue to get better for Wildcard's fortunes. Maybe not, though. Spiker with 1 kill, Newers on the board. DZ holding firm at this point in time. Newers in a position where he needs to get to the hatch, but I don't know if he'll be able to get there with his life intact. Shot out from the feet, swung on by Adrian. The gap is now closed, Jesse. It's a 3v3 with half the round to go.
I mean, Newers shouldn't even be getting 1. The fact that he gets 1 and wastes all that time is frankly quite good. Now DZ still with the man advantage, can play towards the site. You've cleared out a lot of these important soft breach operators too. Like, you've still got the secondary shotgun of Kansan and I guess the Habana DMR, but the breaching that you were trying to play with Baby Shark on that buck is not going to be as available to you. You also lost a little bit of that, I was going to say breaching, but Buck didn't end up having cans, so it ends up being fine. They still have the ability to open up all the hatches and walls that they might have wanted to, but it's still not a very clean push. Spiker looking to get in towards Armory with this smoke, but it is going to be tough with some players back towards dummies.
Kansan going in for the swing now, smoking in some of that, or inhaling some of that smoke and gas as he's made his way over. Spiker's dropped, so it's just up to Kansan and Adrian to clutch out now with DZ still holding firm. Spiker taken down. Just 2 bodies for Wildcard. 40 seconds to go. Nade about to be tossed on out. Neither remaining Wildcard player holding that kit. Adrian gets one, Cans in the other. Kino needs to clutch to save his team. He finds one. What about the second? He's got an idea. He's got time. He's got coverage as well. Lots of bullets as he goes for the reload. The swing in the hallway. A messy one between him and Adrian. And Adrian wins the engagement. Wildcard's got some magic on that one, and they take the round.
Rounds we shouldn't be losing. File it in the book for Dark Zero. That's a 3v2 as we're in the final minute of that round, Parker, but still it doesn't seem to matter. A couple of really big picks come through from Wildcard. Just in that execute, I mean, they're able to isolate G9O and NJR very, very individually right at the same time, with those positions being known down to the bottom floor. It's an explosive entry down towards the bottom site, but it's exactly what they need to try to get in through kitchen, get in through the main stairs. Felt like it should have been a really difficult push, and especially after Spiker dies on the blitz. But some of these fights just go the wrong way. They catch J9O on a quick rotate, and then Kino in this 1v1, you could argue overheats a little bit. That long angle fight, better for the Hibana. He's peeking it quite a bit. 20 seconds on that clock. Maybe could have played with the time a bit more, but was just trying to go fast, trying to catch Adrian off guard. It doesn't go his way, and this game is tied once more.
Well, if you had evening plans, like maybe watching your favorite hockey team play, I have some bad news for you. Because you're probably not going to be getting to them anytime soon. This best of 3 is going to, in my eyes, go the distance, barring a sudden change of fortunes in this second half. There's a good chance that both of these teams will ultimately make the major, by the way. It's just one of them will have to do it through the lower bracket. With the way Wildcard has been internationally, the bigger issue has been getting there domestically. This is usually a team that finishes like somewhere around like 4th or 5th and then makes it in through qualifiers or squeaks in and then dominates against other teams in other regions. But you've got to be good enough domestically to get there. You can be a top 4 team in the world internationally, but if you're the 6th best team in your region, you're never going to make it to the events.
That's a great point. I mean, Wildcard have never in org history finished top 3 in the NAL. If they win this map against Dark Zero, they will have accomplished that. They guarantee top 2 with a victory here today. Could fall as far as, I believe, 6th if you lose this, though. So, scary moment. Here comes the push in from the Jacuzzi breach. The map clear has begun.
Spiker now watching as bullets fly all over him. DZ dominating the kill feed. Wildcard down to just 2 players. 4 still remain on the side of Dark Zero. Not much utility here to work with. There's still a logic bomb that's generating, by the way. The cut and thrust of this round came so early that Baby Shark will get a second use of that gadget, providing he survives. Far from it. It's still not there, and he's the last man standing, charging into the bomb site. Nope, it was not available by the time he died. DZ will take the lead on an absolute brawl of a round.
Like seeing Dark Zero get so aggressive over towards Gym and Bedroom in that round, Parker. They knew that was where Wildcard were wanting to push from. They didn't see much pressure over towards Garage side, so they said it's got to be coming in from Jacuzzi. You saw just before that push coming in, Kino aggresses up towards Jim, gets aggressive, spots those players up, and is able to call for his teammates to then come forward with him, fight those players on the entry. NJR, Newers, everybody really getting involved in that denial of entry from Dark Zero. So really clean stuff coming out from them. Kino ends up going 1 for 1 on that extension, and then by the time they get to the bomb site, J9O, this is the Raptors player, don't forget. He knows that there's no pressure Raptors, so he can just come back towards site, hop in the window, not have any issues playing in that anchor position, and it's a really good read from Dark Zero that sets them up nicely to regain a 3-2 advantage.
My goodness. We have broken the conversion, by the way, because Wildcard won round number 4. DZ has 4 consecutive opening first blood, so this is now a metric that we will cease tracking quite so actively as the streak is over. Good numbers for everybody not named Bay at this point in time. It seems like all of these matches, we have waited for a player to get a kill in the first half, and it has come down to the wire. Kansan did not succeed all the way back in map number 1. Now it's Bay on deck to go killless in the first half. That's quite devastating for Bay, who's usually quite good on attack and tends to rival some really impressive game skill and mechanical players here in North America and the world. Not having Bay is certainly hurting them. Not too much though, because Wildcard does trail by 1, but as we've seen through the first two maps, Jesse, a 4-2 very likely here. Bay can stop that if he wakes up. I'm certain of it.
Yeah, no doubt. Bay was the MVP in map 3 versus M80, which is what Wildcard had to do to earn a spot in this matchup versus Dark Zero. So we know how good of a player Bay can be, even if he's not shown up to Clubhouse just yet through the first 5. Good opportunity now to equalize things in the 6th. Wildcard on this attacker once again going relatively direct to site. A lot of focus here on the Jacuzzi breach and not so much over on the cache clear. This is what kind of bit them last time with Adrian being somewhat solo over towards Garage. He is in the exact same spot, although on a different operator trying to clear through that far side of the map. Baby Shark on the smokes now with the Glads, hoping to crack this site wide open.
They're going to smoke it off and jump on in. Adrian, good coverage. Down goes Newers, and now Adrian looking for a backstab as he swings over towards construction. 2 players in the ground for DZ, but they will come alive in the post plant. 3 kills in a row for them. Spiker and Bay find themselves holding on to just about nothing. Spiker very far away. Bay still without a kill. Fultz has been down. DZ with just 2 players upright. Unclear if Fultz is retrievable. Gets picked up. Bay finishes off Kino. He's not far removed from Fultz. He just needs to hold this position. Denying Fultz to rotate on over. Bay gets his 2nd. Who's going to get NJR? Wildcard just need the single kill, and they will tie things up. Hey, it's Bay! 0 kills at the start of the round, and he will finish with 3 as the first half is in the books. And 3 kills to match the 3 rounds that Wildcard will win. Both teams dead even at the halfway point.
Beautiful little execute. Love that post plant position from Spiker, but as we're all tied up, it's anybody's game. Let's hear what the desk has to think as to what's gone on through the first 6 rounds.
Of course we're tied. I mean, we have to have this map 3 tie game going all the way the distance here. Guys, this is the game we wanted to see. It's tied up on Clubhouse, kind of the score we come to expect at this point.
It's certainly delivering, and for Wildcard, I mean, to end a half 3-3 on attack, that is setting themselves up really well once they go to that second half of defense. But what I really like seeing out of Wildcard in specific was what we were talking about early on. Are we going to see Spiker play more of those shields? And yes, we were. We were seeing Blitz. We were seeing Blackbeard, and some of those rounds working out. Other rounds maybe not so much, but even in that round in particular, that last round, the Blackbeard is jumping in through gym window. They're putting pressure with the glass and the smokes from Capital, cutting off angles, using those bolts as well. I mean, it's also, and lucky enough, we get to hear both sides of comms, and it's funny because both teams, you can just hear, are figuring out where things are going right, where things are going wrong, what the opponent is doing right, and how they're going to counter it. And it's just fun to switch between back and forth, and which is why it's a clear 3-3 half, is both teams are doing such a good job at understanding and picking apart what and the other is doing and how they can fix it or correct it in the round.
It's like an unstoppable force versus an immovable object. I think Dark Zero has better setup strategies when it comes to their defenses. I really love their CCTV hold. Well, they'll have J90 in the rafters alone, double reinforced, and every time you try to push him, you're seeing Tachanka pellets fly over the top of the wall. That's very unique. But Wildcard is adapting. They're adapting the same level, maybe not the same level I'd say that we see at events, but their adaptation is what I think is winning them. The utility that they're using, the Capital, like you mentioned, them using these different operators to be able to find their opportunity into the site. It seems like if they crack the first layer of Dark Zero's defense, they're able to execute onto the site. They're able to work on those trades, focus on getting the case down, and that's the strength of Wildcard. Now the side swap, we're going to have to see if Dark Zero can use the same level of shields to be able to catch him off guard. I don't imagine we'll see too much shields, especially if Amati gets banned out. That'll be the biggest indicator for me, is how is Dark Zero going to also break apart Wildcard? Are they going to go for aggressive entries with Newers? Are they going to use the utility? We'll see.
You can take a look right now. We get a chance to figure out those operator bends. Yeah, it's the Blitz that's taken off the board. I mean, it really does come down to these final few rounds to make the major. I mean, this is what it's going to be. When you look at Wildcard, you look at Dark Zero.
I mean, I'm already seeing the Clash pulled out. And I already like this outside from Wildcard.
And Fultz on shields, they don't ban Monty so that he can allow it. And then they have the Clash to counter whatever shield they might bring.
All right, we dive into the prep phase. We dive into the second half to decide our second major spot of the day. Jesse, Parker, all you.
Hey, Thank you very, very much. Major spot on the line as the landscape of Salt Lake starts to come into focus. Most regions have sent their representatives over. APAC and China are the other two regions that we are waiting on. China plays in just a couple hours. APAC is in a couple days, actually. So APAC's teams will be locked in dead last. Obviously a bit frustrating for the APAC fans there that need to wait quite a long period of time. And for those of us that try to keep our sleep schedule somewhat sane, it is a bit challenging for us to watch APAC live. But Europe is fully locked in, South America is fully locked in, and North America will be in, give or take 24 hours. Then it's just all up to our good friends over in the east to start clinching spots, and then off to Salt Lake City. All of these teams will go. We have been treated to quite a spectacle in this best of 3 so far.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Parker. Dark Zero and Wildcard could not be closer. 3-3 on map 3. Wildcard going for the exact same attacker bans on all 3 maps, by the way. It has been Blitz and Glaz every single time, hard targeting Kino. And I mean, I guess if you've got a game plan, stick to it, but I do think Kino has still been finding a lot of success on the offense. I thought his Monty play was fantastic back on Nighthaven Labs. He will lock the Blackbeard for the first attack here on Clubhouse. So clearly still finding other ways to have impact in this match. A little bit more pressure over on the CC side this time around from Dark Zero. They've droned better at this point so they can play these highway windows, and really at any point could jump in to go for a plant. If Kino sees an opportunity, he might just send it.
I think the opportunity presented itself, though, Jesse.
Not yet.
I like the idea. It's thwarted just by the setup that they have. They still need to go back to more drone work, more discovery on their side of things. They will actively drone Kino, and now they see that it's not safe if he goes for a jump in over towards the bed, and now they're really worried about what might be over on the cache CCTV side of the map. I have to imagine that Fultz will be the one to shut that down should something come of it. Down goes J9O to Adrian. Adrian on these opening duels, sensational. Nice play by Kino there. Cannot out-dodge that Nitro Cell, though. He dies. Kansan off the board for Wildcard. Adrian's not going to be the only one to get it done. Bay will get one. Adrian gets one. Baby Shark gets one. And Wildcard take the lead.
Really nice round coming out from Adrian in the midst of that. Parker gets 2 really big picks as Dark Zero rotated over for that cache clear. He wasn't really the cache player. He was really playing link between the roamers and the hard anchors. You had Bay on the Clash top red. You had Kansan on the Kaid inside of cache. And then Adrian just inside of construction, able to have some really big values. He takes J9O down outside the window and then launches that C4 perfectly through the doorway. Might have even gone through the window from behind on Kino. I didn't see exactly where he tossed it from, but one way or another, Adrian's able to really support those roamers from inside of construction, ends up with a triple on the round up in round number 7, and makes that defense so strong for Wildcard. Kind of shows the 2 sides of the coin, right? If you try to push like Wildcard do, just in through Logi and through Jacuzzi, sometimes you get burned by not having that cache control, but if you try to clear cache like Dark Zero did, well, you can get burned just as much.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 spread out. Adrian in his position as strong as ever, now sitting at 7 kills, leading the way on his team. Not the lobby, though. Kino has turned his fortunes around. We wagged our finger at Kino a little bit at the start of Clubhouse for him being at the bottom of the leaderboard for Dark Zero, a position he has not really been in on this new look of his team. It's a familiar spot on previous rosters where he usually plays those hard support roles, or at least roles that are often away from the action. It's nice to see Kino flourish with this DZ team around him. Wildcard, though, just slightly better. Bay had 0 kills 3 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, now sitting at a dead even 4-4. So there's been a very impressive recovery on the side of Wildcard here. DZ, to their credit, in the previous round were excellent from droning. This time, they're finding success again, and I don't know if Kansan got that drone or not, but it sure seemed like he saw it. This is information that Dark Zero can use effectively, but just as last round saw, just because you have that info doesn't mean you're going to use it properly.
Curious what they want to use this for. It does look like it's going to be a top clear despite Kino's position just outside of Dirt Tunnel. He's eating thorn traps at the moment, but he is relatively alone as his team is starting to kind of clear up above. they can try to just get this util out of here, right? Pop these Goyos, force these players back. It'll open things up for later in the round, which they can use to try to either force a plant through or just provide some extra pressure if they're trying to get a plant down inside of Armory through kitchen or down those main stairs. Not really a roam game. Baby Shark, the last roamer, immediately falls off after he gets droned out, so safely back towards the bomb site. And now you got to worry about this util, Parker. 2 Nitro cells being played by Wildcard, a couple of these Goyo canisters as well, the Thorn Traps, one still in pocket for Spiker. Lots of tools and an opening pick. Adrian continues to thrive on this defense, actually kills Kino inside Dirt Tunnel. I'm shocked he takes that fight.
A terrific run now for Adrian as he's got 3 first bloods in a row, and he got a 3K in the previous round too. He's gonna get a bit of a rest as Pulse sits him down. 1 minute to go, and now Dark Zero knocking at the door in the basement. They've got hatch control. Pulse was positioned by that church wall, so decent lineup. They've got more work to be done. Spiker and Bay looking in separate directions. Bay towards the bottom of the stairs. Spiker looking on that Moto hatch. Who is watching over towards kitchen? And with 40 seconds left, it looks like a fall off. J90's rotated around now over towards stock. NJR was going through dirt tunnel. We're starting to see DZ's attack take shape. They've got to manage this clock. I think we were expecting earlier action here, Jesse, but it does not break out. DZ, oh my!
What?
4 kills in the span of 1 to 2 seconds. DZ sure managed that clock, Jesse.
I mean, it's pure aggression coming out from Wildcard, Parker. They all choose to just swing out at the same moment. There must have been pressure as that church wall opens that forced those last couple of anchors to decide they had to go for that play. Newers is the beneficiary of it as he just pulls out that pistol, hits the deck. 2 brilliant kills, and again, there must be pressure coming out towards these players, which forced them to go for this pick. Maybe just thinking Spiker's down, we have to get the trade one way or another. A call gets made on the side of Wildcard, and it is music to the ears of Newers. He benefits so greatly from that. A triple kill to answer back Adrian's from round number 7, and we're tied again, 4-4.
Yes or no, do you think we're going to overtime?
Oh, absolutely. Almost a guarantee at this point,
I said
Parker.
yes or no, and you have said neither of those words yet.
Yes!
Oh, absolutely. Almost a guarantee. Yes or no, Jesse?
I don't think that's a very good interpretation of me. I don't sound like that. Okay, that did sound like me. Yeah, that one I'll give you.
You say one word like it's a full sentence with so much oomph. That's just the way it works here. Adrian really is starting to fit this wildcard team so effectively. I know that there were obviously little growing pains with this roster after losing Dash, and you know, Spiker came on DBNO and talked about that and said, you know, we have to play a different style. I have to get used to a different role. We have to pass around certain operators that, you know, previously Dash could play all on his lonesome, but you invest in the future. And I mean, even if they didn't want to make that move, Dash made it for them by saying he was homesick. So why not pick up a guy who just went to the grand finals of the 6 Invitational? I remember when you and I first made our LAN debut at the Montreal Major, and we casted Team Secret, and Adrian was terrible. He was one of the worst players in the entire event, and now he's a world beater, and he is the statistical best player on this wildcard squad. What a glow up for him as a player and for his teams. Wildcard greatly benefiting from him and his addition. Adrian will have to do more this round because they just lost Bay, and Wildcard will give up first blood.
Yeah, that's an awkward one. You're going to rely on guys like Spiker to be holding down things inside of Raptors. It was a great hold from J90 in this position, but he's the one that gets floored as Spiker hits a great headshot onto that player. And now DZ in a bit of a mess. They're dying to Thorn Traps. They're inside the site, but it's a complete mess, Parker. Spiker, another one from inside of Raptors, and it's Faults and Newers in a 2v3 to try to salvage the pieces. They've got con control, but without a whole lot to play with util-wise, it's going to be tough to try to work a plant in 2v3.
This is going to be really difficult for DZ, but last round showed us that they can snap their fingers and kill everybody in the process. Baby Shark now has an idea of where Newers is. He saw some of his ankle get removed by that F2 in Newers' hands inside of construction. Fultz is there with him, so at least you got an idea about them. They have to go through a singular doorway, hunting for kills. Baby Shark is fighting back because he knows if he stands pat in this position, they'll shoot him from the legs. Nice vault out by the Mira of Kansan, and they'll find the final 2 kills. Wildcard deciding, hey, maybe we don't just play passively, maybe we go for the throat. And they get it. And with it, the lead. Wildcard up 5-4.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Parker. I think Dark Zero thought they had a bit of a gap after they took down Bay over towards kind of down below the site. He was roaming in basement. They said, screw it, let's just go in towards the site. But they didn't have control over Rafters, which Faults was actively trying to take. They didn't have a whole lot of pressure over on the con side either. It was really just Newers playing that side of the map. A lot of that pressure came up red and it came in through the main breach. And Wildcard did a really good job of shutting that down. Spiker in particular, getting 2 kills from Rafters was absolutely critical to stopping that initial push. And then in the 2v3, it just got awkward. It just got awkward, I should say. Dark Zero did have an opportunity. You said it. I mean, eventually the toe damage was going to be enough to take down Baby Shark, but when all eyes are just focused on Baby Shark's feet, Kansan can take that as an opportunity. Jump out the window, get a little frag, get a little aggressive. Absolutely worked brilliant from Wildcard. They don't just sit still and let DZ take their time with that recovery. Ends up going their way. They will take the lead and prop the tack timeout from Dark Zero.
A late tack timeout, but this is, I think, is the right time to use it. You've lost control of this second half. You can still recover, but Wildcard in the lead, 2 rounds away, 6 minutes away from a berth, the second berth in North America at the Major that will be happening on North American soil. DZ as an organization has a long history of making it. Fultz and some of the players on this team have been at just about every major under the sun. It would be unthinkable for them to not make it. The good news, DZ fans, is that if you don't know how the bracket works, even if Dark Zero does lose here, they still have another chance. Space Station Gaming, the organization that 3/5, well, more if you include the coaching staff, of this new look Dark Zero departed, is the adversary awaiting the loser of this series. Possible Dark Zero puts 3 in a row, then shoves Wildcard down to the lower bracket for one of the final spots. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. The point is that both of these teams will still play. The winner plays in the very next match. The loser will play tomorrow for one of the 2 remaining spots. The other match, 1 of 30 will play Shopify Rebellion, and the winner of that will go to the Major. It is entirely possible, by the way, that we could have 5 Fears, Space Station, 1 of 30, and Wildcard make it. That would be outlandish.
It's been a crazy
3
season.
brand new rosters.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how good the rookies have been during kickoff. I mean, it's certainly an accelerated format, but despite that, these new teams have had no troubles getting their act together, putting together some really nice executes, some really nice defenses throughout this stage. Dark Zero still is one of the most experienced teams, even if they are a bit new themselves, are hoping to kind of put an end to this if they can trample Wildcard. Trample? It's not a word. Stomp Wildcard.
Trample?
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 Make it to the Major.
What? Trample and what? What was the other word in there?
Stomp. There was stomp somewhere in there.
Stomp and trample. Trample.
The points up.
Oh, it's been a long day.
Stamp, which I guess just doesn't really work the same way.
Nitro out, not gonna land some early damage actually on a bait. The drone hole he's getting shot from, Parker. He needs a bit of help playing inside of Cash. He's got Kansan just on his red stairs, but I'm not sure if it'll be enough. He has to be able to hit some shots here too.
2 rounds in a row, DZ some feet loving going on here as they're shooting out the toes and ankles of these Wildcard players. Both teams will lose bodies, but Wildcard losing far and away the most. The timeout has settled down Dark Zero, and they've done it again. Jesse, out of nowhere, they clean out the server. Everybody trampled in a matter of seconds, as you put it. And DZ have tied the game.
Well, blink and you miss it. While all the focus was going over towards Cash, Parker, there was a hop in from Newers, just sends himself into Jim while the rest of his team are busy clearing that extension on the other side of the map. Kino at the same time, by the way, drops in through the Logi hatch. So at some point, everybody on DZ just said 3, 2, 1, let's go. The roam clearers sent it, the anchor players sent it. all over the top floor. Somebody on DZ was pushing, and it really did catch Wildcard off guard. They didn't know where to look. There was pressure from all different directions, and it's that kind of execution. It's that kind of coordination that Dark Zero will need to close out this game. We've talked about it all day long. There have been moments where they've looked a little bit disconnected. Wildcard have won some 1v1s, and they've gotten the better of Dark Zero. They have to be able to push together like they did in round 10 to close out this game. They walked in as the favorites. This has been a bit of a tough game from them. Wildcard versus DZ, no doubt the hardest match they've played since this roster was formed, but it is still in their control. They still have the power to end this out. 2 more attacks will tell us the result.
We're going all the way. You said that absolutely, no doubt in your mind, we would need overtime. And I mean, we need all 12 rounds of regulation, that's for sure. This is a real gutsy play from Baby Shark. One of those bullets hits his head and he is dead. One of the most unique aspects of this game is that a single bullet to the head will kill you. That means through floors and walls, by the way. If you are running past a barricade and somebody hip fires, one of those hits your head, you're done for. That's it. That's just how it works. So Baby Shark lives to see another day. Words are exchanged, no damage done on the side of Dark Zero, and they can recoup now. With 45 seconds off the clock, still droning, bringing tons of explosives. Ace, nades in the Blackbeard, explosives on the Zofia, nades for the Sledge. Wildcard gotta watch out.
You need to be able to find these roamers as well, Parker. They know it's an extension from Wildcard up towards the top floor. There's nobody on the master side, but you still got Kansan and Baby Shark lurking around Cash. That's what NJR is trying to approach just now. Worried about these pipes. Kino and the Blackbeard as well, starting to make his way in towards these roamers. He sees them, but does he dare jump in? Bay is inside of rafters too, don't forget. So there is a very heavy presence, and Dark Zero will have to be sharp to clear these guys out.
Bay living to die off of this position. NJR the very first kill, and oh my, Kino almost got one as well, but thank goodness for Kansan stopping him in his tracks. Nitro Cell now goes out. Wildcard trying to hold this one together. Adrian flashed by Newers. Now NJR in close pursuit. He will get the job done. NJR giving up nothing in the process. They'll have to knock at the door upstairs to server as there's still 2 players from Wildcard clinging to this part of the map, and they've got diffuser control. This might be a little tough for Dark Zero. Kansan drops though, so now it's Spiker and Bay. Bay not in any way, shape, or form looking to give up. Fighting in this spot, killed from outside. Spiker now last man standing. Do they know that he's at top red? He's got a great cross here. Diffuse kit picked up by Fultz. They're not going to give him anything. He'll drop downstairs. Does he have a way out that doesn't involve an engagement? Beautiful use of that environmental destruction onto the fire extinguisher, and now Spiker will get away looking for an ego play on the upside down rappel. Very nearly gets it. J90 just needs a single bullet. There we go. It's Fultz and Spiker in a 1v1. Fultz had bought some time. As that explosion goes off in front of Spiker, he'll make some noise. Into the post plant we go. This is for the lead. Fultz holding this position. An incredible play by Spiker, losing all of his HP in the process. Looking for a flank, he gets Fultz's attention. Fultz is a little bit wiser than that, still looking in this spot. Spiker swinging away. He can attempt the long arm here. Good patience from both of these teams. Timer at the halfway mark, and Spiker will attempt it. Fultz swinging on in, Spiker sticking with it, Spiker sticking with it, off he goes! He does a lot of damage to Fultz. He thinks he's got the down, but he doesn't. Fultz will come back again. Spiker pops up. This is it. If he hops off, it's over. Fultz held at bay. Spiker clutching out. Fultz gets it with less than a second to go. Oh my goodness, Dark Zero. Match point.
The 2 IGLs, the 2 captains, one on each side, 1 HP to share between the both of them. They were 1 bullet away, each from going down in that moment. Spiker shot Fultz about 10 times, but he doesn't have enough damage to actually get the down. He thought he was down. I thought he was down to the midst of that, Parker. What a ridiculous defense that was start to finish. The 1v1 will take the attention, but this was a bottom floor defense where like 8 players died on the top floor. It was such a heavy commitment to the roam game around CC and Cash. Initially, Kansan, Bay, and Baby Shark holding up above, but then Adrian rotates up towards the top floor to help out his roamers, and then Spiker's alone on the bomb site playing the Clash, saying, I want to get involved. He rotates up to try to play with the roamers in the top floor. Just an aggressive, messy round from Wildcard where they rely on their gun skill. It nearly pays off for them. In the 2v1, Spiker has to play that so perfectly because he knows he's in a crossfire, right? He watched False drop Oil Pit. The other guy's on his blue window. He now has to take the fight against one of those players because otherwise that's a perfect crossfire. Eventually wins it, but then False has got the plant down, so close to clutching things up. Even with that last disable, I thought he had it, Parker. Good Lord, if that doesn't get your heart right up, I don't know what will. Dark Zero one away from the major.
Remember when I said that DZ playing a little bit more confidently means they're not giving heart palpitations to their fans? And then the series happens, and I'd like to issue a correction to all Dark Zero aficionados. You don't have very good heart health. That's just how it works, DZ fans, but you're hopefully accustomed to it at this point. Either way, do or die round for Wildcard. The loser of this match goes down to the lower bracket. They play Space Station Gaming tomorrow, where the winner of that series will be one of the final 2 teams to qualify for the Salt Lake City Major. This kickoff is not technically a part of the NA League usual circuit. This is a truncated series of matches, an event, if you will, that qualifies you for the major. NAL Stage 1 will be coming up in a couple months' time once the major is done. And Wildcard will still have an opportunity. They're hoping to go out with a win. They need to do it through overtime. Both Baby Shark and Kansan are on the board. Baby Shark taking no prisoners. 3 kills for the Frenchman. And with 1:40 still on the clock, Fultz is in a 1v5. Jesse, do you just sit outside and try to talk your team through this? I don't think Fultz gives this an attempt. There is no way he wins this round. He knows that. We know that.
He's hoping for a free pick first. Not giving it to him, though. Everybody on Wildcard sitting still, forces the rotate out. I think we're headed straight to OT. Fultz does as well. Is going to call the unofficial attack timeout on the roof. 1v5. Will not give it a try. You're right, Parker. Not even able to fight for that KD. I mean, what a roam from Baby Shark. Entered that round with the lowest kills in the server, 5 and 9, and explodes up to 8 after a massive triple playing around those Thorn gadgets, just extended inside a gym. From a player that has had confidence issues, who was incredible last year, who couldn't find his footing at the start of this season, and now has just come alive in back-to-back BO3s when his team needs him most. It has been an incredible story to watch Baby Shark evolve in through this season. He will get his team to overtime now against Dark Zero. 3 more rounds separate us from that final decision of who makes it to the major. It has not gotten any easier to call as this thing's gone on.
Can't end the round early as Fultz is still talking through this. I don't know what he's looking at or what this team is going to talk to or talk about. Callout is not able to be involved in those discussions. That's the coach of Dark Zero, who migrated over from Space Station Gaming. Fultz has basically seen it all. I mean, hell, he's a world champion. Very few people can say that. He's got tons of experience. He studied under Troy, but he's also become his own man with his own identity and his own team that is now, I think you could say, maybe more even successful than a lot of those older rosters that he was on. So he'll try to get the team's head squared on nicely, screwed on nicely. As we now go to overtime, Wildcard winning that one very quickly. What was this, 4 rounds so far? Just this map alone, where you literally can't even say your own name and everybody is dead. I like the tempo that's being set. It has been very, very quick. This has been a very fast best of 3 despite how many rounds have been played. And that is because both of these teams have been very quick on attack. Now we will see what the landscape looks like in overtime. Who gets to attack twice? Who gets to defend twice? And what bomb sites do we see? That, to me, is going to play a big part in who ultimately perseveres.
Well, Dark Zero got the initial side choice because they had a better round diff through the first 2 maps. That means Wildcard get the overtime side choice, and they will select defense as expected. So Dark Zero, maybe the harder task here, having to attack twice in these next 3 rounds. There is no infinite OT, of course, so it just comes down to these final 3. The first to 8 will win it, making it to the major. We had 2 even halves. It was 3-3 at halftime, 6-6 after regulation, so we don't see a heavy advantage for one side or the other, but You do have to imagine when you go overtime and all the sites unlock once again that there is maybe a slight edge towards the defenders. Bottom floor is the site selection, and last time it was an extremely heavy roam game from Wildcard that resulted in almost every single player dying around CC and Cash. This time it's much the same, but Dark Zero could be taking a different approach. Threatening a bit of a rush here, but tough to say if they'll commit yet.
As we tend to see when it comes down to the wire like this, teams will be a little bit slower in how they go about attacking, more thoroughness with this drone work, just more care overall being paid. I say that right as Fultz takes a lot of damage, and as you can see on your screen, many bullets have found their way towards him. Most of them thankfully bouncing off of the shield, at least thankfully for his sake. He now has an escort to walk in this dirt tunnel, but his advance will be slowed by those Goyo canisters now popped in the tunnel a long 20 seconds, waiting for those flames to extinguish. Just past the 2-minute mark here in the first round of OT. Kino has his hands full, but oh my. NJR's also on the window. Why are there 4 players in blue? Oh my goodness.
But a very awkward push, Parker. 2 guys dirt tunnel, 2 guys pushing blue. They did not want to bother taking that map control. It was a lot of work last time around, and even though they won it, it was very scrappy, too close for comfort. Still battling in dirt. Adrian will give up that position. Now the Goyos have all been burned, and they've got this deployable shield, so they've got to vault in. Not afraid, though. Fultz jumps right in, and we're in a plant spot.
They've got the numbers that they want. It will continue to get better for Dark Zero now. NJR with 3 kills. Down goes Spiker. Baby Shark will need to clutch. Jack himself. J90 finds the final 2. DZ moves back to series point.
Brilliantly done from Dark Zero. They don't have a lot of map control, but they don't need it. That pushing through dirt tunnel, it's not fast. It doesn't catch them off guard, but it's consistent. J90 following up his Monty, getting those picks. Jack is currently first place in the running for league MVP here in Kickoff. He has not had a single game worse than +4 on the KD coming into today. Not sure if that has maintained through this best of 3. It's certainly been his toughest contest, but he has been phenomenal since this season began. Makes the job happen over in Dirt Tunnel. At the same time, NJR finding a lot of value blue side as well. So lots of different contributors on the side of Dark Zero. They set themselves up with a 2-round buffer to get this job done and send themselves to Salt Lake City. But Parker, if this game has taught me anything, it's that we're probably going to need all 15.
I wanted it. I wanted a spirited match between these 2 teams, and we have gotten it.
Oh, yeah.
I just know that 5 Fears is sitting in the wings watching this going, yes, yes, kill each other, yes, yes, tire yourselves out, show us your strategies. The map pool right now of Chalet, Nighthaven, and Clubhouse leads me to think that we might see some repeat maps for the very next series. There will be very limited downtime for the winner of this event, whether it be Dark Zero or Wildcard. They will immediately go into battle. The loser will have the rest of the day to recover for tomorrow's matches. Again, 1 of 30 will play Shopify Rebellion, where one of those teams gets the 3rd spot, and then the loser of this series will play Space Station Gaming, where the winner of SSG versus To Be Determined gets the 4th and final spot. We started with 10 teams here in the NAL Kickoff. 2 did not make it to the playoffs, and now slowly but surely we've been saying goodbye to some of these teams. Dark Zero and Wildcard have been so well balanced aside from that first map. I mean, hell, even the first map, Jesse, was all 12 rounds without overtime. So it's been a grueling fight for both of these teams, and despite the fact that it's been a little quicker than we expected of a best of 3, it has been a very even affair. Is this the end of the road for Wildcard? They're on attack with just a little over 2 minutes left.
Position secure.
J90 playing the Jaeger inside of Rafters. He is the Rafters player. He's the guy who's always in this position, but curious to not see him on the Azami. Newers has taken that and is playing down below him, trying to help cover from inside of Lounge. It's a bit of a risky play, but it could pay off as long as Newers doesn't leave him to die, as long as he can support and fight anybody who tries to walk in from bottom garage. Good Yuto clear still being played with Wildcard. They've got the breach open without any problems, and they see this Jaeger inside our Rafters, but killing him is a different story. Big swing on the breach from Fultz, and he takes 99 damage because of it.
How is Baby Shark still alive? Bay walks right in, down goes NJR. Baby Shark living on borrowed time. Spiker on the board, DZ collapsing. Kino trying to salvage something. He's got Newers with him now as well. Fultz still fighting back. Kino takes down another, and DZ has swung this in their favor. Still a minute to go. Wildcard got into the bomb site. They got very soundly thrown out by Dark Zero after finding 2 kills. I'm worried if I'm Wildcard here, Jesse. This is a precarious spot to be in. Fultz, though, being on low HP does give them an ability to exert more influence and open up some more of this bomb site. They just got to get to him because Newers right now is the one watching the coverage.
2 smokes and nothing for plant now, though, Parker. That's the key thing. They could work a plant. The cover just has to be perfect from Kansan.
Absolutely no utility on the side of Wildcard. It will be pure bloodshed. Default spot, now Spiker getting Diffuse Kid down. He falls off. They know that they're going to need some coverage. A run out from Kino, greeted by Spiker. He's doing everything himself. He's got the Diffuse Kit. He's got Kansan for support, and now Fultz is on the ropes. Fultz out-dueled by Kansan. We will need all 15 yet again. Tie game, final round.
I don't understand how Wildcard can see these win cons. It is so impressive from Spiker is the IGL, recognizing the spot they're in. 2v3, good smokes, the ability to start a plant. Nothing on Dark Zero to stop it. When that plant begins, Dark Zero are forced to swing out. Once Spiker gets in that plant position, one jumps out for the window, one pushes up red stairs, and all of those angles are being stared at by the last 2 players, Kansan and Spiker. Kansan's cover was good. Spiker's able to pull off at the right moment and challenge those last 2 angles as well. The captain pulls himself up to 13 kills before Kansan gets the last one. A miraculous game coming out from Spiker on map 3 so far. That was not an easy round to win. He finds the one thing that they can do to force a win out of that round. And despite the man disadvantage, Wildcard force 15. How else could this one have ended?
Oh my goodness. 8-7. Could we see another reverse sweep from Wildcard? Here's the game plan if you're Wildcard. You lose the first map, which happens to be your own map. You did that against M80.
5 seconds left.
You did that here against Dark Zero. You win the second map in stunning fashion. They did that against M80. They're doing the same here against Dark Zero. And then you win map 3 and everybody goes, perhaps I judged you too quickly, Wildcard. We are right there again. Now, DZ could put that plan to a screeching halt. They've got 5 players. Wildcard's got 5 players. Anybody's game. Newers is already encroaching on that basement position through Dirt Tunnel. He's doing it all by his own. It's been a bit worrying, Jesse, when Dark Zero has approached some of these maps and bomb sites like individuals and not like a real team. Fultz just droned himself in, but Newers kills Adrian. That's a huge first target, and the namesake of that area is Escape Tunnel, and Newers will use it effectively. DZ with a 1-man lead, over 2 minutes left. Plenty of time for them to sort this one out and take the series.
The most important round of your season so far, and you go bar and stage. Wildcard, I hope you know what you're doing. This bomb site does not get played at all, not even in the rarest of circumstances, but it's where Wildcard will hang their hopes. Now in a man disadvantage. Adrian going down, as you said, that's going to put things into a really awkward spot where now they feel a little bit pressured. Do they try to fight back and get this man count once again, or do they just trust in their site play? They have Bay on the Echo. They've got an ability to just play for this site denial, but they have to wait that clock down. Dark Zero will go for an opportunity if they see it. Fultz up here on the top floor, hoping to clear the roamers. It's Baby Shark and Spiker trying to hold things down up above. Kansan and Bay protecting the site down below. They're not rushing things from the side of DZ. They're happy to use the clock.
Logic bombs will go off. Exothermic charge will give them an opening as well. Still fighting on this top floor. Out the flashbangs will go. Fultz all by himself in this position, and he's got 3 people nearby. Newers will die. He pays for his crimes earlier. Spiker outduels Fultz as well. Oh my goodness, Jesse, Wildcard all over this kill feed. DZ in the upper hand. They are losing their forces. J90 with 1. NJR takes down Kansan. Back to even footing. Of course, in the final round, it's a 2v2 with plenty of time for both squads to pop off.
I mean, what do you
makes
do
the
at this
next
point? It's so hard to get this diffuser. They're watching it from above, too. Don't forget, they've got good long angles, and they're on a Valk cam.
Top floor control still being held by Wildcard now as they have the yellow pings. Spiker knows exactly where this is, but he can't get a good read on it. He'll reposition over towards the hatch. This could be a death drop. Oh my God, Spiker! I'm at a loss for words. Wildcard win an insane best of 3 by the skin of their teeth, and they're off to Salt Lake City.
Maybe the best map that Brady Lukens has played. Certainly up there, top 5 for sure. What a game from Spiker, the young captain on Wildcard who dashes the dreams of Dark Zero. Far and away, the best looking team in the group stage, falling now to the team that just won't quit.
Unbelievable. The little engine that could, Wildcard, have made it all the way. DZ goes to the lower bracket. We've still got one more series, so hold on. We'll be right back.
wild card are going to the Major thanks to this guy right here. Spiker with 16 kills, back-to-back hero plays, back-to-back clutches to close it out. Dude, what a finish.
Bro.
Tell me what it feels like in that moment. You are dropping down the hatch. You are going, with what, shotgun in hand? You've got two guys in front of you. What are you thinking dropping that hatch trying to clutch that round?
Yeah, you know, we called the guy was main door, and then I said, Jake, I'm going to drop the stage hatch. Can you swing with me? And then I said 3, 2, 1, drop. So even if I didn't kill him, I think Jake still would have had me. Like, there was still a lot of team play going into that. So let's you know, let's focus on that. Jake would have traded me even if I didn't kill those guys.
You guys had information there, no? Right? You guys still had a
yeah, we had a yokai. We had a yokai.
A yokai? So you didn't have. You guys knew they weren't planning at the moment when you were going for the drop. So you could have played.
No, they were.
They were, but they got off. They got off and then they got back on.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
I mean, it doesn't matter. The play was amazing. I was really heads up thinking to use the shotgun because you can't ADS when you're dropping hatches. Did you believe that pump was going to reach that far?
You know, I had faith. I was playing against Kino.
50-50.
He was, bro. I have good karma against Kino. He shotgunned me so far away last time we played them. So I have karma that it was going to work for me, and it did.
Yeah, you had the Kino shotgun there.
Exactly.
No, absolutely. I think we also have another round to show you. I believe it was round 11, where you were in that clutch with Clash. You almost clutched it. Obviously, you can't see the HP here, but just look at Fultz's HP.
I was so sad. I was actually so sad. You don't understand how sad I was.
You kept tagging him every single time you got off. Like, one more bullet, he goes down. I mean, that was just an insane play already. Even you taking that fight up.
I'm sorry, that gun sucks. That gun sucks.
There was so much.
I don't know how he didn't die. That gun sucks.
There was so much time, like, for you, and like, you shot the fire. The fire pipe bursted on the other side the first time while you were sticking it, so you could have got it off the first time. The second time he doesn't peek, you could have got it off in the second time.
Bro.
It was unfortunate.
Listen, man, he's been in the league for a while, all right? He's been in the league for a while. He knows what's going on. Oh my God, another one.
Here's the view.
Guys, I don't want to watch this.
No, we have to show you. It was so close.
Oh my God, Spiker, we've talked so much as you relive this agonizing moment again. We've talked so much about what your team has done to improve since the group stage. You guys have come through and now are the second team to make it to the Salt Lake City Major. I mean, what were those things that you guys took from the group stage? I mean, obviously, coming out against M80 was a great start. Could you narrow it down to a couple of concrete improvements that you guys brought into this game against Dark Zero, a powerhouse team that we know is hard to take down?
Honestly, it was mostly just doing what we do in the scrims. That was our main thing. Yesterday, between map 1 and map 2, I kind of said that, I think we're taking it a little too serious, and we're a team that needs to be having fun if we're going to be playing well. So ever since then, we've just been trying to have more fun, kind of be more loose, make more jokes, laugh more, not just, only just, you know, playing the game. And, bro, 7-7, I said, are we going bar? And Jake instantly said, let's go bar. That's my boy.
What a wild choice. I mean, was that something you had cooked up? Did you guys know that was going to be?
It was in the back pocket.
Yeah.
It was in the, we didn't talk about it before, but we kind of said that we're not gonna go bar unless we really need it, and that was, I kind of felt like we needed it. So
now with your prep for bar, was that solely based off even in scrims? That was also you dropping the stage hatch and getting 2 kills?
Scripted.
Okay, so that wasn't scripted. That wasn't
happened.
So is that gonna forever stay in the back pocket, or now because you had that clutch, that's gonna, you know, maybe we're gonna see it pulled out again?
We'll see. We'll see. Never say never. We play every 4th site in the game, so it'll come out at some point. You never know when it'll be. Maybe 7-7 Major Final. You never know.
Exactly.
You never know.
Exactly. Well,
they should bring it out in the next match versus 5 Fears. Just ego chow, only play bar.
Right. You guys got to play for.
Oh my God! I have to play JJ.
Yep. Exactly. And you got to do it in a few minutes.
It's fine.
Now.
No, it's fine. I'll go get some coffee. We'll be good, bro. We'll be good.
Well, what a finish! You guys take down Dark Zero. You guys make the Major, and we will see how you guys are able to do come the game in a few minutes time to see you crowned the NAL Kickoff champion. Thanks so much, man.
All right. Thank you.
Well, what a win from these guys. The captain coming through in the biggest way. I mean, we see big clutches from these guys, but Spiker to do it in back-to-back rounds I mean, he was very clear about this, not single-handedly bringing his team across the line, but it really felt like without him in those 2 moments, we're not sitting here right now.
No, not at all. A lot of those rounds were great adaptation. I think that's the biggest takeaway for Wildcard. The adaptation that we saw, the comms that we were lucky enough to be able to hear, it's exactly what you would see from them at a major event. The way that they were communicating, it was calm. They would focus on what the win condition would be, how they need to be able to talk to each other, especially in a lot of those clutches. And you can easily see that with that calmness, the stillness, understanding what's going on. Everyone's able to understand what they're doing. The trust is built, and just like Spiker said, if he's not getting those kills, his teammates getting those kills. And a lot of these rounds, I do believe for Wildcard, really came down to that the trust. If it's going to work out, it'll work out. If not, somebody else will pick it up. And I think Wildcard, I mean, it's safe to say that they are looking a lot more comfortable than they did at the start of the stage, and it's great that it was a great question, by the way, like what points did they focus on going into this match? I do think that Wildcard is hitting their peak close.
Well, here is again that winning moment from inside the Wildcard comms of sending them to the Salt Lake City Major.
Nine, ready? Up the stage hatch, Spiker.
Swing,
Ready?
swing,
3,
swing,
2,
swing,
1.
swing, swing, swing. Let's go! Oh my, bro, Evan.
Let's go, boys!
I thought you were like, because you're sharp, I thought you were fighting.
That's not bar strike, baby.
Dirt door.
That's
Yeah,
not
but
bar
you
strike,
showed
baby.
so much, I thought you like walked in, so I was like, he's not.
Now listen, I want to say the confidence is absolutely there. The teamwork was there, but if you notice where the other player was in that moment where Spiker gets that first kill, Spiker dies there. There's still a little bit of time for Homeboy to be able to swing across the bar to focus on these two guys at the front door. But either way, I mean, that was a good heads-up play from Spiker. I wasn't even sure what the call was going to be given. Spiker had no information in terms of just played in vertical, and the only option was dropping the hatch. And I mean, I wouldn't have done that, but given that it's with a shotgun, it makes the most sense. Because if he has any other gun, I don't think that plays out in his favor.
And we talk so much about that 15th round, we kind of lose focus on the one right before that, where Spiker clutched a 2v3, needing to get the bomb down. Another really heads-up play in that back-and-forth cat and mouse that it could have gone either way.
It could have. And I mean, thankfully, he had his teammate on Rafter. I believe that's the same round we're talking about. And so them being able to get into the plant spot originally because Dark Zero was playing safe, they're relying on smoke canister, them using the Capital bolts late round to be able to get the plant off potentially, they push, each one of them gets a pick, you see that Spiker's in a position to be able to clutch it. I mean, stuff like that just takes small little adaptations. It takes time. You have to be able to be calm in moments like that. And that's where Wildcard thrives, is in moments like that. And we haven't seen that for the start of the stage. I'm glad that we're seeing it now going into this event, because once they get to the event, we know what damage they can do.
What I think goes into what he was talking about is they need to be having fun. They're clearly a mental team, and if the mental isn't there, it's off by a little bit, no one's having fun, no one's laughing, no one's joking around. Clearly it goes to show what it can turn into. So if this is what they look like when they're having fun, they're making jokes, they're going lighthearted. You even heard in that last round, are we going to bar? We're going to bar. Like, that clearly goes to show they're still having fun, given how intense this match was.
And that being said, Dark Zero, I mean, I feel like we're talking a lot about Wildcard. This game literally was decided by a 2v2 Spiker dropping down the hatch and getting 2 pump shotgun shots, where if that bullet doesn't fully kill the first guy, we're saying, wow, DZ. DZ played up phenomenally well as well. They were adapting so well. Their entry game was so on point. Their strategy, there was so much creativity in their strategy. I can't imagine we don't see Dark Zero also making it to Salt Lake City.
And it feels right that, we come to this point seeing what really felt like the highest level of siege we have seen so far from this region in Kickoff, and hopefully we'll continue to see that even grow going forward. Here's our bracket picture as things stand. We have given away the only 2 Salt Lake City Major spots that we're going to deal with today. The other 2 have to be decided in the lower bracket with SSG Dark Zero. That match is now confirmed with Shopify Rebellion and 1 of 30. Those 4 teams, 2 major spots. That's what tomorrow is all about. Ahead, though, 5 Fears and Wildcard, they have to decide who becomes the NAL Kickoff champion. Very important for seeding for the major, but not all that significant at the end of the day.
No, definitely not. But I think when you're in comparison of both the 2 teams, I think for 5 Fears, obviously these players have never been in this position. They've never been in position to go to land, maybe outside of Forest. But everyone else, they want this moment. They want to end here on a high. They want to end here as the best team going into SLC. And then for the side for Wildcard, it definitely, hits the nail on the head in terms of they made this roster change. Was it worth it? Is it paying off? Clearly it is. They just made the event. It's just a little bit of a cherry on top to finish here as #1.
Yeah, 5 Fears will face their biggest test yet, and they will do it against Wildcard in the NAL Kickoff Final, happening in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. These teams are getting ready to go. We'll see you in a few. Wildcard and 5 Fears, they have made the Salt Lake City Major. They can let out a nice sigh of relief, but now they are straight back into the gauntlet. We got to decide the NAL Kickoff champion, and that's going to happen right here and now. Hopefully these teams are rested, at least in the case of 5 Fears, Fox. They will be. Wildcard not so much. They just came off a harrowing 3-map series. But 5 Fears, they've got a chance here, I think, to really prove that they belong at the Major. Because yes, you could say they had a little easier road with a 1 of 30 team who was disconnected for half a map.
I mean, statistically, if you're saying easier road, then yes, 1 of 30 did show up to play, and 5 Fears definitely triumphed there. I think there's 2 big factors to talk about that aren't really in-game. I think one of the biggest ones has to come with the mental aspect. You're saying they're not really warmed up. Yes, they have had that time to watch the games. They can't really make counter-strikes on the fly. Not too many, at least. So there's an element of being iced out, cooled down, going into this next series. But now here's the other talking point is this team wants it so bad. I'm sure every team in the NAL obviously wants to be first, but if there's a team that has been grinding for this moment where a majority of the roster have never hit those heights ever in their career, let alone even played in the NAL, it's a team like 5 Fears that they have so much to earn, so much to win. They want to make it known that they deserve that final first spot.
And that's kind of what I want to see. I still want to see them show up and put on a performance because obviously they're going to be excited. You just made your first event, but I don't want you to put all your eggs in one basket at the point because the job's not done. We obviously saw some of them go to Twitter celebrating very early on, but there's still another game in front of you. You still could be the best team going into SLC. And what we saw at the very end of that game on Border was we heard from JJ himself say, you know, we kind of needed to rein it in. We now understood. It started to click. We weren't playing our game. Now we fixed it. I want to see that exact same mentality coming right out the gates into this match because you are going against a wild card that just fought through hell to get to this point.
Yeah, hopefully being in this situation now that they have made the Major takes a little bit of pressure off, right? They said they were playing really tight with a lot of pressure on themselves. Maybe playing a little looser can be a little bit better for their play style. Something that was working for them, though, especially on Border. They had some great defensive performances that stood out that said, honestly gave us the suggestion that this team was in an upward trajectory.
I mean, just the way that they were able to play off of each other, I think, is the biggest takeaway. I mean, them being able to assess what's going on in their defenses, being able to acknowledge what is the win condition, how do we come back from it? We get picks, okay, let's play slow, let's use the man advantage, let's be in a situation where we can close out these rounds. And I think that comes into play when we talk about them needing to reel it in, because when they're getting the man advantage so many of these rounds, they haven't lost it today. When it comes to their match against 1 of 30, they don't just throw it away, they don't get over aggressive. That's where the first pick comes in. And then from there, they're maintaining that man advantage. It's something that not every team can do. There's great teams that are even plagued by that difficulty of getting the opening kill and then just giving it away by getting too overzealous. I think there's an element of pressure that is not on their shoulders anymore, but there's also the element of they don't want to mess up. They're playing, once they get that first pick, not to mess up, so they're playing disciplined, they're playing coordinated, and they're using that advantage all the way through.
Wildcard, what they were showing us against Dark Zero Lax was a new level of adaptability. We were kind of asking the question, is this the international LAN form that we know this roster has? It felt like, and maybe this is a stretch, but it felt like we were seeing that. It felt like maybe it wasn't their final form, but it felt like Wildcard found it again.
Again, I don't think it's by any means their final form. I think there's still inner workings, especially bringing on Adrian. There's still little areas, even for Spiker, of making the additions of, you know, swapping off shields, whether he's going to play shields or not. But what is fact is that they are improving, that we are seeing the changes from round to round, game to game, the adaptations being implemented, the clutch being had. I mean, we would be in a different situation here if those clutches weren't there, right? And we would be saying a completely different story here at this point. But the fact is they were there. You don't want to rely on those clutches by any means, but they are there, and it shows that any single player at any given moment can come through here. But the important thing here is they stay focused, they stay locked in, and they stay having fun, because that was the biggest thing that Spiker talked about, was just being able to have fun, not letting their mental. And again, they have the competitive edge here because they just went through a hell of a series, and when you look on the side for 5 Fears, they had to be iced out throughout that entire time.
We've been talking a lot about Spiker, naturally so, because he just came off some wild rounds. on the side of 5 Fears, JJ's had a lot of the conversation. So we thought, all right, let's look at these two players and see their contributions, not only throughout the day here, you're looking at their stats over the course of their games today in the best of threes. When you look at them, I mean, they're matching up pretty one-to-one. Obviously, Spiker's getting a lot more kills, but again, they went all 3 maps.
Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying. For both IGLs, I think they bring different aspects to their team. I'd say when it comes to the side of Spiker, him being more adaptive, I think he showed us a lot to believe in when it comes to his flexibility today. He was playing not the shields, and when he was on the shields on maps like Clubhouse, he was being very effective. That's more than what we saw when it came to the regular stage, so he's improving immensely. As for JJ Blast, he's only going to continue to get better alongside Forrest because he doesn't have to hold the weight of being that main shield player. He can play flexible, he can do what he needs to do, and he also himself was getting into a lot of those difficult positions, those rat positions, being able to get those multi-kills, and I mean, going 3-0 in entry when you're supposed to be the IGL shield flex player, and Spiker himself doing his absolute best to be closing out rounds.
The clutch rounds.
Yeah, it's like each one has their own great attribute to it that rounds out their playstyle.
Well, Lex, let's talk maps as we dive into our last best of 3 of the night. We've seen cutthroat games on pretty much what feels like all sorts of different maps, ending on Clubhouse most recently, and we could potentially end on Clubhouse again if it goes the distance.
Again, we saw that series with M80. It was a lot of back and forth, a lot of who was controlling that tempo, a lot, again, big clutch rounds. We had that round from Kansan in the basement where he gets that 4K, he shoots that yokai with, what, 4 seconds left on it? Well, 0.4 seconds on it, and then we go to another basement round where Adrian gets a big 3K, so still a lot of clutch factors that push them over the edge in that map series. But again, you're going to go back to that, you're going to correct it. And then I'm looking at Fortress. Now, this has been a very strong map so far for the side of 5 Fears, but this was, well in doubt, one of the best maps for Wildcard. Sure, they got punished on it just recently, but again, you take so much from that loss that you fix it going into the next time, where it gives a little bit of false sense of hope for the side of 5 Fears, or a false sense of reality that they might think they're too strong on it in comparison to what we just recently saw from Wildcard.
Well, one of the big factors when it comes to a map like Fortress, and a little bit of Cafe, but mostly Fortress, is the shield play, the dual shield play. We've seen 5 Fears do it time and time again. When it comes to their last match against 1 of 30, again, that was the first series where we've ever seen a team target man 2 of the shields, forcing 5 Fears to have to adapt. 5 Fears still won. They don't necessarily need the shields, but it was a lot harder of an issue for them to overcome. So if you're Wildcard going into this next series, is that something that you're keeping in mind? Is we can have an easier run potentially if we are just banning out the shields right away. And again, it'll be a good testament to 5 Fears is how will they be able to dissect. I'm looking more specifically at Fortress without those shields. What operators are they going to bring to subsidize them taking position? That's what we haven't really seen from 5 Fears yet. I'd love to see a more traditional drones in front of the entries and see how they succeed on that. And that going forward, I mean, going into a map like Clubhouse, I mean, wow, Wildcard, they're really good at Clubhouse, but you know, it came down to 1 round.
Yeah, who knows? 5 Fears, I would really like to see them get a little bit more comfortable, right? They squeaked through that first game, as it seemed like, so this would be a big opportunity against Wildcard to do exactly that. Let's crown an NAL Kickoff champion, why don't we? Over to Parker and Jesse as we dive into map 1.
I think there's almost no universe in which anybody was picking 5 Fears and Wildcard to be competing for 1 and 2 in the North America League. There's a reason why we play these matches, and we don't just do predictions and give awards based on what people think. You, the people, think that Wildcard will win Cafe. You also, the people, thought that DZ was going to win, and you were wrong on that one. So you know what? Let's see what actually happens in the matchup, because I think this one's going to be electric. 5 Fears beating expectations, undefeated through the group stages, marching their way to a spot at the Salt Lake City Major. They have yet to drop a map, Jesse. That may change today, or 5 Fears starting on Wildcard's map could surprise us and end up the champs without a single map being lost.
Yeah, it's no doubt been an impressive season so far from 5 Fears here in Kickoff. They've been playing expertly, but Wildcard still come in as the favorites, all right? There's no doubt about it. 5 Fears had an easier qualification game, not only having the opponent that most would tell you is the weaker of the two, Dark Zero versus 1 of 30, but also a 5v4 for part of that first map. So this will be the real test for 5 Fears, the toughest game that they've played since becoming a 5-man team. Wildcard, they didn't realize they had to play this. You heard it from Spiker in the interview. He said, oh, that's right, I have to play JJ. It'll be fine. Here they are, Wildcard of 5 Fears, starting up on Cafe. Should be an exciting matchup, especially with this studio that 5 Fears are in. I believe this is the Envy compound down in Texas. Don't quote me on that, but I believe that's where they're at the moment.
Well, the giant N on the board that says Building Champions might want to give that one away. I do think it's a little intriguing that they're no longer with Envy, the organization, yet still might be using some of that infrastructure. Admittedly, I don't know that much about Envy. Weren't they bought out by Optic and then they split off of them at some point, or they bought Optic or something along those lines? And I don't know. Esports is... I have no idea. And they also used to be called Envious with US at the end, and then they just became Envy, and then their tag for a while was NV.
Wait, wasn't that a different org, Envious, or is that the same one?
So they were ENVYUS for a period of time.
Okay.
I don't know. And then I know mostly about those. They bought the Dallas Fuel in the Overwatch League. That's really like my main.
You would be.
I don't like. I'm not. I don't really like. I'm not like an esports guy. Like outside of doing this for work, I'm not.
I'm not an esports guy. It's just what my whole life has been dedicated to for the last 10 years.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a very fair statement to make. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
Well, Parker, we're rushing.
We are in. 5 Fears are quick to this one. Maybe trying to hope that some fatigue is set in for this wildcard squad. Forrest almost dies early. That's the Blackbeard who's made his way into train, and it's 5 Fears right now. That seems to be a train heading towards the bomb site. Choo-choo. Down goes Baby Shark at the hands of Fens, and 5 Fears will strike first. A reminder, Forrest is foe. Captain Jack is Snake. Not Solid Snake, the operator. We will make sure to be very careful with our words here. Adrian was terrific against Dark Zero and was a huge part of why they were able to succeed. He finds a 2-piece. Cover me. 1:45 to go. Wildcard with the lead right now.
Nice little start to repel this rush, Parker. Killing Forrest on the Blackbeard in particular. Such an important frag tool to shut down that spearhead. They still got JJ with the diffuser, and Rival will answer with 1 back, but the trade is so quick to come in from Spiker. Now with still half the round to go, JJ and Fens will try to work a plant, but the chaos continues.
JJ is a bullet magnet at the moment. Fens, who was the very first one to draw blood, will fall at the hands of Bay, and now it's JJ trying this rodeo, and Bay will finish things off. Wildcard still rolling from their DZ matchup, still locked in, hot as ever, and they'll take round number 1 here on Cafe.
Very good start to come through. You can tell that they're not too exhausted from that last best of 3 that they have played. I really do like the attempt from 5 Fears. Why not just send it in quickly, try to catch your opponent sleeping a little bit, but ultimately doesn't really go their way. They were very ready for that as they jumped in through the mining window. Might have even done the exact same strat if that was a mining and dining plant or bomb site. That's usually where we see that style of a rush come through, but technically a different site as the one room is moved a little farther east. So they have to go a little bit farther with that rush, and I think just that extra time gave Wildcard the edge to kind of read into what was going on and then reposition themselves to stop that play.
I heard music for a second there, and I forgot that there was atmospheric music in Cafe, and I was like, what the hell is going on here? It's like, is something happening? Did I leave the volume on like my phone and an alarm is going off or something? I don't. Okay,
Thank you. Yeah, so Parker, those speakers, they're going to play music throughout the map, and it's not just Cafe. There's the helicopter on Border. There's a lot on Fortress, some radios to shoot. Oh, most maps really have radios.
Yeah, okay, I got it now. I did not need to see the speakers, but thank you to either Stefan or... Actually don't know who is observing our matchup, whether it's Stefan or Auntie.
With those speakers, you could listen to your favorite band, Creed.
The things that I wish I could say to you would get us banned from Twitch. So I would like to remain on this platform and just say that With Arms Wide Open is an incredible song, okay? And you are wrong if you say otherwise. Back to round number 2, Wildcard, starting off quite strong. This is their map. They should be on the less preferential side, just with the way that this stuff goes. Five Fears had some struggles against 1 of 30 earlier, including the first map where 1 of 30 played down a player for half of the map. Wildcard still firing. They take down Forest. Adrian toppled on the stairs. Kansan will eliminate Fens. JJ trying to assert some control on White Stairs is unable to do so. Shield on shield crime as Baby Shark is now moved into this position and Adrian is retrievable. So Wildcard will go back up to 5 while Five Fears sits on just 3 players. Snake down below. Well, he was in pursuit, but they will get out of the way on the side of Wildcard and leave him empty-handed.
I believe that it was Adrian downed by Kansan's Nitro, by the way. He was pretty far from it. Kind of shocked it gets downed, but back up and reporting for duty, so we're not too concerned about it. 2-man advantage for Wildcard now, and JJ Blast is staring down a clash. Baby Shark did a great job of hiding this operator inside of Piano during the prep phase, so they wouldn't have known this is coming. Probably wouldn't have stuck the Monty if they knew this was here. Now they've got to deal with it one way or another, though. The Stens walls come through, and they're doing a great job just bailing the clash. No support for Baby Shark thanks to the smoke grenade.
So Nitro Cell will go off. Failing to kill Adrian earlier might come back to haunt them, and it will. Adrian with the final kill as well, adding insult to injury. The European addition to this team, 1 of 2 European additions to this team, is Baby Shark European as well, is paying off, and Adrian just continues to settle in on this team, looking as good as ever.
We get a little goofy sometimes. Wildcard clearly wanting to play this aggressively. I mean, I love that play just with the clash. You bring it inside of Cigar. You force JJ to have to play very strange on this Monty. It's not often you'll see a Monty prone mailing a clash shield for dear life. And credit to JJ. He got the kill, but wasn't quite enough, especially with that big 2-man deficit. A couple of early deaths now from Forest on important operators. First the Blackbeard, and then the second one, of course, playing on that rappel with the Deimos. Gonna need to sharpen up some of these entries if you're a Five Fears fan, because Wildcard have come back shooting in their second best of 3 of the day.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised here if this next round doesn't go well. Five Fears decides to call a timeout at some point to maybe slow down this Wildcard team. You're playing on your opponent's map. You should be the one running up the score, but Wildcard look as locked in as ever. And honestly, vibes are really good. Vibes are good on both teams, even when Five Fears are losing. They got some vibe hounds on the team, always in pursuit of those good feelings. I was wondering if we had a timeout that was called here or not. We're in a tech pause. Don't have any info as to why. My life just flashed before my eyes because I thought of the very first matchup with 1 of 30, and I was like, please, no.
Yeah, Five Fears are sending out their agents to remove the internet of 1 player on Wildcard.
Who do you think it would be? They EMP'd Bino. Who do you think they're EMPing on the side of...
Bino is the IGL, so I'd imagine they'd remove the IGL as well, with Spiker being taken out for Wildcard.
You think they're just going to remove the IGL, who also happens to have been one of the reasons for Wildcard clinching their spot, and happens to just be steadily progressing to be one of the best players in North America, while also guiding a team that has found a new identity and is doing so on a brand new role and still fragging, whether it's a shield or not? You think they'd EMP that guy?
Him or Baby Shark?
They're both very similar players. Same value.
Very good players, both of them, Parker. They got that in common. It feels like everybody has really been clicking on this Wildcard team, and it's crazy to think that, once again, this organization has never in the history of the NAL finished in the top 3. Now, not only are they guaranteed top 2, but are knocking on the door of first place overall. No matter who wins, them or Five Fears, it will be a brand new team getting first place in one stage of the NAL. I know this isn't technically a stage, but I'm going to count it for the purposes of this stat. Five Fears, their first season, of course, here in the North America League, so it would be big for them as well to start off with a first overall.
Forrest looks like he is not on Rainbow Six Siege, so I have to imagine something is going on his side of things. We will update you when We know what's going on here. Kansan, make your bed, and for God's sakes, clean up your garbage. What is that cardboard box? Get that thing out of here, man.
He's been down on the Coke Zeros too. You saw it in the background, and if you've been paying attention, he's been sipping throughout the games. Keeps him energized, keeps him caffeinated. Speak of the devil.
Jesse, you're not allowed to talk about specific brands, okay? They don't pay us any money. We don't talk about them. I only drink water until a drink company sponsors our show, and then I only drink water and that product.
Fair enough.
Like when we were sponsored by PayPal, that's the only place my money went.
Oh, what an iconic ad. Better days. Am I right?
What does it take to call next? I will say, as now we're stalling for the lobby to get back set up. When I was first approached about that PayPal stuff, we were never told that it would be used as an advertisement for the league. It was just supposed to be like supplementary content that went on YouTube to like shine a light on 5 or 6. I can't remember how many we did. 5 or 6 of the episodes. We were supposed to do one more episode, but it ended up getting canceled. It was going to be Call Out, actually, and unfortunately I didn't get a chance to interview him. I really would have loved to. So still have not had a chance to interview Call Out in any formal setting here. At least it was never locked in that it was Call Out, but he was supposed to be the one. I don't even know if they even approached him about it. But either way, if I had known that you would be hearing, what does it take to call next every 40 minutes on the broadcast, I'll be honest with you, I probably still would have taken it, but I would have felt a little bit worse.
I mean, it was iconic back in the day. Every single
Stop
broadcast.
saying iconic. It was not iconic.
It was iconic.
It was iconic in the sense that every time I walked into the green room, I had 3 talents skewer me over it.
What does it take to call next?
I don't even know. That's the thing, man.
It's kind of a nonsense question. Like, I guess it takes vocal cords.
Well, the whole point of it was to ask the interviewees, and they would answer the question, not me. So I'm not supposed to know. They're supposed to know, and I think they did a good job. We did get to interview some great people within the community. It was a lot of fun. Obviously, you don't hear that advertisement anymore, and mercifully, people don't have to hear my voice all that frequently. Even though when there's a tech pause, you do have to hear my voice. Sorry. Or you're welcome if you like it. Either way, we're back in action. Everything is all back up. Operators getting locked in for round number 3. The wild card so far, Jesse, is in very firm control here. No timeout was taken. We should be really clear about that, so 5 Fears can still take it. Wild card just up 2-0, and that's it. 5 Fears trying to work through this.
Maybe 5 Fears just don't really feel like they're in a game until they get a tech pause. Like, it's like a ritual for them. It's like, okay, now we've had a tech pause. Now we understand. We're playing a professional match at Rainbow Six Siege. This feels like home. Let's lock in and do this. Because they were getting kind of stomped until the tech pause in their first BO3 too. I mean, it wasn't stomp, it was 4-2, but they were down.
Keep in mind that the way that Wildcard plays, Jesse, is that they must lose map 1.
That's true as well.
Wildcard simply has to lose map 1. If they do not lose map 1, then it's over.
If they don't lose map 1, then we don't really know what's coming next, because they've been so consistent with that trend ever since these playoffs began. They have been map 1 losers and map 3 winners, which I suppose is the trade you'd like to take. Bakery push being formed by 5 Fears. After the spawn peak kill, they will then lose another battle on the window to equal us out down to 4-on-4. Unfortunate losing Fens there on the Twitch. He's had a rough start to this game as well, but the position is nice. They've cleared out Bakery at this point, Parker, and they can start to work themselves in for a plant. They got plenty of util for this.
And a real shortage here on the attacking lineup. No shields being brought for the first time. JJ with a gun in hand. And I mean, his numbers were pretty good, but the longer the kickoff went and the more we got into the group stages, the more the actual fraggers on the side of 5 Fears started to pick up the pace, and JJ's numbers plummeted, which is to be expected on the role that he plays. This guy right here who just got a kill, Snake. He's not the one on your screen, that's Adrian, but Snake has been really strong for 5 Fears, and it has been quite a glow up. I know the desk heaped a ton of praise on him before that 1 of 30 matchup that happened many hours ago, and for good reason. Snake has been terrific.
Yeah, no, Snake's been very, very good so far through the North America League. It's been a big reason why 5 Fears have gotten to this point here now, playing in the grand finals. What a swing from Kansan. Equalize the numbers once more, though. That pick from Snake going to have to be built off of as they've lost this advantage. 60 seconds to go. And this push on red is the one kind of side angle that's coming through, not through the bakery.
Kansan was tempting fate on those stairs with the logic bomb giving ample information to 5 Fears. He was hoping that they would swing because he did have some backup. No, your stream did not freeze. Kansan was just a complete statue there. Still red stairs control. This will be tough to translate to an actual site execute for 5 Fears. At the moment, they have no utility whatsoever. Completely starved of both primary and secondary gadgetry. The same cannot be said of Wildcard, especially with the Nitro cell for Adrian. In comes Rival, the Yokai drone scooting away. That's information that Wildcard can play off of for the next 20 seconds, and it looks like there's multiple up. Forest taking some heat with limited time left. 5 Fears are just far too patient here. Snake finds an opening, down goes Adrian. The pop-up from Spiker answered by Rival, and now Kansan will need to clutch out. Back to the bomb site, he takes down 2. He needs to waste enough time. Rival gets him at the last second, a nail biter. 5 Fears stunned by that one. Kansan nowhere to go. And those guys on your screen, they pick up their first round.
What a ridiculous push coming in, Parker. I mean, that 3v3 really got started in the last 10 or 15 seconds when 5 Fears finally decided, screw it, we got to send the bomb site. They had about a minute to work in the 3v3, but they decided to maneuver their players around, didn't really love the bakery entrance, kind of left Rival alone there to try to get in for a plant, while Forrest and Snake did their best to try to pressure in from the hallway. Ended up just being Rival, though, who had to clutch up on that final couple of frags, kills Spiker as he rushes in through the bomb site, and then, I mean, we all saw it, taking down Kansan in the 1v1. It almost would have been poetic to see Kansan clutch a 1vx on the bottom floor of Cafe, but I suppose you can only get so many miraculous clutches on one bomb site, can't you?
Yeah, I mean, eventually that well's going to run dry, and, well, trying to sustain yourself off of clutches is just not really a realistic way of going about it. But I mean, fundamentally and foundationally, this wildcard team still looks really, really good. You know, you've won 2 rounds, you lost your 3rd round with a 1v1 clutch with time as low as humanly possible. We need to see that again in an instant slow motion replay to see how little of that clock was actually left. But that's a real nail biter, and one where if you've ever been in that situation as a competitor, you know how heartbreaking that is, knowing that even a half second can make such a big difference. And here we go. Look at the clock on the top of your screen. 0.9 seconds left. Under 1 second left. When people tell you that seconds count, that's the type of thing that you can show them to prove them right. So with that said, Wildcard could be up 3-0, but they let it slip through their fingers with less than a second to go. And will now need to recover here. They still managed to take 2 of the 3 bomb sites, but as Spiker said in his exit interview after toppling Dark Zero, we play all 4 bomb sites on every single map. So I don't imagine that the standard rotation applies for Wildcard.
Yeah, absolutely. You never know when that 4th site's going to come out. And here on Cafe, it's probably the most common map where we see all 4 sites getting played. All sites can be strong. The top floor may be the rarest, but again, Wildcard happy to mix things up here. Nice little ram charge to open things up as they try to drop in through the red hatch. It does provide a bit of an awkward angle for Adrian. It maybe even makes it harder to drop this hatch now, with Adrian being able to watch that angle from all the way down in towards the bomb site, just inside a train. It's going to be something to watch out for if they do want to drop this hatch. Here it comes. Oh, and Adrian gets smoked. Never mind. Forrest knows what he's doing and will find the first head to start round 4.
Forrest is just, he's a player you can never quite put your finger on, and it's good that he's going to be back in action on LAN. He's always a fun guy to talk to. If you see him at an event and he's not preoccupied, do go out of your way to say hi. He's been around the scene a lot. I think he's got a persona that maybe people don't think he's as approachable, but believe me, he is. Always a good thing when new faces make majors, by the way. Providing that we make it to the Salt Lake City Major, it'd be great to talk to some of these newer additions. Of course, everybody's going to want a piece of JJ Blast. He's a big personality, and he continues to make himself known. Down goes Rival. Wildcard will find a second. How does Bay get that kill? Snake pushing in, dodges the Nitro cell, misses most of his bullets, but ultimately wins the duel against Kansan. Looks for more, Spiker shuts him down. Ben's all alone on 5 fears. Wildcard going back to the old reliable bomb site rotation, not handicapped by what is and isn't locked. They will succeed. Bay the final kill, and Wildcard back to their winning ways. 3-1 the scoreline for the newest team to qualify to the Salt Lake City Major.
Nice lockdown coming out from Wildcard. It was really a two-sided push on the white stairs, Parker. Most of the team was pushing top white. They were trying to get down those staircase, and they were just feeding into the shotgun of Bay, who cleaned up both Rival and JJ trying to push that angle. And then we were spectating Snake down on that bottom floor. Does get one and hit a nice 360, but unfortunately not able to clean up the rest of the players, still just sitting there at the bottom of the white staircase. It's a cleanup from Wildcard as they managed to get those last couple of kills, and as you mentioned, secure that 3v1 or 3-1 scoreline, I should even say. Attack timeout from 5 fears, kind of an interestingly placed timeout here because they've only got 2 more rounds here through this first half, clearly feeling that these next couple of attacks are really critical. They do not want to give up an early lead on their opponent's map pick.
No, not at all. And I mean, 5 fears have some issues. They've been a very high vibes team, which is something we did mention. But if you saw JJ after their first round win, he did not look pleased. Now, maybe it could be something in the game or with his setup, or it could be just simply with the team. JJ made a very emotional tweet after winning the matchup against 1 of 30, basically saying that, you know, like it's not about like success. It's a dream. It's literally a dream for me to finally play at a LAN event. And you talk to players on any team, you talk to people who aren't even in tier 1, and they'll all tell you that a dream is to make it and play on LAN. Maybe in front of a crowd, maybe not. Heartfelt words from a guy who doesn't always show a ton of emotion like that, but you know that he's going to be fired up and wanting to prove that they are the best team in North America, at least for the kickoff. A reminder that this is an event all on its own. This is not a part of the actual NAL stage. Stage 1 will be in a couple months. I actually don't even know when stage 1 is going to be beginning. I don't know if those dates are public yet, and if they aren't, then I haven't seen anything. But this is just kickoff. It's just a short little burst to see who goes to Salt Lake City. And 5 fears have made some very obvious improvements, but I would argue, Jesse, no team has improved as much as Wildcard. They went from looking like a team that wouldn't even be in contention for the major 2 weeks ago to now in a position to vie for first overall. What a glow up it's been, and honestly, huge credit to this team for being able to recover and play the way that they have.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is go back to about the halfway point of the series versus M80, and if you told anybody that they'd be playing for first place in the grand finals, they would have laughed you out of town. But here they are, Wildcard managing to battle back in both BO3s that they have played here in the upper bracket. Improved drastically from what we saw from them in the group stage. Now versus 5 fears. Young team on the other side. Wildcard as well, I mean, not young anymore, but it wasn't that long ago that we were talking about them as kind of the new kids on the block. Bay, Spiker, Baby Shark. I mean, these are not old players, but they're not exactly new at this point either. Excited to see what this defense ends up mounting for. It's a Nitro that starts things off with a pick on a JJ Blast.
Kansan with the opening pick. Kansan's numbers in mighty good shape, given the slow start that he had in the best of 3 that has just transpired. One thing I've liked about this wildcard team is that even when one player is sluggish, there's somebody else to pick up the pieces. They were never at any point in time all failing at their roles. Down goes Baby Shark. He was a player that was under the microscope for a bit, and Adrian will trade it back, as will Bay. All of these players working into the storyline here. Bay on 5 kills. Kansan on 4 kills. These are terrific numbers at this point in time in the match.
Yeah, really good to start things off. And again, it's a man advantage favoring Wildcard. Adrian, another one with a TCSG. He's been so active in this position just towards the bottom of the map, running out when he has to. And it's a cleanup from Spiker and the boys to finish things off. Now a 4-1 split to go into our final round in the first half. Really strong start. And it just really comes down to the fearlessness, Parker. It feels like every single moment, somebody's making a move on Wildcard. Someone's going for a run out. Someone's tossing a Nitro cell. Someone's going for a big swing. They're not just sitting still and playing scared. They really want to get active against this 5 fears team, and it's working very nicely.
There were people who believe that 5 Fears overachieved during the group stage with their 4-0 victory. Now, again, it's 4 best of ones. 4 best of ones don't always give you a good idea of where a team is, and sometimes you find immediate chemistry. You play a couple teams that don't have that chemistry. You win 2 matches you probably shouldn't have won, but because it's so short, you walk away being an undefeated team. 5 Fears very nearly lost a 5v4 against 1 of 30 earlier today. They had an extra player for half of the match, and they still almost lost. And 1 of 30 is a brand new team. They got here through the Challenger Series. Yeah, they've got some experienced names that you've heard before, but nothing like Forest. Forest probably has more pro experience than the entirety of 1 of 30 combined. Experience doesn't mean everything, but it certainly helps. So the fact that 5 Fears was able to go up 4-0 and then struggled against 1 of 30, could this be similar to the same identity of this team on Envy, where they started really strong in NAL Stage 2 and then ultimately came back down to earth while other teams caught up? It's something to keep in mind. It's not necessarily what's going to happen. In 5 Fears, at absolute worst, Jesse will be the 2nd best team here in Kickoff because they are playing in the grand final. But if Wildcard are making steady improvements, which we know they are, and 5 Fears might have overachieved, there is a possibility Wildcard could run away with this series very fast.
Keep in mind, too, though, this is Wildcard's map pick. You might not think that because 5 Fears are starting on the attack, but 5 Fears have actually been a much better attacking team than they have been on the defense all season long, which is why they chose to start attack here on their opponent's pick. So it's not maybe a huge surprise to see them dropping down early on this first map. The second map and third will tell, I think, the bigger story, but plenty of time to pull this one back. Your final attack here before we go into the side swap, and it's going to be multi-dimensional. Forest once again playing down low on that bottom floor. There's nobody really in the mid floor for him to flank, so it's going to come down to kind of the rest of the players in towards Piano, in towards Cigar from working one of these picks. Not in a bad spot by any means to even just start maybe threatening a bit of a plant inside a bar, but you've got to be very worried about these players that are either in behind back bar or in towards top white.
They're going to use some logic bombs to hopefully gain information. It looks like the last one, so Forest has used all of that information gathering ability. Most utility now has been used by 5 Fears, so you have to hope if you're a fan of the team that it has been used appropriately and has full effect on this overall execute. I mean, I think it's working. Fens finds 2, Rival also on the board, and Diffuse Kit going down. It always seems to be this tertiary site that's been the undoing for Wildcard, and it seems to continue. Rival gunning down Spiker. I don't even know if the diffuser ended up going down because it was a flawless round for 5 Fears. 4-2 the scoreline, so a decent first half. And honestly, Jesse, I will say a surprising number given which team chose this map and which team chose to go on which sides.
Really nice start here. They at least battle back one more to end this half. Parker, Wildcard still sit with a 4-2 lead heading into halftime, but I believe we've got our desk to break down these first 6 rounds that we've seen on Cafe.
Thanks, Jesse. This one looks, well, not quite like 5 Fears may have wanted to start it, Laxing. I mean, Wildcard do feel like they're in control, and still feels like we haven't found that same 5 Fears that we saw throughout the group stage yet today.
No, we certainly haven't, but it is a true testament of Wildcard, and momentum is one hell of a drug, and that's exactly what they have coming into this. I mean, me and Fox, you as well, we can hear them in their comms. I mean, it sounds like they're in control. They understand every single round. I mean, round 2 in particular, I really want to look at because, I mean, it really kind of just shows the confidence and that momentum that they're carrying round after round, game after game. In round 2, what you're going to see is they're using the clash to kind of thwart off any of the oppression that Montague is going to bring. But you see, they get the initial pick. They're fighting early on. They put all this pressure onto Monty. I mean, that C4 explosion was crazy that it downed him. But then you see this clash being played here. Slows down the Monty. They aren't respecting the shield play at all from the side of 5 Fears. If anything, they're encouraging it. They want you to bring it at this point. And after this round, you would immediately see Five Fears pivot off of their shields. I think 2 rounds go by, and then they go back to bringing those shields. They get 2 rounds underneath their belt, but they're making Five Fears have to play a completely different game, which isn't bad by any means. It's good that they're adapting and not trying to force something, but it goes to show who's really in control and the dynamics of this map.
Because of the momentum, like you said.
Absolutely.
And Five Fears bringing those shields, it's almost very predictable. You have an understanding, especially if you're wild card, you're so adaptive heavy, you know where the shields are going to be coming from. You shut it down early on. It takes Five Fears, they're playing 1 foot behind. It takes them a little bit of time to get back into things, playing without the shields. Thankfully, they got that final round. It was a really great execute from them. They go on to attack, they go on to defense now, and now they can add a little bit more of the rat elements, the unpredictableness that we need to see from them. And maybe we'll see some more clash, but I think the biggest takeaway is them just being able to be on their toes and fight back, fight aggressive, because if they take the ball game to wild card, I mean, it could be a completely different series.
I was going to say, seeing these bans, seeing the Grim and the Ying taken out, I mean, it's definitely Five Fears are going to have to play an aggressive game here because they're taking away operators that are going to be so crucial to get into the map, let alone not just getting into the map, but once you go for that mid to late round execute. So I'm expecting heavy aggression out of Five Fears.
And they got that second round, but they still need a lot more as they dive into the second half. Gotta see Five Fears come alive. Back to you, Parker.
Just me, not you, Jesse. Just back to me.
All right, well, hey, it's been a great day, and I will see you guys tomorrow for the final day of NAL.
leave me here.
Thanks for having me.
Everybody I cast with leaves me.
Okay, I'm back.
God, so unbelievably real to the point where you felt discomfort. I think this might be a first in the Jesse J. Chick life. Very wisely said by the desk, though, and I mean, it does shine a light on the way that these two teams approach this map and what is the current state of affairs. I mean, Five Fears are a team that might have overachieved, and now up against a wild card team that is warmed up, it just might be too much, right? And there's also something else that's said, which is that we tend to see a lot of teams when we have elimination brackets go on these lower bracket runs. In the fighting game community, there is a belief that if you go on a lower bracket run, you often have an advantage because you stay current and you stay warmed up. Whereas your opponent can then enter cold, and by the time they are warmed up, it's too late to come back. We've seen this, I think, too often in Rainbow Six for that to not be the case. I think it is very much the case. And when you have just played a best of 3, yeah, you're gonna be tired. Talk to the teams that used to play like 3 best of 3s at a DreamHack. They are tired at the end. But they will also tell you that they are sharp in match number 2 because they've already played a matchup. Could just be that Wildcard are still in their groove and Five Fears has to find their footing. And it might come in this map. Maybe it shows up in map 2. Maybe it doesn't show up at all. But either way, impressive stuff from Wildcard so far.
So far, they do have that lead. We've got an interesting attacking lineup here, Parker, with both the Dokkaebi and the Deimos and the Lion for intel, and now Spiker down below in Laundry, looking to jump up this hatch and get a plant down inside a cocktail. I'll tell you what, this is not something we saw from them up against M80. Brand new strat being brought out up against Five Fears, and this should absolutely be catching them off guard. But if they just move first, well, you can't get caught off guard. Huge jump out from Forrest for the opening pick.
He's traded back, though, as Spiker does not allow him to get back into the building. The Amber is not supposed to be in this position, Jesse. You've got 5 Gara hooks. What are you doing? You need to be zip-zapping across the entire map. I believe that's the preferred terminology from Ubisoft last I checked. Spiker's not even going to use all of it at all. Might not even use it, period. I don't know where he's going to go as he wandered in through that first floor. Nitrocell goes out. The Deimos in the corner. Now it's Snake attempting something. Spiker shuts him down. Reloading. No Gara hack necessary, Jesse. Look at that. Just walking his way up red stairs.
Sometimes all you need is the SMG-11. Trying to use it to its fullest effect here. He wanted to jump up and plant Cocktail, obviously, but I think as soon as he gets caught out by Forrest, he's like, I can't go for that play anymore. It's too predictable, so let's try something else. Did the Thorn? I'm not sure. Snake, we'll check the replay.
He had a Razor Bloom under the hatch for the drop. It got primed when the Deimos dropped, and it might have blown up the Nitrocell in the process. That's a very good question, actually, to ask. It's Rival. His vision obscured, caught from behind by Baby Shark. Really good positioning from Wildcard, Jesse. You wouldn't know it that there's 10 seconds left. A good cross from JJ, but he can't buy a kill at this current point in time. Fens dropped, and the lead will grow for Wildcard. 5-2 as they take the first round of the second half.
Yeah, an interesting round because it starts off so intriguing, right? You've got this Amaru down below the site, threatening to jump up the hatch, but then as soon as 5 Fierce decide to do something, as soon as they sniff out that play and realize there's an Amaru down below, it kind of just goes back into a default. I mean, Spiker rotates red, plays Cigar with his team, they walk into sight, they take a couple of big fights, Baby Shark gets on the board for his first frag of the match. That was a huge one to come in from him, just playing outside on those windows. Spiker gets in a plant support spot, and I mean, it just all looks too easy coming through from Wildcard, showing that, yeah, you know, even if they bring a lot of fun operators, they don't need fancy tricks, they don't need crazy strats, they just want to be able to get into the site, force a plant, and force the movements out of the side of 5 Fears, and sometimes that's all it takes.
It really can be that simple. It can be as simple as, again, just winning an engagement. Somebody walks in, gets a kill they shouldn't have got. That flick from Rival, by the way, if he had turned and flicked onto Baby Shark, that completely changes the round because you cannot push up into the middle of the bomb site with somebody playing in heaven where he was. So just little stuff like that. A 180 one tap. Go back to that one shot that Gavin made on Consulate, if you recall, back at SI. Just stuff like that can completely change a round. There's no planning or prep for it. It just happens. You enter a flow state, you get a good read, you completely destroy and execute because you made a shot you shouldn't have made. Sometimes it's that, and other times everything goes according to plan, all your bullets land, all your engagements break in your favor, and you end up winning the round. This is an interesting spawn peek by Fens, Jesse.
Yeah, he sticks around a very long time, gets about 40% damage onto Spiker, so I guess that's worth. Still get away with his life as well, even though there was a player that was threatening to jump up onto that piano rappel, so he's going to be more or less fine. We'll see if that extra little damage on either player comes in to impact the round later. Mining Dining, of course, is our bomb site here today, and so it's going to be important for Wildcard to take control of this top floor site. I thought maybe with the Amaru strat round 1, they'd be looking to rush round 2, but keeping the shenanigans to a minimum. We've still got Kansan playing here on this Sens, and I'm really excited to see what he wants to do with these walls. Can often be used to try to enable a drop onto the main skylight, and I think that's exactly what he's thinking of, but playing around the hatches as well.
Forrest goes for the run out. This is his second time leaving the building in as many rounds, so I think he's got the wrong idea of what side he's playing on right now. Jokes, of course. Rival, the very first kill, traded out by Baby Shark. Wildcard sticking together really effectively. Good read through the wall by Snake. They're just going to continue to trade all the way down. Half the lobby gone, half of the round gone. Wildcard in the disadvantage right now. Baby Shark on 1 HP. Spiker halfway. The rest of 5 Fears, they're in pretty good shape. Wildcard win this round, they go to map point. On their own map early, that'd be ideal, but it does not seem like it will come to pass. Fens gets Spiker through the reading door, and now it's Baby Shark getting closer to the B-bomb, taking out the default cam. 3 players in 5 Fears just need to sit and wait. One of them will eventually find him. It's JJ to get the job done, and 5 Fears will close the gap. Only 2 rounds now between these 2 squads.
Yeah, it ends up being a bit of a rush. I thought maybe it wouldn't be. It'd be a traditional top floor clear, but no. Wildcards say we're just going to send it in through pillar door, and it ended up being an absolutely critical kill from Snake in the midst of that, Parker. He only gets 1 that round, but it's such an important frag because he downs Adrian with the diffuser just inside of reading, and after he gets that kill, it's a flurry of trades, but it ultimately favors the defenders. 5 Fears are able to trade out a little bit better than Wildcard are. It ends with JJ getting his first kill since the rehost as he manages to shut down Kansan after he trades Snake, and so it ends up just being this wild flurry of kills. In the end, 5 Fears walk out the better of it in a 3v2 advantage that they can clean up with the vert angle onto Spiker. So nicely done by 5 Fears. They react to that really nicely. Wildcard are giving them kind of complicated looks, but 5 Fears are standing tall to these more or less both times.
Yeah, I mean, if Wildcard ends up winning this, say, like 7-4 or even a 7-5 scoreline, then that's pretty normal for you on your own map. And then we expect kind of the same on Fortress from 5 Fears. But I know the desk talked about it. I know you talked about it a few times yesterday. Wildcard has the distinction of being one of the best teams in the world on Fortress. Now, granted, they got absolutely smoked by M80 yesterday. Wildcard only able to win a single round on their choice of Fortress. So maybe Wildcard's taking a step back, or maybe Wildcard just needed time to wake up. They seem to be bucking the trend here of losing the very first map of the series as they're in control of Cafe and on the favorable side. Wildcard are very hopeful for the remainder of this map. And then Fortress rolls around. That one is going to be electric. 30 seconds off the board. Wildcard starting their attack upstairs. Nitrocell almost claiming Bay. A good attempt by 5 Fears, and that really could have changed the round, but Bay survives another day.
Gonna be all right for the time being. Still lots of these players hoping to get an early pickoff. This bomb site not too far from their grasp as they know where it's at, just one floor beneath them. Here comes another little run out from JJ, and it will be successful. Finds the head of Adrian at the same time as Snake making a play and goes for a little
I knew he was typing. I knew it.
Oh, wow. Of course. Of course he is. You see it there in the cam, and I mean, it's JJ. He's usually typing.
I mean, the moment you're typing in chat's the moment you've lost, but in this case, JJ's a real winner. Nice kill by Fens. Bay had the right idea, just missed the target. Reload. You think Wildcard calls a timeout? You think 5-5 the scoreline if things continue to go bad?
Could even be here. I mean, it's been a similar story from 5 Fears every round. Lots of runouts. You mentioned Force with double runouts the last couple of rounds. They're getting hyper aggressive against this defense. Could be a call from Lagonis to just recognize that and let his players know, hey, we got to play a little bit more passive. We got to watch for these runouts a little bit more. But at the same time, the second you call that attack is maybe the second they stop running it. So it's always a gamble, right?
You're just outside the building, just playing keep away at this point in time. And just biding as much time as possible, I guess you could say. Good effort by Baby Shark, but this one should be a flawless 4-5 Fears. Still a minute to go. This round has taken eternity. Force the final kill, 5 Fears now within 1 of tying up Wildcard. JJ keeping vibes high. You speculated maybe they called the timeout now. I said maybe next round. Let's see what unfolds.
Go through the bans first. You've got to do the bans and then the attack timeout. So we'll find out in just a minute here. I'm not sure if there's anything so important to this defense. Maybe the Azami would kind of be the standard ban you'd go for here if you were Wildcard, just to try to stop some of this map control that 5 Fears have been grabbing onto. Will be the Azami that gets removed, so not a big question mark there. And then I like the Nomad ban. It's not been played a ton on the side of Wildcard, but you've seen the style of game that 5 Fears are playing. If you're running out every single round, take that off the board, because there's a good chance Lagonis is calling this attack timeout saying, guys, we got to play more Nomad. We got to stop these runouts.
Yeah, I mean, Gridlock obviously sees a lot of anti-flank positioning on this map too. Gridlock obviously not anywhere near a meta operator, but with the amount of staircases that are integral for retakes and for roaming, this being such a vertical map, those track stingers really pay off. And I mean, we've seen Gridlock on this map a ton. It was played in round number 1 by Rival, and then was played by Fens on the final 2 attacks. Has not been a part so far of the arsenal brought by Wildcard, so they could bring her whenever they want, especially if they're worried about flanking. A lot of intel ops, and concealment has been the name of the game. Smokes, Sens being brought twice by Kansan. So a different identity. Shield's not really a big staple here for Wildcard, at least not through these 3 rounds, and they haven't assembled a 3-headed Hydra. They have not brought the Solid Snake, Deimos, Dokkaebi together. They've been relying on Dokkaebi. She's been played every single round, and she's been a major nuisance here, and will continue to be, frankly. She's already being chosen by Baby Shark, cannot be banned by 5 Fears. I do like the bans here, but there's a lot of good operators right now on attack, and you can't ban all of them.
Yeah, that's always the problem. It's probably why we see so much variety in attacker bans, because there's always something you don't ban that you end up thinking, damn, I wish we'd banned that. Lots of frustrating operators to deal with. Usually on this wildcard team, it would often be Bay who's locking the gridlock. He's played it the most out of anybody on this roster so far through Kickoff, with 4 grid picks so far from Bay, but has actually gone for the double shield comp, the Blitz Blackbeard from Spiker and from Bay. Snake is outside the building trying to spawn peek out through the small bake window, but unfortunately doesn't get anything for his trouble. Still showing that pace though from 5 Fears. They are not slowing down with these runouts, Parker. They want to bring the aggression over to Wildcard.
It's reminiscent of when we last saw Space Station Gaming's old roster play this, when you had Newers and Ashen spawn peeking round after round after round. It doesn't need to pay off, but it certainly does slow you down. And even taking 15 to 20 seconds to get to the building longer than usual can knock a team's execute off stride. Adrian dies yet again to JJ and gets ish-talked in chat yet again. Aurora making an appearance. Aurora just got a buff in just about every single way imaginable. A significantly stronger operator, and this was already a pretty good map, especially on that top floor. But there is a lot of frustrating potential for these defenders to deal with a Aurora on Bakery. Rival missing out on the shield as he runs in now. Baby Shark falls at the hands of Snake. 5 Fears doing so effective work. Kansan down at the hands of Rival. Spiker finally finishes him off. 2 more in front of Spiker's eyes. Gets Snake to die to Bay. Almost called him Captain Jack. Bay gets dropped. Spiker will need to clutch out in a 1v3. He's done some ring around the Rosie. From the door all the way now over towards Whiskey. Bottom brown stairs, whatever part of the map you want to call this. Spiker could not even get through the window because he'd be exposed the moment he did so. It's JJ Blast to get the final kill. And guess what, Jesse? We've got ourselves a tie game.
These are the games that just frustrate the hell out of you if you're a wild card. I mean, anywhere you try to approach the building, there's 4 guys swarming that location. You're trying to approach the building, you're getting run out on. It was JJ Blast who ran out of Garage to get that opening pick onto Adrian. And then even as they try to go for that front door push, I mean, it's a bit questionable. You might be thinking, okay, why are we as wild card not looking at coat check? That's where the guy is. But there's 2 more players over towards Restaurant and Whiskey. I mean, no matter where you look, there's going to be someone swinging you. There's going to be some pressure coming your direction. And I think particularly for this double shield comp, it makes it really awkward because, like, how are you supposed to walk in the building if every direction you look, you're being put into a crossfire? You've got someone staring at the back of your head. It makes it very awkward to make that position happen, and it makes it very, very difficult to attack into. Wildcard have to be able to keep their cool on these attacks. They need to be able to log in and stop some of these hyper-aggressive moves coming out from 5 Fears. They did have Bay on the gridlock, as I foreshadowed a couple rounds ago, but they will swap it over to Adrian in an attempt to slow down some of the aggression.
It's one of the worst games Adrian's had statistically, or maps rather, that Adrian's had since coming over to this wildcard roster. To your point earlier about how to prevent crossfires and deal with them, there's 2 terrific operators for flushing people out of those positions, and they just both happen to be banned. Grim and Ying could be so critical in allowing wildcard to take space and flush out these defenders. Without them, 5 Fears doesn't need to run a Warden. They still will, just in case. They don't need to run an operator like Warden every single round, and they can play a little bit freer, knowing that you're not going to get smoked and flashed while killed with a shotgun. It also means you're not going to be pushed out of a position by those Bs, which are largely uncounterable, depending on, well, obviously depends on what defenders are brought here. So smart bans by 5 Fears, and they're using them to great effect by punishing wildcard and taking away really strong tools that are used to open things up. I'm not too surprised to see shields get run more regularly. You could even double up on shields if you're wildcard, but instead, they're going to go with some hard breach, and they're going to go with lots of destruction. 2 sets of nades, some anti-flank, and then, of course, the intel from Dokkaebi. There's not much missing from this wildcard lineup at the moment.
Baby Shark smart to reposition. He was caught on a drone from Forest, so there was good information. Can try to assist some of these runouts as well. I think that's exactly what we just saw. Fenn's running out after Forest gets off the drone. Might have been trying to help his teammate go for one of those aggressive moves. Spiker's clearing to the top floor, and there's a guy tucked just inside of Cocktail. This could be so devastating. Parker, they don't know Rivals here, but he whiffs, and we'll drop the hatch.
They didn't follow up with an engagement there. Wildcard did not want to gamble their life on that 50-50. I don't necessarily blame them. If you've got an idea of where those players are going to go and you die there, that might completely send your plan up in smoke. The one thing that this wildcard team has really struggled with is information. 0 drones remaining for this team with over a minute to go. I mean, there's a Mozzie on the board, there's a Solus on the board. Of course, they're going to take intel away from you, and it's hurting wildcard. Down goes Bay. Logic Bomb will go out to try and salvage this entry, but with a minute to go, wildcard finds their lead about to evaporate.
Yeah, and there's still players down below that can flank up red, they can flank up brown. There's no real safe position for wildcard to take here on the mid floor. They want to try to work a plant somewhere in towards reading, but it's really awkward when you just don't know all these players' positions. There's no snake on the board. The last logic bomb is used, so how are you going to take space on the mid floor, and how will you be safe from all these flanks?
It's a great question to ask. 30 seconds left on the board. Wildcard still making some calls here. Active calming on the side of 5 Fears as well. Every time you see their player cams, Forrest and JJ helping call for the team. Spiker looking in another direction. Baby Shark to his rescue. The Frenchman almost had another through the wall. Spiker and Adrian very low on HP. They need to be concerned with what remains of 5 Fears. 7 players left, 7 seconds left. 5 Fears coming to blows, and they win every engagement and take map point. 1 round away from grabbing Wildcard's map.
It's so oppressive to play against, Parker. Again, it must be frustrating as hell for a Wildcard because no matter where you go, Fens is flanking up the red stairs. He whiffed all his shots that round. It didn't even matter because Snake was right there to follow him up, pressuring the other side from Pillar. And again, it's like if you're Spiker and you're trying to play these shields, everywhere you try to push, there's an extra guy behind you. There's an extra person to your left or to your right, which is making it impossible to take this space. 5 Fears are just doing such a good job at collapsing into wherever the attackers want to go for. And a lot of that comes off of defender information. I mean, how many times have we seen Forrest now hack a drone, spot out those attackers, get early information, and feed it to the rest of his teammates? The Mozzie pests have been massive. It's information elsewhere as well. If somebody hears something or sees something, they call it. Everybody rotates to try to react to it. It's just this really frustrating defense to play against if you're Wildcard because you never know where these guys are at. They always seem to know where you're at, and if you want to play an objective style of Siege, you just can't do it because you're being swarmed and forced to take 5 gunfights at all points of the execute.
Reloading. 5 seconds left.
It's really not a weak link here on these defenses from 5 Fears. Smothering, stifling, suffocating, whatever term you want to use to describe it. It's all of the above. I just know there'll be people who hear my, oh, well, you know, 5 Fears might be coming back down to earth. It's possible. We speculate an awful lot just to keep up the story and throw questions into the mix that then later get answered. And right now, the answer from 5 Fears is that they are not allowing Wildcard an inch inside of this building. With how good Wildcard usually is on attack, with how good players like Kansan and Adrian can be at finding space, hell, even Spiker is capable of doing it. The fact that all of these players are coming out empty-handed after every single engagement is quite bad, and even worse for some of them. Maybe not empty-handed, maybe they just get killed when the round is over for them, and the rest of the team has to suffer through it.
I think a big part of it too is just the drone denial. I mean, so often we flip to somebody on 5 Fears POV and they're shooting a drone. We can never really know how many drones are out on the map because the HUD's currently bugged, but I mean, it's so frustrating when you don't have that information. They've tried to bring this Snake instead from Baby Shark to give themselves a different angle to work this info for the team, to stop some of these wrap plays and runouts, but even with this Snake, I mean, he can only be one place in the building. He can only be on one floor. The shield is good to clear out close positions, but it takes so long to find every little spot. And again, with this Monty, you're going to have to walk into a crossfire at some point. You have to find a way to spot these players and force them out of position. Otherwise, it's going to be the same story we've seen almost every round this half, and it'll be 7-5 5 Fears.
This is one of the slower rounds now, Jesse. A halfway point. Wildcard have won all of the best of 3s that they've had to play so far, and they have done so by dropping the first map. History looks like it might repeat itself for at least the first map portion. What comes next still needs to be determined. But this is definitely not a map 1 team. Let's not kid ourselves here. And if you now are watching Wildcard, studying them because they will be at the Salt Lake City Major, you're thinking to yourself, all right, why don't we just play our worst map first? We're going to win it anyway. Wildcard never wins map number 1. It's really that simple. Hire me as your coach. You will probably lose, but we will at least have a great time. Down goes JJ Blast as Baby Shark strikes first. 40 seconds to go. Again, a very slow round here, Jesse, but an advantage for Wildcard, and looks like they might be able to push OT with it.
Slow and steady is exactly what you need if you're Wildcard, but you cannot continue to get flanked. Forrest down on the bottom floor is a huge threat. Snake is lurking here inside of Pillar as well. You've got to be aware of these positions when you push in.
Forrest gets a Nitro Cell kill, 7 kills on the team. He gets finished off by Baby Shark. Adrian dies to Captain Jack. A rough one for Adrian. They call him Snake, but maybe Captain Jack because it's the closest you'll get to getting him. Down he goes to Baby Shark. So there's some kind of shark and pirate pun to be made there. Rivaled, eliminating Bay. Down goes Baby Shark. Kansan with no time left. Dies at the hands of Rival either way. Heartbreak for Wildcard. 5 Fears still yet to drop a map in the NA Kickoff.
Don't count these guys out. 5 Fears. Doesn't matter who the opponent is, Parker. They are here to play. 5v5, 5v4, doesn't matter. Taking Wildcard's map pick, one away from being the champions of the North American League Kickoff.
Incredible stuff from a team that many people, maybe even us to a certain extent, constantly doubt. But 5 Fears just 7 rounds away from being the undisputed best in the NAL. Did they get there? We'll find out after this break.
I don't know about you guys, but the way this was going, did not expect 5 Fears to pull this map out. 4-1 at the start. Wildcard looked like they were in control, and 5 Fears, they just took over in that second half.
I mean, I said going into that second half, once we saw those operator bans fall into place, that they were going to play an aggressive game, and that's exactly what they did straight from the get-go. And then also bringing that little added layer of bringing Mozzie to stop any of the drones, getting rid of any extra information that they would have. And it was kind of shocking that Wildcard wasn't more prepared for this. I mean, you could tell that they were really trying to put the clamps on them, bringing the Dokkaebis, the Lions, just to put these players in the still spot, and it didn't matter every single time. 5 Fears was just constantly meeting them with aggression, constantly taking on gunfights, not respecting any ounce of territory that Wildcard was trying to go for, and it carried them through that entire defensive half.
Yeah, very smart play from them on their defense. I'm glad that you brought up the Mozzie, because one of the main takeaways from Wildcard's previous matchup against Dark Zero was something we commended them on. And even if there's 10, 20 seconds, they always say, let's wait, let's drone, let's find this last guy. And 5 Fears' layers is just all about info denial, so that Wildcard has difficulty going for an adaptation to try to get into the site, to try to get into the building. And that's why 5 Fears was dominating in the late round. But more importantly, they were getting those opening kills because Wildcard didn't have information.
Absolutely, and that is another important factor here when we talk about an aggressive game, which that's how Cafe typically tends to play out. They had 9 out of the 12 opening engagements going in their favor. I mean, that really speaks how aggressive they were and how much they were taking the gunfight right to Wildcard, right at the front door. And then, like we said, on that defense in particular, playing back onto those layers where it was left in Wildcard's hands to try to figure out, try to scramble to bring the round back, and ultimately just couldn't come to it and succumb to the pressure.
Well, all while this chaos is happening, we had our giveaway take place in chat, and we've got some giveaway winners for you. So winning 2 tickets each to the Salt Lake City Major, we have Carson_W and Wise Finbar. So if that's you, congratulations. You should have already been reached out to by a Twitch mod, and hopefully you are well on your way to getting some tickets for the Salt Lake City Major. Now, Laxing, I heard you might have family in Salt Lake City?
I do have family in Salt Lake City, have a couple cousins that live out there, believe it or not. And I mean, we are going to Salt Lake City. Are they going to have pepper?
I don't know. That's a good question. They have salt there, but we have
it hits us a little better every time. I don't know about the pepper bit, but I'm liking the family.
Why don't you like the pepper bit?
I don't know.
I mean, at this point, we're giving away tickets to go see my family. Like, we're not going to SLC. We're going to Laxton's family.
You go to Salt Lake City, get a good dinner.
Yeah, you get some good Mexican
Laxton's family.
Sure.
Next time we'll start getting the names of your cousins, then their addresses, and then we'll really get into it. But right now, we have an NAL champion to potentially declare here in Kickoff if 5 Fears can make this happen on map 2. Let's find out.
Well, if history is any indicator of the future, Wildcard will win map 2 8-7 and then map 3 8-7. So we're not going anywhere until about 1:30 in the morning. Or 5 Fears will continue to go undefeated. They are looking for first overall and are the only team that have yet to drop a map now that DZ has found themselves in the lower bracket. Will 5 Fears remain undefeated and do the perfect NAL kickoff run, or will Wildcard, like every other time before, power up and complete the reverse sweep? This might be 5 Fears map, Jesse, but Fortress is great territory and familiar ground for Wildcard. We'll head there for map number 2.
It's crazy to think that less than a year ago, JJ Blast was dead last in the North American League, and now here we are, 2026. He's not only leading a team to the major, but potentially to first overall in the NAL kickoff. Wildcard will be fighting tooth and nail to deny such a fate. But of course, here on Fortress, on 5 Fears map pick, it's going to be tough. There's no doubting the prowess that Wildcard had on this map back at the 6th Invitational, but a 7-1 loss humbled them earlier in the season, and 5 Fears 2-0 on this map since kickoff began.
That's a stat, isn't it? 2-0? Not bad at all for the team that's finally getting to boot camp. It's crazy if you talk to some of these players. This might be the first time that all 5 of the guys on 5 Fears are meeting in person ever. And there's opportunities for some of these teams in the NAL to do the same should they make the major. One of 30 they've never met all of each other in person. If 1 of 30 qualifies, Jesse, the first time, unless they boot camp, which I think is unlikely because they're not with an org, unless they're all going to pay out of pocket to go to like Hacker's basement. It'll be the first time that they ever met. And there's lots of teams that are like that. The old DreamHacks back in the early days of Siege, before there were ever LAN leagues, when we only had a couple of live events a year, the DreamHacks used to be the way that most teams would meet. And frankly, this is kind of funny and also a little sad. For a lot of the teams that don't qualify, they would attend events as just regular people, and they would meet up, and that would be the first time that the team actually meets one another in person. So kudos to 5 Fears for how they've done so far. Win or lose this series, they will be at minimum top 2, and at this current point in time, they've yet to drop a map. They are very good on Fortress, but they're going up against a team that up until yesterday looked unimpeachable here. Wildcard knows this map inside and out, but yesterday was a rough day. Do they fix it for today's series?
Well, they said they played all 4 bomb sites on every single map. Even though they said that, I question if it does apply to Fortress as well. We'll have to watch this match and find out, but there really is a very standard rotation on Fortress that's developed, even in the short time that this map has been around. You really just go top to bottom, office first, then going over to bunks, and then over once more. They will sacrifice a drone to clear out the Denari, but that prompts the swing from Bay. What a big fight to take on the JJ Blast. It goes his way, even if Rival's quick for the trade. You clear out the Grim for the player inside a horse. I think that's a valuable trade.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think anybody's arguing against that. Now Rival goes down at the hands of Spiker, traded out by Fens. Adrian dies to Snake. Snake looking for more. Nitro Cell goes off, completely misses. Baby Shark thought he might have had the play, but he does not. And it's Snake getting a 2-piece to give the win in round 1 to 5 Fears.
Well, the pace has not slowed down whatsoever, nor have the dance moves. JJ Blast getting active in and after the round. Opening death in that one, Parker, but it just sparks the fuse. Everybody moves after that point where they swing in through horse as soon as they get that trade. Forest is deep into the site. 60 seconds into the round almost, pushing past that horse position, and it just feels like the second somebody finds a move, somebody finds a spot into the building, everybody else collapses on it. It's very similar to how they were defending on Cafe, where, okay, somebody spots something and everybody goes to that spot to go and try and fight it. This time they're just on the attack, so when they go to fight a spot, it's generally the bomb site, and Forrest can start in with a plant. Really nice moves to come out from 5 Fears. Wildcard need to find some way to slow down these pushes. They cannot let things get messy in the early round like that anymore. It's just not a game they're going to win against 5 Fears.
No, absolutely. And 5 Fears coach Phoenix almost certainly is a keen study of the VOD on Fortress, Wildcard, and M80 yesterday. Obviously, not a lot has been spoken about from the coaching staff on 5 Fears, but I mean, they are, absolutely integral for the success of this team. And again, I know a lot of people doubted the Forest pickup because I think it's fair to say he's been on a bit of a downward trajectory on some of his teams as of late, but Forest has been an incredible addition to this team. And I don't think 5 Fears gets to this point without him, his leadership and everything that comes with it. So it is great to see this 5 Fears team completely prepared, and they outfoxed Wildcard on round number 1. The tempo is something to keep an eye on. This is 5 Fears map. If they can run up the score on attack on Fortress, then Wildcard are going to be in a world of hurt, Jesse.
Wow, good start from Adrian. He was kind of getting bullied, if we're being honest, on map number 1, Parker. So it's good to see him answering back with his first frag here on Fortress. Lots of movement still happening on the side of 5 Fears as they clear through this bottom floor. The site rotation has been shifted up despite the map that we're on. Kitchen cafeteria, or cafeteria waiting room, coming in for the second bomb site of Wildcard. And with that man advantage, they've seemingly been able to stop the aggression from 5 Fears. We're no longer guns ablaze and speeding through the map as we were on previous rounds. Now we're seeing things slow down a bit as they try to take some top floor control. Not being held by Wildcard, a lot of pro teams will not choose to hold above this bomb site, instead just rotating down below, expanding out throughout that bottom floor. Might mean that there's a little bit of a lack of action through the start of this game, but it's going to be tough to break through once 5 Fears look towards their execute.
I mean, Fens will obviously want that one back. It was a single bullet away from toppling Adrian, and, Losing the Nomad, losing your main anti-flank means that you might have Rival take a bit more of a backseat. Maybe he's not going to be as invested in the execute. Maybe his job now will be to find the flankers. And I mean, you can see how that gadget works. He's got good information on at least 2 players on Wildcard. That could come in very handy here. JJ thought he had the all clear, but Bay stops them all. Inside of Infirmary, call the ambulance, but not for me, I guess. Snake, last man standing, and he's got 4 kills through 2 rounds. He won't get any more, though. Wildcard shut him down, and Jesse, it's happening. Back and forth. 8-7 incoming as Wildcard take round 2.
Bay has long been an incredible Infirmary player all throughout SI. He was sitting on a zombie inside of that room, locking things down. He's just such a menace to get out of that position. Can play aggressive on the medical window, can set up those Kibas, so if you jump in the window, you're going to be screwed. I've seen him go prone underneath that window to fight players, but even if you're not fighting him on the window, you try to walk in through that doorway, there's going to be pressure. You try to drop that hatch, big mistake. Nice little play to come out from Bay there. It is his home base here on Fortress, and he thrives in that position.
Home base?
Oh, I like that.
It's a pun you probably come up with if we're not on day 4 or 5. So
exactly.
There's a little bit of fatigue setting in for us. Long day for the players, long day for the admins, long day for producers, long day for us too. I mean, I was watching the matches starting at 2 o'clock. It was almost 9 hours ago. I was sitting here watching the very first matches. Unfortunately, delays plagued a lot of that game and set us a little bit behind. And sure seemed like DZ was getting us back up to speed until Wildcard did Wildcard things. And, you know, and we spent the rest of our lives in that Wildcard matchup. And once again, have an opportunity for that to happen again. I kid, of course. The series involving Wildcard against M80 yesterday and against DZ today are 2 of the best series. And I say this in recent memory because recency bias is a thing, right? We'll look at it, we'll be like, oh, those were incredible. And maybe there was some best of 3 series that we're just forgetting about that happened in the NAL stage 2. But I gotta say, and you know, the viewers are welcome to weigh in on this as well. I think the matchup against M80 was stellar. I think the matchup against Dark Zero was fantastic and might be one of the best NAL matches, best of 3s we've had in the NAL in quite some time. It's certainly a top 3 match for NAL since you and I have been working together, and there's very few best of 3s during regular season that jump to mind that could be better than it. And who knows, this one could be shaping up to be terrific as well. We have no idea where this series is going to go. Will we need Clubhouse? Will Fortress end up being a one-sided affair? We are unaware, and that's part of the beauty of this. You know, a great day to cast Rainbow Six Siege is upon us. 1 minute off the board now. Logic bombs go out. 5 Fears looking to strike some fear into the heart of Wildcard. And Kansan is ready. JJ runs in again. Very limited intel. Dies. Very similar position, and it's 0-3 for the captain of 5 Fears.
Yeah, nice little start there. Again, they've been doing a good job recently, last round and this, of just repelling those entries, stopping that fast aggression. It's still the way that 5 Fears want to play, but if Wildcard are ready for it, they can stop this play before it ends up coming through. Forrest, a little bit caught sprinting. Kansan hasn't really moved his position, but is still able to catch them off guard. He's just been this thorn in their side, sitting out here on the roam, more or less by himself, and they just can't seem to force him out, Parker. That's 2 big kills from Kansan, and still hungry for more.
Wildcard not really giving an inch here at this point in time. Kansan's lost some HP, sure, but I mean, I'd absolutely trade that for the kills that he has up to this point. Forrest and JJ are playing operators with high value, and they should be getting kills, but they're not. Neither will Snake, as he was 4-0 moments ago, now 4-2, as he's had a rough go of it through the last round and now onward. Fens dies too, and Wildcard looks to take the lead if they can find Rival. A flawless round for Wildcard is within reach. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Rival does not seem to be wasting time. From games into briefing, into games, Selma will go out, following up on that. Wildcard not moving at all. Just sit pat and let him come to you. Rival, to his credit, does have the defuse kit, but I don't think that's really in the calculus here, Jesse. No chance he's going to get the objective down with 4 players watching him. 5 in total, but 4 within striking distance. Flawless round. Wildcard get the final kill.
I think it's interesting to compare their first offs attack to their second in round number 3 there, Parker, because both times they enter the building pretty quick. You know, they don't have a ton of information when they start to approach the site. They don't have a ton of that droning that's been done when they try to take that space. But in the first round, they just head straight to site. They enter through horse. The positions at that point are all very obvious. They know where these defenders are going to be because it's the site players. They're just going to be in common anchor positions. So they sprint in, they take the fights, they trade things out, and they end up in a really strong spot. Then in round 3, they're again entering the building very quickly, but instead of going straight in through horse, straight to the bomb site, they're clearing the south side of the map. And there's just so many more positions that you have to be worried about. And Kansan, all it takes is for him to be in one little spot that you don't check, one little location that doesn't get droned. You're sprinting halfway through a hallway and he swings out where you're not expecting him from. It really is a little bit more risky when you're entering in across the map from the bomb site. Even if there's fewer players, there's more things you've got to be thinking about. And I think you kind of have to slow things down a little bit if you are going to be going for a full map clear like they just tried in round 3. So perhaps something to talk about here in this TAC timeout. Head coach Archer Omix will be talking with the squad to try to get things back on track after they lose the last 2 rounds. But keep in mind, this is still their map pick, so they're starting on the weaker side. It's okay if they go down maybe 4-2 or so on this first half. They'll have chances to battle back.
I'm glad that you mentioned the coaching staff. I talked about Phoenix a little bit earlier. You talked about Archer, Omix, and well, that's them helping with this team. And again, a good support staff is absolutely integral for them to succeed. I will say I don't know that much about Archer, but Phoenix comes all the way over from Call of Duty, if you recall, and he's got some tier 1 experience there, so he'll be able to help this team out. I can't remember if this is Phoenix's first run with the team. I think he did some stuff in T2, but either way, I mean, if you can grab a coach that has done well at a tier 1 level, even if it's in another esport, there's worse coaches to be found here. And kudos to 5 Fears, and again, talk through it. A very early timeout, that's been the story for today, at least in the 2 matches that you and I have casted. And one thing to keep in mind is that every time we see an early timeout, we always say there's things the coaches hear and see that we don't. Things could be going according to plan, and the coaches just want to fix and fine-tune something, or things could be going catastrophically wrong, and we just don't know it or hear it, and they want to stop it from happening again. Either way, I don't know if the right call was made here to go for a rush or not, but a rush is happening all the same. Fens at top white stairs, watching for flank. Forrest will walk that shield up. Forrest and JJ have had some struggles getting into the building and surviving, so at least they're able to live for the first minute.
Yeah, not going to be speeding this up too much, Parker. It's just a map clear from the top floor. There are going to be roamers here that they have to deal with, most notably, of course, Kansan tossing out that nitro, deals good damage to Forrest and sees one behind him too. What a shot! Domes Fens in behind the Monty. He can't keep the breach closed, but I think his job is more or less done, Parker. He's dealt his damage and will now rotate back to the bomb site to play with the rest of his teammates. It's a great roam to come through, and they're not done. Bay steps up for another frag on a JJ blast. Whatever was talked about in that TAC timeout has not translated into success in the early round. It's a 2-man lead for Wildcard.
JJ was supposed to be Forrest's escort in that position, and I mean, Forrest was immediately re-shielding as he lost his compatriots side by side, and absent a dedicated hard breacher near Forrest, he's got to do this all himself. He's side by side with Snake. I'm not sure where Rival is, as he's still got 2 of those Selmas in pocket, so the traditional hard breacher will have to align at some point. Using the smoke to great effect, the Glaz has been able to push these defenders back. If you know there's a Glaz on the board and you hear a smoke grenade go off, you know what you do? You run. Wildcard got that memo. Selma's now to go onto the wall as Snake goes prone, and 5 Fears inching their way closer to the bomb site.
They can maybe plant here, Parker, but I'm worried about the Toxic Babes now. I'm worried about the fact there's just 5 defenders still on a wild card who could flank, who could swing, who could go down below. Baby Shark flanking up the main stairs. Now it's going to put a little bit more pressure here onto these attackers and just make it very awkward. Rival takes down Kansan. That's one back that they desperately needed. But again, this flank position from Baby Shark makes Forrest's life really scary.
Still very winnable for Wildcard. Forrest does need to be concerned. 2 gas canisters in pocket for Adrian. 1 will go out. Snake eliminating Spiker. Another 2 hip firing onto Adrian. Those gas canisters gone. Snake might have just saved the round. But Baby Shark lurking in shallow waters. He's got Bay to assist. Forrest will tuck the shield away. Where is Rival? Forrest gets the job done. He doesn't need Rival to accomplish it. Now it's Baby Shark trying to pick his targets. His first fight goes well. Second one against Rival on the ground. Diffuse kit running away. Baby Shark has time to reload. He just needs to be worried about getting pressed. Rival will scoot off. Yace repositioning through the door. Baby Shark will attempt the long arm, compelling Rival to move in ever closer. Baby Shark gets off, but Rival gets the job done. That one was so close. These scrappy rounds taking years off your lives. But at the end, 5 Fears wins.
Rival doesn't lose those very often. Parker on attack. He is thought to be one of the best players in the game. Through group stage, posted a 3.0 KDR on the attack, 27-9 through 22 rounds, and continues to showcase just how good he is on the offense, clutching things up in the 1v1. Snake really does the most work in that round to make things possible, though. I mean, just plays some ridiculous shots with that glass. The hip fire holding the door is ridiculous. Just so smart to be able to go prone on that doorway, not overstep his boundaries, and then once that push is coming in, that's when he goes for the swing. That's when he's ready for the counter swing. Snake doing everything that he needs to in that moment to set up Rival to clutch that beautiful 1v1. 5 Fears still very much in this game.
There's a reason why you don't drop a single map on your run here. There's a reason why you end up in the championship game competing for first overall. On the line, bragging rights, of course. You know, a guy like JJ would love to say he was on the #1 team in North America, but beyond bragging rights and pride, you're also fighting for SI points. With how competitive North America is, you need every SI point you can get. 5 Fears, probably the players thought that they'd be in a position to compete for it. But if you ask most of the other teams, Jesse, they would not have put this 5 Fears team in a position where they could end up with the most SI points in this region before the major. And yet here we are. There's also money on the line, but depending on what their salaries are and the financial situation of these teams, maybe not always has the utmost importance. And again, going back to that tweet JJ made, it's about like making it. It's about living a dream. And, you know, first overall, that's a dream a lot of people have. Very few can ever say that they achieve it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a dream to go to a major. I'll tell you, it's an even bigger dream to go to SI. So those 6 invitational points going to be so critical to get, even though we're still very far away from SI happening, of course, February 2027 is what we're qualifying towards now. This push a little bit slower this time around from 5 Fears. No early aggression. They are again trying to clear through this top floor. And again, Wildcard haven't brought anybody up here. There's not going to be a top floor roam from this team. They don't really like to extend up above, as a lot of teams don't. So instead, spreading across that mid floor and opens the opportunity for 5 Fears to decide what they want to do with this push. They can play the vert. They can try to go for a hash drop into waiting, but that went pretty horrendously last time. So you're seeing a bit of a different look this time as the Monty tries to make his way in through music.
Adrian's been really struggling through these 2 maps. If his fortunes change, Wildcards can as well. I mean, Adrian's been the statistical best performer on Wildcard. For him to be so absent, getting shut down by 5 Fears is not ideal at all. But again, goes back to what we said on Cafe. When one of these players has a bad game, somebody steps up. Right now, it's Bay leading the charge on this team. Kansan will get credited with the kill because of the razor wire. I'm not sure exactly who's the real winner here. Kansan finds another, a third as well. Technically only 2, and Baby Shark and Spiker are on the board. Just say Forrest type good half in chat. Unless GH means something else these days, why you type that? Wildcard wins the round after Forrest decides to talk some smack, and it seemingly blows up in his face.
Yeah, truly no idea what Forrest was typing about, but I can tell you it was Baby Shark who got that initial down onto Rival, finished off then by the barbed wire inside of Hammam. They do a great job of just stopping that push as it comes in, right? Those 5 Fears guys, they don't want to try that hatch drop in through waiting, so they try something completely different. It's Forrest trying to walk in with the Monty, but unfortunately the rest of his team just aren't able to find that space that they're looking for, and he gets kind of caught up inside of kind of that music to gun room's little hallway there in the bottom floor, where they really just get stuffed, and Wildcard are able to swarm around them, trading off each other when they need to, but really just all firing at those targets around that bottom floor on the west and north side. It's good enough to get them up to 3 in this first half. 4 would be excellent. But in any case, they've already confirmed they won't be losing this first half, and have put 5 Fears a decent bit away from closing out the series in 2.
Anybody's game at this point in time, but yeah, I mean, crazy to think with how good this team was on Fortress internationally, how much they've shown struggles here domestically. And I say this with Wildcard currently in the lead. They certainly don't look like the same Fortress team that they were, but the one thing I would say if I was to argue against myself was that Fortress was a brand new map, and there were a lot of teams who just admittedly said, we didn't really know how to play it. But if you don't have time to adjust your map pool, you have to play it. So was it Wildcard looking so dominant? Or was it just Wildcard being far more familiar with the map that other teams didn't prioritize, and now the other regions and the other teams have caught up? Entirely possible it's the latter. Here in North America, Fortress has been played an awful lot, and teams are looking like they know it very well. In stark contrast to what we saw on SI, so maybe it's a little bit of both, frankly. Bay will start off the killing here. Wildcard hoping to go up 4-2. He'll trade Kansan on the board as Rival goes down. Fenn's the only kill for 5 Fears at this point in time. And Wildcard might have lost Bay, but they've still got 4 players up, all with guns in hand. Now it's JJ Blast taking a heap of damage on the ground, finished off by Adrian. A perfect opportunity for Adrian to talk trash back, but the man's all business. There's a round to be won, Jesse, and there's only 2 left on 5 Fears. Make that 1. 1:40 on the clock, and it's just Fens. Outdueled by Adrian. Huge round for the import, and the first half is in the books. Wildcard up 4-2.
Questionable push leaves me scratching my head a little bit, Parker, so I'm not going to explain it at all. Let's bring the desk in to talk about all 6 of those first rounds.
Thanks, guys. This one feels very familiar.
Yeah.
Same score line when we last checked in at the half of map 1. Lacked, what stands out to you so far?
You know, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. It was a good half for Wildcard, but we already saw what happened on one defense swap already. However, I do want to focus on round 4 in particular. I mean, this was a great round from Snake. I can't say in his shoes I would want to be in this position with Glaz this close, unsure what's on the other side of that door, but he's the one that opens up this to allow them to be able to take this site. I mean, a huge heads-up play, then hitting that no-scope headshot, and then it just kind of slowly goes back and forth. Who's going to trade it out? I mean, Fofo on the shield, beautiful play, but then it comes down to this 1v or 2v1 rather, now to a 1v1, which was a great heads-up play to just be able to play back, wait for the defuse to be stuck, and then to push in. It was great from Snake, great from Rival to be able to finish it out. I mean, it really is a true testament of Wildcard's intuition there in these situations. But overall, just in this series so far, I mean, it's kind of the exact opposite of what we were seeing on the side of Cafe. The aggression's there, but it's almost too much aggression. They aren't knowing when to dial it back, and Wildcard is punishing that time and time again. Even in that last round, you saw Fofo goes into the wall, doesn't check if there's a player on the side, not doing their due diligence, just clearing a little bit of extra to give themselves a little more space, and Wildcard is punishing them on each and every single front.
Yeah, it just looks like 5 Fears is riding on the high of what they finished in the last series, in the last map, just because they're playing so aggressive on their defenses. They swapped 2 attacks, and now they're playing very aggressive. It's there. They're trying to keep up that tempo, but it's a different side. But what I don't want to see is them get a 2-4 split and change off of that. I think that's the exact same ideology that they needed to bring going into their defensive half, is maintain that aggression, make sure that you're shutting down the information from Wildcard because it worked so successfully in the previous map. So if you're on the side of 5 Fears,
it's not great. I mean, it's not great for the entry. Also, the entries as well. I mean, all 6 entry kills have gone in the favor of Wildcard. That was another talking point that we had in that Cafe match, where 9 out of those 12 were in favor of 5 Fears. So we got to start seeing opening kills. And I do agree with your aggression point. I think at some point they also need to understand the position that they're in when they can dial it back.
Yeah, exactly. As long as they can keep that aggression up starting out, and then exactly like they did on Cafe.
Well, Jesse, I know you were scratching your head. Does that clear things up a bit?
I'm assuming that's a question for, does it clear things up for you?
No, I mean, it clears things up certainly on the round as a whole. Doesn't help me as much on round 6, but that's okay. I do think they made a great point when it comes to those opening picks, Parker. I mean, 6 straight for Wildcard is a huge red flag for 5 Fears. They need to be able to control this early game. And to be honest, it's something they did really well towards that second half of Cafe, right? Anytime somebody was in a position to go for a push on the side of Wildcard, someone was answering on 5 Fears. They won 5 straight opening frags on that second half when they started things off. So I'm hoping we can see that bounce back once again here on the second map of Fortress, but it's going to be difficult with Wildcard playing as well as they are.
To that point about opening kills on Cafe, Wildcard was only able to muster 3 of the 12 first bloods. It was 5 fears all the way down. I mean, you wouldn't be shocked looking at the scoreline. Wildcard obviously dominating here, and the one cool thing about this is that everybody not named Spiker has a first blood on the side of Wildcard. So 4 players on this Wildcard roster have a successful entry. None of them have negative entry stats at the present point in time. That is terrific. Hasn't been a lot of objective play from 5 years. I mean, granted, they only won the 2 rounds, but they were not a very objective focused team. They did, to their credit, get Diffuser down in round number 4, but they had already largely broken that round open. That's, if you remember, the one that came down to the 1v1 with Rival. So ultimately, a great series for both of these teams. Some good underlying numbers here from Wildcard that if they continue will give them an edge from here on out, which will push us to a 3rd map. We will see Clubhouse yet again. Wildcard's got to lose map number 1. That's the way the script was written, Jesse. There's not much more to say.
Well, my question is, are 5 Fears going to play as hyper-aggressive here on their defenses as we saw in Cafe? And so far, we haven't seen that as much. JJ on the Clash, unlikely to maybe up his kill total in the second half, but certainly providing good value for his team. Just forcing back this white push a little bit. There was a Twitch and, of course, Spiker on the Deimos down below with the shotgun, but couldn't bait them into any of those early frags. This is definitely a reaction on the side of Wildcard, where they know how 5 Fears have been playing on these defenses, so they're being very slow, very passive with it, waiting for 5 Fears to walk into them. But as of yet, 90 seconds deep, nobody on 5 Fears has taken the bait.
JJ will do anything at this point in time to try and get a kill. It's been a very rough Fortress for him. Scoreboard is accurate. JJ is the only player not to muster anything. 5 Fears is Snake leading the way. Everybody else obviously underwater when it comes to this KD. Rival, though, running down Adrian. Adrian has been negative the last 2 maps. Very detrimental to the overall success of this Wildcard team. Now, you have to recover without the ace. What secondary hard breach is available? None. Hope that he got his Selmas off. But hold on a second. Wildcard's getting some kills here, Jesse. 2 of them to be found. Forrest firing away inside a Commander, and now it's Wildcard chasing 5 Fears. It gets worse, though, as now Kansan is debilitated from that Razor Bloom. It went off. It also hit Baby Shark. They'll limp along for quite some time. This is very advantageous for 5 Fears in this final 30 seconds.
You let JJ get a kill, now he's angry, now you've made a mistake. They can try to throw out these last couple players, but against a Clash Parker, this push is so tough.
He's standing behind that shield. JJ cracking that goose egg on the board, looking for more. He's got the shield in front of him. Keep him safe and playing around it so well with that secondary. Clash, a great impediment that needs to be dealt with. JJ does find a second. And this 5 Fierce team will close out the round. The gap shrinking, and for the first time, first blood spilt by 5 Fears. Rival kickstarted a great round.
Yeah, it's tough for Wildcard there, Parker, because they are primarily trying to get in kind of towards the bomb site. They had pressure all over the place with Baby Shark down below. You saw Kansan over towards Old Tower. I mean, there were players all across the map there, but the players that were hitting towards site, these guys over towards White, we saw it from Spiker, we saw it from Bay. They really were just running into this Clash setup with all of this other utility that was post up in towards the bomb site, and it made it really awkward for them to try to work some of these frags. Forrest was really sharp inside that bomb site. JJ, of course, as well, with that first and then second kill later on, too. So important to help get 5 Fears back in this game. And it's not exactly like Cafe. I don't think the style of round we just watched from 5 Fear was anything similar to with the style of defense they were playing on Cafe, but the scoreline does track.
10 seconds.
I mean, what if it's an 8-7 by Wildcard? Just what happens?
Oh, that's when I go clinically insane. Thank you for asking.
Great that you're not there yet.
Waiting for your command.
No, we got to
reach that point. I thought you'd reach that point long ago. You're an Oilers fan after all. After losing to the exact same team in the exact same round of the Stanley Cup Finals for the second year in a row, I would have lost it. I don't know how you soldiered on, but I gotta say, they should study you in a lab.
Hey, I mean, I get to watch the best player in the world, the best 2 players in the world every single night do the best.
Forrest and JJ?
They can do. Forrest and JJ, I get to watch them every night playing here in Rainbow Six Siege, and we get to see exactly what type of value they provide. This clash is going to continue to be a staple in the 5 Fears defenses until it gets banned out. I imagine that'll be the ban after round 9, but of course it depends on these next 2, Parker. It's a little bit, especially on these top floor defenses, it's a little bit tricky to get past this clash because generally teams will either push from the north and they'll clear the whole map, or they'll push from the south and go straight to site. Whichever way you choose to go, JJ will just rotate that direction, stare you down, and enable kills for his teammates.
I know that we've highlighted JJ's lack of offense through this map in particular, but despite the fact that he had really good numbers through the first couple play days, do keep in mind that he's the guy on the team that really should be getting the least amount of kills most of the time. You make an argument that maybe Forrest also falls under that category, but the 3 players on 5 Fears that you need to worry about when it comes to killing are Fens, Rival, and Snake. If they are not getting killed, usually that is a troubling sign for this team. Of course, JJ and Forrest are capable of much, but they're not the people who should be. That was an interesting turn of events there. Nitrocell goes out, almost no damage was done. Base amount kills, JJ also gets Fens, but just like that, 5 Fears taking advantage of it. All 3 so far for Bay. He's just got Rival and Snake left. Bay is on a single point of HP, breaking double digits at 11 kills right now, far and away the lobby leader. Maybe take a back seat here, Bay. Maybe let Spiker do some work. Spiker getting Diffuse Kit down. There's a rotate coming in. Spiker falls off, expecting somebody over towards the door. Bay has a blind spot, so Spiker has to cover it himself. Down Spiker goes to Rival, and Bay will need to ace clutch. A single point of HP. Not seeing Snake in the corner. Jesse, we've got a tie game. The round goes to 5 Fears.
Parker, I don't know what's going on in this game anymore. JJ Blast was outside the building. He planted his Clash Shield. Correct me if I'm wrong here. We didn't get a great view of it, but I believe that Clash Shield was planted outside the building and he was taking gunfights. Absurd things happening in the mind of JJ Blast, but I'm told we will get to see this, so I'm excited for it when it comes through. 5 Fears have continued to be aggressive, and yes, there's the shield planted outside of the main breach. It ends up being a kill from Bay as he breaks the shield with that vault animation and kills JJ behind it, but it's all for naught. Despite Bay's excellent frags in the chaos, it is just 5 Fears thriving out here. You saw the Nitro stopping that push in through the kind of north window just outside of briefing. You saw a lot of high pressure happening in and around that bomb site, but it just feels like in the chaos, when things are getting messy, 5 Fears are just finding all the success.
10 seconds left before
Something really interesting about this team is that you can never really distance yourself from them. Even after all those opening duels go in their favor, right? The desk highlighted it. First 6 rounds, all first bloods, wild card. Last round, wild card, first blood. Not just first blood, first 2 bloods.
Drone's ready.
2 first bloods. I actually don't know how you'd make that plural. Either way. What happens? 5 Fears immediately answer with a 3K. And this has happened throughout a number of these rounds. Even in rounds that have been lost by 5 Fears, the first 2 kills will break in favor of Wildcard, or the first kill will break in their favor, and immediately 5 Fears takes advantage of that. Whether they get more active or Wildcard overstep, we don't get to see every single engagement, so it's hard for us to say. But 5 Fears are a really, really tough team to distance yourself from. I say the word scrappy a lot. It applies here. Wildcard taking charge. Already some damage done to Kansan as we hit 1 minute into the round, usually the discovery phase, but Wildcard want to pick up the tempo a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit rare to see Kansan as the one jumping on these shields. Here he is, though, taking the roll over from Spiker. Sometimes Bay's on this roll, too. Starting to make his way, but unfortunately, that Snake on the side angle catching the side of him, and now it's more bait. Spiker gets dropped by Rivals. They're trying to make their way in through music, but they're not expecting so many defenders over on that side of the map, Parker. So it ends up just being players individually jumping into crossfires, and Wildcard coming away with man disadvantages.
Well, you don't strike first. You get mighty, mighty close. If they killed Forrest, do we still see this wild turnaround with Wildcard going down in numbers? They let map 1 slip through their fingers. This should be familiar territory for them, even though they didn't choose this map. Wildcard are a comfortable team here, but Baby Shark misses an easy kill on Rival. Adrian doesn't, but still an advantage for 5 Fears. Forest will remain for the next minute on very low HP, but the rest of this team is here, and even with 1 HP, Forest shuts down Bay. Adrian looking to go positive. He's got 3 chances to do so. He accomplishes it by killing Forest, then immediately loses it to Snake. 5 Fears have won 3 in a row, and they take the lead on Fortress.
Are we getting flashbacks yet, Wildcard fans? It wasn't that long ago, but I'm sure you all know what this is starting to look like. 5 Fears have been dominating on these defenses, and Parker, that one looked like a cafe round. So aggressive. This will be a clash ban, surely. There it goes. Yeah. Thank God. JJ no longer allowed his destructive ways on the top floor, but even without it, you saw it on that cafeteria defense. 5 Fears just swarming the wildcard entrance as they try to get into the building. You can't get any map control. You can't get any space on the side of wildcard because anywhere you try to push, there's just players on all directions that are shooting you in the side, in the face, in the back. You're just having too much difficulty getting into the map and taking that control. We will see a tackle timeout come here from Lagonis. It's been a long night for the guys on Wildcard. They've accomplished their primary goal. They're going to Salt Lake City no matter what happens in this series, but they want those extra SI points. They want to be first in the region. They want the better seeding when they go to Salt Lake City. This will be their last chance for the coach to right the wrongs and get this team back on track.
Lagonis is a great mind for the game. He'll talk this team through the issues, but even the best coach in the world can't make 5 players become sudden champions or world champions, major champions, NAL kickoff champions, element 6 champions. I hope you understand what I'm saying here. You can coach all you want, but a lot of the times you have to trust your players to get the job done. Inexperienced rosters will make mistakes. 5 Fears commit tons of mistakes. They're a newer team, but they've got players that can fix those mistakes immediately. And the one thing I will say about this 5 Fears team, it's going to sound a little silly, but they trust each other. You can very, very clearly tell that this team has full confidence in one another, and they play like it. They trade like it. They enter like it. Again, stark contrast to what we saw in the DZ wildcard game, where a lot of times we point our fingers at DZ on lost rounds and say, well, all of you entered separately. Fultz drones himself in, gets picked off. J90 drones in Newers. Newers overextends past the drones intel, gets picked off. These are guys playing like individuals. 5 Fears almost never does that. This is a team that plays like a brotherhood, and it shows. And when you combine it with good gun skill, which has been on display, Snake and Rival in particular, good things can happen. JJ went for a bit of an ego peek there through the main door. Could have picked off a kill. You would have known that he erupted on camera had he gotten it, but he doesn't. No damage is done. And 30 seconds gone off the round.
It undercuts your point just a little bit to be going on this rant of how together they always are. And JJ
ignore the things that make me look wrong.
By himself, but you're right. Your overall point, regardless of what JJ is doing this round, is correct. You can't play this hyper-aggressive defense style if you're not all on the same page and all fighting together. Here comes JJ. He's not got teammates necessarily directly with him, but they're on the top of the stairs. That is Adrian who gets the first frag, but JJ's there for the response. Fighting with this Monty. Ends up running into Baby Shark. That's not exactly who he was hoping to find, but again, they're making that play together. It's Forrest and JJ top white, collapsing on these players just as they're trying to get into the building.
Wildcard ultimately comes out ahead of this, which is usually the way it works in reverse. Wildcard gets the first pick, and it's 5 Fears who come out with the numbers advantage. This is especially devastating given that there's a Monty and a Deimos on the board. So the fewer players there are, the more power a shield gains. They've managed to solve the problem of Adrian. Adrian's still trying to go positive.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That's a tough one, Jesse. Can't say that stuff on broadcast, so we're not going to repeat what JJ typed. But yeah, that is a really, really hard loss. Still a redeemable round here with 1 minute to go as Kansan is equalized. Baby Shark and Kansan will now need to work together as that untimely team kill put Baby Shark in a position where now he holds the defuse kit. Back on the drones they will go in a 2v2. If 5 Fears win, they go to championship point.
They need to use their time, Parker. They have to drone out these last two players. This is what the desk said. They were so good at the comms in the halftime, is how are they able to spot these last couple of players? Will they slow things down? Plants here might be tricky just because you don't have any smokes. What a shot from Kansan. Finds one. Baby Shark and Rival now in a 1v1.
Baby Sharks look mighty good, and he does have the added benefit of this death mark activating more in real time. His teammates giving the call here off of his position. That ping will update. Rival knows that he's fallen off. Firing away. The Scorpion, a real bullet hose, and Rival wins it, expecting his play. The pre-fire moves 5 Fears to Kickoff championship point.
What a beautiful read to come through from Rival in the 1v1, Parker. He is on a sliver of HP when he plays that 1v1 versus Baby Shark. It is better information for Baby Shark too. Those deathmark trackers, they go both ways, but they're far better for the Deimos. It is hard to lose those 1v1s with Deimos if you're hitting your shots, but Rival, he just expected the movement. He knew where he was gonna go. He wins the fight. It's perfect crosshair placement. Starts a little messy from 5 Fears. They get a little chaotic, but it's messy from Wildcard 2. An ill-advised team kill right onto Spiker makes this winnable for 5 Fears. And then in the 1v1, just watch it again. Brilliant from Rival, one away.
I do have to wonder if pressure got to Baby Shark. He just team killed Spiker earlier. Spiker on a shield with defuse kit, outnumbering your opponents with a Deimos on the board. I had just finished talking about how powerful a Deimos and a shield are together, especially when you have a numbers advantage. And then Baby Shark gives the easiest layup to 5 Fears by knocking Spiker down. And I mean, Spiker's a young guy. He's talked in the past on Twitter and in interviews that he's emotional. He takes these things very seriously. That's a good trait for the record. But when you couple that with inexperience, you can make mistakes. You can get ahead of yourself.
Yeah.
People down in bronze would be sweating in a 1v1 like that, let alone being a pro player at the top of the game, trying to keep your team in it, knowing that if you lose, your opponents go to match point. So Baby Shark could have used that gadget, maybe played it a bit more passively. He had 15 seconds left. He had the more active tracker than his opponent. And yet he thought he could try to evade him. He was wrong. It was not necessarily the improper move, but it was an ill-advised one, and it ultimately costs him. Now 5 Fears have 2 opportunities without overtime to put this one away and be the undisputed best team in North America, and would do so, Jesse, without dropping a single map here in Kickoff. They'll lose Snake early. 50 seconds into the round, Adrian the first kill. That's a bit devastating for 5 Fears. They've lost their second best player.
Yeah, losing Snake is going to be a tough one, but it's always been kind of JJ who's leading the charge on these defenses, getting aggressive. Not sure if we'll see that as much now that he's playing the Tachanka, but still, onus is on Wildcard to take this space. You cleared out one of these roamers. Snake is often playing off this bomb site. He's not the one guy that you were expecting to lock down the site. If you're going to lose anybody, that's who you'd expect it to be. Playing largely kind of around these windows and around this breach. They're going to breach between the bomb sites now and might open up an opportunity to get this pick here onto Rival. That's why he swings so aggro on the vending window. Good damage and a kill straight back onto Adrian. It's quite late, but that'll be a trade to equal numbers back to 4.
I mean, getting rid of Adrian is usually such a boon. He has taken a bit of a step back in this series. Still an offensive threat, to be sure. I mean, he's got 7 kills for crying out loud. That's good enough for, well, I guess 4th on the team. I guess that's technically not that great. Now the Flames will go. Down goes Rival at the hands of Bay. JJ trying to keep this Monty from aggressing towards the bomb site, and now he will be harassed by that death mark. Out go the Flames. Spiker held in place. JJ antagonized from down below. Finished off by Kansan. Great teamwork here by Wildcard. Ends with only 3 kills. 4 targets await him. Would be a career-defining moment if he can get through all of them, especially to clinch this kickoff. But Spiker very wisely assesses he needs to push in. Fence takes down Kansan. This is winnable. Spiker puts the shield away. He's just buying time, though, because on the left, there's one more player. Bay gets in on it as well. All 3 looking to mob Fens, and they will get the final kill. We said 8-7. We joked about it, Jesse, but we are going to the final round of regulation. Wildcard, 1 round behind. They can easily tie this and prolong map 2.
Comes down to the information, Parker. Comes down to Wildcard slowing this game, shutting down the aggressive moves. Adrian killing Snake at the start there, but also spotting Forrest out on the drone. He was flanking down below. We saw it from, I believe it was Kansan's POV as they were trying to hunt him down. But Baby Shark has the cutoff. No matter where these roamers go, they're very isolated. It ends up being, with good enough information, free picks for Wildcard. Gets very awkward at the end there. Fens actually ran out of bullets in his clip with the TCSG, so there's no hope of him clutching that one. Just an unfortunate weapon to be stuck with in a 1v4. Did his best, but ultimately it was those early picks that went the way of Wildcard that helped them to secure that round. They need to be able to do that again. Keep an eye out on the entry. Watch out for this information. If they can spot an isolated player on the side of Wildcard and take them out before 5 Fears get aggressive and swarm the entry as a stack, that's going to be the win con. They have to be able to do it right here and right now to force the overtime and try to force Clubhouse.
All according to plan, the script's been written well in advance. Wildcard loses map number 1, wins map number 2, and we go to map number 3 to see a thrilling conclusion. But have the scriptwriters heard of JJ Blast? Because this man, he's asking for some revisions here to the script. And 5 Fears only need 1 more round. They could potentially win it in overtime, Jesse. But why get there if you don't need to? 5 Fears yet to drop a map. This is the core of this team, is that old Envy squad, the old identity of this team. Snake having a terrific performance. I know people look at his tenure on that old TSM roster and realize that it didn't quite live up to the World Championship squad that was there before him. But he's had his time in the sun, and he's really made a name for himself here. Rival is a player that very few knew up until a couple months ago, and now he's making a name for himself as well, while the rest of the supporting cast of 5 Fears is doing their job. Well, they've got 1 more job to do, Jesse. Win this round without going to OT, finish Kickoff 2-0, and be the best in North America. They've already qualified for the Major. They're shaping up to defeat Wildcard. But 1 more round remains without OT.
It's going to finish with a bang. No real roam presence from 5 Fears. They had Snake up here earlier, but he's rotated off back down towards the main floor as the information was good from Wildcard. Last time they approached this bomb site, they tried to hit it horizontal. They got swarmed on their entries. It didn't go their way. Hoping that with this top floor control, they can have a bit of an easier time into the building. It's worked for them, but they've still got to make sure this execute works. With the Thatcher, this should be able to get opened up without any problems. There are 2 Electric Claws dedicated to this hatch, but both of them get cleared out without any problem. They can now go for a drop, but watch out for the player inside of Infirmary. It's going to be Fens on that Azami, who could be so devastating to stop this drop. If they can not pressure him out, he's going to have a really good time denying any plant they try to go for.
I really like this top floor control now from Wildcard as they work their way through a bevy of distractions, hopping over all of those hurdles and gaining information with some of these drones too. Forrest was tagged there, as you saw on that drone, and loses a little bit of HP. I think he might have gotten zapped. They definitely want him. All 10 players alive. Spiker getting defused, kid down in the midst of the smoke. Nobody knows. There's no protection here, but JJ finds him. He might have just saved the round. Wildcard down to just 4 players. 30 seconds left. Defuse kit will need to be retrieved, so Wildcard's win con is now kill them all. Find the remaining players on 5 Fears. It's been a slog for this new look of the Wildcard team, running up against an upstart squad that very few people knew about. Down goes JJ, but Kansan gets traded out as well. They'll continue to fight. Fens now dropped. Baby Shark, last one alive. There's trouble in the waters. 5 Fears searching for the final kill. Baby Shark will get 1, but that's it. 5 Fears, but no worries, baby. The best team in North America is the team so many doubted. JJ Blast and co. The best and undefeated in the NAL Kickoff.
He doesn't get a lot, but the ones he get, they count, Parker. JJ Blast denies the plant and single-handedly stops that push dead in its tracks. Wildcard put all of their utility into getting that plant down, and at the last second, JJ found the head. They're going to Salt Lake City. They're first place in the North American Kickoff. What a run. What a story from 5 Fears.
An incredible series. Wildcard improving in front of our very eyes, but just couldn't overcome the hurdle that is 5 Fears. They didn't drop a single map. What a run. We'll see them at Salt Lake City, and we'll see Wildcard too. Let's hear what the desk has to say about that affair.
Well, what a crazy affair indeed. 5 Fears, they're the best team in the North American League. Kickoff, and they do it, destroying all the doubters, going completely flawless lax. They did not drop a map.
Listen, I'm at a loss for words, honestly. I'm truly speechless. I mean, even that last round, I mean, me and Fox were like, wow, that is a great setup from Wildcard. JJ just narrowly gets out of that flashbang, shoots into that smoke, gets that pick, and I mean, like Jesse said, he stops that entire strat right then and there, and then they clean up house. But I mean, throughout their entire series, whether it was group stage or throughout Kickoff, I mean, they have made amazing strides, especially for how little time they've been together, and especially in an accelerated league where you have to be on top of it, you have to be improving. And I'm just like, everything that JJ has said, that Forrest has said, is coming to fruition.
I mean, JJ Blast to go from being orgless in the league and them getting, you know, almost last place, to then getting Envy and just showing what a little bit of support can get them, and now being on 5 Fears, dedicating as much time as any other T1 team, and they get first place. I mean, it just goes to show what a team to be able to take a risk on. All of the rookie players that are watching, trying to compete into T1, so inspirational that 5 Fears is. And also, it goes to show that all of these teams that are currently in the NAL, hey, all of these players that you have overlooked for years, if you would have given them a little bit of trust, sky's the limit.
I mean, look at Rival, look at Snake. I mean, these are the guys that have been major contributors for this team all stage long, and it feels like they just haven't gotten the attention that they deserve given these performances. MVP of the series is Rival, and well-deserved. I mean, such good performances across the board from this entire team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rival also had that really big clutch in that 1v1. It kind of gave me a flashback at SI with Joom inside the exact same spot, having that gun in play. I mean, it really is just fun to see these players develop and grow and just see what they can showcase, and Rival is no exception to that. Snake is no exception to that. All 5 of those players have all put in the exact same amount of work and effort to get to where they are. Doesn't matter who we're highlighting. This was a team effort to get to this point.
Well, speaking of, we have, well, the entire team, I guess. They're all together in one place, standing by for the interview. So we will welcome them in now. Rival, MVP of the match. Congratulations. You make the Salt Lake City Major. On the same day, you become the champions of the NAL Kickoff. Could this day get any better for you guys?
Honestly, I don't think so. I really do not think this day could get any better for any of us in our careers, and like just how we've been through our whole time of Siege. I think this is the best day to ever come until Salt Lake City and we go first place.
Yeah, I mean, we're hoping.
Crazy statement there.
Oh, like R2D2 for a second.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Well, obviously, you guys have displayed a lot of amazing qualities for such a young team. One of them being you guys were iced out. Map 1, you had to wait. You had to wait for game 2 to be essentially over with, and now you come back, and it seems like you guys have been awake the whole day at peak performance. How has that felt for you, your team as an experience, and for you personally?
Well, considering we start every attack half at a disadvantage around 2-4, we know we have to go 5 straight. So we usually take the first half off, and then we come into the second half, and we're like, all right, the game finally started. We can start shooting, start clutching. I think on Cafe and Fortress, it was just like a maps we're really comfortable with, and maps that we're able to play. I think we weren't listening to ourselves on the attack half, but on defense, I think it couldn't have been more pure.
I mean, we sure saw that. And I wanted to ask more specifically, I mean, the biggest change that you guys have made is picking up Forrest, bringing him in, having one real veteran player to be able to give you guys all little tips and tricks. How much has that, I mean, it's clearly been a success, but from your perspective, how much has that helped you? How much has that helped the team? How much have you guys helped Forrest?
Well, we've helped Forrest. I feel like we unlock Forrest. I think we understand Forrest. I think we all buy in on Forrest. He's had a bad label around him, I feel like, and we all buy in. He's our guy. Like, that's who we want. That's who we got, right? For all of us, it's incredible, like, just reviewing everybody and, like, looking at teams that we're playing and the tips and tricks that he teaches us because he's played against these teams for years. I think whether it comes to, like, counter prep or counter shutting, something like that, I think Forrest just brings the intel because he already knows what's going to happen. Every player has habits, right? Every player gets pointed out in certain things. And, like, that just comes. It's like, oh, wait, this guy does this every single time. All right, well, Forrest has played that guy a million million times. We know what to do before. We know them better than they know themselves, and they don't know that yet. They'll figure it out.
For sure. Well, Rival, I want to say congratulations. You absolutely deserve this moment. You have busted your ass off to get here. I want to ask you a personal question, just like I asked JJ. I mean, when you look back at your career, you look back of everything that you've gone through leading up until this point. I mean, when you look at that from the start and where you're at now, I mean, just take me through all of the emotions there.
I mean, you look at like my career, man. It started in like Element 1 was my first Tier 2 thing, right? I went through all the elements and I felt like I was a misfit, and then I found my best friend, right? I found my best friend. I've been playing with him for 2 years now, and we have an unreal amount of just chemistry and like belief in each other. And I think like Challenger League, we all already said it was the last hurrah, right? When we qualified for Pro League and a crew of misfits, we got like me, Snake, JJ, right? And then like we had a few others, and now we have Forrest, misfit of the 100 Thieves deal. Like this is just an incredible thing for my career, right? And all of our careers, because who would have thought this five is NAL champs for Kickoff.
Amazing. Do you have any choice words for all of the teams that said you guys are a crutch shield team, that you're not going to be good? Any words for those teams and for the teams that you're going to be facing in Salt Lake City? You can answer this, and you could also get JJ, because I know he's going to give us something crazy to use.
JJ, you got any answer for teams that said we're double shield crutching? Hold on, I got one thing. The only team I got words for, 1 of 30, getting checked, bro. 3-0 count on the stage so far.
Let's see JJ hopping on the mic. This could go any which way, so we're gonna get ready. Get ready on the dump button. Get
like
ready on the bleep.
Of the group. Just like doing all the fun stuff in the
JJ.
Oh, Cass. Yeah, what's up, boys?
Hey, we just wanted to know if you had any choice words for all the teams that were saying you guys were double shield crutches, that you weren't going to be anything this stage. Do you have any choice words for those teams?
Nah, man, my head's down, man. My head's down. I just want to say, we're humble and hungry around here. I think we played well below our standard in playoff. I think both games were sloppy and poor out of us, man. So, this was like a weird experience for us. I never played around my teammates before. Same with Rival, same with Mason. We're locking in for the major, bro. We got to be better than what we showed today. But at the end of the day, bro, fuck the narrative. No one knows what they're talking about. You grind your ass off and you prove people wrong, brother.
JJ, thank you so much. It is always a pleasure. Earlier we saw the tweet you put out. The last thing before you go, you mentioned how much this means for you, and obviously the community has eaten this up. I mean, can you just tell us again, like, in your perspective right now, making the major, now NAL Kickoff champions, in your shoes right now, what does that feel like?
It's just it's a feeling of emotions of everything just coming together and hard work paying off. I put that, my teammates didn't like it, but I put that tweet in the drafts 2 weeks ago. I knew we were going to make the major. I knew we were going to win. That tweet was in there. The second we won, I just hit the draft and post. We worked our ass off, man. We're going for the major now. Like, this was the breakthrough moment for us last year. Last year we couldn't beat any of the top teams. Last year we couldn't break through to even make playoffs, man. Now we already broke through. We broke the major now. So I'm telling you, it's not gonna be easy from here on out. We're gonna be going to international events. There's a lot of great teams from across the world now. It's gonna be another learning experience, another curve, and another hurdle to go over, bro. But we're gonna fight it, and we're gonna find a way to win. We're gonna keep persevering, and we're gonna be here all year long.
Hell yes, JJ. Thank you so much. Putting that in the drafts is a baller move. We will see you in Salt Lake, my friend. Congrats on a heck of a start to the year.
Love you guys. Thank you guys. Ballsack Nation, let's ride. I'm getting turned tonight, baby.
JJ takes the win. 5 fears. The celebration continue for them as they have had a heck of a playoff run. And Lax, I mean, it is hard to believe that they feel like they have played well below, according to JJ, the standard they have for themselves. But if they can find what they believe themselves to be capable of, really, what can stop these guys?
I mean, it shows the growth, though. I mean, they get the win, they get the championship, but they look back at it and still they don't believe that that's their true potential. And honestly, you shouldn't be looking at that way as well. I mean, I'm not looking in the way that it's not a negative. You can't have halves where you just only can rely on a defense, especially going into international level. You need to be strong on your attacks. You need to be strong on your defenses. So it is good that they acknowledge it, and it shows the maturity on their side.
As we see there, I mean, a beautiful bracket run for 5 fears, not dropping a single map in the group stage. They did not drop a single map here in the bracket. They are your NAL Kickoff champions. Wild card a close second. They'll also be headed to the Salt Lake City Major. But tomorrow, you see on the lower bracket side. That is where the NAL kickoff will conclude, with Dark Zero and SSG starting off the day at 2 p.m. Eastern, followed by Shopify Rebellion and 1 of 30. And of course, we will see that final seeding match take place after that. But for our final day, we're going to send some teams home. We're going to send 2 more teams to the Major, Fox. I mean, that right there is a heck of a slate.
I mean, there's 2 ways tomorrow goes. It's either going to be the fastest day we've had all throughout the stage, or it will be the absolute longest, and the upsets will happen. We'll see SSG in 1 of 30 beating some Titan teams to make it to Salt Lake City. So either way you cut it, it's going to be great. We're going to either have 2 amazing Titan teams making it to Salt Lake City, 2 up-and-coming rookie teams be able to make it, or one or the other. I'm just excited that we're going to get a chance to watch it all.
Yeah, all these teams, I mean, you can just see the fire, how badly they want to make a major in their very own region, something that you just don't get the opportunity to do every day. So for everyone who joined us throughout the broadcast today and all week long, we still have 1 more day left in kickoff. So do not go anywhere. We're giving away some more tickets. We're crowning 2 more SLC Major attendees tomorrow. So we want to thank you so much for joining us tonight. For Lynx, XR Troika, Jesse, Intero, Foxay, and Laxing, and our entire studio crew, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching, and we will see you tomorrow as the action continues at 2 p.m. Have a good night.
Next and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till ain't